On the day Sasuke Uchiha defected, Sakura Haruno made a resolute decision. She would no longer partake in the so-called ninja game. From that day forth, the ninja world acquired its own literary genius. The writings of Starlight circulated throughout the ninja realm, igniting a tempest of reactions. As he perused ninja dogs, the air of a feudal lord remained silent, yet resonated deeply with its essence. Reading ninja farewells, even the Tsuchikage offered sharp critiques, deeming them mere sentimental drivel. The populace began to chant for a trilogy to emerge from the ninja realm. Chapter 1. I will no longer be a ninja. In October of the 60th year of Konoha, Sasuke Uchiha defected. Sakura, how can you, with both parents by your side, possibly comprehend my suffering? After Sasuke walked away, Sakura Haruno opened her eyes, and in the next instant, she unsheathed a kunai from her ninja pouch, resolutely slicing it across her neck. Feeling her life ebb away, Sakura wore a smile of liberation. Her consciousness plummeted like a stone in the depths of the ocean, and after an indeterminate duration, it surged back to the surface. She opened her eyes to find herself clad in a hospital gown, the familiar scent of antiseptic filling the air. Her gaze filled with bewilderment. This was unmistakably the sensation of death she knew all too well. Indeed, this was not Sakura Haruno's first rebirth. He had once been an ordinary person on Earth, who, after collapsing at work, found himself transported to the merciless ninja world. Upon his arrival, he inhabited the form of a frail civilian in the ninja realm, so emaciated that a gust of wind could easily sweep him away, and before he could comprehend his surroundings, his family was captured by bandits. Having lived in an era of peace, he had never encountered such horrors. The language around him was a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds, and each time he attempted to flee, he was caught and severely beaten. Only when the bandits were taken down by the arriving ninjas did he realize he was in the ninja world. Yet the lives of civilians were of no concern to the shinobi, who extinguished all in a single fireball. In subsequent rebirths, he remained a civilian, attempting every conceivable method to resist fate, yet his fervor was repeatedly extinguished by the bloody reality. Until he became Sakura Haruno. To survive, she dared not reveal any signs of abnormality, living as if she were a puppet crafted by the author's hand. But no matter how she masked herself, Sakura was still distinct from the original Sakura. She had certainly watched Naruto, and in her teenage years she lamented that Sasuke had allowed hatred to cloud his vision. However, upon entering society, she recognized that the one who truly felt out of place was Naruto, the boy who, amidst the relentless violence of the ninja world, remained steadfastly optimistic. But who could claim he was wrong? Thus, upon learning that Sasuke intended to defect, she had the confidence to stop him, yet could not soothe her own heart marred by pain. No one could fully empathize with another. Sakura understood this all too well, having died countless times. Though she had lived for over a decade this time, she was weary of being merely a civilian, while every other peer in Konoha was a scion of a prominent clan. Who was unaware of the moniker Haruno Sakura? Compared to the prodigious Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, even when Sakura yearned to unleash her potential, her efforts fell short. Sakura was acutely aware that the flaw lay within this distorted world. The ninjas were devoid of thought, regarded merely as tools. The ninja villages were rife with intrigue. Beset by both internal and external strife, the great nations treated human lives as expendable, reveling in indulgence, while civilians, the largest demographic in the ninja realm, were forced to navigate the treacherous divide between ninjas and aristocrats. Long before she realized that no matter how hard she tried, the gap between herself and Sasuke and Naruto only widened, she pondered, amidst the multitude of foes descending upon the ninja realm, what could she possibly do? Even if she became Tsunade's disciple, what difference would it make? No matter the circumstances, she could never adapt to joyfully embarking on missions to kill, then returning home to celebrate with drinks. Working for capitalists in the modern world had already driven her to despair, and now in this new life, she would have to toil for a meager allowance while serving the gluttonous elite. Furthermore, even the likes of Uchiha Madara, no matter how formidable, would eventually succumb to age. The might of the god of ninjas would inevitably wane. Reflecting on her existence as a civilian, the countless figures who had shielded her with their lives, their blood so vividly warm, she recognized that from the very first life, when her parents had stood before her, she had borne not just her own fate. She yearned to instigate change, to defy this world. Yet the harsh reality remained that civilians dared not alter their circumstances. They revered ninjas as deities, while the ninjas possessed the right to seek vengeance and navigate the ninja world, but civilians lacked even the courage to step forward. With this thought, she could not help but sigh. In this life she excelled only in medical ninjutsu, managing to save one life, yet unable to rescue the countless citizens. With vacant gazes and dull expressions, coming to this realization filled her with despair, prompting her to grasp the kunai once more. On the hospital bed, Sakura Haruno sat expressionless, contemplating all of this. Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash. "Sakura, you're awake." Naruto burst in, devoid of his usual exuberance. his inability to accept Sasuke's departure evident in the anguish reflected in his eyes. Yet, almost immediately, a resolute determination followed. Sakura, Granny Tsunade has already assigned me a mission. I will bring Sasuke back. Our Team 7 cannot lose a single member. Sakura lifted her gaze to meet Naruto's silhouette, memories of the past flooding back. This was the boy who had been ridiculed and scorned by villagers since childhood, never once informed of what pain truly entailed, constantly forced to process his own emotions. She approached Naruto and embraced him fiercely, then locked eyes with his cerulean orbs. Naruto, everyone has their own choices. You need not shoulder the fates of others. Sakura, silently watching as Naruto departed. After a simple farewell, Shikamaru and the others set off on the journey to retrieve Sasuke, just as in the original story. The wound on her neck had long since healed, and Sakura turned towards the Hokage building. Do you even realize what you're saying? The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, wore a serious expression, her desk beneath her crumbling to pieces. Beside her, Shizune stared incredulously at the scene before her. Of course I'm saying I will no longer be a ninja. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade remained perplexed. Konoha had established the ninja academy for many years, and every graduate feared being sent back to school. Yet what was Sakura declaring? No longer a ninja. Considering the determination it took to wield a kunai, Tsunade rubbed her temples. Are you perhaps doing this for Sasuke Uchiha? I have already dispatched people to bring him back. You possess some talent in chakra control. If you pass my test, I can take you on as my disciple. But Sakura shook her head once more. She understood that Tsunade was not merely making empty promises. Yet she was even more aware that studying medicine could not salvage Konoha. The profession of a ninja monopolized missions, generating warfare under the guise of duty. Killing was the very essence of a ninja's existence, a truth that had remained unaltered from the era of the warring states to the establishment of ninja villages. Studying medicine may save lives, but it cannot mend hearts. Just as Tsunade was about to continue her counsel, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Beep, unlock conditions met. The abandoned medicine for literature system is now online. Sakura's pupils constricted, yet the mechanical voice did not cease. Beep, main task 1. Learning medicine cannot save the countless inhabitants of the ninja realm. Awaken the people's consciousness and liberate them from their numbness and ignorance. It is our imperative. Beep, side task triggered. A ninja who does not value themselves is like rotten cabbage. What use is such a ninja? Depart from Konoha and immerse yourself among the masses. Seeing that the person before her had completely disregarded her words, Tsunade felt a sense of helplessness and waved her hand, signaling for her to leave. Even though Sakura's words had struck a chord within her, she still could not comprehend that in the world of ninjas, the law of the jungle prevails. Only those endowed with strength can avoid being at the mercy of others. I have spoken my piece. Now it is upon you to ponder this further. Haruno. Sakura replied, yes, Lord Hokage. Upon exiting the Hokage building and stepping beyond the watchful gaze of the Ambu, she finally exhaled in relief. System? Greetings, Master. The abandoned medicine for literature system is at your service. Chapter 2. The pursuit of Sasuke's team returns to Konoha. Why do you appear at this moment? In truth, I manifested as soon as the host traversed into this realm. However, each time my master met an untimely demise, I could only expend my energy on resurrection. Subsequently, I fell into slumber, and it is only now that I have awakened, having finally met the conditions for unlocking. Sakura Haruno contemplated the deaths she had endured in previous lifetimes. Her countenance weighted with gravity. She had contemplated forging a new path or resigning herself to a passive fate, yet unexpectedly. What is the task you just mentioned? Host, I am the abandoning medicine for literature system. The current mindset of the ninja world is dulled. The will of fire has become a tool for brainwashing by those with ulterior motives. We must teach the ninja world to think critically and liberate them. Sakura understood the system's intent. The disparity between Earth and the ninja realm was unfathomable. Whenever she expressed novel ideas, others merely regarded her with bewilderment, failing to communicate meaningfully. To survive was already a luxury. How could she awaken their inner fighting spirit? Host, I am indeed the abandoning medicine for literature system. The power of words is far more potent than one might imagine. Even if a person dies, their will can be inherited by the next generation. Your nation has repeatedly risen from adversity to claim its place in the world. Has it not? Sakura's heart quaked at the revelation, yet her exterior remained composed. Can you hear my innermost thoughts? Indeed, host. You may consider me a part of your being. I will only detach from you once you complete the main quest. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Sakura fell into deep contemplation. Having traversed several lifetimes in the ninja world, her experiences on Blue Star felt like a distant dream. Filled with pride and joy for her nation, vivid images of heart-pounding moments surfacing from the depths of her soul. Are you akin to those predecessors who amidst the chaos of war, brought a splash of red to a world shrouded in gray? If the ninja world could possess such resolve. But can I truly achieve this? Of course. I chose you as my host precisely because I recognized your potential. At first, you were merely an ordinary cog in the societal machine, contemplating surrender while being compelled by reality. Even upon arriving in the ninja realm, you opted for evasion and self-destruction, rendering yourself seemingly worthless, indistinguishable from the masses. Sakura felt a pang of bitterness at the system's words, unable to refute them. However, host, does this not reflect the true essence of ordinary individuals within a formidable environment? It is the recognition that no matter how hard one strives, reality remains unchanged, leading to a choice to face death. You are simply disheartened. A tear fell uncontrollably, the system's words piercing through the hardened exterior to reach her tender heart. Everyone yearns to live vibrantly. She could face death without hesitation like those in Konoha, yet she was unwilling to remain inconsequential, living numbly amidst the self-serving interests of the elite. What difference did it make compared to death? She was disappointed in herself, disillusioned by reality. How could an ant shake a tree? But she couldn't help but murmur, can that spark of passion still be rekindled? Absolutely. That is precisely why I am here. And you are not alone. Along your journey, you will gather countless compatriots. After a prolonged silence, she questioned whether she truly felt content. Ultimately, Sakura smiled. She would never forget the profound loneliness of once standing against the entire world. Yet despite that, the blood beneath her blade remained hot. Let us upheave the ninja world together, planting the crimson flag across land and sea. From this day forth, sparks of rebellion shall ignite in the ninja realm, converging into a great beast that devours it whole. Many years hence, the will of fire will become a mere relic of history. At this moment, Sakura had packed her belongings, ready to depart from Konoha. After a moment of persuasion from the Hokage, he ceased to press the matter. Her departure would not inflict any loss upon Konoha. After all, she was merely a civilian, a balancing force for Team 7's combat efficacy. Yet no one could have anticipated that this very girl would emerge as the sun of the ninja world. In October of the 60th year of Konoha, Sakura left the village, later heralded as the starting point of transformation. Meanwhile, the repercussions of the collapse plan still lingered, with chaos reigning throughout the village. Despite the relentless pursuit of Sasuke by the Konoha elite, and the reinforcement from the Sand Ninja Trio, Sasuke ultimately chose to ally himself with Orochimaru. At the Valley of the End, Naruto gazed incredulously at Sasuke, whose body was overtaken by the cursed mark. I told Sakura, don't concern yourself with me any longer. What expression is that? Naruto shouted in despair, why Sasuke? Why have you become this way? But all he received in return was Sasuke's increasingly frigid gaze. My days of fooling around with you Konoha idiots have come to an end. Witnessing Sasuke's unwavering departure, Naruto could no longer restrain himself, and delivered a fierce punch. Sakura committed suicide after your defection. Had I not discovered it in time, she would have been a corpse. Naruto refrained from sharing how terrified he had felt upon seeing Sakura drenched in blood, his usual carefree demeanor transforming into cautiousness in her presence. A hawk flew across the sky, and Sasuke's lowered brow concealed his emotions. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. It is because she was too weak. Naruto's pupils constricted, as countless shared experiences flooded his mind. The two, once at odds since childhood, had forged a bond by the riverbank, their trio in Team 7 unbreakable. Now, Sasuke sought to sever it all. The chakra of the Nine Tails began to seep forth, and the two, filled with anguish, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Ultimately, Naruto was defeated, and in the downpour, accursed Sasuke's gaze turned pitch black. The tardy Kakashi arrived to take Naruto away, while the hidden black Zetsu emerged from the depths of the earth. Now the situation had become intriguing. Upon awakening after the battle, Naruto was unprepared to face Sakura, only to hear the news of her departure from Konoha. Clutching the farewell letter tightly, it read, Dear Naruto, may Team 7 reunite at the peak in the finest form. Do not seek, do not reminisce. This double blow left his mind blank momentarily, but soon, determination filled his expression. I beg you, perverted sage. I wish to grow stronger. One day, I will bring Sasuke and Sakura back to Konoha. From that day forth, the paths of the three members of Team 7 diverged, marking 3 years of separation. Meanwhile, the carefree protagonist who had long departed was now in utter disarray. Host, what rubbish have you written? What tasteless drivel is this? No. I never claimed to be adept at writing, and I believe my work is quite good. What right do you have to score me poorly? The system's mechanical voice carried a hint of mockery. What you have written is simply an affront to my eyes. Sakura, unfazed, ventured to the newspaper office, asserting, Even a romance novel can be a bestseller. Does that not possess more depth than this? Yet the next moment, she was politely ushered out by the editor. After contemplating life for a while, she devised several strategies. Host, we cannot progress in our mission without any achievements, and thus I cannot provide any advantageous abilities. As long as you awaken the numb hearts of others through your words, you will earn attribute points to grow stronger. Sakura sighed, every beginning is arduous. I will continue to write, striving for a passing grade. Host, that's not what I meant. Words can manifest in myriad forms. Novels and comics are merely branches of a greater tree. Other avenues, such as music and poetry, also involve the application of words. Upon hearing this, Sakura's thoughts sparked anew. Chapter 3. Each day ahead. The aspiration of becoming a literary figure was temporarily set aside. Sakura quieted her mind to analyze the circumstances of the ninja world. Realizing that altering the ninja realm was no simple feat in the aftermath of the Warring States period, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had endeavored to instigate change. Initially, they collaboratively established the ninja village system, but soon divergences arose between them. After Hashirama Senju steadfastly established Konohagakure, he distributed the tailed beasts among several other villages, believing this act to be a path towards peace, for the shinobi world could not withstand the relentless cycles of war. The feudal lord's provision of resources and funds was precariously reliant on a fragile employment relationship, while the shinobi village system alleviated tensions between the lords and the ninja. Yet, human desires are insatiable, and it has become evident that the shinobi village system did not eradicate warfare. Rather, it revealed numerous flaws over time. Within the villages, familial divisions persisted, akin to the eternal conflict between aristocracy and monarchy, compounded by the fact that the village leaders themselves hailed from clans. Darkness festered, ninjas remained ninjas, and war continued unabated. The historical conflicts among clans had metamorphosed into the present strife among shinobi villages. Now the Akatsuki lurked in the shadows, while Uchiha Obito, still seduced by Kagaya's dark will, sought to realize the Kunai plan. Despite Kagaya's failure having long ago demonstrated the futility of such a path. Otherwise, why would she be sealed upon the moon? This land was already ravaged, and its people desperately needed to resist. Class conflicts and disparities in productivity were rampant. The following morning, Sakura Haruno stepped out of her room. This was a village where she had once lived in another lifetime. On her first day, the villagers were beset by bandits, and after aiding them in driving off the assailants, she chose to reside there. "Sakura-ne, you're awake," exclaimed a child named Akira Inoue, his innocent eyes sparkling, untainted by the world's evils. "Is your mother feeling any better?" Akira's mother had been grievously injured by the bandits, bleeding profusely. Yet her medical jutsu had sufficed to staunch the flow. "Yes, my mother can finally get out of bed," he replied, a broad smile illuminating his face, though it quickly faltered as he seemed to recall something sorrowful. "Sakura-ne, many of Moriyama's family members have passed away. I must attend their funeral." Moriyama was another child with the same name, and the village was devoid of young adults, as it was said they had long perished at the hands of ninjas, leaving Akira's mother as the only surviving adult. "Let us go together," Sakura said, gently patting Akira's head and taking his hand as they walked away. The funeral was exceedingly modest. Upon seeing Sakura, the children bowed in unison. The eldest among them was merely 8 years old, while the youngest was only 2 or 3, still oblivious to the agony of losing parents. Perhaps facing death at such an ignorant age was the greatest mercy the shinobi world could bestow upon them. Sakura nodded in acknowledgement to Akira's mother. A light rain began to fall from the sky, mingling with the children's tears as they fell to the ground. Compared to the recent funeral of the third Hokage, this scene resembled a child's prank, yet it was profoundly sorrowful. Sakura's thoughts drifted to one person, Itachi Uchiha. She had encountered Itachi when he and Kisame first arrived in Konoha. He bore a numb soul that sustained a weary body. Having stepped onto the battlefield at the tender age of 4, he ultimately sacrificed his entire clan in a radical attempt to protect Konoha. Had he once felt as lost as these children? His visage gradually merged with that of the children before her. In essence, there was little distinction between ninjas and civilians, both enduring pain and accepting suffering, a reality all too commonplace in the shinobi world. But is life truly meant to be one of suffering? As the funeral concluded, all the children gathered in a clearing, lost in thought. After a while, some began to imitate their families, tilling the soil, washing clothes, and preparing meals. Unable to bear it, Akira's mother offered guidance from the sidelines. Observing the children's bewildered expressions, Sakura felt an inferno igniting within her heart. No matter how many times she witnessed such scenes, acceptance remained elusive. She was acutely aware that what awaited the children was the next wave of bandits and the relentless onslaught of ninjutsu, leaving them in a state of perpetual dread. Thus, when faced with Akira's question, she found herself at a loss for words. Sakura-ne, why is life so fragile? I have never tasted the food grown from our crops. At these words, Akira's mother, Hanako, felt her eyes welling with tears. Sakura understood the implication of Akira's statement. Many were merely repeating the lives of the previous generation, unaware that their existence was shorter than the growing season of crops. Surely, when we grow up, we'll be well fed, and our lives will surely be splendid. Aren't we all eager to be great heroes? Hanako consoled Akira, holding him close. Yet, she failed to notice the increasing despondency in Akira's gaze. As if he had come to recognize the kind deception of his mother's well-meaning lies. The surrounding children could not suppress their sobs, murmuring, "Do we truly have a future?" No one answered. All seemed to grasp the truth, understanding that the key to survival lay in accepting the hardships bestowed by fate. Their bodies gradually grew numb, their souls enshrouded in dust. From that day forth, their backs would never again stand straight. As everyone knelt in tears, enduring their suffering, a voice suddenly rang out. Of course. The crowd turned in astonishment towards their unexpected savior, hope glimmering in their eyes. Sakura stepped forward into the center of the gathering, her heart brimming with indignation at the sight before her. Those bandits were merely ordinary people who preyed upon the weaker among their own kind. The most ironic aspect was that bandits could never be eradicated, and ninjas were perpetually bound to their missions. Life is indeed fragile, yet it is equally indomitable. You must strive to live, to alter these erroneous rules. What truly renders life chaotic is the collapse of the spirit. Gazing into the children's innocent eyes, Sakura softened her voice. Those who have departed will transform into stars and accompany you as you grow in a different manner. As she beheld the pairs of eyes gradually igniting with hope, she recalled the system's assertion regarding the power of words, compared to plain speech. Music holds the capacity to resonate deeply with the heart. Though unfamiliar with the melody, Sakura began to hum a tune reminiscent of her mother. It was a song from her memories, Venus from Stardust. She maintained a smile, not as a display of bravado, but perhaps because she wished to spare them from witnessing her tears. Akira broke free from Hanako's embrace, staring blankly at the figure before him. The surrounding children mirrored his expression. The lyrics felt like a farewell from their loved ones. As they recalled the trembling figures who had shielded them, they could no longer contain their grief. The system's excited voice echoed in her ears, but Sakura offered no response, allowing the rain to mingle with her song, reverberating across the land. Ultimately, the group found themselves singing along with the melody, even as Sakura's singing left much to be desired. The children merely projected their loved ones onto the moment, yearning to bid them farewell in their own way. "Yes, I'm all right," they sang, "for I am strong." Unbeknownst to them, the drizzle had ceased, and a rainbow arched across the sky, with the sun shining down upon the children. "Remember this brilliant starry me. It's all right. New encounters lie just ahead." Again and again, they sang until their voices grew hoarse. When Sakura finally ceased, the children continued to sing, their eyes swollen with tears, yet now infused with something previously absent. Not quite hope, but certainly no longer the numbness that had once pained her heart. They began to wish to see the stars that night. If only they could, they would look forward to tomorrow, the day after, and every day that lay ahead. After Sakura returned to her room, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. The host has successfully salvaged 24 numb souls, earning 24 attribute points and the title, Novice Musician. Ding. Side quest completed. Successfully departed from Konoha and delved into the populace. The moment has officially arrived to truly comprehend the profound power of words, to forge connections among children. Congratulations, host. Your rewards have been bestowed. You may access the attribute panel to examine the specific rewards. Chapter 4. I establish a school in the ninja world. Host, Haruno Sakura. Gender female. Writer level, LV0. Constitution 10, a feeble 1. Especially when compared to the world of pirates. Attribute points, 24. I shall refer to you as the most unremarkable host. Title, Novice Musician. When worn, it resonates easily with those around. Skills, Basic Ninjutsu, Basic Medical Ninjutsu. How can you possibly admit to having been a mere genin? Reward, Emotional Perception without a golden finger. Can you truly succeed? Overall evaluation. A literary figure could never be this weak. Disregarding the trivial words, emotional perception? Yes, host. You must grasp the essence of humanity and comprehend the human heart. I firmly believe this will aid you in your writing endeavors. Each task you complete will yield rewards. The power of words is immeasurably potent. It will endow you with unforeseen strength. This point has been previously articulated by the system. Abandoning the path of a ninja for literature has never been mere rhetoric. By awakening the dulled hearts of others, one can indeed grow stronger. I understand. At the moment of confirmation, Haruno Sakura felt a surge of exhilaration within her heart, her gaze becoming resolute. Very well, host. For the expenditure of 20 attribute points, would you like to open the system store? Yes. Ding. The multiverse marketplace has been activated. Countless aspiring souls who have forsaken medicine for literature can trade goods here, with currency solely in attribute points. A splendid interface materialized before her. Yet Sakura couldn't help but grimace as the available items for trade amounted to 0. Sensing her thoughts, the system timidly interjected. Host. The marketplace's inventory is sourced from various worlds. You are aware that we all began as weaklings after abandoning medicine for literature, but as we grow, wealth and resources will certainly flourish. Sakura felt utterly exasperated, until suddenly, the marketplace notified her of new trade items. 1 serving of Sea King barbecue. A product from the pirate world, highly filling and enhances constitution, priced at 5 attribute points. Upon reading this message, Sakura promptly sent a private message to the seller. Hello. Is this the world of One Piece? Do you have any devil fruits? The response came swiftly, tinged with a hint of despair. Wah, finally a comrade. I am Haru, currently working as a deckhand on a pirate ship. This is all I could save up. Where would I find a devil fruit? After a brief exchange, Sakura's hopes were dashed. Learning that all the traders in the system's marketplace hailed from various worlds, she felt a mix of astonishment and solace. She had initially assumed that the items in the marketplace were conjured from thin air, which was quite reasonable. Upon discovering that Sakura was from the Naruto world, the other party was nearly in tears from excitement. Bingryu pills, sister. Please send me a Bingryu pill. The captain has an insatiable appetite. I can't keep up. In the end, the two reached an agreement. 1 serving of barbecue for 1 Bingryu pill. Sakura first purchased the barbecue, then listed the Bingryu pill at the same price of 5 attribute points. Haru quickly snapped it up, and the system deducted a small platform fee from each. After arranging their next trade, Sakura held the warm barbecue, her appetite stirring. Alas, it was but a single serving. How she wished all the children could share in its delight. Following her meal, her constitution indeed increased by 2 points, but according to Haru, consuming too much of this Sea King meat would yield diminishing returns. Although Haru appeared to be an innocent girl, one could not help but wonder how an ordinary pirate crew could defeat a Sea King, allowing a mere deckhand to indulge repeatedly. Clearly, the system selects only extraordinary individuals. Of course, host, you are among my chosen. You shall not be inferior to others. Sakura smirked. Today's music was not a long-term solution. For those who are numb, the most lacking element is the belief in survival. In the long run, she must pen heart-stirring articles. The system indicated that her works lacked soul. Having witnessed the transformation of the children, Sakura felt a flicker of inspiration. However, to ensure that more people would see her work, she needed to establish her reputation. Months later, Sakura led the children in creating a school of their own, establishing dormitories, with Hanako overseeing their daily lives. Sakura brought forth a wooden plank and inscribed the words with a kunai. Dawn Academy. Big sister Sakura, what does this mean? Inquired a girl named Mizuhashi, one of the older children, followed by several smaller kids. The children, now devoid of their former sorrow, radiated joy, embodying the essence of youth. From now on, you shall call me teacher. This is your school. The girl beamed with happiness, while the little ones chattered enthusiastically. Teacher, will you teach us to sing? To farm? What a lack of ambition. Singing and farming are of no use. Surely, our teacher will teach us ninjutsu. Upon hearing Inoue's remark, the nearby children blushed. You're speaking nonsense. Aside from Sakura-sensei, all ninjas are villains. My father was killed by a ninja. The children were quick to argue, but Sakura raised her hand for silence. She gently patted Mizuhashi's head. Singing is wonderful, isn't it? Don't we feel joy when we sing together? Mizuhashi's eyes sparkled yes. Furthermore, farming is a valuable skill. We all need to eat, and there are many in this world who go hungry. Observing the shy faces of the children, she then patted Inoue's head. Desiring to learn ninjutsu is about becoming strong to protect others, not to kill, right? Realizing his error, Inoue quickly replied yes. That's exactly what I meant. What I wish to convey is that no profession is superior or inferior, and there is no right or wrong. A teacher imparts knowledge and clarity. Henceforth, I will guide you in understanding the world. As for what you wish to pursue in the future, no one can compel you. The children chorused, we understand. Sakura bore no aversion to any profession they might choose. Every vocation should have its comrades. A single individual, no matter how powerful, cannot stand alone. As she felt their happiness and anticipation envelop her in a wave of positivity, Sakura's heart warmed. Currently, the school consisted solely of these children as students. With Hanako as the only adult providing support, the children often engaged in various chores. The textbooks were procured using all remaining attribute points exchanged with the system. Language, mathematics, physics, biology, every subject, with politics being of utmost importance, must be arranged for the children. As for teachers and student enrollment, that would come in time. She alone was insufficient. At night, Sakura leaned over her writing desk, composing as the children slept, the only sound being the scratching of her pen across the paper. I am a student of a ninja school. I cherish my village above all else. Upon graduation, I became a rogue ninja. Do not question why I chose to betray my village. Believe me, my initial love for it was genuine. No one loves their village more than I do. Unless the god of ninjas himself were to descend. Please forgive my exaggerated metaphor, for I once truly believed it was my home. It took me 3 long years to gradually match those faces. It was not due to poor memory, rather, every person possesses 2 faces. Yes, every single one. Chapter 5. The supplies are insufficient, but fear not, for we have comrades. Sakura Haruno was engrossed in her writings, crafting a vivid shadow within the pages. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Come in. Hanako stepped inside, clutching the latest bills, her expression marred by lingering anxiety. Sakura, ever since the establishment of the school, resources have been scarce. Receiving the bill from her hands, Sakura offered a reassuring smile. Do not fret, Hanako-ne, the resources will be resolved by tomorrow. She was well aware of the school's logistical needs. Establishing an institution required ensuring adequate supplies. Once the children were exposed to knowledge, their curiosity would ignite, prompting them to think critically, and over time, their resolve would only grow stronger. She was confident that after a day of classes, the children's hearts would begin to transform. Then I can rest easy, Hanako replied, preparing to exit, but Sakura called out to her. Hanako-ne, why not join us in class tomorrow? Am I to attend class at my age? Sakura gazed at the woman before her, who claimed to be old, yet was merely in her 20s. Of course, everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. The road ahead is long, and you should contemplate what you wish to do in the future. Hearing that she too could choose her path in life, Hanako's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. In her youth, she had been a lively child, boldly declaring her dream of soaring through the skies every day. Yet, not long after, war had claimed her parents, leaving her to wander alone. Dreams shattered against the harshness of reality. She realized then that someone like her was unworthy of such aspirations. The depths of her thoughts were ones she preferred to avoid, sensing that they would lead to an even deeper despair. She simply endured each day in a numb existence. As Hanako stepped outside, her earlier words echoed persistently in her mind. Can I truly do this? Inside, Sakura carefully tucked away the bill and swiftly accessed the system marketplace. Recently, Haru had traded several military rations with her, but he insisted that his captain would not accept the notion of being too full to eat meat. The first mate deemed it a punishment to prevent the captain from causing trouble. Opening the chat interface, Sakura composed a message and sent it. Haru, my dear friend, I need some supplies. Please prepare some rice, meat, and noodles for me. If my attribute points are insufficient, just keep a tab. I promise to pay you back later. A prompt reply came from the other side. Sure thing. You mentioned it last time. I've secretly captured a pirate and claimed the bounty, so I'll get the supplies for you tomorrow. With the matter of resources resolved, Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had Haru been unable to procure them, she would have been compelled to devise alternative solutions. Though she had spoken with conviction in front of Hanako, the current affairs were still a work in progress. A little less worry meant a bit more confidence. Recently, while out and about, she had caught wind of the turmoil surrounding the Chunin exams and Sasuke Uchiha's defection, which had stirred quite a commotion in the ninja world. Villages across the land were reveling in Konoha's misfortune. Everyone had their eyes fixed on Konoha, waiting for any sign of weakness to pounce without mercy. The borders were restless, and it was the smaller nations and villages along the route that would bear the brunt of the impact. After some contemplation, she settled down to continue her writing. Perhaps influenced by her emotional awareness, her words flowed more seamlessly this time. Once she set down her pen, she found herself immersed in her own narrative. Host, there has been significant progress this time. This is the result of our collective efforts. The next day the bell rang, and Sakura entered the classroom. The children gathered, seated at their desks, their faces alight with curiosity as they touched the tabletops and books. Hanako sat in the last row, wearing a smile. Sakura approached the podium, her lips parting softly. Class is in session. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, classmates. Today marks our first lesson at Dawn Academy. And from this day forward, I shall be your teacher, Sakura Haruno. An indescribable solemnity washed over her. These words felt like a promise, a commitment, a vow. The image of the cherry blossom-haired figure was deeply etched in the children's minds. From this moment, they would embark on an untraveled path, destined to become a blazing fire when gathered and scattered like stars when apart. Do you all enjoy the rain? The chorus of responses came in unison, yes. Sakura was slightly taken aback. Why is that? Because rain brings food. Our parents are always so happy. Speaking of parents, some of the younger children's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sakura quickly shifted the topic. I see. Then would you like to learn how rain is formed? Would you like to increase food production? Yes. Great. We will delve into these topics in the future. But for now, let us ponder what our dreams are. As the morning class concluded, the children remained eager for more. Teacher, what will we do in the afternoon? The aspiring young musician, Suiri, chimed in. This afternoon, we will have a physical activity class, and I will make sure to post the schedule on the wall. Upon hearing herself referred to as a little musician, Suiri blushed and obediently sat in her chair. In the evening, everyone gathered to prepare dinner. The children were still buzzing from their earlier excitement. They had just played soccer for the first time, and if left unchecked, they would likely struggle to rise in the morning. Suddenly, a timid voice drew everyone's attention. Teacher, are we out of food? Only then did the others notice the empty dining table. How would they cook? Sakura looked at the child who spoke. His name was Amesu. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, he flushed slightly. I've been keeping an eye on the kitchen's supplies, and we're almost out. At these words, worry and fear washed over the children's faces. Having enjoyed 3 meals a day recently, it had been the happiest of times. Yet no one had forgotten the taste of hunger. Let us eat less. Yes. Teacher, we can skip meals. As their suggestions became increasingly absurd, Sakura quickly interjected. All right, we do have food. Everyone can eat their fill. Amesu, you're very observant. You will surely become a diligent student. Haru had already procured resources early in the morning, and reminded her to take a picture. Sakura retrieved the supplies from the system space, and in an instant, the once barren table was brimming with food. Only items traded in the system marketplace could be stored in the space. She had initially wished to save some goods, but the system had denied her any opportunity to exploit loopholes. Host, once your writings are published and you achieve success, you will be able to harness the power of words to serve you. Have you ever heard of the power of words? What we possess is even more potent, capable of overturning the world. Having grown accustomed to the daily indulgence of the system's grand promises, she marveled at the array of fruits and meats laid before them, causing the children to gasp in delight. Wow, what is this? Incredible, such large pieces of meat. The resources from the pirate world were vibrantly colored, each fruit glistening enticingly. And the 2 colossal sea creatures were particularly enticing. The children were all abuzz with excitement. Even Hanako's mouth hung open in astonishment, unable to suppress her laughter. These are sent by our comrades. So you needn't worry about resources anymore. Chapter 6 The Renegade Ninja's Diary will be published. My name is Stardust. Comrades? Indeed. Those who share the same ideals and aspirations, working together to build the utopia in our hearts. Even if we have never met, our hearts are intertwined. Such individuals are comrades. Upon hearing Haruno Sakura's words, everyone appeared contemplative. Then I shall also become a comrade. Inoue Akira was the first to rise, fervently pledging his allegiance, followed swiftly by others who eagerly echoed his resolve. Witnessing this scene, Haruno Sakura smiled. Very well, we are all little comrades. For now, let us assist Aunt Hanako in preparing the meat at hand. The meat of the sea creature was easy to handle, devoid of fish bones, consisting solely of cartilage. The group ultimately decided to indulge in barbecue, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, igniting their appetites. To celebrate our first day of classes, let us host a feast. The unprecedented experience filled everyone with exuberance. Feast, haste, hooray. Late into the night, Haruno Sakura leaned over her desk, diligently completing her inaugural article, once submitted for system evaluation. A profound tranquility enveloped her, unprecedented in its depth. Haruno Sakura sensed that this time she would surely pass. Ding. System evaluation successful. Your work has been lightly polished. Would you like to upload it to the system library? Once uploaded, all hosts can purchase and reprint it for the revolutionary cause. You will also be able to view others' works. The existence of the system library illuminated Haruno Sakura's spirit like a timely downpour. Yes. Very well. The system library has been activated for you. Please select a pen name. Gazing out at the moon, Haruno Sakura found herself momentarily lost in thought. The moonlight dimmed, concealing the greatest secrets, while the sun of the ninja world shone exceptionally bright, shadows lurking in darkness. The silhouettes of Sasuke and Naruto seemed to represent the existence of the sun and moon. A solitary traveler wandered through the boundless dark, akin to a wayfarer enshrouded in shadow, beckoning others forward. There is no need to chase how brilliantly my star might blaze across the night sky as it falls. When the stars shine, dawn shall arrive. Thus, my pen name shall be Starlight. The literary and entertainment industry within the ninja world remains quite backward, predominantly focused on conflict and violence. Aside from merchants and nobles, illiteracy is rampant. The submissions collected are often monotonous, lacking innovation, much to the chagrin of the newspaper's editor-in-chief, who has been sighing as she flips through several submissions. It was not until she noticed a black envelope adorned with tiny stars that she took a closer look. Upon opening it, she was pleasantly surprised to find the paper itself exuded quality. Haruno Sakura believed that a product of the system must be a masterpiece. At that moment, the editor-in-chief was captivated by the first few sentences of the article. The first-person narrative technique had yet to appear in the ninja world, immersing her deeply in the protagonist's plight and confusion. She continued reading until the very end, feeling a lingering sense of loss, oblivious to the calls from her colleagues. Editor, if we don't sign new works this month, we'll be in dire straits. A junior staff member sighed. The newspaper had performance requirements, and due to the editor's high standards, this remote branch had not seen any income for quite some time. The newspaper's publication, Ninja World Times, boasts of vast coverage across the ninja world, with branches in every nation and village, making it perfectly suited for enhancing visibility. Ironically, it was the same publication that had previously rejected Haruno Sakura, and she submitted it there because the former editor had provided her with valuable advice. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent. The editor-in-chief struck the table with conviction, sensing that this article would undoubtedly find its audience. There is no need to worry about closure. Quickly contact the author. We must secure this article for the Ninja World Times. Upon hearing this, the junior staff member realized and rejoiced. What is the author's pen name? Let me check the registration information. Only then did the editor notice the signature Starlight in the lower right corner of the article. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura, who received the news, was elated. This was her first significant step. She believed many would resonate with her article, and with this success assured, she was eager to continue working on her next piece. She had already envisioned a series of stories composed of numerous short tales. With the newspaper's encouragement, the author's Renegade Ninja Diary soon began serialization in the Ninja World Times. Ever vigilant, Haruno Sakura promptly purchased a copy of the newspaper, her heart swelling with indescribable excitement as she beheld her work in print. As ninjas remain the focal point of the era, the bold title Renegade Ninja Diary particularly captured attention, especially with the accompanying note. This is where we were born. This is where we shall perish. Upon returning to school, the children immediately noticed the newspaper in Haruno Sakura's hands. The moment they gathered around to read the article, far away in Konoha, Kakashi also encountered the same piece. As each of his 3 students went their separate ways, even Kakashi, who had spent a lifetime entwined in the cycles of life and death, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Ninjas are perpetually tormented by their suffering. Before outsiders, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, but the empty memorial stone bore witness to everything. As usual, he visited the bookstore to check for new releases of Intimate Paradise when he spotted the striking newspaper. I'll take one. This is the newspaper's strong recommendation. He navigated through the crowd with the paper in hand, unbothered by the bustling throngs that brushed past him. By the time he returned home, he was completely absorbed in the narrative. At first, I thought I had lost my mind. The doctor diagnosed me with paranoia, believing everyone sought to harm me. Yet, I felt as though I wished to oppose the world. Each person attempted to assimilate me with their other face, merging me into their flesh and blood, becoming a nourishing supplement. I resisted, and they insisted that a ninja like me could not be accommodated. Yet I was born arrogant. I could be the blazing sun or the dust of the earth. What defines the weak and the strong? I possess a bloodline limit and formidable jutsu. Yet I remain the fish on the chopping block. The true harm comes not from any individual, but from those who, after revealing what light is, attempt to drag me into an endless abyss. Strength and weakness no longer captivate my obsession. Once, strength was for protection, and now, weakness stems from compromise. I wield no power, no strength, but at least I can determine my own demise. Upon reading the phrase about determining one's own death, Kakashi was jolted. memories of his youth flooding back. After a long hesitation, he continued to read. In the Land of Rain, the recently tasked Kisame scrutinized the article with keen interest. Many renegade ninjas would be drawn to the glaring title, and Kisame was no exception. Are there others in this world who, like me, are beyond redemption? Only when one is closest to death can they truly see themselves, and in that moment I did. I thought I could manage everything, only to realize in the end that I too bore two faces. Hence I initially spoke of everyone. Scalding blood surged from my body, and I recognized that what I truly feared was living without hope. Thus I departed, leaving the swamp-like village for distant lands. The scar on my forehead protector symbolizes not betrayal, but rebirth. As long as I refuse, no one can bind me again. It felt as though the ropes that bound me had been severed. I was free to seize my life, and in that moment, I felt invincible. If death is to come, then let it come. In this moment, I shall live to the fullest. I can explore anything I wish, seeking the meaning of life until I feel truly alive. Whether I am excessively lucid or utterly mad, I care not. As long as I am not ensnared in the numbing routine of each passing day, for that would drive me to despair. I have said that this is what I truly fear. Chapter 7. The Sea Adventurer is published. Home is both our place of birth and our final resting place. The moment Ryohei Kichikawa, a genin from Sunagakure, laid eyes upon this phrase, he could no longer contain himself. Who could truly understand? He simply harbored an aversion to violence. Yet those around him failed to grasp his sentiments, proclaiming that mastering ninjutsu was akin to a blessing earned over lifetimes. Yet, his perceived weakness felt like a sentence to death. He once believed himself to be an outlier. But as he delved further into the article, a question emerged. Had those akin to him all become rogue ninjas? This rebellious thought flickered momentarily before being swiftly dispelled. Nevertheless, a tiny seed had taken root within his heart, destined to one day burgeon into a towering tree. Countless similar thoughts surfaced across the ninja world, particularly among those teetering on the edge of disillusionment. This article served as a beacon of hope, offering a choice to the lost. It seemed to proclaim boldly, if you fear not death, what is there to hesitate about? Everyone who read this article would recognize it as a calculated act of defiance. Disguised individuals infiltrated the newspaper office, stealthily leaving behind money before vanishing. Occasionally, inquiries were made about the author, Hashikuzu, and any follow-up reports, resembling clandestine meetings with spies, leaving the clerks utterly astonished. Conversely, some disdained the very same newspaper, discarding it without a second thought. Lord Tsuchikage. This is a recently popular publication that could provide insight into the currents of the ninja world. What a worthless paper. That Hashikuzu is merely a deluded jester lamenting without cause. Such frivolous content was deemed unworthy of attention by Inoki, who considered it mere entertainment, nothing more than childish antics. The obstinacy of the Tsuchikage was unwavering. If Haruno Sakura were to discover his sentiments, she might very well start a column entitled On the Defection of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Old Purple. Other ninja villages, upon hearing the news, paid it some attention, yet none took it to heart. Meanwhile, shortly after the newspaper's release, the system began to tally the reactions from the ninja world. The publication of this article undoubtedly marked a promising start. Upon its distribution, the system received feedback, and as the readership grew, the attribute points continued to increase. The hearts of ninjas are colder than those of ordinary people, yet when touched by the softness within, they can offer the most genuine responses. With the accrued attribute points, Sakura promptly returned them to Haru, believing in the principle of reciprocity. Subsequently, she procured a new round of supplies, determined to ensure the healthy growth of the children in the academy, who would become the next generation of hope. Interestingly, she had also come across Haru's article, The Sea Adventurer, in the system's marketplace. Because I desire to be, I shall be. In this era of great pirates, I aspire to be the freest of all. I am not a thief. Please refer to me as a sea adventurer. The freedom and romance of the sea resonated deeply, presenting a stark contrast to her own writing style, yet equally invigorating. If the Rogue Ninja Diary planted a seed, then the Sea Adventurer acted as a catalyst, introducing an unprecedented worldview that compelled readers to ponder. Could it be so? They found themselves persuading their own hearts, thinking, if someone can achieve it, why not me? Without hesitation, Sakura expended 100 attribute points to acquire the rights to republish the article, meticulously organizing it before submitting it to the newspaper. The crucial task now was to rally more like-minded individuals to address the existing conflicts within the ninja world. Her solitary strength was insufficient. It was time for the ninja realm to witness the allure of a new world. Those embroiled in the situation often remain blind, while onlookers possess clarity. This would undoubtedly be a contentious article. Haru's pen name was "I am not a pirate." Unique terminology from the pirate world required elucidation upon publication. Sakura meticulously revised the article and, with Haru's consent, appended her pen name in the author section, clarifying that her contributions solely pertained to the annotations. Articles in the system's library could only be disseminated through the host, and with Hoshikazu's pen name, this piece would reach the masses more swiftly. With unanimous agreement from the newspaper staff, the Sea Adventurer was featured in the next issue of the Ninja World Times, subtitled "What Reason Could There Be to Prevent One from Sailing Towards the Sea?" Following the previous issue's success, every new visitor was informed by the clerks that this was a work in which Hoshikazu had participated, leading to astonished inquiries about the emergence of such a writer in the ninja world, prompting curious purchases. Without exception, they were captivated by the romance of the sea. The world depicted in the Sea Adventurer was vividly rendered, showcasing naval forces and pirates, marvelous devil fruits, and unpredictable weather. A myriad of details coalescing into a world beckoning to the populace, merely the tip of the iceberg of the pirate realm. No one could resist the allure of the unknown. Such an unprecedented worldview reverberated through every corner of the ninja world. For those who placed their hopes in the enigmatic, for those navigating cautiously, the Sea Adventurer became a source of spiritual solace, each cell in their bodies yearning for the exhilarating life it represented. Articles of such nature were rare in the ninja world. Jiraiya's tales of strong will and endurance, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, was relatively well known. Yet it leaned heavily towards an overly idealistic fictional realm, steeped in a sense of fatalism. However, as the masses reveled in the dreamlike portrayal of the sea, the protagonist's fate took a harrowing turn. As a comrade devoted to reshaping the world's landscape, Haru's narrative was steeped in defiance. The protagonist, who self-identified as an adventurer, found herself on a wanted list. Despite never having harmed anyone, she was branded a pirate and sentenced to death. Departing from her village, she was kind-hearted and adventurous. Yet she upheld her principles at sea. However, the navy slaughtered her companions, and the celestial dragons captured her, turning her into a slave, while the supposed agents of justice acted as henchmen to the nefarious pirates. In that moment of confronting the harsh realities of the world, she transformed. Despair and illusion intertwined, and the protagonist became the most unadulterated of pirates, committing heinous acts without remorse. She harbored animosity towards every individual in the world, filled with dread and loathing for the vast ocean, seeking to impart the same suffering upon all. She deemed both the navy and pirates to be equally vile. Yet, even in her madness, she never harmed an ordinary citizen, until she realized that the navy recruits who perished by her hand were merely the children of common folk, and the pirates who fell to her were but adventurers seeking the sea. Gazing at her bloodied hands, she spiraled into madness, questioning who truly was at fault. Ultimately, she met her demise at the hands of the zealous navy, her wicked life sacrificed for the glory of a recruit. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her mouth stained with blood, as she silently screamed, "Go forth, become a lieutenant general, a general, even a marshal, and witness how revolting your superiors truly are." In her final moments, she closed her eyes with a smile, having waited far too long, eager to reunite with her comrades. Confronted by the vast ocean, she resigned herself to her fate. Chapter 8. From the Ninja Village to the Sea. This is an unequivocal tragedy. For the protagonist, death represents the ultimate liberation, akin to a beautiful dream shattered, revealing the stark reality. To have the opportunity to live freely, walking the path of dreams alongside comrades, is surely the greatest joy. Such bitterness ignites a fiery rage within readers, compelling them to declare without hesitation that they shall eradicate that oppressive sky. To hell with the celestial dragons. Those parasitic leeches truly deserve to perish. The navy, akin to the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, follows orders without question. Why must such individuals be deemed the strong? Countless voices echo these sentiments along the streets, by the riverside, and in any room where a newspaper has been perused. The fury of the pirate world is terrifyingly stark. And it seems the ninja realm has also been infected by the vividness of these articles, unleashing a torrent of curses. Faced with the peculiar gazes of passers-by, the readers above can curse for 3 hours without repeating themselves. Yet, upon calming down, they are shocked to discover that the ninja world appears even worse, lacking an enforcement agency like the navy to combat pirates and safeguard the people's interests. In stark contrast, some have broken down. In the Land of Fire's Daimyo mansion, the Ninja World Times was violently hurled to the ground. What a ridiculous newspaper! How could the protagonist possibly meet her demise? What is she thinking? Such foolish compassion. The minister kneeling beside her flickered with a shifty gaze, internally deriding the ignorance of this future heir. while maintaining a facade of flattering smiles. Indeed, the young master only deigned to glance at her works twice. Who would have known she would squander such opportunities? Find this author for me. I shall have her bound to compose something that satisfies me. He began to envision himself as the protagonist, triumphing over all. The minister readily acquiesced, having personally delivered the newspaper to the heir. And it was precisely because of this damned author, Starry Sky, that the thoughts of his subordinates were in turmoil. Especially the young commoners who dreamed of banding together for adventures. Utterly nonsensical. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization convened using the technique of projection, periodically reporting on mission progress. After assessing the status of the Jinchuriki, Nagato, disguised as pain, summarized in a calm tone. The ninja realm has languished in a facade of false peace for far too long. The endless hatred and unhealable pain will culminate on the day our plans come to fruition. At the conclusion of the meeting, just as everyone was about to depart, Pain produced 2 newspapers. This author, known as Starry Sky, shares our ideology. I have a premonition that the ninja realm will descend into chaos because of this newspaper. Aside from the 1 tail to 9 tails, we must remain vigilant regarding the shifts in the ninja world. If necessary, consider incorporating Starry Sky into our organization. At the moment Pain unveiled the newspapers, Kisame recognized the content he had just read, while Itachi looked on in mild surprise. Recent attention had been focused on Sasuke's defection, and to avoid revealing his vulnerabilities to the organization, Kisame pretended to have been following the news after purchasing the newspapers twice. The fact that Akatsuki placed such importance on it caused him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Haiden and Deidara, being among the more talkative members of the organization, became animated. Could joining the organization allow her to write articles and spread the word? The Lord of Evil requires more sacrifices. Art is an explosion. Surely writing is not incompatible. Kakuzu looked down on the idea even more, knowing that the previous troublesome companion could not even evade the ninjutsu he had deployed. In summary, our primary concern now is to observe the ninja world's reaction to the newspaper. We shall discuss the specifics after you have all reviewed the articles. The remaining Akatsuki members, typically too preoccupied to read newspapers, were left wondering if Pain had lost his mind. Each member possessed strength rivaling that of the shadows. It was fortunate that they only needed to pay cursory attention. If it came to incorporating someone into the organization, they would not merely speak of it but would also ensure the person met their demise behind the scenes. Even Sasori, who was usually engrossed in puppetry, was curious to discover what the newspapers contained. After the meeting, everyone still purchased a copy of the newspaper. This phenomenon of information spreading from person to person continued unabated. As long as one delved into the articles, contemplation was inevitable. It was not the controversy of the work that was feared, but rather the absence of those willing to voice their dissent. It was evident that the popularity of the Rogue Ninja Diary was steadily escalating among the ninja villages, while maritime adventurers appealed to both the young and old alike. However, what astonished the newspaper office was that every reader of Maritime Adventurers also purchased a copy of the Rogue Ninja Diary. Concurrently, Haruno Sakura was addressing a query from the system. Faced with the system's skepticism, she smirked. Of course, Maritime Adventurers opened a new realm for the ninja world. I capitalized on the author's fame in the credits, which was one reason. The crux of the matter is that the newspapers in question are primarily distributed within the ninja villages. The system emitted its characteristic mechanical voice. Are you implying that the additional attribute points accrued are derived from the ninjas? Yes. And they are from those ninjas who discern the deeper meanings within the articles. The combination of the 2 pieces produced unexpectedly favorable results. Sakura set down her pen and massaged her aching wrist, pondering that perhaps the teachers and students from the academy were already en route. The system's calculation of attribute points would take some time. She hoped that future comrades would not disappoint. At this moment, the singularity of a unified world was unaware that these 2 articles had ignited a disturbance in a manner never before witnessed. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, a child stood before the podium, clutching a newspaper. From today onward, I shall become the king of pirates. Clearly, it was Maritime Adventurers, yet the children seemed more rebellious, failing to grasp the distinction between adventurers and thieves. The children in the audience clamored to declare themselves the pirate king, while their bewildered companions wondered, had they not agreed to aspire to become Hokage together? Ultimately, the children, armed with newspapers, expounded upon the romance of the sea. For nothing could deter a man from pursuing the ocean. Irika was taken aback by the children's enthusiasm upon entering the room. After learning more, he brushed it off, merely lamenting the exuberance of Konoha's new generation. However, compared to the simple-minded adults, the ninjas who had also read the Rogue Ninja Diary were different. Some were dreaming while others were already taking action. particularly in the land of water, surrounded by seas, in the Mist Village. In recent years, to erase the nightmarish political image of the village known as the Blood Mist, Toromi Mei, with the endorsement of the Elder, implemented policies of peace and openness, gradually transforming the situation in Mist Village. Yet, past wounds cannot be erased overnight, and the number of rogue ninjas in Mist Village is not insignificant. By the seaside, the genin Yoda Mizuki was bidding farewell to his comrades. Yoda, why did you suddenly take on such a troublesome mission? The pay is paltry and the labor is strenuous. Yoda stood on the boat, scratching his head, feeling somewhat sheepish as he replied, I mainly wanted to help the fishermen have a better life. Once his companion departed, the corners of his mouth slowly drooped, his expression blank as he faced the sea. Chapter 9. Beginning Words of Power, illuminated by starlight. Yoda gazed at his distant companion, disdainful of their mutual hypocrisy. The village appeared resplendent on the surface, yet darkness festered beneath. The older generation of ninjas had emerged from bloodshed. What kind of students could such teachers possibly produce? Imagining the villagers discovering his prolonged absence, and finding his letter must be quite amusing. He left a note stating that he was off in search of the treasure left behind by the Pirate King. At this thought, a genuine smile broke across Yoda's face. Surely no one would actually believe such nonsense. In truth, he merely wished to slash a mark onto his forehead protector. That article, the Rogue Ninja Diary, was like a sharp blade, stripping away his layers of pretense and rendering his false facade unsustainable. As an orphan, he felt no attachment to the village. A home could be where one is born, but he did not want the village to be his grave. Furthermore, from the moment his parents perished before his eyes, he was destined to never reconcile with the village. It had long ceased to be a home. The sailboat swayed upon the waves, and the homeless traveler shed all pretenses, gazing up at the starry sky. The inhabitants of the ninja realm seemed to possess a peculiar fondness for the full moon. At the moment when Yangtai lowered his head, his peripheral vision caught sight of a particularly bright star glimmering on the horizon. The stars twinkling faintly in the night sky were reflected in Yangtai's eyes, captivating him. As the surroundings lay deserted, save for the rhythmic sound of the waves, suddenly, amidst the sounds of the ocean, a vague voice echoed in his mind. Initially, Yangtai believed he had misheard, but the voice grew increasingly distinct. Reacting swiftly, he retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, his entire being on high alert as he scanned his surroundings. Though no one was present, a gentle voice resonated clearly in his mind. To those lost beneath the starry sky, the lighthouse shall guide you toward dawn. At that moment, Sakura had just concluded her conversation with the system, uttering a rather cliché phrase, and her face turned pale as she collapsed onto the ground. Host. Congratulations on the successful use of the word spirit. Haruno Sakura gathered her spirits, gazing curiously at the personal information displayed on the system interface. Host, Haruno Sakura. Gender, female. Writer level, LV1 novice. Physique, 20, not even the Sea King can save you. Attribute points, 378. Title, emerging musician, title transferable. Skills, basic ninjutsu, basic medical ninjutsu. Beginner word spirit. Reward, emotional perception. Overall evaluation, a novice embarking on a journey. Having consumed the flesh of sea creatures, her physique had significantly improved, now enabling her to shatter boulders. The children at the academy also displayed enhanced physical capabilities. Recently, consuming the flesh of sea kings had ceased to augment her strength. Merely eating meat could no longer facilitate further breakthroughs. She would need to rely on her own training. Upon seeing the beginner word spirit skill, Sakura felt a surge of excitement. Realizing that the power of words that the system had been murmuring about was indeed this. Tears welled up in her eyes. Host, what you possess is merely the beginner word spirit. You have yet to emerge from the novice village. Using it even once has nearly exhausted the attribute points you earned from your articles. You constantly rely on credit from comrades in other worlds, which is quite embarrassing for me. Sakura, ignoring the system's usual sharp tongue, was exhilarated at the moment her attribute points reached 1,000. As the system notified her that she could successfully unlock her unique skill, word spirit. According to its description, the ability to manifest words into reality was no longer a distant dream. Experiencing the formidable power of the word spirit firsthand, Sakura understood that this force rivaled any ninjutsu or devil fruit. Sensing Sakura's thoughts, the system ceased to dwell on the issue of credit, its mechanical voice unable to mask the pride in its tone. The power of the beginner word spirit had begun to reveal itself. As training and comprehension deepened, when the word spirit attains its highest level, the rules would no longer stand as immutable barriers before it. Each utterance would carry the weight of divine decree, capable of reshaping the order of the world. Even though she had anticipated this, Sakura was still taken aback by such power, realizing that if wielded by ill-intentioned individuals, it could spell disaster for the world. Rest assured, the supreme decree looms above. Those with dark thoughts shall not be chosen. Even if corrupted by power, they will be besieged by comrades from all realms. With the system's assurance, Sakura felt a sense of relief. In the ninja realm, her greatest fear was losing her true self. The system's emergence had ignited a flicker of hope in her previously desolate life. Now, her task was to pass that flame on to everyone. Having just utilized the power of the word spirit for the first time, she felt as though her very essence had been drained, and she was now slowly regaining her composure. The starry sky, a beacon of hope for the lost, reminded her that she was still far from mastering the ability to manifest her words. She could only find ways to connect with future comrades, knowing that those who felt an affinity after merely 2 articles would not hesitate to embrace change. Yangtai heard the voice and saw the guidance as a manifestation of the word spirit. As long as he wished for it, the starlight would lead him to Sakura. All those who sought to deceive or harbored malicious intent would be overlooked by the twinkling stars. Moreover, with the existence of the emotional perception ability, Sakura was ready to welcome new comrades. Host, someone is attempting to establish contact with you through the starlight. Shall the system facilitate this connection? Each second of contact will cost 10 attribute points. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. She had sensed the influence of the word spirit, and now the system could enable communication. However, 10 points per second? She glanced at her meager balance. After acquiring the word spirit skill, she still needed to purchase supplies. Yet, the desire to converse simply with the first person seeking her out was compelling. Thus, after organizing her thoughts, she requested the system to establish the connection. Mizuki Yangtai found that the voice in his mind only echoed once before fading away, but as he looked up, that star seemed to gaze back at him. And the voice lingered in his heart like a divine whisper. He initially shouted loudly to his surroundings, but upon receiving no response he felt foolish, and began to ponder deeply, eventually resorting to prayer. Who are you? What do you mean by guiding me toward dawn? Just as he repeated this several times, believing no one would answer, the voice returned once more. I am the Stardust. Upon hearing this, his pupils constricted, and after comprehending the content, a glimmer of fervor ignited in his eyes. The reason he had ventured out to sea was to find that very person. Are you a rogue ninja? What message do you wish to convey through your article? And what darkness do the maritime adventurers unveil? What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Yangtai's words, Sakura sensed his inner confusion and unease, responding in a gentle tone. I do not consider myself a rogue ninja. I hold steadfastly to my own beliefs and passions. As long as I follow my heart, I do not see myself as a traitor. Just as the article states, maritime adventurers are not thieves. Societal labels cannot define me, nor can they define you. My writings reflect my thoughts, and I firmly believe I am not alone in this regard. As for my intentions at this moment, it is to seek fellow travelers on the unknown path. I am confident this journey will not be solitary. When millions raise their flames to illuminate the darkness, dawn will inevitably arrive. Chapter 10. The Bounty on Stardust in Mist Ninja Village. Listening to Sakura's sincere words, the spark in Yangtai's eyes gradually ignited. To maintain his composure and avoid appearing unreliable, Sakura outwardly remained calm, while internally she frantically confirmed the expenditure of her attribute points with the system. Yangtai did not doubt the veracity of Sakura's words. From the moment he left the village, he knew what he desired. He could not believe that someone capable of writing such profound articles could be a fraud. Where should I seek you? Sakura sighed in relief. Conversing with someone who resonated with her thoughts was effortless, unlike her exchanges with Sasuke and Naruto, which felt akin to playing music to a cow. I have said, accept the guidance of the Stardust. I will await you at the end of the lighthouse. Yangtai's gaze burned with intensity, completely shedding the lifeless demeanor he had upon leaving the village. All right. As soon as he spoke, Sakura promptly severed the connection. System, how many attribute points have I expended? Seeing the data provided by the system, she patted her chest in relief. The remaining attribute points showed 250. Sakura still harbored a slight obsession with numbers, and although the figure was not particularly pleasing, it retained her final vestige of dignity. Being broke made everything inconvenient. Host, look at your pitiful state. Would I allow you to make a loss? This data has yet to be refreshed. As the system interface changed, the attribute points returned to 300. What is this? The data provided by Mizuki Yangtai pertained to the individual she had just contacted. Anyone contributing more than 50 attribute points would be recorded by the system. Sakura had not anticipated that her previous words would leave such a profound impact on him. In modern times, such platitudes had become commonplace. Reflecting on the lives lived across several lifetimes, Sakura felt a moment of disorientation. The path to her goals still loomed long and arduous ahead. Days later, the defection of the Mist Village's genin, Yoda Mizusaki, stirred up a considerable uproar within the ninja world. Upon realizing that the mission had not been submitted in a timely manner, Mist Village dispatched a team to investigate, only to discover that Yoda had not carried out his assigned task at the fisherman's home. Following a thorough inquiry, they unearthed the letter he had left behind. Upon reading the absurd message, those who had bid him farewell were left utterly speechless. Each mission's evaluation could adversely affect the village's reputation, and such frivolity was intolerable. The village steeled itself, determined to impose strict penalties upon his return. Yoda was known in the village for his sunny disposition. Neighbors referred to him as a kind-hearted boy eager to help others. Sakura observed the beaming Miss Genin before her, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. He appeared youthful, with deep blue hair framing his ears, radiating warmth and gentleness. "Hello, I am Yoda Mizusaki. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hokage." Despite their first encounter, and with Hanako by her side, he unhesitatingly addressed Sakura as Hokage. It was evident that those who sought her out at such a time were no ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Sakura never intended to disguise her appearance or conceal her identity from her comrades. "Hello Yoda. I am Sakura Haruno. Welcome to our team." The outside world had erupted into chaos following Yoda's defection. Initially, it was believed to be the folly of a mere genin, but as more and more ninjas abandoned their villages, it became apparent that this was a widespread issue. Was it possible that they were all aspiring to become the Pirate King? Individuals like Yoda, who resolutely pursued their true selves, were rare. The majority had yet to grasp the nuances of the language of spirits. Consequently, as more villagers were retrieved by the ninja villages, the higher-ups grew anxious. Even if the number of defectors was small, the population of ninjas in the village was already limited. In Konoha, Tsunade slammed a newspaper onto her desk with such force that it cracked under the pressure. "You little brats, do you wish to meet your demise?" Across from her, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi trembled in fear. Just moments ago, patrolling ninjas had discovered the trio attempting to sneak out of Konoha, each burdened with luggage, an act of sheer audacity. The Konohamaru Corps are going on an adventure to the sea to find the Pirate King. Konohamaru's voice grew increasingly feeble under Tsunade's menacing gaze. She did not respond. Instead, her expression darkened further, for these children were not the first to attempt escape from Konoha. Earlier that day, she had received alarming reports from various villages indicating that some had left under the pretense of missions, never to return. Investigations revealed that Konoha faced a similar crisis. After dispatching the Ambu to investigate, it was confirmed that one individual remained lost outside the village, and that person's identity was troubling. Enraged, Tsunade struck the freshly repaired desk again, shattering it anew. The trio was thoroughly chastised, and the thought of facing further reprimands from their teacher and families left them disheartened. Once they departed, Tsunade instructed, "We must ensure the retrieval of Yushu. If he were an ordinary person, Tsunade would not be so incensed. But Yushu belonged to the Senju clan. Since the day their ancestors were forced to integrate into Konoha for survival, she had publicly severed ties with them. Yet she was acutely aware of their resentment towards Konoha." She sighed, glancing at the newspaper in her hands. Regardless of the circumstances, she was now the fifth Hokage. Having regained her composure, Shizen began her report. "Lady Tsunade, we have received news from our intelligence network. The number of ninjas defecting from Konoha appears to be the lowest, with Mist Village particularly affected. The other major ninja villages also report similar cases, but most have been swiftly apprehended." Tsunade frowned. How could a mere article wield such influence? It was well known that those clans had remained compliant for years, and Yushu's departure must have required significant resolve. Even the children in the academy had been impacted. This could not be mere coincidence. From this day forth, exit procedures for the village must be strictly enforced, and barriers strengthened. Gazing at the article that felt like a hot potato, she realized that even the academy students had read it, rendering any attempt to destroy it futile. Keep a close watch on the press. Any similar articles must be reported immediately. Kakashi? Yes, Lady Tsunade. Kakashi, momentarily caught off guard, acknowledged her. Konoha was in dire need of personnel, and he had not anticipated that so many would choose to leave the village due to 2 articles. Yet, recalling the images that flashed through his mind upon first reading the diary of the rogue ninja, he could understand their motivations. Had he been in their shoes, he might have reacted similarly. However, he had long since accepted reality. Furthermore, Kakashi, I need you to investigate the identities of the authors of these 2 articles, especially this Hokage. His name appears in both articles, and there may be some ulterior motive at play, perhaps linked to an organization. Understood. Without further contemplation, Kakashi accepted his orders and exited the Hokage office. He looked up at the sky, and as he walked further away, his back seemed to bend slightly under the weight of responsibility. Once the orders were given, everyone sprang into action. As the largest victim, Mist Village, disregarding their pride, placed a significant bounty on Hoshikage's head, which only fueled the spread of the situation. Chapter 11. The Unquenchable Spirit of Revolution. The Akatsuki members, who had been closely monitoring events, also noted the actions of the ninja villages. They had not anticipated that such a situation would arise so soon after their meeting. Pain immediately decided to incorporate Hoshikage into their organization. The Ninja World Times, riding the wave of this momentum, saw its newspapers in high demand. In no time, every faction in the ninja world was searching for Hoshikage. Sakura, naturally, caught wind of the developments and recognized the importance of the ensuing fervor. Following the bounty issued by Mist Village, the attribute points on her system interface began to rise once more. Her and Haruno's articles had evoked a tremendous response within the ninja world, yielding a synergistic effect. Alongside Yoda, Senju Yushu also arrived at Dawn Academy, evidently drawn by the voice of the language of spirits. Upon their meeting, Yushu's face bore unmistakable astonishment. "You are Hoshikage? Hoshikage is my pen name. Hello. I am Sakura Haruno." Yushu furrowed his brow deeply. He sensed that the chakra of the person before him was still less than his own. Yet out of courtesy, he responded, especially considering that his identity might cause complications. "I am Yushu, a rogue ninja from Konoha." He paused momentarily at the mention of rogue ninja, as if having made a firm resolution. The moment Sakura laid eyes on him, the system retrieved his information. The Senju surname was renowned throughout the ninja world. However, as he had not introduced himself, she chose not to reveal his identity. Meanwhile, Yoda, observing the situation, glanced at the forehead protector atop Yushu's head, raising an eyebrow and smiling brightly. "I am Yoda Mizusaki, a rogue ninja from Mist Village. I love being a rogue ninja. Despise the ninja village, and my dream is to find the treasure of the Pirate King. I look forward to working with you." As he spoke, Yoda brandished his Mist Village forehead protector, showing no qualms about revealing his rogue identity. Yushu, with a stoic expression, drew a line across his own Konoha forehead protector before meeting the provocative gaze of Yoda. Despite it being their first encounter, the atmosphere between the two was charged with tension. As Yushu, a member of the Senju clan, possessed hair as silky and black as that of the god of Shinobi, he had not inherited the cheerful disposition of Senju Hashirama. Rather, he bore a resemblance to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, his countenance perpetually serious. In contrast, Yangtai, having grown up under the shadow of the blood mist, wore a facade of joviality, yet beneath that exterior lurked the capacity for treachery. These two were future comrades. Division among them was not an option. Sakura cleared her throat softly, drawing their attention. "Ahem, I was once a genin of Konoha as well." Upon hearing this, both were taken aback, likely under the impression that they possessed some extraordinary status or influence, especially Yangtai. Although he wore a smile, the slight decline in his attributes indicated he was contemplating escape. This reaction was anticipated by Sakura. Her experiences across several lifetimes had not been in vain. To her, they were akin to Naruto and Sasuke, innocent and kind-hearted youths. "You all see before you an academy. I was once as lost as you are now. After leaving the village, I established this institution with the aim of transforming this world." Sakura gazed at the attentive students in the classroom, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She understood how ludicrous it might seem to outsiders to utter such words. Indeed, Yushu promptly voiced his skepticism. "Just because of you?" Yangtai remained silent, yet his expression mirrored the same sentiment. Since his arrival at the academy, he had been testing the waters, and Sakura allowed him to investigate freely. Those who could leave their villages were invariably ambitious, assertive individuals, precisely the kind of talent worth nurturing. At this moment, Sakura could acutely sense their emotions. Should she fail to provide a satisfactory response, they would likely part ways. Sakura did not shy away. "Indeed, I am currently weak. Changing the world is not something I can achieve alone. But if someone must step forward, then why not me?" The moment I resolved to abandon my identity as a ninja and took up the pen, I had already taken a step ahead of you, had I not? The evidence spoke for itself. She had succeeded. From the moment you were guided by the starlight, it indicated your acknowledgement of my writings. In a world teeming with countless souls, as long as I draw breath, I shall continue to write. From the feudal lords to the common folk, anyone moved by my words will become an ally in my quest to transform the world. Yangtai's gaze flickered, his forced smile fading as he regarded her intently. Yushu also retracted his previous disdain, having merely accepted suffering prior to this moment, retreating within the village and watching the Senju clan's gradual decline. After reading the articles penned by Xingxing, he found himself questioning whether he was to decay alongside the village. He had felt no choice but to wallow in self-pity until he encountered Xingxing's writings, which awakened him to the realization that he must shatter the unknown and forge new possibilities. The truth in Xingxing's words was undeniable. What good would it do to linger in the village? Tsunade had absurdly taken on the burden of Konoha, becoming the fifth Hokage, seemingly oblivious to how the village had treated the Senju clan and the ludicrous circumstances surrounding her brother Naoshu's demise. For him, such wounds could not be overlooked. Thus, rather than feeling relief at Tsunade's rise, he was consumed by anger. Noticing the seriousness in their expressions, Sakura paused. Whether you choose to stay or go is entirely your decision, and that is what I desire, to empower each individual with the right to choose. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke these words, she radiated an ethereal glow. Yangtai could no longer contain himself, stating, "But the ninja world is rife with factions and formidable individuals abound. What can you possibly offer in comparison?" He was acutely aware of the chaos within the Mist Village. It was nearly permeated by infiltration from all sides, with power struggles rampant. Even attaining the position of Mizukage required navigating the whims of others. Sakura was all too familiar with this concern. The strong merely die later. Beyond merely establishing rules, it is crucial to defend them, and that responsibility rests solely upon each individual. When everyone begins to claim their own power, even if I perish in an unremarkable corner, as long as my thoughts endure, the revolution shall never cease. Hearing the phrase thoughts endure, revolution never ceases for the first time, both were profoundly shaken. It is common knowledge that Konoha excels at indoctrination, and as a quintessential victim of the will of fire, Senju Yushu was acutely aware of the destructive power of such ideologies. Yet he understood better than most the difficulty in realizing them. A careless misstep could render one a mere tool for the higher-ups to exploit. As for Yangtai, he had never encountered such sentiments before. However, being adept at disguise from a young age, he possessed a keen intellect and quickly discerned the depth of Sakura's words. Chapter 12. With the power of words. Conceal my actions, obscure my whereabouts. Moreover, the very reason they had gathered here was due to the inspiration drawn from Xingxing's writings. After listening to Sakura, they recognized her resolve and grasped the immense difficulty of effecting change in the world, especially with Xingxing now under external scrutiny. Yangtai and Yushu exchanged glances, each discerning the answer within the other's eyes. Having made their decision, they naturally needed to strategize for the organization. Yushu glanced at the children within the school, concerned for the rudimentary conditions and the organization's capabilities. Do you realize you are already wanted by the ninja world? And yet there are these little ones to care for. If you perish before achieving your goals, what will become of your mission? At this remark, Yangtai's expression shifted dramatically. He had arrived earlier than Yushu, and although he had anticipated some level of trouble, the notion of an author being pursued by a ninja village seemed unfathomable. What sort of calamity could that entail? Both found themselves unable to escape their worries regarding the situation. For in their eyes, the organization was merely a makeshift assembly, barely managing to recover. Upon meeting the expressions of concern from both, Sakura understood their choice. During this time, many rogue ninjas had defected, yet only these two had come forth, guided by the starlight. She believed that given time, both Yushu and Yangtai would become the backbone of the organization. Sakura offered a reassuring smile. Such talent must not be allowed to slip away. Do not worry. I am already aware of this matter. Yushu maintained a serious demeanor, yet lacked Yangtai's composure. What will you do? Is there anything we can assist you with? As he hesitated, ready to speak, it's all right. They pose no threat to me at present, Sakura interjected. She understood what Yushu intended to convey. Wood release was likely unattainable, yet the advantage of chakra remained. However, the less known about this bloodline the better. As for Yangtai, his earlier gaze had been filled with struggle, suggesting he too harbored an undisclosed identity. Sakura had anticipated this. Those who had painstakingly escaped from the Mist Village were evidently victims of Obito's persecution, and were likely the last remnants of a certain bloodline limit. Both were astute, having excelled at concealing their prowess while in the village. Escaping was not merely a matter of undertaking missions. At this moment, revealing their abilities would only place them in danger. She was already the target of the organization. Do you remember how you arrived here? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Yangtai suddenly recalled the voice that had appeared in his mind. Starlight? Indeed, that is the power of words. At this, both were left bewildered. Yet Sakura offered no further explanation. They would soon understand. With a solemn expression, she began to concentrate her spirit. With the power of words, conceal my actions. Obscure my whereabouts. In a fleeting moment, Sakura felt her energy completely drained. Once again, she resolved to enhance her abilities. After all, how could one write without a sound body? Yushu remained immersed in the resonance of the earlier invocation, and upon Sakura's utterance, an indescribable melody reverberated in their ears, intertwining with the very essence of the universe. Yongtai perceptively noticed the change in Sakura's demeanor. Are you alright? He inquired, drawing from her previous experience. Sakura quickly regained her composure. I'm fine. The villagers won't come after us. Yongtai, could you kindly assist in introducing Yushu to the children? We can discuss our future plans another day. With that, Sakura retreated to her room to rest. The two remained skeptical until Sakura's silhouette vanished. At which point they realized that her presence had left no trace behind. Contemplating the invocation she had just performed, Yushu and Yongtai exchanged glances. Yushu, with an expression of disbelief, asked, have you ever witnessed such power? Of course not. Wait, there was that day. Yongtai suddenly recalled that the voice guiding him under the starlight had originated from Sakura, who gazed skyward in her bewilderment, a beacon leading one towards dawn. He even absurdly considered it a divine revelation. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the direction Sakura had departed, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Once in her room, Sakura immediately checked her attribute points with the system. The interface displayed a continuous update of her points, and according to the system's description, she would need to wait a while longer to see the final results. Host attribute points are drawn from the populace and utilized for the populace. To wield the power to establish rules, one must awaken more dormant hearts. In the fleeting moments of invoking her words, Sakura felt as though her very soul had been extricated, as if she were a deity surveying the lives of mortals. She was unwaveringly convinced that with perseverance, she could alter the fabric of this world. Currently, the power of Dawn Academy was still quite feeble, while the ninja world was rife with shadowy figures of immense strength. There would be no significant movements in the ninja realm for almost 3 years. Thus, it was imperative to seize this opportunity to expand the Academy's influence. The system seized every chance to motivate Sakura. Unlocking intermediate word spells requires 10,000 attribute points. Please strive forward, host. To succeed, one must first embrace madness. Sakura lay on her bed, closing her eyes to rejuvenate while contemplating her next article. Days later, the fervor surrounding the rogue ninjas from various villages had finally subsided. It was reported that the resources consumed in the 5 Kage offices had increased exponentially during this time. The Mist Village, which had issued a bounty, was still unable to locate the whereabouts of the Starry Night, and had not received a single useful lead. Other villages had discreetly dispatched individuals to track the Starry Night's movements, but to no avail. In Konoha, the 5th Hokage scrutinized a recently received letter with a grave expression. In front of her stood Kakashi, who was reporting on the mission. Lady Tsunade, according to the investigation, the documents seemingly appeared out of thin air at the newspaper office. All individuals involved possess no knowledge of the Starry Night's identity, and the Chunin who escaped from Konoha has vanished. His trail disappears at the border of the Land of Fire, and my summoning beast is unable to continue the search. The bounty on the Starry Night by the Mist Village had been increased, as they initially believed capturing her would be effortless. However, with the situation escalating to this extent, it was abnormal for all parties to have yielded no results. Reflecting upon the defector Yushu, Tsunade rubbed her temples. While Konoha had been minimally affected, Yoshu's escape was notable due to his unique identity. Ever since the Senju clan integrated into Konoha, her communication with her kin had dwindled. Just days prior, she had visited the elders of her clan. Witnessing the elderly, nearing their end, and their bleak expressions stirred a bittersweet ache within her. Konoha had wronged them. Upon her arrival, the clan members immediately understood her purpose. The elder ushered her into a room, and after a moment of mutual silence, it was the elder who first spoke. Yushu is a good child. He has cared for us all these years. Given that, why not persuade him to stay? Does he truly understand what he is doing? The elder inhaled deeply. The smoke curling around him obscured Tsunade's view of his expression, though she could hear his words clearly. He has made his decision. Hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, perplexed by his statement. Chapter 13. The Judgment of Task Rewards. Stepping outside, she was still filled with indignation. Upon returning home, she gradually calmed herself. Yushu was the sole young member of the clan, who had provided additional care for the elders. By both sentiment and reason, he should not abandon his kin to leave the village, unless... She sensed that the elder did not oppose his departure, Rather, his ambiguous stance seemed to suggest support. Contemplating these matters, Tsunade grew increasingly agitated. It was precisely during such times that one must refrain from acting impulsively, as those in the office awaited her forthcoming directives. Kakashi, let us put this matter on hold for now. From this day forth, Yushu is designated as a B-rank rogue ninja. Hearing that an ordinary chunin was classified as B-rank puzzled Kakashi. After discussing Yushu, Tsunade redirected the conversation back to the true instigator. This Starry Night is no mere author. If any further works emerge, they must be reported immediately. Especially if she publishes again, we must destroy them if necessary. Konoha cannot afford to lose more of its carefully cultivated ninjas. Understood, Lady Hokage. In the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization was equally perplexed. Unable to locate even a trace of the Starry Night, Kurizetsu was beginning to question his existence. How was it that he could not even identify who the Starry Night was? The ninja world was as familiar to him as his own backyard. Yet this individual seemed to exist in a realm beyond. The Starry Night was undoubtedly a significant concern for the Moon Eye plan. Kurizetsu began weaving conspiracy theories, while Obito dismissed him, exclaiming, "It's merely an author of a few articles. I shall see how long she can hide." Observing Obito's nonchalance, Kurizetsu inwardly cursed his naivety. The current trajectory of the ninja world was almost entirely under his control. By that measure, the Starry Night was vastly superior to Obito, who was consumed by romantic fantasies. Ultimately, they could only watch as the bounty on the Starry Night continued to escalate. Finally, the system's attribute points reached a stable value. Host. The attribute points have been tallied, and the main quest progress has shifted. Hearing this, Sakura felt a rush of excitement. This was the first change since her departure from the village. Following the system's notification, the calculations began. Ding. Main quest progress at 10. Congratulations to the host for successfully publishing an article, thereby saving a portion of the ninja populace. Reward. A judge's pen. Host. The attribute points triggered by the 2 articles have been preliminarily calculated, totaling 5,842 attribute points, with 2,500 remaining. Establishing a connection with the Awakener Yongtai through the rules consumed 128 attribute points. After meeting the requirements for unlocking word spells, the first invocation for Starlight Guidance consumed 1,000 attribute points. The second invocation to conceal her presence consumed 1,500 attribute points. Purchasing supplies from the system's shop cost 682 attribute points. Reposting Comrade Chuanha's article from the pirate world cost 100 attribute points. The attribute points had been updating daily, but this was the first time Sakura witnessed such tangible data. The bulk of the points stemmed from the power of word spells, which required substantial expenditure with each use, yet their efficacy was unquestionable. Sakura felt thoroughly satisfied with her gains this time. She was no longer fighting alone. Every step she takes not only impacts her own destiny, but also influences the children within the academy, who are still in their formative years. Both Yongtai and Yushu, who left their village to join her, have wagered their fates on themselves. Host, do not bear too much pressure. You have me, you have comrades. As you have mentioned, changing the world is not solely an individual endeavor. Upon hearing the system's words, Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her as she smiled. The system was indeed correct. She was simply exhilarated, having not felt such excitement in a long while. By the way, host, you have yet to check the rewards for advancing the main storyline progress. They are truly valuable and will undoubtedly assist you. At this, Sakura turned her gaze to her personal interface, having been so engrossed in the system's dialogue that she had forgotten to check for rewards. Host Haruno Sakura. Gender, female. Writer level, LV2 novice. Constitution, 20, still rather frail. Without a sound body, she risks a sudden demise. Attribute points, 2,500. Title, aspiring musician, title transferable. Skills, basic ninjutsu. Basic medical ninjutsu, beginner word spirit. Rewards, emotional perception, judge's pen, a pen as a weapon, usable only in conjunction with word spirit. The written words possess binding power. Comprehensive evaluation, emerging talent. Do not be complacent. With a mere thought, a brush materialized in her hand, its texture cool to the touch, resembling jade yet not quite. A subtle golden light coursed within it. The moment she acquired it, she instinctively understood how to wield this pen. Focusing her mind, she channeled the power of the word spirit onto the brush, golden light swirling as she could effortlessly inscribe words into existence. This method significantly alleviated the mental burden. Sakura exerted pressure on the brush, yet the shaft remained immovable. She was aware that her current strength was even greater than in the later stages of the original narrative. a testament to the system's rewards. The system's creations are indeed exquisite. The judge's pen could also alter its appearance, ensuring that whether used for writing or as a weapon, it would maintain its value. Upon discovering its ability to transform, Sakura experimented and found that it could indeed morph into a commonly used pen, its shaft extending to serve as a defensive weapon. The system truly understood her, igniting her motivation further. The system, perceiving Sakura's thoughts, replied, "I comprehend you all too well. Brace yourself." Ding. Triggered long-term side quest. The revolution is yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Developing the organization's influence is imperative. Merely writing is insufficient. We must bloom everywhere. A long-term side quest? Sakura was already conceptualizing her next article when this unexpected task left her momentarily bewildered. Indeed, the upcoming challenges for the host would only grow more arduous, and the system's role would diminish. Ultimately, everything depended on the host's own efforts. The arrival of the system had already been the finest gift for Haruno Sakura. From the moment she established the Dawn Academy, she envisioned building a formidable force, and the arrival of Yongtai and Yushu was serendipitous. Yongtai, having grown up in a complex environment, gradually builds trust with those he wishes to interact with, making him well-suited for external negotiations. In contrast, Yushu, despite his intimidating demeanor, is surprisingly sincere and straightforward. Yet in just one night, Sakura witnessed Yoshu's face contorted with guilt as he looked at Yongtai, unable to muster the courage to apologize while assisting others. This scene shattered Sakura's previous assumptions. It was clear that Yongtai was not merely tsundere. Unlike Senju Tobarama, she had already devised a plan for both of them. Chapter 14. Research Department and Foreign Affairs. Without delay, Sakura summoned the two to her office to discuss the forthcoming arrangements. Over the past 2 days, Yongtai and Yushu had been teaching students how to extract chakra and learn ninjutsu. Both had received formal education and possessed a degree of experience in this area. For the ordinary populace, merely surviving was a luxury. Now they were learning to read and study ninjutsu, and each was brimming with enthusiasm. To them, ninjas represented unparalleled strength. They had never realized there were so many techniques, and the sensation of chakra flowing within their bodies sent the children into ecstatic rapture. Older children like Mizuki, Inoue Akira, and Morimoto were acutely aware of the rarity of this learning opportunity, and eagerly followed their teachers day and night. For the newcomers, shock was an understatement. Even Yushu, with his stern countenance, could not hide his astonishment in the face of the students' fervor. In the ninja villages, even orphans had the potential for education. It was customary for most to attend school, and many children from prominent clans had already learned. Observing the slightly older children, both Yongtai and Yushu gained new insight into the ninja world, realizing that everyone bore their own hidden struggles. Sakura was well aware of their psychological transformations. Her emotional perception was indeed invaluable. Sitting upright, she held the judge's pen, pressing down on 2 documents. The flickering candlelight cast her shadow against the wall, making her appear even more imposing. Yongtai and Yushu exchanged glances, uncertain as to why they had been summoned at such a late hour. The papers beneath her hand were contracts she had just drafted, costing her 200 attribute points. Truly befitting of the judge's pen, it had saved her considerable effort. Although the rules pertained only to the 2 individuals, it still felt like a worthwhile exchange. Meeting the puzzled gazes of the 2, Sakura articulated her vision for the organization. In the next 3 years, we must develop our influence. I have significant tasks to entrust to you both. With that, she produced 2 documents, handing one to each of them. Upon seeing the title on the contract, Yushu was bewildered. Head of the research department? Gather resources and bide your time. The organization must focus on enhancing productivity. Relying solely on purchasing supplies is not sustainable. We must cultivate high-yield crops ourselves. The research department's role is pivotal in this regard. Furthermore, the department will also be responsible for developing various agricultural tools, electrical appliances, and everyday necessities, which involves technology. The ninja realm currently underestimates the potential of technology. What I wish to convey is that its potential, when sufficiently developed, can rival the might of any ninjutsu. At this, Sakura cast a profound glance at Yushu. Most importantly, the power of technology can be harnessed by anyone, irrespective of whether they are a ninja or not. Yushu, taken aback, thought farming is farming. How did we end up discussing this? The notion that technology could surpass ninjutsu was utterly unfathomable. However, with Sakura's penetrating gaze and her enigmatic word spirit, Yoshu's certainty wavered. In summary, at this stage, technology still felt distant. All that was needed was to find ways to increase crop yields. If technology was lacking, ninjutsu could fill the gap. Having ninjas engage in agriculture was an ideal solution, and if there were applicable ninjutsu, it could serve as the students' practical lessons. Just earlier, the conversation had revolved around technology, and now it shifted to using ninjutsu for farming. It was utterly absurd. Sakura, how could ninjutsu possibly? Haruno. Sakura waved her hand. From now on, simply call me Sakura. This interruption left Yoshu's words caught in his throat. Initially, he intended to argue against using ninjutsu for farming, but realizing that Sakura had outright abandoned her ninja identity and had renounced Konoha, he understood that the definition of what a ninja should or should not do was to be determined by themselves. They aimed to tread a path never before ventured. If that was the case, what was wrong with farming? Recognizing that he had long been confined by conventional perceptions, he entertained the idea of experimentation. I understand now, Sakura. Yushu then turned to Yangtai, who had remained silent, wondering why he had not spoken a word. Yangtai merely shrugged, signaling to exchange documents for further examination. It was only then that Yushu realized that the contents of the documents in Yangtai's hands differed from his own. After introducing the responsibilities of the research department, Sakura turned her gaze to Yangtai, saying, Yushu is the head of the research department, and Yangtai, I hope you will take on the role of the head of the diplomatic department. Both names were quite straightforward. Yet the departments spoken of by Sakura undoubtedly held significant weight. Yangtai inquired, what exactly does this diplomatic department oversee? He had previously expressed his desire to awaken the apathetic through his writings, encouraging a greater number of people to join the revolutionary cause. Our mission is to transform mindsets, an endeavor that is profound and deeply rooted within the hearts of individuals. However, I am but one person. Should anything happen to me, we cannot allow the collective efforts of many to go to waste or come to a standstill. When the possibility of his demise was broached, Sakura exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, she yearned to witness the dawn after the stars. The shinobi world had already set its sights on him, and there was even a chance that anyone publishing articles could become a target. Yushu and Yangtai were acutely aware of the trap Sakura had laid. For as she had mentioned, it was not just the stars that were under scrutiny. Even the author of The Maritime Adventurer, who claimed not to be a pirate, was being hunted with a substantial bounty. Nevertheless, Yangtai remained perplexed about Sakura's intentions. Engaging with others and understanding human nature was his forte. From a young age, he had cautiously concealed his identity, fearing discovery and potential elimination by those with ill intent. While pondering this, he glanced at the cold-faced fool beside him. Merely mentioning the loss of his parents had completely transformed this person's demeanor. Yushu, caught in the act of observing, blinked in confusion, making it difficult for Yangtai to find pleasure in tormenting him. He asked, does our faction truly require diplomacy? Who would engage with us? Sakura asserted that diplomacy was indeed essential, albeit not at this moment. We cannot remain hidden indefinitely. The day the Dawn Academy emerges into the public eye, we will have the opportunity to face the daimyos of various nations and the leaders of their villages. I will also make a public appearance to deliver a speech. By that time, the onus of diplomacy will likely fall upon you. Yangtai was quite satisfied with this role, exclaiming, understood. Sakura smiled with relief, confident that she had made the right choice. Compared to Yoshu's responsibilities, Yangtai's task was far more critical at this juncture. What I just outlined pertains to the future endeavors of the diplomatic department. However, there is a more pressing matter to attend to, Yangtai queried. A more important matter? Sakura wasted no time in revealing the most crucial task at hand. The establishment of a dedicated band for the Dawn Academy. He would need to take on the role of their manager, guiding them to perform throughout the shinobi world. Yangtai, bewildered, responded, a band? At such a time, is Sakura jesting? He could barely maintain his smile. Chapter 15. Pair, let us get started. Music possesses the most profound ability to touch the heart. When I first arrived in the village, it was through a song that I awakened the children's hope for life. Otherwise, you would not be witnessing so many vibrant souls today. Now that the stars are targeted by the shinobi world, we cannot place all our hopes upon a single tree. The band serves as a covert connection. Sakura aimed to pursue the path of stardom, knowing that the lost often seek a spiritual anchor, a notion reinforced by the system's rewards. Among this group of children, many possess musical talent, and the reward for the first side quest, the title of budding musician, was transferable. The gifted pair aspired to become a musician, which was quite commendable. With a vision in mind, it was time to act. Sakura then explained to them the concept of the star effect, citing the example of Kazuhana from a previous mission. In essence, our goal is to create the finest music within the shinobi world. Be it the grandeur of orchestral arrangements or the exhilarating energy of a band, we shall evoke powerful emotions. Having emotions is a good thing. What we fear is indifference. When one feels nothing, they have truly resigned themselves to fate. The documents in your hands represent a contract, akin to a sealing technique. Pay close attention to the contents. Upon acceptance of your roles, it will restrain you from undertaking any actions detrimental to the Dawn Academy. This document resembles a labor contract and is bound by a confidentiality agreement. Sakura did not lack trust in Yushu and Yangta. However, the Dawn Academy was not an organization solely for the elite. As long as there was a shared ideology, people from all walks of life, from commoners to daimyos, could unite in the pursuit of reform for the shinobi world. With such a vast number of individuals and an ever-increasing influx of new members, relying solely on spoken words would prove insufficient. Moreover, the longer the spoken words persisted, the more attribute points they consumed. The arrival of the judge's pen could effectively mitigate this issue, as long as critical positions were managed well. A distinct management system would gradually emerge. One day, when the world no longer required spoken words to impose constraints, true reform would be achieved. Neither Yushu nor Yangta harbored any dissatisfaction. The need for confidentiality was understood, and even without this contract, they would maintain discretion. This is a sealing technique? The two immediately studied the document in their hands with newfound seriousness. They had found it somewhat perplexing upon entry. Why was a physical document necessary for merely assigning a task? Sealing techniques required both talent and heritage. How curious that it could be utilized in such a manner. Yangta applied pressure to the paper, only to discover he could not even tear it. Realizing, from Yoshu's astonished gaze, that even Konoha had never encountered such a sealing technique, he acknowledged that Mr. Stars was indeed a concealed gem. Without further ado, the two consented to sign the contract. Sakura handed them the judge's pen, prompting them to inscribe their names one by one. The pen felt smooth and warm in Yoshu's grasp, causing him to pause momentarily. Sakura reminded him, "You may only write your true name. The information is visible solely to you. Once completed, you shall keep this document as proof of your identity within the Dawn Academy." Catching her knowing gaze, Yushu recalled the previous instance when Sakura had prevented him from revealing his identity. But how could this be? After much contemplation, he ultimately inscribed the characters Chansho Yoso. As the final stroke was made, the letters shimmered with a golden light, followed by a soft glow enveloping the entire sheet, which gradually diminished and fused into Yoshu's forehead, forming a star-shaped mark. Yangta, stunned, exclaimed, "There's a star on your forehead." Sakura looked upon the scene with satisfaction. This was the effect of the judge's pen combined with spoken words, and the attribute points expended were included within that initial 100. The star's design had been the result of discussions with the system. Gazing at the faintly glowing pentagram on his forehead, Sakura felt her investment was well worth it, as it embodied the effect she sought to showcase. Using the reflective wall, Yushu also caught sight of the newly formed mark on his forehead. The star on your head signifies your affiliation with the Dawn Academy. Try to think of hiding it. Observing the eager expressions on both Sakura and Yangta, Yushu awkwardly shut his eyes, silently attempting to conceal the mark. Upon reopening his eyes, he found that it had vanished. With Yushu as an example, Yangta no longer hesitated and took the judge's pen to sign his name. Once both of their foreheads bore the marks, Sakura instructed them to return and rest. Early the next morning, Sakura appeared in the classroom. The children eagerly stood, greeting her with, "Hello, teacher." Since the arrival of the two new instructors at the academy, it had been quite some time since Sakura had come to teach them. Though the new teachers were also quite good and learning ninjutsu was enjoyable, the children held a special fondness for Sakura, their very first mentor. The children adored her imaginative ideas and her respectful, inclusive nature. They felt her unwavering support and affirmation. And at that moment, they offered the most genuine feedback. Feeling the joyous emotions radiating from the students, Sakura's smile became even more gentle. The children resembled a mirror. How one treats them reflects back upon oneself. Everyone, let's quiet down. The two new teachers have been at the academy for quite some time, and we have yet to properly welcome them. Shall we sing them a song together? The children responded in unison, yes. Among them, Mizuhashi's voice was the loudest, revealing her excitement. Among so many children, Mizuhashi undeniably possessed the most genuine love for music, as she still vividly recalled the scene of her mother's passing. After her father vanished when she was young, Mizuhashi had asked her mother why they didn't seek him out. Her mother merely shook her head and wept in silence during the lonely nights. Initially, Mizuhashi did not understand, but later realized that other adults in the village occasionally disappeared as well. It wasn't until she grew a bit older that she comprehended the dangers that lurked outside. Beasts one could not fend off, ruthless bandits, and ninjas who regarded human life as insignificant. In contrast to Inoue Akira's admiration for ninjas, Mizuhashi felt nothing but disdain. She could not grasp why being weak was considered a sin when she had done nothing wrong. On the day her mother passed, despair momentarily enveloped her. Until Sakura sang Venus in Stardust. The melody flowed into her ears, as if vibrant life force was gradually infusing her lifeless heart. From that moment, Mizuhashi revered Sakura as a deity, the very divine figure her mother had prayed to countless times, who had torn open a window to her life. This was the last gift her mother had bestowed upon her. Today, Sakura came to the classroom to allow Yoda to witness the children sing. She knew that ever since they had sung that song, the children had often hummed it to themselves. Indeed, the song was far more suited for group performance than individual expression. Mizuhashi, would you lead us? Called upon, Mizuhashi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure. Chapter 16. The longed-for editor. With a smile, Mizuhashi began, and soon the children joined in harmoniously. Their singing was imbued with emotion, their eyes sparkling like stars. Sakura felt herself swept away by this atmosphere, as if warmed by the sun. Yoda, too, was stirred by the children's voices. Memories of beautiful moments in his life and dreams of the future flooding his mind. As the song progressed, Sakura joined in as well. By the second round, Yoda's smile had grown radiant, and he sang along wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Yoki, standing beside him, wore a stoic expression, yet his feet instinctively kept time with the rhythm. When Sakura signaled the end, everyone still felt a lingering desire for more. The experience of singing together was truly beautiful, weaving everyone into a single entity. You were within me, and I within you. Such is the enchantment of music. Let's take a moment to rest our voices while I share some news. The Academy is forming a band, and those interested may sign up. We will learn instruments and perform throughout the ninja world, spreading our melodies far and wide. Observing the eager students raising their hands in anticipation, Sakura continued, previously, I asked you all about your dreams. Dawn Academy will provide opportunities for selection, not just for this band, but also for other chances to shine in the future. Students must seek out what they truly love through exploration. After speaking, she cast a glance at Yoda. Instantly grasping her meaning, Yoda stepped forward without hesitation. The children's singing had already captivated him. Regarding Sakura's star initiative, he saw immense potential. Hello everyone. I, Mizusaki Yoda, will be in charge of the band. If you're interested, please raise your hand, and I'll begin the tally. Mizuhashi was the quickest to raise her hand. Her face a picture of urgency, fearing she might not be chosen. Unbeknownst to her, Yoda and Sakura had already conspired that anyone who signed up would become a formal member or an alternate. With few children at the academy, those willing to learn would be given a chance. Pursuing a hobby was certainly worthwhile. The subsequent matters were left for Yoda to handle, while Sakura returned to her room to review the organization's status and development direction. Once her thoughts were organized, she began writing a new article. This time, she aimed to compose an inspirational piece titled Ninja Hounds. I was so weak that I lacked the strength to stand, my father pressing my head to the ground, afraid of disturbing the passing nobles. I didn't comprehend his intentions, perhaps because my body was nothing but bones. A surge of anger welled within me. I had eyes for a reason. Did those people not possess faces to fear being seen? Sensing my desire to lift my head, my father harshly pinched me. You fool! The ninja beside the palanquin can split mountains and slay with ease. My motion to raise my head halted as I hastily knelt again, terrified of catching the attention of those guardians. I had struggled this far to live. How could I dare to seek death? Yet, I remained skeptical of my father's words. If ninjas were omnipotent, why must they act like dogs? Yes, dogs. Before my father and I were reduced to wandering, we had a guard dog at home. Even when starving to the bone, it remained loyal. However, when our supplies ran dry, my father picked up a knife to kill the dog for food. The old dog lay there, motionless, tears shimmering in its eyes, as if it understood its fate. I rushed forward and clung to my father's leg, weeping. My murky tears streamed down his face, and ultimately he set the knife aside. With the idea already formed, the pen glided smoothly as she wrote, and soon she had completed the required word count for the newspaper. Sakura intended to serialize it in the paper. Once she confirmed everything was accurate, she casually sought a small ninja village to publish a sea-level mission, delivering the manuscript to the newspaper office, quietly following along. Having mastered the art of concealment and tracking since the last time, she was adept at remaining hidden. It would likely have been fine to deliver the letter directly, but to avoid complications, it was prudent to take a detour. The newspaper office she had visited twice before was no longer an option. It risked exposing the academy's location. Let those tracking her believe she was afraid of them. Following the task personnel to another branch of the Ninja World Times, She indeed noticed individuals watching those entering and exiting, indicating that her pursuers had not yet given up. This situation was untenable. The Ninja World Times was merely a larger enterprise, and not every location could access her article. Furthermore, the costs incurred from using her words of power were astronomical. Sakura dismissed this notion, contemplating how to ensure her newspaper could circulate freely throughout the ninja world. After observing the ninja accepting the task deposit her manuscript into the mailbox, Sakura departed. Now it remained to be seen whether her article could be published. If it faced restrictions from the daimyo or ninja villages, she would need to adjust her plan. At the Ninja World Times branch, early in the morning, the editor began sifting through a pile of manuscripts on her desk, noticing the absence of that special manuscript. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that there was no article from Starlight. She sighed in disappointment. Unbeknownst to her, various factions outside were equally disheartened. Once again, there was no sign of Starlight. The dark factions from various villages usually clashed, but this time they were unusually at peace, all in pursuit of investigating Starlight. Those lurking in the shadows included wandering warriors with insufficient stealth skills and rogue ninjas. In summary, a group of individuals, each harboring their own motives, has exhausted every means to obtain information, and found themselves here. The editor regarded the manuscripts on the table with indifference. If she were to encapsulate her feelings in a single word, it would be insipid, akin to a dish that is tasteless yet too precious to discard. The submissions were mere imitations of Fanqing's works, hastily crafted to ride the coattails of her success, yet in essence, they were nothing more than pale imitations. Little did these authors comprehend the profound emotional core that truly resonates within Fanqing's creations. With this thought, the editor discreetly surveyed her surroundings, willing herself to remain composed. As a mature adult, one must discern what should be said and what ought to be kept silent. She was merely an ordinary citizen, having perused the diary of a betrayed ninja repeatedly. While others remained oblivious, could she not sense the darkness and decay lurking beneath the words? If not for her boss, who praised her for discovering such a brilliant author while simultaneously lamenting, she would still be in the dark, truly a wicked individual. Fortunately, through her tears and pleas, she managed to extract information from her soft-hearted boss. Now, she was privy to one of her employer's secrets, ensuring her position was secure. However, the thought of Fanqing's predicament filled her with sorrow. She hoped for her to submit work, yet wished to keep her out of harm's way. The desire to read new intellectual sustenance tormented her, a painful paradox for an editor. Especially recently, sleepless nights plagued her, as she lay awake counting stars, which only heightened her alertness. Chapter 17. Curse Fanqing. Who dares call anyone a dog? At this moment, the editor remained unaware that the manuscript she longed for had already found its way into the hands of another editor. As her subordinate presented the manuscript, the chief editor of this branch caught sight of the specially designed envelope produced by the system. Considering the recent rumors circulating outside, and the derisive letters from competitors within the workplace, the male editor's eyes gleamed with excitement. Upon seeing the manuscript and the signature of Fanqing, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming internally, "This is a sure win. Editor, what is wrong?" Noticing his unusual demeanor, the newspaper staff grew anxious, as their superior had been in a foul mood lately. "Quickly, take this manuscript to print and include it in the latest issue." "Ah, the editor hasn't he scolded anyone today? And didn't we just deliver the latest newspaper?" The staff member stood dumbfounded. "What are you waiting for? Go now." Watching the bewildered employee, the editor was infuriated. They were slower than the rival's staff, and it seemed her boss had a soft spot for that woman. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, clutching the manuscript and deciding to oversee the new newspaper personally. Unbeknownst to her, this peculiar scene was being observed by those lurking in the shadows. They had not anticipated that fortune would fall from the sky, and Fanqing's whereabouts would be so effortlessly discovered. By the time the editor received the freshly printed Ninja World Times, various factions had already zeroed in on the recent submitter, initiating a pursuit of Fanqing's origins. Thus, before the latest newspaper was even published, it found its way onto the desks of the 5 Kage. In the Land of Fire's Daimyo's mansion, the next heir impatiently slammed a decorative piece. "I'm so bored. Go fetch me some slaves." The minister present witnessed this scene with a glimmer of satisfaction, but when the heir glanced in his direction, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "Ah, what has caused the future daimyo such distress? Look what I've brought." The minister held forth the freshly printed newspaper, the first copy delivered by the hired rogue ninja. He had dispatched someone to keep watch last time, spending a fortune to employ ninjas, ensuring he would be the first to discover Fanqing's new article. Other fortunate ninjas present at the newspaper office also obtained the latest Ninja World Times. Those with quick wits immediately listed it for auction at the exchange, turning it into a coveted item that was soon snapped up by eager buyers. Who could be unaware that Fanqing was a fugitive wanted by the ninja world? The intelligence surrounding her was immensely valuable, far beyond that of an ordinary rogue ninja. Yet, upon reading the beginning of the newspaper, nearly everyone was unable to suppress their curses. Curse Fanqing. Who dares call anyone a dog? Spittle flew as the enraged Tsuchikage, Onoki, vented his frustrations, only to inadvertently strain his back in the process. Supporting himself with a hand, he issued an order. Prevent the latest issue of the Ninja World Times from being published. This Fanqing is far too arrogant. The leaders of other villages, having read the opening lines, issued similar commands while simultaneously mocking Fanqing internally. How dare she attempt to sway the ninjas within their villages using such tactics? They understood the principle of 3 strikes, and they would not allow such methods to go unchecked. It was an affront to their authority. Once Onoki adeptly recovered from his discomfort, he resumed reading the article Ninja Hound. This could pertain to Fanqing's whereabouts, and he could not afford to overlook any clues. That night, a visitor approached the door. I lay in bed utterly drained. The door creaked open, and with great effort, I lifted my eyelids to see the neighbor's uncle standing outside, brandishing a knife. His eyes were swollen, and his clothing bore large patches of dried blood. The moment I met his gaze, a sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting me to struggle to sit upright. Suddenly, my father's figure emerged behind him. Xiangzi, what are you doing here? There's a dog outside. Let me take you to kill it. My mind reeled. Was my father truly summoning the neighbor to kill a dog? I fervently shook my head internally. Yet I saw only a blank expression on my father's face. As I marveled at how I had become so desensitized, the neighbor slowly approached, knife in hand. Both my father and I sensed something was amiss. Xiangzi, what are you doing? Your son's flesh is the most tender at this age. That old, frail dog won't to even fill my teeth. Starved for too long, my mind dulled to the point of inaction. I even pondered that perhaps my blank demeanor stemmed from my hunger, which clouded my judgment. Thus, I failed to intervene immediately when it seemed my father intended to kill the dog. The result of my wandering thoughts was that when the neighbor's knife came down, neither my father nor I had the time to escape or intervene. As the bloodied blade neared my neck, a shadow suddenly lunged and sank its teeth into the neighbor's wrist. With a scream, the shadow was knocked to the ground. It was then that I realized, the very dog destined for slaughter had saved my life. My body, now aware of the impending danger, began to tremble uncontrollably. The neighbor's wrist was held fast by the dog, who continued to wail in agony. His expression contorted, eyes reddened to the point of bleeding. Switching the axe to his left hand, he began to strike at the dog. Just as the old dog was about to relinquish its grip, my father seized his own knife and killed the neighbor. Blood flowed profusely, yet the old dog lay in a meager pool of crimson. Its frail body seemed to consist of little more than skin, and even this slight loss of blood felt excessive. A faint whimper escaped. The dog was on the brink of death. My father collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at his bloodied hands, then turned to me, breaking down in tears. It's all my fault, that son of a dog. I wondered why his family was gone. I felt no sympathy for the neighbor's demise, only a profound sense of dread. Gathering a modicum of strength, I propped myself up next to the old dog. My father is mistaken. A person who would kill his wife and consume his children cannot be deserving of a loyal dog. Yet, I kept this sentiment unvoiced, merely lifting the dog's head with my hand to wipe away its tears. When my father brandished a knife to slay it, the creature did not show an ounce of resistance. So why did it choose to rescue me? I seemed to share no bond with it, having seldom fed or groomed it. It stood steadfast by my side, akin to a devoted guardian, until its last breath. As the memories of the past faded, I returned to reality. The noble sedan chair had long since disappeared from view. Surrounding voices claimed it belonged to the esteemed lord of the great name. My recollections lingered on the ninjas following that illustrious figure. My father pulled me to my feet, launching into a tirade. What were you thinking? Do you not realize that such actions could spell doom for both of us? I remained stiff for a time, tugging at the corner of his garment. I apologize, father. Let us depart. We are being watched. To speak candidly, I felt a pang of embarrassment. The impertinent child nearby wrinkled his nose in disdain, loudly demanding that we leave. He even hurled the food in his hand towards me, and the fallen morsels, now soiled, rendered my eyes red with frustration. Chapter 18. The second prince's moment of satisfaction. Covered in grime, my attire tattered. The gazes of those around me were unsettling, prompting me to struggle to my feet and flee, only to be yanked back by my father. Something gritty was shoved into my mouth. Eventually my father perished and I survived. Despite my plight, I still cared about appearances. Was I not yet sufficiently starved? At 14, I scoffed at my 10-year-old self amidst the battlefield of the Chunin exams. Cheers erupted from the audience in my honor. Their applause intoxicating. I triumphed over all clan ninjas and users of bloodline limits, fighting valiantly as a commoner on the examination grounds, ultimately earning the title of Chunin. Upon concluding this segment, a wave of applause erupted from the Fire Country's noble estate. Excellent. The protagonist is finally set to rise. Within the Fire Country's estate, the second son of the Lord, Yuan Shirshio, was elated, his enthusiasm palpable. He had been nodding vigorously ever since encountering the author's description of ninjas as dogs. After all, they could be summoned at will for a price. Were they not akin to dogs? Yet, recalling his father's admonitions to be wary of Konoha and the Hokage, he could not help but feel exasperated by the thought of waging war so recklessly. As the future lord of a nation, why should he be constrained by a mere village leader? Those disobedient ninjas would inevitably face extinction one day. Ninjas existed solely to serve the Lord. They ought to be loyal hounds, following orders without question. Witnessing the heir's exuberance, the ministers bowed and clasped their hands in congratulation. It was a small consolation that they had not labored in vain to bring joy to the prince. However, they soon saw the prince's temperament shift. One moment he was elated, and the next he was in a fury upon realizing there was no follow-up. What have you done? Has that star been found or not? How am I to perceive the subsequent events? After being bombarded with a tirade of scolding, the ministers struggled to maintain their feigned smiles, lamenting that if not for the prince's status, they would not be subjected to such indignities. Yet, the time for confrontation had not yet arrived. Patience was required. Do not be angry, Your Highness. The next newspaper will provide the continuation. Let us wait a little longer. What does a mere author think they are to make me wait? And what of this newspaper office that seems unwilling to fulfill its duties? Must I expend my own resources to procure a single newspaper? Truly, they are lacking in appreciation. Growing increasingly incensed, he tore the newspaper in his hands to shreds and cast it to the ground, littering the area. The minister seethed, for those were ninjas he had personally financed. Serving such a master was truly unfortunate. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted, a maid swiftly advanced to collect the scattered fragments. The last newspaper she had kept, believing the second prince would enjoy it. Instead, she had been punished with lashes for her oversight, and remnants of bruises still marred her skin. She later learned from other servants that the prince was fickle, and those who served him rarely lasted 3 months before meeting a grim fate. Having only suffered the whip, she counted herself fortunate. Thinking of the maidens who had been dragged away for torment made her shudder, hastening her pace. Once she had gathered the remnants, she bowed her head and began to retreat, nearly at the door when she was suddenly halted by Yuan Shirshio's voice. Halt! The maid dropped to her knees, cold sweat suddenly breaking out, her voice trembling imperceptibly. Your Highness, what is your command? Take this newspaper and feed it to the dogs. I want to witness it being consumed. Yes. Your Highness. Once outside, she reached another door before daring to breathe deeply. Her back was drenched, and her complexion had turned ashen. Inside the room, the prince's pet dog growled impatiently. Even it had its own quarters, indifferent to others, much like the prince himself. According to others in the estate, this dog had even devoured disobedient maids, and she dared not enter. Each day felt like a living hell, and with no one around, the maid finally succumbed to despair. Weeping uncontrollably, engulfed by terror. Suddenly, someone tugged at her garment, and her sobs ceased abruptly. Looking to the side, she saw a girl even younger than the prince gazing at her with an expression of helplessness. If you continue crying, everyone in the estate will hear you. The maid, still struggling to contain her tears, felt her emotions gradually stabilize. At this age, to be present in the lord's estate, she recalled the kind warnings of her predecessors. And thus the maid knelt, uncertainly addressing the girl. I pay my respects to the third princess. Maid Akiko extends her greetings to you. I am grateful for your grace and protection. The girl before her nodded noncommittally. Considering her predicament, the maid understood. The lord favored sons over daughters, despite the years of effort. He had only produced 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest prince was frail, while the second was arrogant and dismissive of brotherly bonds, insisting that others refer to him solely as Your Highness. He entirely disregarded his elder brother, and the lord indulged him. The girl before her was undoubtedly the remaining third princess. Due to the limited number of children, daughters held significant political value for the lord. While she would not be overly mistreated, she would also be thoroughly neglected. What do you hold in your hand? Are you intending to feed it to the heavenly dog? Ah. The The maid, taken aback, finally comprehended that the heavenly dog referred to the second prince's pet. Indeed, your highness. The girl before her raised an eyebrow. If you enter, it would be tantamount to courting death. As if in response to the princess's words, the dog within could hardly contain itself, emitting a piercing howl. The maid's complexion paled further, her body swaying unsteadily. She had no desire to die. Your highness, save me. I will repay you tenfold. She realized that the third princess was her only hope for salvation. No need for such grand gestures. Simply hand over what you possess. The maid, seeing the tattered newspaper in her hands, wondered if the princess desired this. Tentatively she extended it, and the third princess's eyes sparkled. Even upon returning to the second prince's side, she remained astonished. The third princess could read, despite having heard that only the eldest and second princes had ever engaged tutors. Even the esteemed Deming prefecture exhibits such circumstances. One can only imagine the plight of the common women in the ninja world concerning their education. For ordinary individuals, regardless of gender, education itself remains a luxury. Upon witnessing the return of her maid, the second prince's expression darkened immediately. Did you not take the newspaper to feed the dogs? Anxiously, Akiko replied, Your Highness, I have already given the newspaper to the celestial hound. However, a teacup hurtled towards her head, and Akiko, paralyzed with fear, was struck, resulting in a gash on her forehead. You dare to lie to me? How could you return unscathed after feeding the dogs? Akiko knelt, pleading for mercy, explaining the celestial hound's characteristics and how she had mixed the newspaper with raw meat to entice it to eat. Her head repeatedly struck the ground, swelling rapidly. Just as she felt numb from the pain and believed her demise was imminent, the second prince casually inquired, What is your name? Your Highness, I am Akiko. The disdainful chuckle from above resonated. You are quite fortunate. Be gone. Chapter 19. The destruction of the newspaper. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Akiko scrambled out of the room. She felt more wretched than a dog, touching her swollen forehead, her head spinning. Yet the sheer fact of being alive moved her to tears of joy. Humans often find themselves in such a state, feeling immense relief after a brush with death, yet remaining oblivious to the deeper despair that awaits them. Reflecting on the second prince's earlier question, she silently rejoiced that the third princess had shared the details about the celestial hound with her. When she handed the newspaper to the third princess and attempted to leave, she had been called back to discuss these particulars. The third princess truly was a benevolent soul. Akiko pondered what the newspaper contained that captivated the princess so. How she wished she could read. Little did she know, the third princess, whom she assumed could read, was painstakingly consulting a dictionary, struggling to decipher each word. Damn it, what does this character even mean? The ninja world times was being painstakingly pieced together by her, as Princess Yushirin endeavored to comprehend the content. Within the confines of Deming Prefecture, she lacked for nothing, yet throughout her life, she understood that she was different from her two brothers. Initially, she could not fathom why she was denied the same privileges as them. Running to her father to plead her case. However, his indifferent dismissals made her realize that she was merely a political pawn, a resource used by her father and brothers to solidify their status. For a noble, especially one with few offspring like her father, children served not only as heirs but also as crucial bargaining chips. Though her father's position was currently stable, not requiring her to serve as a hostage or be wed for alliances, she felt compelled to plan for her future. Regrettably, no retainer would choose her. Her sickly eldest brother and her dim-witted second brother had their supporters. In the eyes of those individuals, she was merely a woman suitable for marriage, an illiterate relegated to the inner chambers. It was infuriating that she had to scrounge for remnants of a newspaper left behind by her second brother. Yushirin acknowledged her own shortcomings, yet felt utterly compelled by circumstance. The exquisite 12-layered kimono she wore concealed not innocence, but layers of coldness and resignation. As she examined the newspaper now stuck to her hands, she gradually compared it against the dictionary to grasp its meaning. She had previously instructed a maid to procure newspapers, but with the lapse of time since the last article published by Hokage, she had worried that the author might be apprehended. Perhaps due to the differential treatment she received from her father and society, Yushirin was inherently rebellious. The first time she encountered the traitor ninja's diary, she was smitten. Similarly, the maritime adventurer enthralled her, as she yearned to live freely, unbound by convention. She understood that Hokage's thoughts were equally unconventional. It was because she comprehended the articles that she had seized the newspaper as soon as she learned of its availability. To her knowledge, obtaining this newspaper was likely no longer feasible. Upon reading the piece about the ninja dog, she finally grasped the reason. The ninjas of the 5 great nations represented the pinnacle of military, might within the ninja realm. Offending them as Hokage did was indeed a bold endeavor. Princess Yushirin envied the audacity. When would she be able to speak her mind freely and shatter the chains of her fate? This particular article seemed distinct. Upon reaching the portion where the narrative faltered, she found herself in rare agreement with her second brother's sentiments. This Hokage truly understood the art of cliffhangers. The indecisiveness was profoundly unsettling. The protagonist, who had nearly perished from hunger in his youth, transformed into a ninja. What had transpired to instigate such a radical change in his life? How thrilling! The more Yushirin read, the more her excitement grew, ultimately resolving to reread the article from the beginning to ensure she missed no information. Her knowledge still felt insufficient. How frustrating! At the Ninja World Times branch, the editor-in-chief had completed the printing of all newspapers, and sample copies had already been dispatched to other branches. Just as he settled down to reread the Ninja Dog, an assistant rushed in, breathless. Editor-in-chief, trouble has arisen. The editor's temples throbbed. What could possibly be amiss? He was on the verge of eclipsing that woman, and becoming the favored one before his superior. Not you. It's the newspaper. The freshly delivered copies from the factory have been damaged. Silence hung in the air for a moment before the editor erupted. What did you say? What happened to my newspapers? Without waiting for a response, he dashed to where the newspapers were stored. To his horror, every single copy lay in ruins, burned and soaked, a devastating sight. The editor's eyes reddened, his body trembling with fury. Who did this? Which imbecile has ruined my prospects? Tears streamed down the face of the assistant who followed closely behind. It's not just our paper. Reports from several other outlets indicate that their newspapers have also been destroyed. The editor paced back and forth, forcing himself to regain composure. Many would prefer Hokage not to publish her article, and the newspaper simply could not afford to cross such powerful entities. Who could be entrusted with this task? After much contemplation, he realized he had no solution and resigned himself to report to his superior, head hung low. Fortunately, the boss did not blame him. Hokage's article had indeed been a lucrative venture. Alas, being targeted by numerous factions, a favorable outcome seemed unlikely. It was at this moment that the editor learned of Hokage's dire predicament. There were still individuals lurking outside, waiting for her. What a pity. No editor could afford to overlook such an author. Faced with reality, the editor could only bow his head, yet the flames of determination within him blazed brighter. Upon returning home, he pored over the newspaper he had clutched, reading it repeatedly. That night, every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the thought. Was there any continuation of the Ninja Dog? At the Dawn Academy, noticing the delay in the sale of the Ninja World Times, Sakura understood that there had been issues with the newspaper's distribution. As she continued to write the subsequent sections, she ceased to rely on publication through the paper. With her reputation already established, she resolved to create her own newspaper. Writing could not be halted. Her attributes needed to continually rise. It was best for her to maintain control over her own destiny. She not only aimed to publish articles, but also intended to include educational content, encompassing the very basics of literacy. Learning begets clarity. Sakura Haruno had always understood this principle. Ordinary individuals residing in the ninja world are utterly oblivious to the pursuit of their own rights, and have little understanding of how to navigate the journey of life. To awaken the masses from their stupor, one must first cultivate knowledge within their minds. By placing the distribution of newspapers in the hands of the Dawn Academy, the content can be dictated at will, can't it? With the external gaze now focused upon oneself, it is an opportune moment to launch a band and test the waters. The last time, those classmates who expressed interest have already signed up, and recently, Yongtai has been diligently instructing the children in their musical practice. Sakura has curated a selection of songs from her previous life for the children to listen to, honing their sense of rhythm. A few days later, Sakura has thoroughly established a plan regarding the newspaper. There is no rush to publish subsequent issues. She is leisurely compiling drafts. Yet outside, some are growing increasingly impatient. Chapter 20. The Daimyo intervenes. In the residence of the Fire Country Daimyo, the second prince, Yuan Shixi, has been growing anxious due to the absence of the follow-up to Ninja Hound. For several days now, he has been in a state of turmoil. The articles released by the Star Publishing House are already scarce, and to find one that piques his interest yet lacks a continuation is infuriating. Furious, he raged within his chambers, throwing things in a fit of wrath. Akiko cowered nearby, trembling in fear of being caught in the crossfire. However, recalling the task assigned to her by the third princess, she hesitated, her fear somewhat dissipating. That very morning, the third princess approached her, requesting that she speak a few words before the second prince. Were it not for her royal highness, She would have surely met her demise at the hands of the prince's pet. Resolute in her purpose, Akiko cautiously approached, kneeling to gather the debris scattered on the floor. Servant, who allowed you to touch that? Get out! Yuan Shixia's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. Immediately, Akiko fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, I was wrong. Please spare me. Days prior, her old wound on her forehead had yet to heal, and she once again struck her head against the ground. Yet, her pleas fell upon Yuan Shixia's ears like the incessant buzzing of a fly, intensifying the murderous intent etched upon his brow. Someone, gag her and drag her away to feed the dogs. Upon uttering this command, individuals rushed in to silence her. Akiko's eyes flickered with desperation. Your Highness, you only wish to see the articles from Star, do you not? I have something to say. Yuan Shixiu paused, signaling his subordinates to halt. Utter one more word, and I shall make your life a living hell. Akiko broke free from her restraints, tears cascading down her cheeks. Your Highness, the last issue of the newspaper was never published. How could Star possibly write a follow-up? Yuan Shixiu was taken aback. Never published? He had no concern regarding the distribution of the Ninja World Times, as these newspapers were delivered to him daily without the need for his personal purchase. He had disregarded the minister's words last time, believing that acquiring a copy was merely a matter of desire. Thus he remained unaware that the previous issue had not been released. Indeed, Your Highness, the edition you received was never made available to the public. How could Star continue their collaboration with the newspaper? Recalling the words of the third princess, Akiko gritted her teeth and directly voiced her purpose. Star is a fugitive within the ninja world, targeted by so many ninja villages. The follow-up will likely never see the light of day, unless... Yuan Shixiu furrowed his brow. He was not foolish. Upon hearing Akiko's words, he began to grasp the newspaper's predicament and its convoluted intricacies. Unless the newspaper can operate without fear and distribute Ninja Hound normally, only then will Star provide the continuation. After articulating these thoughts, he fell silent for an extended period. Yuan Shixiu was acutely aware of the concerns held by the ninja villages. He had read the first 2 articles published by Star and understood the turmoil they had stirred in the outside world. However, from the daimyo's perspective, the weakness of the ninja villages ultimately served the interests of the nation. The influence of Star extended to all ninjas within the ninja world, not merely a single village. Viewed through this lens, it was indeed more advantageous. At present, Star posed no threat to the daimyo's status. Although the article Maritime Adventurer had garnered discontent among the common folk, what commotion could a mere rabble incite? Ironically, in Ninja Hound, Star had vehemently criticized the ninjas. If subsequent installments maintained this tone, would it not serve his interests even further? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Yuan Shixiu did not even cast a glance at Akiko, rushing off to find the daimyo of the Fire Country. Upon encountering his father, he discovered him in discussion with the financial minister regarding this year's allocations to the ninja villages. Upon hearing the proposed amount, Yuan Shixiu's anger flared. Why should we provide such a sum to those disobedient dogs? At his son's words, the Fire Country daimyo's expression shifted, and he scanned the surroundings warily. Observing his father's demeanor only fueled Yuan Shixiu's ire. Father, Konoha has no regard for you. What village established by the god of ninjas still relies on us for sustenance? The daimyo motioned for his son to step aside, dismissing the sweating minister. Mind your words, the current Hokage is Tsunade, and she is not as amenable as the third Hokage, that old fox. Mentioning Tsunade, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed the daimyo's mind. What of the granddaughter of the god of ninjas? Those in high positions only concern themselves with outcomes. Any issues arising during the process are merely attributed to incompetence. Konoha's audacity had escalated, and even a mere Chunin exam could lead to such turmoil. The power to appoint the Hokage was nearing mere formality, as Konoha had become a realm where the Hokage's word was law. To the daimyo, it seemed as though Konoha had taken his money without delivering results, leaving him ridiculed by other country lords, suffering a loss of face, and now demanding more from his coffers. Though aged, the Fire Country daimyo remained robust, capable of living for many more years. Future dealings with Konoha were inevitable, as it was the foremost village in the ninja world, essential for solidifying the Fire Country's status. Even if he harbored dissatisfaction, he would not reveal it before Konoha, yet he felt no such restraint in front of his family, particularly his favored heir. Seeing his father in such a state filled Yuan Shixiu with satisfaction. He promptly expressed his desire to ensure the newspaper's normal distribution, thereby diminishing the power of the ninja villages. Upon hearing his son mention a newspaper, the daimyo's expression turned quizzical. However, upon learning of the ninja village's interest in Star, he could not deny the viability of this idea. Under Yuan Shixia's fervent persuasion, the Fire Country Daimyo immediately drafted a letter to several other nations. The letter conveyed that the children greatly enjoyed Star's works, and hoped the nations could reign in their respective ninja villages from excessive behavior. As the foremost nation in the ninja world, the Fire Country was indeed well deserved of its title. Once the message was sent, regardless of the motives of other countries, they would acquiesce. For resource-scarce ninja villages like Sunagakure, the support of the Wind Country's daimyo was particularly crucial. To refuse the daimyo meant military funding would cease, leaving the village unable to sustain itself. The second prince, Yuan Shixiu, returned to his chambers in high spirits, having been praised by his father. Upon entering, he found Akiko still kneeling there. Seeing the second prince arrive, she hurriedly greeted him. "Your Highness." Yuan Shixiu was in a splendid mood. He could finally anticipate the continuation of the articles, and had successfully outmaneuvered Konoha. Akiko was appearing increasingly agreeable in his eyes. "Rise, I reward you with this money, henceforth. Provide me with sound advice." Surprised at receiving a reward, Akiko's face lit up with joy. What a fortuitous turn of events. The third princess was indeed her lucky star, possessing both wisdom and foresight. As for the second prince, with his capricious nature, he was truly a complex character. Before long, various ninja villages received news from the daimyo. A moment's reflection revealed the thoughts of these country lords, leaving them feeling utterly disgusted, unable to vent their frustrations. Thus, the continuation of the newspaper's publication has become a foregone conclusion, with the chief beneficiary being the Ninja World Times. Upon receiving the news, the male editor-in-chief was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness, as if he had discovered a hidden path amidst the darkness. Although the Day-S edition had already been released, he hastily arranged for an additional print run, initiating the swift launch of Ninja Hound. The announcement of the new article by the renowned author swept across the entire ninja realm, igniting a fervent rush among those who had previously missed out. Consequently, the anticipation for further installments from this celebrated author has only intensified. Some ninjas remarked, "What if we're scolded? The common folk enjoy it. How did a 14-year-old common boy manage to dance through the ninja world?" Chapter 21. The Newsbird Ready for Action. Unbeknownst to the outside world, the celebrated author had no intention of publishing further installments in the Ninja World Times. Upon learning that the newspaper was finally being released normally, Sakura conducted her own investigation. She discovered that the feudal lord was involved, leaving her expression somewhat complex. In the sequel of Ninja Hound, she had indeed given them a thorough scolding. To this, Sakura boldly declared, "What's wrong with scolding ninjas? What's wrong with scolding the feudal lord? I, Haruno Sakura, fear nothing." Thus, this revelation flitted through Sakura's mind before she cast it aside. She had no time to ponder such matters, being preoccupied with observing the fruits of her students' rehearsals over the past few days. With the aid of the system, Sakura transferred the title of emerging musician to Mizuki. Endowed with remarkable musical talent and a splendid voice, she believed Mizuki would not disappoint her expectations. It must be noted that Mizuki's timbre was indeed exquisite. The song Sakura entrusted to Yuta was the most popular and widely sung piece from the original Naruto series, Bluebird. Breaking free from constraints and chasing dreams, this well-known melody had garnered immense recognition in her past life. When it flowed from Mizuki's lips, Sakura genuinely felt a deep resonance. Mizuki's voice possessed a remarkable clarity. Despite her tender age, her singing carried a subtle melancholy and an indomitable spirit. All eyes in the academy were fixed upon her, entranced by the enchanting world of music. Enhanced by the system's title of emerging musician, Mizuki appeared to radiate brilliance. In that moment, she was a true star. As the final note faded, devoid of any accompaniment, tears glimmered in Mizuki's eyes. She descended gracefully, akin to a bird soaring through the skies, completing her magnificent transformation. Meeting her gaze, Sakura was the first to break into applause. Soon, thunderous applause erupted, each individual visibly moved. Yuta wore a smile brighter than usual, casting a triumphant glance at Yushu. "Look at how I, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department, surpass you." Initially grinning broadly, Senjuyoshu's smile faltered as he understood Yuta's intent. The longer Yushu remained at Dawn Academy, the more his true nature revealed itself. Perhaps in Konoha he had to care for the elderly of his clan, constantly concerned about the Senju family's circumstances, forcing him to adopt a demeanor of aloof seriousness. Here among familiar faces, he occasionally shed his mask and allowed himself to be free. Sakura turned to see Yuta and Yushu engaged in a spirited contest of wits, creating a lively atmosphere. Mizuki had already mastered the performance of this song, undoubtedly the rightful lead singer of the band. Soon, the band from Dawn Academy would step into the limelight. uplifting spirits with their song. In order to ensure the success of her star-making endeavor, Sakura scheduled the band's debut performance alongside the release of Ninja Hound. Upon returning to her room, she opened the system's chat interface. Haruka had already sent her a message. "Sakura, I have prepared the newsbirds you requested. Payment in advance, please." Upon reading this message, Haruno Sakura's eyes brightened. After such a long wait, results had finally emerged. Indeed, the newsbirds from the pirate world were specifically designed for delivering newspapers and transmitting various news. Utilizing newsbirds to publish articles was the ingenious solution Sakura had devised. In the ninja world, those adept in aerial combat were far fewer than in the pirate realm, and ninja villages often employed ninja hawks for communication. Newsbirds could not only collect fees but also distribute news, possessing a level of intelligence and belonging to a substantial population. Similar to the existence of summoning beasts in the ninja world. In the ninja realm, not only the three great holy lands but any summoning clan held a significant legacy, having existed for countless years. It is worth noting that summoning beasts are not easily obtained, and ordinary ninjas would not wish to offend a summoning clan. Such clans are not easily provoked. As someone who delves into literature, Sakura knew she must grasp the public opinion of the ninja world to maintain her position. Immediately, she transferred 1,000 attribute points to Haruka. When it comes to living beings, the cost in attribute points also multiplies. The response came swiftly. Through the system's marketplace transaction feature, the newsbirds were delivered. When Sakura first conceived the idea of utilizing newsbirds for newspaper delivery, she had shared it with Haruka. In the pirate world, Morgans is the undisputed overlord of the news industry, with virtually all information being dispatched by his newsbirds. Therefore, the success of the transaction hinged on Morgan's willingness to part with the birds. Fortunately, due to Haruka's frequent interactions with Morgans for article publication, he readily agreed to negotiate. After much discussion, and promising that they would not pose a threat, Morgans finally consented. Sakura found an open space and released the birds. A flock of avian creatures resembling albatrosses appeared, their clear eyes gazing curiously. Around their pristine white necks were small red pouches for collecting money, and there were compartments near their wings for holding newspapers. As Sakura stepped closer to inspect the pouch, the newsbirds immediately took flight, their vigilance palpable, wary of Sakura snatching their money. Witnessing their impressive training, Sakura felt an uplift in her spirits. The 1,000 attribute points had not been wasted. 3 days later, a row of newsbirds stood ready for action in the open space. Each bird carried 100 copies of the newspaper, priced at 10 ryo each. This price was a mere tenth of that of the Ninja World Times, ensuring that all common folk could afford a newspaper. Sakura had researched the audience of the Ninja World Times, discovering that most were ninjas, with its branches primarily located within ninja villages. Now, Sakura aimed to capture the market of all citizens in the ninja world, necessitating a low price point. The newspaper's content was divided into 4 major sections, the largest being literary works, featuring the sequel of Ninja Hound. Other sections included basic literacy education, starting from the fundamentals of recognizing characters. By consistently purchasing each issue, readers could quickly self-learn and expand their literacy. Thus, even those without formal education could comprehend articles, gaining knowledge and cultivating critical thinking. Education should never be an exclusive privilege, and Sakura firmly believed that her endeavors were meaningful. Another segment highlighted significant recent events in the ninja world, where conflicts between ninja villages were rampant, providing ample content for writing. If necessary, she could educate the public on the history of the ninja world. There would be no shortage of material. Lastly, there was a section on common knowledge of the ninja world, explaining the formation of storms, thunder, and lightning, as well as the origins and generation of chakra. Sakura aimed to enlighten the populace, dispelling notions that ninjas were superior, or that nobles should hold absolute power. Every individual is born equal, and Sakura would convey that there is no divine right to rule. The mercy of the divine is intangible, but the sword of hope is forever held in one's own hands. Sakura named the newly established newspaper Dawn Daily. Chapter 22, The Dawn Daily. The editorial office of the Ninja World Times. The male chief editor repeatedly perused the letters scattered across his desk, not spotting the distinctive starry envelope. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Yet he remained undeterred, pondering whether the sender had cloaked their identity to avert complications. With unwavering resolve, he tore open letter after letter, scrutinizing their contents. After meticulously sifting through each one, he still found no manuscript from Mr. Starlight. Leaning back in his chair, he slumped in resignation, muttering to himself. How could this be? The newspaper had been published for 3 days already. Had Mr. Starlight not noticed my efforts? Ever since the release of Ninja Hound, the chief editor had been eagerly awaiting correspondence from Mr. Starlight. But 3 days had elapsed, and still no word. Could it be that Mr. Starlight had delayed his submission? In the bustling streets of Konoha, the lively chatter of street vendors filled the air. Those emerging from the editorial office sighed in exasperation. Once again, there was no continuation of Ninja Hound. They were truly anxious to discover the fate of the protagonist. Yet with no serialization in the newspaper, they could only leave in disappointment. Suddenly, someone gazed skyward, spotting several news birds circling overhead. With Konoha's populous nature, it was only natural that more news birds were drawn here. Look at those magnificent birds. Each news bird donned a white cap adorned with a pentagram, specially crafted by Sakura, emblazoned with the emblem of Dawn Academy. Today marked the inaugural issue of the newspaper, and the ninja world was still acclimating to this novel method of distribution. To mitigate any risks associated with miscommunication, the first issue was being distributed free of charge. Sakura had included explanatory sections in the newspaper to elucidate the role of the newsbirds and outline future pricing for subsequent issues. As the second issue was set to be released, a fee would be implemented. Each ninja village had protective barriers, and the newsbirds were astutely aware, maintaining a respectful distance. Therefore, when the townsfolk heard the sounds overhead and looked up, they were greeted by a cascade of newspapers tumbling from the sky. Perhaps due to their proficiency, the newsbirds delivered with remarkable accuracy, allowing most individuals to catch the falling papers with ease. Before many had time to react, they found themselves clutching a newspaper. Some quick-witted ninjas deftly sidestepped, initially wary of any potential explosives, before gathering to inspect the curious items. The average citizens, however, harbored no such concerns, eagerly snatching up the papers to peruse their contents. The Dawn Daily? Not everyone was accustomed to reading the newspaper, but it was undeniable that Mr. Starlight had recently gained notoriety within the ninja realm. Anyone who had followed Mr. Starlight was acutely aware that she had not posted any new articles lately. Thus, upon spotting the prominent title Ninja Hound emblazoned on the front page of the Dawn Daily, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. A similar spectacle unfolded throughout the ninja world. As the newsbirds scattered newspapers to passers-by, crowds gathered in curiosity. In the Land of Fire's Daimyo residence, the second prince, Yuan Shishio, was nearing madness, his gaze upon his subordinates growing increasingly sinister. The sight sent shivers down Kyoko's spine. Knowing that Mr. Starlight had not updated in 3 days, Kyoko felt a swell of anxiety. She cared not whether the second prince would see the continuation. Her primary concern was his increasingly erratic behavior. Recently, she could feel his gaze lingering upon her, as if searching for faults to exploit. Terrified, she prayed daily for Mr. Starlight to hasten her updates. The third princess was also eager for the continuation, even going so far as to stage a performance to ensure her cooperation. Whether out of gratitude or self-preservation, Kyoko sincerely hoped for swift resolution. In truth, her instincts were not misplaced. Yuan Shishio was indeed growing increasingly impatient. He had anticipated receiving the continuation by the following day at the latest, yet delays persisted. Were it not for his father's satisfaction with his proposals, he would feel utterly wasted laboring in vain. With nowhere to vent his frustrations, his discontent towards Kyoko, the instigator of his ideas, grew ever more pronounced. As both harbored their own thoughts, a large white bird soared past outside. This was a species never before seen in the ninja realm, suddenly capturing the attention of the gathered crowd. The guards, sensing something amiss, swiftly positioned themselves protectively around Yuan Shishio. The newsbird circled above, having noticed the gathering inside the room from a distance. Yuan Shishio's expression turned alarmed, fearing imminent danger. Unfazed, Kyoko positioned herself behind the prince, disregarding his erratic behavior. The newsbird tilted its head, descended slightly, and after pondering for 3 seconds, it dropped several newspapers before departing. Initially, no one moved to retrieve them, but moments later, a guard picked up the discarded items. Upon discovering they were newspapers, he sighed in relief. "Your Highness, it is merely a newspaper, devoid of any threat." "A newspaper?" Yuan Shishio's face flushed crimson, mortified at having been startled by such a trivial item. How could he face the world after such a display? His piercing gaze swept over the surrounding guards before locking onto Kyoko's eyes. Before he could vent his frustration, however, he was interrupted by a shrill scream from the maid before him. "Ah, I am so frightened, Your Highness. That bird is utterly terrifying. What did it drop?" "You are so brave, Your Highness. My legs are trembling. I am utterly terrified. I feel so small compared to you." Kyoko unleashed a torrent of exclamations, momentarily immobilizing Yuan Shishio. Having spent more time in the company of the third princess lately, and having successfully deceived the second prince on 2 occasions, Kyoko's confidence had swelled. With the guidance of the third princess, she felt herself growing cleverer. Observing the second prince's cowardice only fueled her amusement. He was clearly embarrassed. Offering him an escape route, she hoped he would overlook her hiding behind him. Having deceived him enough, Kyoko felt emboldened. As expected, Yuan Shishio cast her a disdainful glance, muttering that she was utterly useless before turning away. He approached the guard to retrieve the newspapers, eager to discover what the bird had delivered. Of course, he would never admit to being frightened. It had merely been an accident. After a moment of self-reassurance, he unfolded the newspaper, only to find the central headline boldly declaring Ninja Hound. Beneath it lay a smaller subtitle, Dancing in the Ninja World as a Commoner. I have realized. The article he had longed for appeared before him, effortlessly manifesting. A glimmer of joy illuminated Yuan Shishio's face as he dismissed those around him. Kyoko, noticing his reaction, immediately rushed from the room to inform the third princess. She even snatched a newspaper from the floor, leaving the guards momentarily stunned. Laughing to herself, she marveled at her own cleverness, genuinely believing she was becoming increasingly astute. Dashing towards the third princess's quarters, she discovered that no birds were present here. Although the bird was evidently no ordinary creature, Kyoko noted that it had only dropped newspapers after spotting people. The third princess rarely ventured out, and her room was the most secluded in the Daimyo's residence. Indeed, as she presented the newspaper, she witnessed the third princess's eyes illuminate with excitement. Yuan Shilin also recognized the words Ninja Hound on the paper, brimming with delight. She first perused the newspaper as a whole before her gaze fixated on the educational section, momentarily forgetting to check the continuation of the article. Chapter 23. Continuation of Ninja Hound. As the third princess stared vacantly at the newspaper, Kyoko blinked in bewilderment. Noticing someone was fixated on her, Ringshi lifted her gaze to meet Kyoko's clear, naive eyes. Shortly thereafter, she asked enigmatically, Kyoko, do you wish to learn how to read? The person across from her widened her eyes, filled with an overwhelming sense of hope. At the branch of the Ninja World Times, the male editor-in-chief also received the newspaper. The moment he sensed the influence of the news bird, he realized that the Dawn Daily was on the verge of rising. Moreover, its pricing was merely 1/10 that of his own publication. He was engulfed in worry, fearing the impending doom of the Ninja World Times. For reasons unknown, he had harbored this premonition ever since the appearance of the stars. The power of the ninja villages and the nobility was excessively formidable, posing a threat to any newspaper. Contemplating this, his mood grew increasingly complex. Disregarding his concerns, he glanced at the follow-up of Ninja Hounds in the newspaper. Meanwhile, at another branch of the Ninja World Times, the female editor-in-chief was not burdened with such thoughts. Regardless of where one worked, it was merely a matter of exploitation. One either toiled like a beast of burden or faced a similar fate. At that moment, she was delightfully engrossed in the continuation of Ninja Hounds. Thinking of her rival next door, she chuckled inwardly. That fool believed that after publishing a grand article about the stars, he could bask in self-satisfaction. How naive. He mocked her. Yet he too could not retain his authors. As long as she did not have to labor herself, she could still enjoy the articles. Pure bliss. The day my father passed away, I was still ill. When I finally awoke from my fever, he was already on the brink of death. After that, I began to ponder the meaning of life. I could not comprehend how human lives could be so fragile. What kind of person could survive in this cruel world? At that time, I was unaware that some individuals who still lived were, in truth, already dead. At the age of 10, I wandered from place to place. Having suffered from malnutrition since childhood, no one could discern my true age. To survive, I learned to disguise myself. Each day, I observed the comings and goings of pedestrians, scrutinizing their every word and action. I lay in wait, biding my time for an opportunity to turn the tide. Finally, on that fateful day, I found my chance. Due to years of warfare, the number of ninjas in the villages had dwindled. When I noticed that the homeless children were being targeted by those individuals, my heart raced. The guardian deity I had seen with my father was vividly etched in my memory. During my travels, I had witnessed ninjas employing their techniques, effortlessly flattening mountain peaks. It was then that I understood the weight of the ninja profession. The power of life and death rested in their hands. I resolved to become a ninja. Consequently, I relinquished the opportunity to accompany a wealthy merchant. As the ninja villages scoured for orphans, I had just ingratiated myself with a young master from a wealthy family. To gain favor, I feigned ignorance and allowed him to bully me. Kneeling on the ground to serve as his mount was merely a means to secure a chance to become a servant. However, on the day the merchant's family was set to depart, I hesitated. Did I truly wish to grovel before others? One path was fraught with unknown risks, while the other promised a glimmer of hope. After wandering for so long, stability had become my most coveted desire. Yet the alternative choice left me paralyzed. Ultimately, amid the young master's furious rebukes, I fled. I blended into a gathering of homeless children. When asked my age, I shamelessly subtracted 3 years. Fortunately, the ninja village genuinely needed recruits. However, nothing comes without a price. The ninja village was no charitable institution. The remnants of war had not yet dissipated, and we, the children who entered, were merely chosen pawns to confound the enemy. After spending just over a year at the Ninja Academy, I was cast onto the battlefield. Chakra was a truly miraculous thing, as was the military rations that ensured I would not go hungry. I honed my skills while evading pursuit, navigating through a series of perilous missions. I had masqueraded as a vagrant to gather intelligence, and pretended to be among the dead beside corpses. When the village tallied the casualties, I astonishingly emerged as one of the last survivors. The trials of life and death continually pushed my abilities to new heights. Yet to avoid danger, I chose to conceal my true strength. Even so, each mission proved increasingly arduous. In the beginning, I interacted primarily with the same group of orphans who entered the village with me. As time passed, I became acquainted with some clan ninjas, most of whom possessed bloodline limits or specialized techniques. Some merely sought to see blood before the war concluded, gilding themselves in glory. In contrast, I had nothing. I could only refine the fundamental techniques to their utmost limits. It was precisely because I possessed so little that I cherished every opportunity. After the war, I returned to the village, alive but with no remarkable achievements to warrant special promotion. At that point, I was already 13 years old. A year later, I finally awaited my chance to participate in the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, the male editor-in-chief was absorbed in the story. Suddenly, a staff member burst forth, visibly excited, holding a letter. As the person approached, the editor-in-chief's eyes fell upon the envelope in his hand, prompting him to spring to his feet. Before his subordinate could speak, he snatched the letter and tore it open. To his dismay, the contents were not as he had anticipated. The envelope contained neither the continuation of Ninja Hounds nor a new article, but rather a photograph of a band accompanied by a letter. Sakura contemplated the situation. The band's inaugural performance necessitated promotion. The reason for not publicizing it through the Dawn Daily was to ensure the two remained distinct in the public eye. She was constantly in peril, allowing the band to develop discreetly. In this manner, they would avoid attracting the attention of those in power, thus mitigating risk. Once their notoriety grew, they could later feature in the Dawn Daily's major news section. However, for the first performance, Sakura did not wish to undermine the children's confidence. Thus, she thought of the Ninja World Times. It was common for newspapers to reprint one another's articles, and her interactions with this publication had been quite pleasant. Had it not hindered the development of their power, she might have continued collaborating with them. Sakura even entertained the notion of enticing the Ninja World Times staff to work for her. However, the owner was still alive, which rendered it merely a fleeting thought. The purpose of her letter was to solicit the Ninja World Times to promote the upcoming performance of the band, in exchange for the rights to reprint from the Dawn Daily. Chapter 24. This shadow should be mine to assume. Being a jester, while the world serves as an audience, the only one I must please is myself. Across the ninja world, unknown individuals held free copies of the Dawn Daily, coincidentally reading Ninja Hounds. This marked the first Chunin exam following the end of the war. Each village sent forth their elite genin to showcase their prowess, while I was merely an inconsequential participant from the host village. On the day of the Chunin exam, I arrived late due to assisting an elderly lady across the street, likely being the last to enter the examination room, and stealing the spotlight from others. Cold glances were directed toward me in unison. Each village had its own channels of information. Within a matter of days, they had thoroughly assessed the participants in the Chunin exam. As an orphan devoid of any bloodline limit, I lack even the qualification to ascend the ranks of romantic interest. Witnessing those deemed seed candidates, the exam participants exhibit an air of disdain. The fellow ninjas from my village, who are also my teammates, are merely acquaintances, two warriors from families notorious for their bloodshed on the battlefield. They do not even acknowledge my presence as a temporary ally. To the outside world, I project an image of a fortunate optimist. Without hesitation, I approach them, greeting them with a smile. Truly, the disparity in destinies among individuals is stark. This is what they call genius. My internal monologue of sarcasm has long since become habitual. During those years of wandering, it was such cynical thoughts that helped me endure countless lonely nights. As I approached, their brows furrowed in disapproval. I understood their unspoken sentiment all too well. How could a nameless, common ninja possibly stand alongside them? In the eyes of the chosen, there is no room for the ordinary. Ignoring their frosty demeanor, I continued to speak, rambling on as if oblivious to their discomfort. Admittedly, this behavior resembled that of a sycophant. Yet it mattered little. Had I not played the fool, I would not have survived thus far. The scene from a decade ago remains vivid in my mind. My fragile pride was rendered insignificant in the face of mortality. My father's death shattered my innocence. And from that moment, a facade of smiles became my constant companion. I am harsh with others, but even more so with myself. From the day I entered the village, I have never allowed myself a moment's respite. Genius? Reflecting on my former ignorance, I cannot help but scoff internally. Among the multitude of commoners in the ninja world, I merely stumbled upon the chance to grow stronger. If everyone were to become a ninja, it would be easy enough to select the tallest among the short. In the examination hall, the examiner's manipulative tactics seem utterly trivial to me. This is a common ruse in the Chunin exams. I had diligently gathered intel on previous Chunin exams, and compared to the past, the caliber of this year's candidates is markedly higher. After easily passing, I must feign exhaustion, putting on a show of being drenched in sweat. I resemble a clown, making the most ridiculous expressions to lower the guards of those around me. I find a strange humor in my antics, reveling in the performance. At the onset of the second exam, my two teammates abandoned me. Alone, my smile gradually faded. Having laughed for so long, my face felt stiff. With a few swift movements, I vanished from sight. Should anyone have witnessed my departure, they would surely be astonished by my speed. This is a modified technique of body flicker that I developed myself. As long as there is a green hill, there is no fear of lacking firewood. The year spent at the Ninja Academy was not in vain. Knowledge is truly a captivating force. It has taught me to think critically, analyzing the principles and limits of ninjutsu. With nothing to my name, I cherish everything I have earned through my own efforts. On the battlefield, I have pilfered numerous ninjutsu scrolls. Each village's techniques possess unique characteristics, interwoven with diverse methodologies. Through relentless experimentation and refinement, I have achieved the results I enjoy today. In fact, my participation in this exam is intended to showcase a fraction of my prowess. Until I reach my ultimate goal, a little pretense is harmless. It is essential to afford those around me some time to adjust. Candidates from various ninja villages are sparing no effort in this exam, which is tacitly acknowledged as a miniature battlefield. Evasion and camouflage are my forte. To put it generously, I excel in speed and stealth. I reached the finish line unscathed, astonishingly being the first to arrive. After a moment of contemplation, I turned back. Although my teammates disregarded me, abandoning me to fend for myself, as an outsider, it is prudent to be mindful of political positions. My cheerful and kind-hearted demeanor is likely to be favored by those in power. Naive and passionate, I am easily manipulated. I must also offer them a vision of dreams and a promising future. Ha ha ha, I couldn't help but laugh at my own musings. For the person I sought has now appeared before me. Under a tree, my teammates are being beaten to the brink of unconsciousness by ninjas from other villages. Just as they draw their last breaths, I step in. With a few decisive moves, I dispatch their assailants and turn to my teammates, feigning concern as I help them up. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, I unleash a tirade upon the lifeless bodies of our foes, expressing outrage at how they dared to harm my comrades. The two family ninjas stammer apologies for leaving me behind. Of course, I graciously offer verbal forgiveness. Throughout the ordeal, enemies continue to emerge, and I deliberately sustain injuries to deepen our bond. Ultimately, burdened by my two companions, I arrive at the finish line once more. We appear somewhat battered, but this is a state I know all too well. Having successfully advanced to the finals, I have unwittingly been cast as the inconsequential sidekick. Listening to the village leader boast eloquently, I feel a kinship with his hypocrisy. In this light, no one present is more suited to become the leader than I. This title should rightfully belong to me. The finals are scheduled to take place in 3 days. Time is short, and the lords and village leaders will soon begin to arrive, eager to witness the remnants of strength from the last war. What significance does 3 days hold? As before, I forego sleep in favor of meditation, delving into new ninjutsu. Daily, I burden myself with weights to adapt my body to newfound speeds, while also reflecting on the past and contemplating the future. Then comes an unexpected wave of weariness. The opportunity presented by this Chunin exam was one I fought hard to secure. Perhaps prolonged confinement drives a person to madness. I find myself torn between concealing my strength and desiring to stand out. My relentless pursuit of power is my obsession. while the grandeur of my aspirations remains tantalizingly out of reach. Over the years, I have woven intricate dreams for myself, and now they are on the verge of realization. 3 days hence, I choose to take the plunge. The smile upon my lips is stained with blood, and my once clear gaze has turned frenzied. I confront one ninja after another, blood flowing freely as my fists strike without pause. The audience's reactions shift from initial pity to resounding cheers. The thunderous applause reverberates in my ears. My mind is exhilarated yet astonishingly calm. I showcase a ruthless side to the lords while sparing my fellow villagers. Every step I take paves the way for my future. The thoughts of that day were not mere whims. While it may be difficult for a commoner to become a leader, I am determined to try. After all, dreaming is my forte. Whether or not it comes to fruition is secondary. I shall act and see. The evidence speaks for itself. I have succeeded. Yet my desire to perform has not waned. I seem to have become even more unhinged. Chapter 25. Band Promotion. The article ends here, leaving one in suspense. Haruno Sakura intends to publish the continuation in the next issue of the newspaper. From the system interface attribute feedback, it appears that Ninja Hound has garnered a relatively broad audience. The most evident characteristic of the apathetic is their disinterest in everything external. The mere act of engaging with the article is a successful first step. The newshawk's stamina is commendable. They can persist at work even amidst the boundless sea. Thriving in the ninja world. Newspapers have reached various corners of the ninja world, and Ninja Hound has been mentioned repeatedly. Accompanying the fame of the two is the brilliance of the stars. At Dawn Academy, Sakura is engaged in a discussion with Yuta and Yuki regarding their future plans. The more hands, the greater the strength. Dawn Academy will not be a one-person show. The recent newspaper release has proceeded smoothly. Sakura's ambition is to publish an issue daily, as this would befit the title of a daily newspaper. However, Yuki expresses concern that the productivity of the research department cannot keep pace. The successful publication of this newspaper is a testament to everyone's collective effort. Long before finalizing the newspaper's release, Sakura had entrusted the printing to the research department. Such an important matter could not be delegated to outsiders. Yuki possesses a certain talent for research, and the Senju clan's extensive collection of jutsu is an asset. As the last descendant of the clan, he has also perused many of Tobarama Senju's insights on jutsu. Before long, Yuki selected suitable techniques and made slight modifications. After assigning tasks to the children, everyone began to operate like cogs in a well-oiled machine. Yuta was also enlisted to help, while the band, led by Mizuhashi, remained immersed in their musical practice. The band required numerous members, and after discussions with Yuta, they sought the students' opinions. Ultimately, they decided to focus on the band first, with plans to incorporate orchestral performances as their recognition grows. Consequently, only 4 individuals were currently practicing the pieces. Sensing the bustling atmosphere throughout the academy, they dared not slacken their efforts. Despite their hectic schedules, no one felt fatigued. Sakura could feel the excitement radiating from everyone each day. That was the essence of belief. In truth, most people in the world are not afraid of hardship. Rather than living a life of mediocrity, it is preferable to die with fervor. What one fears is to toil away only to see their efforts benefit others while facing resentment in return. Fueled by this spirit, they completed the entire newspaper within a few days. Sakura, the band will soon begin their performances, and I can no longer assist with the newspaper, Yuta stated. In the office, Yuta, Yuki, and Hanako sat across from each other. Hanako is now responsible for the academy's logistics department, and the children heed her words. During this period, she has been preoccupied with various affairs within the academy. Yet, Hanako revels in her endeavors, having long surpassed the threshold of 50 in attribute points. Seeing such a cheerful mother, Akira has become much more lighthearted, though he struggles to adapt to the changes in Hanako's temperament. In response, Hanako remarked, "I experienced my rebellious phase rather late." Upon hearing Yuta's words, Yuki grimaced, insisting that publishing daily is utterly unfeasible. Sakura nodded in agreement. This newspaper took several days to produce. No matter how adept they became, completing it in a single day was impossible. Continuing down this path would indeed lead to exploitation. Do not worry. Good things take time. The Dawn Daily is still in its developmental stage, and our goals should be achieved incrementally. I would never expect others to accomplish in one bite what takes time to digest, Sakura said, after waiting so many years to glimpse hope. A slight delay is nothing to criticize. The current approach to the newspaper is unsustainable. The research department has other matters to address. The academy remains understaffed. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to publish the Dawn Daily as a weekly instead. Yuki breathed a sigh of relief, The research department has indeed been quite busy lately. Although they could utilize the shadow clone technique to enhance productivity, the ensuing fatigue is very real. He glanced at Yuta, whose expression was one of pride. Recently, applying ninjutsu to production has revealed the remarkable impact it has on efficiency. He is indeed quite the sensation at the academy. Who wouldn't he call him minister upon seeing him? Yuta returned a radiant smile, secretly competing with Yuki in spirit. Sakura sensed the palpable excitement between the two, marveling at their camaraderie. A letter sent to the Ninja World Times has received a response, confirming that an announcement regarding the band will be published tomorrow. This time, Sakura refrained from promoting the band in the Dawn Daily, wishing to keep the two entities separate for the moment. Once their recognition grows, they could later integrate their performances into the significant news section of the Ninja World. After discussing the details of the band's performance, the group dispersed. Thus, another day passed, and the Dawn Daily's popularity continued to soar. Readers of the Ninja Hound came back for the earlier sections after a brief introduction. The sales of the Ninja Times were also boosted. At this juncture, it released its latest edition. The newspaper prominently featured photographs of 4 young individuals at its center. The essence of youth radiated from the images, untouched by the ink of the ninja world. This photograph was surreptitiously taken by Sakura, capturing a lively and natural moment. The image showcased 2 boys and 2 girls. Mizuhashi, without a doubt, is the lead singer of the band, her fiery red hair vibrant and bold, occupying the center stage. On stage, Mizuhashi's primary role is to engage the audience's emotions. With the system's endorsement, she finds it easier to master all instruments, truly embodying the essence of versatility and making the most of her talents. Chapter 26, Band Members. Mizuhashi is regarded as the versatile substitute within the group. The other girl, a bassist with short black hair named Ayukawa Aya, has long caught Sakura's attention as an exceptionally intelligent child. According to Yuta and Yuki, Aya possesses a high aptitude for ninjutsu and excels at drawing parallels. Her quick thinking makes her well suited for a position in the research department. Upon seeing her resolutely join the band, Yuki was distraught, urging her not to squander her talents. Yuta, overhearing this, expressed his displeasure, asserting that Aya's musical talent is equally remarkable. When Sakura rushed to mediate, she found a flustered Yuki and a Yuta struggling to maintain his composure. Noticing Aya's demeanor in everyday life, Sakura refrained from imposing any demands on her. A person's lifetime is not confined to a singular pursuit. Yuta and Yuki are still constrained by the mindset of a ninja. Moreover, for a genius, time is never a barrier to success. Engaging in pursuits that ignite one's passion stimulates the mind far more effectively. Although Aya often appears aloof, her enthusiasm becomes palpable when she performs alongside the other 3. For the children of the academy, many await others to make decisions for them. Little do they realize, this is their own life. And preserving their integrity amidst the words of others is a formidable challenge. The band's guitarist is Morimoto, Akira's companion. He is cheerful and optimistic, embodying the spirit of a sunflower. He is quite active in class, eagerly answering questions. Particularly when playing the guitar, his vibrant energy nearly overflows, infecting everyone present. The final member, the drummer, is a surprising choice, Amain. When Yuta mentioned him as the band's drummer, Sakura was taken aback. The first child to notice the academy's insufficient resources was none other than Amain, who had shyly confirmed it with her. He is a considerate soul, disliking to burden others, yet he possesses an unexpected explosive energy. Sakura hopes all the children can express their thoughts openly. She is immensely grateful to the system for granting her the ability to perceive emotions, allowing her to connect with their innermost selves. Observing the 4 children huddled together, Sakura felt a sense of nurturing fulfillment. In response, she expressed that the ninja world should also be allowed to partake in such enjoyment. Even she, who had faced death numerous times, found herself enchanted by the atmosphere of the band, let alone those in the ninja world who were witnessing it for the first time. Although the sales of the Ninja World Times have seen a temporary surge, it is but a fleeting moment. Sakura relinquished the rights to her article solely for the initial promotion of the band. The latest issue of the Ninja World Times has already announced the time and location of the band's performance. Yongtai has been busy setting up the stage at the venue. Sakura had previously arranged for Yushu to print the band's promotional flyers. At the center of the flyer, the 4 members of the band, Shueli, adorned with exquisite makeup, stood out remarkably. Their costumes were uniquely crafted, showcasing a style unseen in the ninja world. Not to mention the various instruments. Such a spectacle was unheard of in the ninja realm. Sakura even included a few lines of lyrics on the flyer, enhancing its artistic allure. This was the first time Dawn Academy was organizing such an event, and the band's performance would mark the first step for the children of Dawn Academy into the wider world. Sakura hoped to leave everyone with a cherished memory for a lifetime. Thus, once the flyers were printed, Sakura helped them dress up before they set out to distribute them. Initially, the children felt a bit shy, as it was their first time viewing the outside world through a fresh lens. Sakura was also somewhat unaccustomed. But having lived long enough, she had developed a thicker skin. Before long, everyone was proficiently handing out flyers, enthusiastically promoting their good friends. The most popular among the students was the cheerful, sunny boy, Sunyuan. Particularly, Inoue Akira spared no effort in promoting his companion, dragging passers-by to engage in conversation for a quarter of an hour. The children seemed to have endless energy, remaining excited throughout the day. Passers-by attracted by the children's flyer distribution were drawn to watch them intently. Perhaps it was rare for the ninja world to witness such overt promotional tactics. Most of the individuals approached were simply ordinary civilians, street vendors and passing couples. These were the very crowds the children were most familiar with. After the Ninja World Times was published, many people hurried to the performance venue, mostly out of curiosity. These individuals were often wealthy and idle. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a distance. Sakura, who had been quietly monitoring the children's safety, hurried over to investigate. Upon arriving at the scene of the disturbance, she found an irate Inoue Akira being restrained by Sunyuan. Across from them, a boy dressed in aristocratic attire surveyed the children with a disdainful expression. A bunch of commoners. What an eyesore. Hearing this, Inoue Akira's face flushed with anger. What did you say? After spending considerable time in the academy, the children had learned to be reasonable, and Sakura had always instilled the concept of equality among individuals. Seeing the boy in noble garb, Inoue Akira, without hesitation, handed him a flyer, only to be met with an expression of insult from the other party. The boy pointed at Sunyuan's nose, berating him for his looks. Yet Sunyuan maintained a polite smile, continuously apologizing. However, the noble boy was relentless, demanding that the figures on the flyer, Shueli and Ling, be captured to serve as slaves. At this point, everyone could no longer tolerate the situation. Inoue Akira rushed forward to throw a punch, only to be restrained by Sunyuan and the others. Upon learning the details, Sakura's expression darkened. The noble boy furiously declared, "Hey, do you know who I am? Kneel before me and apologize." Surrounding guards stepped forward, encircling the children. Sakura signaled the children not to worry. Since she had brought them out, she would ensure their safety. Seeing that no one responded, the noble boy assumed they were intimidated. Becoming even more arrogant, he spat on the flyer in his hand and stomped on it repeatedly. This was something the children had painstakingly created, and their eyes turned red with anger. They glared at the noble boy's feet, wishing they could pierce him with their stares. Observing this, the noble boy became even more incensed. Such people were meant to grovel before him, not daring to raise their heads. Chapter 27. Naruto and Jiraiya. Sakura's gaze turned increasingly frigid. In the distance, Yushu and Yongtai, who were distributing flyers, noticed the escalating situation and hurried over, followed closely by Shueli and the other band members. Earlier, apart from Sunyuan wanting to join in the flyer distribution, the others had been busy setting up the stage. Upon seeing Shueli and Ling approaching, the noble boy's eyes lit up. Underneath their delicate makeup, the two looked like exquisitely crafted dolls in a display window, yet they were stunningly beautiful. The noble boy was eager to attach himself to them, immediately ordering his guards to encircle the two girls. Yoshu's expression turned serious, and just as he was about to intervene, Yongtai grasped his wrist. From a distance, Sakura and Yongtai exchanged glances and quickly averted their eyes. Yongtai offered a polite smile and performed a noble's greeting toward the sedan chair. "Esteemed sir, we apologize for any oversight on our part." Seeing him demonstrate such tact, the noble boy's demeanor relaxed, yet his eyes remained condescending. As he felt the sticky gaze lingering on them, Shueli and Ling lowered their heads, their expressions filled with disgust. Noticing the noble boy's demeanor, Yongtai forced a smile. "Sir, with so many people around, it truly does not suit your status. Perhaps we could find a more private place to discuss?" This was also the reason Sakura had refrained from taking action thus far. She wanted to avoid complications while promoting the band's concert. It would be more beneficial to resolve the situation discreetly in a less crowded area. Unbeknownst to the noble boy, calamity was approaching. He wore a lewd grin declaring no need for such trouble, just take these two women away. The guards exchanged knowing glances, as if they were on the same wavelength, and moved to grab the two girls. Sakura assessed the appearance of the noble boy, comparing him with her understanding of nobility. The guards were merely somewhat skilled warriors, but the crucial figure was the man vigilantly watching the noble boy's side. Judging by his aura, he was likely a jounin. which explained the boy's brazen behavior. However, with her capabilities and attributes, even a shadow-level powerhouse would find it difficult to escape her grasp. With no way to evade, Yang Tai's smile gradually faded, and he chose not to hinder Yushu. The children had come out to distribute flyers without any weapons, their fists clenched tightly. Such third-rate warriors were merely for show. Just as Yushu was about to incapacitate the assailant before him, a voice interjected. Stop. A figure clad in orange attire, wearing a Leaf Village headband, stood a short distance away, his gaze resolute. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Sakura turned her head to the side and discreetly glanced with her peripheral vision. Naruto. How did he end up here? Thankfully, she had disguised herself. She could not reveal her identity now, as explaining her presence would be challenging. The noble boy, furious, pointed at Naruto and questioned, "Who are you? This is no place for you to speak." The jounin beside him, upon noticing Naruto's Leaf Village headband, immediately drew a kunai. Before Naruto could respond, a plume of smoke suddenly appeared before him. A man in a wooden clogs and carrying a scroll emerged into view. One of the legendary Sannin, the invincible Jiraiya, the handsome man who could silence even crying children, has arrived. Sakura gazed expressionlessly at the scene before her, while the children of the academy wore equally perplexed expressions. Among those present, only the elite boys accompanying Jonin reacted, his face undergoing a dramatic transformation as he evidently recognized Jiraiya. Riku too was aware of this legendary Sannin. Bowing his head in remembrance of Tsunade, who was far away in Konoha. His identity was peculiar, known only to a select few of his clan to avoid being captured for experimentation. Consequently, it was the first encounter for his clan's teammate, and what an unexpected style it was. As Jiraiya appeared suddenly, Naruto was caught off guard by the billowing smoke, choking incessantly. Cough cough, pervy sage, where have you been? Cough cough, return my wallet, that took me ages to save up. Jiraiya nonchalantly produced a flattened frog wallet, wearing an indifferent expression. Don't be so stingy. Upon seeing the utterly empty wallet, Naruto's eyes welled with tears. The two commenced a spirited argument over the matter. The noble boy was nearly apoplectic, irritated that these two were disturbing his affairs and treating him with such disdain. Shut up. Do you even know who I am? He barked. Hearing this, the previously quarreling duo scrutinized him from head to toe and replied in unison. Who are you? Naruto's eyes reflected genuine confusion, clearly not understanding. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's knowing gaze carried an almost imperceptible air of pride. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, capable of striding confidently through the ninja world. Nobility held no fear for him. Most strong individuals in the ninja realm shared this sentiment, appearing to serve wealthy patrons while secretly cursing them. The surface calm belied a deeper indifference to the identities of those around him. After all, if the sky were to fall, it would not be his burden to bear. Why you? The noble boy stuttered in frustration, but Jiraiya dismissed him entirely. Naruto murmured in bewilderment, hey, what's up with this guy? He asks a question and doesn't he even say who he is? How strange. Sakura, overhearing, couldn't he help but smile slightly, thinking to herself how Naruto remained unchanged. The Jonin leaned in to whisper the truth about Jiraiya's identity to the boy, along with the fact that he stood no chance against him. The boy, evidently unaccustomed to such humiliation, cycled through shades of green and white before ultimately summoning his guards to leave. Naruto, however, continued to inquire about the noble's identity, eager to apologize. Yoda quickly interjected, thank you young man, but such a person wouldn't he genuinely apologize, and we wouldn't he accept it anyway. Let us leave it at that. Inoue Akira, witnessing the situation unfold, felt a surge of anxiety. Having suppressed his fear of causing trouble, he finally exploded, that cowardly bully. Morimoto offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Mizu and Aya exchanged glances, filled with disdain for the noble. Sakura remained silent, allowing Yoda to converse with Jiraiya and Naruto. Upon learning of an impending musical performance, Naruto exclaimed with excitement, how cool! Can it really make such awesome sounds? Wow, that's amazing! Yoda smiled and invited them to stay and experience the rare celebration together. Naturally, Naruto readily agreed, having already emptied his wallet, since it was free. He was more than happy to join in the festivities. Jiraiya, expressing his disinterest in little girls like Mizu and Aya, loudly declared his intent to seek out older sisters for inspiration, turning away without a second thought. Naruto, accustomed to the pervy sage's antics, struck up a lively conversation with Inoue Akira and Morimoto, the three sharing hearty laughter and camaraderie. As night fell, brilliant lights illuminated the stage, surrounded by a crowd of confused onlookers, predominantly families who had brought their children to join the merriment. Sakura had provided numerous chairs for the occasion, and those seated directly across from the stage were evidently affluent nobles or merchants, while ordinary citizens, looking somewhat uncomfortable, kept their distance, even if there were spare seats. Naruto and Inoue Akira huddled together, their faces alight with curiosity. Sakura sat alone in a corner, clutching a pen as she prepared to write a report for the Ninja World Times about the performance. As the audience began to fill, Yoda took to the stage to speak. Hello everyone. Today marks the debut performance of our Star River Band, and we hope you enjoy yourselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than the stage lights dimmed. The name Star River Band had been conceived by Mizu and her friends, and Yoda and the others agreed it was fitting, symbolizing the countless stars that would illuminate their future, coalescing into a grand river of light. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a profound silence, holding their breath. The world plunged into darkness, with only the twinkling stars above to provide illumination. Some vigilant individuals instinctively reached for their weapons. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the center of the stage, and the audience, dazed, gazed upon Mizu, her red hair billowing as she stood confidently before them. Her gaze was tender yet resolute, piercing through the audience's hearts. Grasping the microphone, she began to sing the opening lines. Flying, returning words, aiming at the azure sky. Her voice resonated with strength, akin to a young girl delicately articulating her yearning to soar through the heavens. Following her lead, 3 more beams of light flared to life, and the exhilarating music reverberated, sending a thrill through the crowd. Though they had never comprehended sorrow's essence, they began to explore the depths of pain. Hearing this iconic lyric, Sakura glanced toward Naruto in the audience, whose gaze had turned distant, completely immersed in Mizu's performance. The familiar smile that usually graced his face had vanished, leaving him in serene silence. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had always presented himself as the mischievous troublemaker. Yet only Sakura knew how many times she had witnessed him in such an emotionless state. When she had just been reborn as Haruno Sakura, she had felt utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of collapse, sustained only by the will to live. Deep down, she understood that continuing down this path would lead to her demise. Naruto was her source of energy. No matter how many hostile glares were cast her way, he could always smile and remain steadfast in his ninja way. And then there was Sasuke. Everything about Team 7 evoked the allure of bonds. In such an atmosphere, how could one not reminisce about their comrades who had fought side by side? Alas, each individual pursued different dreams. Sakura's resolve grew stronger within her heart. Aya Morimoto and UCI stepped into the spotlight, the band members harmonizing beautifully as they played together. Their long hours of practice had cultivated an unbreakable synergy among the four. They exchanged glances and shared exuberant smiles, their breaths and racing heartbeats synchronizing in unison. As the instrumental crescendo intensified, the quartet sang the final lines together. Awakening from dreams, breaking free from shackles, abandoning the cage, willing to shatter into pieces just to soar away. Even if one day they must descend from the clouds, they will relentlessly pursue the dreams held within their hearts. As the final notes of the performance lingered in the air, even without the aid of emotional perception, Sakura could discern the palpable excitement etched on the faces of the audience. Not only were others visibly stirred, but her own heartbeat quickened in tandem. Following the conclusion of the show, a thunderous applause erupted after a brief pause. On stage, the 4 performers, still enveloped in the euphoria of their performance, were met with a cacophony of cheers from the crowd. At that moment, even the usually composed Aya could not suppress a smile, her heart racing in rhythm with the jubilant atmosphere. Morimoto, embodying the essence of an innate idol, blew kisses and formed hearts towards the audience. Under the spotlight, Aki's cheeks flushed, yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable vibrancy. The image of the gentle lamb was almost incongruous with the striking drummer he had just been. When Sakura cast her gaze towards Mizuki, she found her friend looking back, radiating the most genuine smile. Sakura raised her hand, giving her a thumbs up. The performance had gone exceptionally well, and the audience remained reluctant to depart. The band members, still hungry for more, launched into a reprise of Bluebird. The crowd erupted in joy, as if they could never tire of the enchanting melody, despite having heard it once before. In that moment, whether they were commoners or nobility, ordinary folk or ninjas, their expressions reflected a shared sentiment. Touched by the lyrics, moved by the music, and cheering for the band, that was the scene Sakura yearned to witness. She wished for this moment not to be frozen in time, but to strive with all her might to transform it into eternity. Naruto, brimming with joy, incessantly pressed Yangtai to allow him to sing a song as well. Sakura had not seen him so exuberant in quite some time, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her as warm memories resurfaced. Just as Sakura found herself smiling unconsciously, a voice broke through beside her. Haruno Sakura? The corners of her mouth slowly retracted. Confused, Sakura turned to face the speaker, Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin fixed his penetrating gaze upon her, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Pardon me, sir, but what did you say? Sakura's eyes remained devoid of any tremor, her tone unwavering. She understood that he was attempting to bait her. On this occasion, Sakura had not employed any ninjutsu for disguise. Everyone from the academy had merely utilized transformation techniques. Thus, her physical appearance had not changed significantly, save for her dyed hair and altered eye color. Most crucially, her emotional perception was alerting her to the situation. Jiraiya was evidently harboring doubts. Perhaps he sensed her elevated status among this assembly, prompting him to probe. Indeed, individuals of such caliber were rarely simple. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Jiraiya suddenly tapped his own head, reverting to his usual whimsical demeanor. It seems I mistook you for someone else. I must have been watching too many Big Sisters lately. My mind isn't as sharp as it used to be. Chapter 29, The Night Watchman. The latest issue of the Ninja World Times featured an evocative piece. As the distant bells toll to herald the onset of night, the stars twinkle in anticipation of dawn. The first battle of the starry river band shone brightly under a canopy of stars. The night grew longer, yet the celestial bodies awaited the arrival of light. A despairing young girl sang defiantly against adversity, heralding a call to struggle. The world sought to confine her, to break her spirit, yet she insisted on sprouting wings. Even at the cost of her own destruction, no one could restrain her quest for freedom. Those who wished to see her grounded sought to stifle her rebellious spirit, until she resigned herself to the earth, accustomed to bowing her head. Countless times in the past, they had succeeded. The boy, once radiant under the sun, had transformed into an elderly figure nearing death. The puppeteers laughed quietly from the shadows, mocking their audacity in attempting to rival the heavens. But this time, an unseen force uplifted them. The lost traveler paused for the boy, shielding him from the biting cold. They were the swords of shadow, the guardians upon the great wall. Notes danced at their fingertips, composing the symphony of fate. A tempest surged forth. Countless eyes watched from the darkness, yearning for the light of dawn. Those who lingered were both me and you. Our bodies acclimated to the chill, yet our hearts retained a flicker of warmth. We all shared a singular identity, that of a once youthful dreamer, the Night Watchman. At the editorial office of the Ninja World Times, the chief editor exhaled slowly upon reaching the conclusion of the piece. The newspaper had been printed early that morning and displayed prominently on the shelves. The bold characters spelling out Starry River Band stood out conspicuously. What was ostensibly an article was, in truth, merely a commentary on the band. Yet, the Night Watchman, the enigmatic pseudonym behind the letter, hinted at an intrinsic value. In truth, the editor had also attended the Starry River Band's performance the previous day. This was a band promoted by the stars themselves. Fortunately, the outside world remained unaware of the connection. Otherwise, his attendance at the concert would have been questionable. With so many eyes watching outside, he had previously slipped up and exposed too much, allowing the rumors to scatter. This time, he had to exercise utmost caution. Only he and the boss within the office were privy to this information. After reporting it, the boss had explicitly ordered him not to leak it. The Ninja World Times could only establish branches in various ninja villages, due to the influential forces backing it. As a seasoned editor, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. However, the patron that once supported them had fallen from grace due to political strife. The situation at the newspaper had deteriorated significantly since then. The Starry River Band represented the last glimmer of hope for the paper. Since the emergence of the Renegade Ninja Diary, sales had finally ceased their downward spiral and began to rise again. He could not afford to hinder his boss's efforts. Little did he know, the previous day, he had observed his boss seated opposite his archrival at the performance. That woman. The chief editor clenched his teeth in frustration. How could the boss, the one who should have been the most secretive, be the one to betray their confidence? He had poured his heart and soul into the newspaper, only to be met with such betrayal. Throughout the entire performance, he had stood in the corner, avoiding the triumphant gaze of his adversary. Yet, upon hearing the lead singer's voice, all his reservations melted away. Just as the Night Watchman had articulated, the girl's soaring song captivated the hearts of all present. No one remained untouched. The rhythmic beating of their hearts constantly reminded them of the magnificence of the performance. The starlit sky, the night's embrace, the pulsating drumbeats, and the resounding cheers. This moment encapsulated the essence of life's pursuits. The vibrant vitality threatened to overflow from their chests. Such a sensation was addictive. Upon returning home that night, he remained too exhilarated to fall asleep. Tossing and turning, his hands itched to write, and he composed a music review late into the night. He had hoped to leverage his own talents to gain a foothold in the ninja world times. He even conceived the pseudonym Sleepless in the Night. That night's rendition of Bluebird resonated deeply with him, echoing the story of his own life. Refusing to succumb to fate, this was the moniker he had crafted in the wee hours. It was melancholic yet eloquent, befitting his ascent through sheer talent. In contrast to the previous instance when he had to negotiate terms for reprints for the Starry River Band, this time, his desire to promote the band stemmed from a genuine place. Little did he anticipate the sudden emergence of the Night Watchman. This issue of the newspaper not only promoted the Starry River Band, but also featured a follow-up on Ninja Dogs, ensuring its sales would thrive. In a realm as vast as the ninja world, it is virtually impossible for a singular newspaper to dominate the landscape. Any piece that captures the zeitgeist is bound to be circulated widely. Long before the rise of the Rogue Ninja Diaries, numerous other publications sought the rights to reprint its content. Unlike those piratical tabloids, reputable newspapers would never dare to publish without permission. With a mere monetary threat, they could secure the rights to reprint. Yet, how could the proprietor allow others to partake in the profits? Under immense pressure, he remained unyielding. As the illustrious star was hunted by the authorities, many newspapers reveled in the prospect of the Ninja Times' demise. Some suggested he consider a career change, but he alone understood the true reasons for his tenure. The owner exhibited a bias, yet he could not conceal the truth. Nonetheless, he had granted the editor the utmost authority over the content. Though seated in the esteemed position of chief editor, a semblance of dignity was present. However, he would always remember the days of dependence. The more he witnessed, the clearer the harsh realities became. For an utterly ordinary individual, merely living with dignity was a formidable challenge. Thus, as long as the newspaper remained afloat, he would not depart. These thoughts flitted through his mind in the stillness of the night, with anxiety lingering unspoken. However, upon acquiring the rights to reprint the Ninja Hound, the situation transformed. The newspaper could now publish articles with legitimacy, free from the looming threats of rival publications. Yet, this shift in circumstance transferred the burden to the Dawn Daily and the author, the Star. The chief editor rubbed his temples. Despite a sleepless night, he felt an unexpected surge of vitality. Setting aside thoughts of the Star, the Night Watchman truly astonished him. He had secretly slipped his own manuscript into today's pile of letters, intending to present a mundane piece and praise his writing skills before his subordinates. Who could have predicted such an explosive beginning? A seemingly ordinary envelope, while his own were scented with expensive fragrances. He had emulated the Star's approach, admiring the elegance of the envelopes she sent. Unbeknownst to the chief editor, the Night Watchman was indeed a pseudonym for Haruno Sakura. She deliberately avoided using the official envelopes to avert suspicion. Thus, the pattern continued night after night. The Night Watchman was not merely a moniker for Sakura. It represented her aspirations for the future. Millions would rally around the young dreamer, propelling him toward the shores of ambition. The fervor of youth is indelible, a testament to her hopes for the children and the future of the ninja world. As anticipated by the chief editor, the newspaper's sales were robust. Many were drawn to the striking headlines after purchasing a copy. Upon reading the Night Watchman's review, the Academy's students erupted in excitement. With their limited experience, they could not fully grasp the significance of the review. Yet they were aware it was a commendation. The success of the band was a collective effort, involving every individual from the Academy. Sensitive souls like Swearin, Aya, Morimoto, and UCI perused the newspaper multiple times. No one is immune to the need for positive affirmation. Denial and suppression can corrode a person from within. Since the performance the previous night, Swearin felt an emptiness within her. The silence following the grand applause made her question whether everything had been a mere illusion. Unsure of others' perceptions, she felt a burgeoning addiction to the stage. Those illuminated by the stars could no longer resign themselves to obscurity. She believed that with effort, she could soar higher. Yet, after receiving validation, she began to doubt whether she would disappoint others' expectations. The emergence of the Night Watchman felt like a shot of adrenaline. Through mere words, she sensed a wave of encouragement. She was not alone. She had mentors and companions. Fortuitously, she walked the crest of an era, surrounded by those who had tread the same path, either past or future. In that moment, she comprehended the meaning of camaraderie that Sakura had once spoken of. Indeed, there exist individuals in this world who, despite never having met, support one another through shared ideals. And such individuals are not few and far between. How fortunate she truly was. On the street, Naruto purchased a copy of the newspaper. The lecherous sage had found inspiration from an unknown source. Passing by the newspaper office, He was instantly captivated by the headline. The photograph of the Star River Band was striking, perfectly matching the number of members in Team 7. Merely gazing at the image brought memories of last night's performance flooding back. To his surprise, he understood the Night Watchman's commentary. For a fleeting moment, he became wholly absorbed in the music. Each individual bears their own pain and regrets. Sometimes, it feels as though many stand behind him. Yet when he turns around, he finds everything has changed. With his head bowed, shadows cloaked his face. After reading the Night Watchman's review, he flipped the newspaper over. The words Ninja Hound leapt off the page, with the author's name, F. Shing. He recalled that the author recommended by Inoue Akira was this very name. At that time, he had outright rejected the suggestion, as he was never one to settle down and read. Yet, Akira's words echoed in his mind once more. Naruto. You must read F. Shing's inspirational writing. You aspire to be Hokage. Who else would read it if not you? Perhaps his current emotions were too complex to articulate. He found himself gradually reading on. Instead of the prologue, he began with the segment on the Chunin exams. Not much time had passed since the last Chunin exam, so he certainly remembered his state of mind during that period. Observing the protagonist skillfully navigate the examination process and gather intel on other competitors, Naruto couldn't help but compare himself to the character. The protagonist's inner thoughts were astutely perceptive. When he saw the character abandoned by comrades, he felt a surge of indignation. Yet, witnessing the character play the fool only to outsmart others brought him inexplicable delight. Although comrades should be forthright with one another, the bonds among temporary teammates had yet to deepen. Instinctively, he believed the protagonist must be a good person, not only in reading, but in reality. Naruto always approached others with the assumption of their goodness, yearning for the same sincerity in return. It was akin to laying one's heart bare for others to see, where even if wounded, one merely brushes it aside. Yet every human experiences weariness. What appears unbreakable may merely be a facade of exhaustion. Sakura could never become such a person. Or perhaps, she was already one who had been drained dry. The characters she crafted lacked any pure dichotomy of good and evil. When the protagonist lamented that hypocrisy could lead to becoming Hokage, Naruto felt perplexed. What nonsense! Only those who gain recognition can ascend to the position of Hokage. F. Shing simply did not understand the role. The next time he encountered Inoue Akira, he would surely engage in a debate. What are you going to argue about? A sudden voice startled Naruto, causing him to leap up with a shout. Spotting the familiar lecherous sage, he wore an expression of exasperation. Such scenes had played out countless times, yet he was always taken aback. Jiraiya remained unflustered, exhibiting no signs of guilt, and pressed on with questions about the situation. Just as Naruto lost interest in the article, he tossed the newspaper at him. Upon perusing the article about ninja hounds, a flicker of enlightenment crossed Jiraiya's eyes. He had long since communicated with Tsunade regarding the matter of the stars. Over the years, he had traversed the world in accordance with the prophecy, ardently pursuing his path as a ninja. The current state of the ninja realm had become increasingly murky, and his investigation into Akatsuki's influence had finally begun to yield some insights. Yet, out of nowhere, another entity, this enigmatic star, had emerged. As he contemplated the recent turmoil within the ninja world, he diligently finished reading the entire newspaper. Despite his outwardly carefree demeanor, Jiraiya was among the most perceptive individuals in the ninja realm. Regarding the proclamation that he should assume the mantle of Hokage, his gaze darkened momentarily as he glanced at Naruto, who was sorrowfully clutching his wallet. This only served to solidify his resolve. The words of the star were not unfounded. The elders were indeed hypocritical, but that was in the past. The child of prophecy stood beside him, and ultimately, this world would change because of him. No matter how many waves crashed, they would fail to stir any significant upheaval. In contrast to the star's words, the comments of the Night Watchman had piqued his interest. Escorting children toward the future? That was precisely what he was endeavoring to accomplish. A lifetime spent wandering, happiness had never been something he sought after. From the day he first heard the prophecy, Jiraiya had embarked on an uncertain path. The defection of Orochimaru, the deaths of Minato and Kushina, the passing of the old man, and his feelings for Tsunade, all had left him unable to turn back, as many of his contemporaries had perished or departed. At times, he questioned his own choices, yet Naruto's presence illuminated a glimmer of hope. The value of a ninja's life is not merely determined by survival. The ultimate conclusion shapes the brilliance of the tale. As he set down the newspaper, he recalled a certain girl named Sakura Haruno, Naruto's companion. Fate truly played a jest on everyone. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru, he and Naruto, Tsunade and Sakura. The similarities in their circumstances made him wonder if he were dreaming. Yet, upon further reflection, it felt entirely plausible. Only Sakura eluded his understanding. Becoming Tsunade's student had granted her the title of Hokage's apprentice. In the days to come, even the children of the Yamashiro clan might not surpass her. Such an opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the sky, would be rejected by no ordinary person. Where there is peculiarity, there is often something amiss. He had even investigated her whereabouts. To his astonishment, she seemed to have vanished into thin air. It was precisely for this reason that he had approached her in a moment of curiosity upon seeing a familiar figure. Chapter 31 Dawn Daily Issue 2. At Dawn Academy, Sakura was reviewing the content for the next edition of Dawn Daily. She paid little heed to Jiraiya's skepticism. He was a man deserving of respect, yet their paths diverged. As a fellow author traversing the ninja world, Jiraiya had witnessed its myriad phenomena throughout his lifetime. However, he overly relied on the prophecies of Myaboku Mountain, wagering his entire existence on an uncertain future. He had no definitive answer regarding the essence of peace. Thus, even in the final moments of his life, he succumbed at the hands of a former student. Like the cyclical replacement of old and new sprouts, history often echoes with striking similarity. Had not Orochimaru similarly ended the life of the third Hokage? If the past were merely a repetitive cycle, what significance would it hold? Jiraiya had been fortunate to become a disciple of the third Hokage at such a young age, gaining renown throughout the ninja world. Sakura, too, was fortunate to be immersed in Konoha, becoming a companion to the protagonist. However, the past iterations of existence had shaped the current Sakura. She had witnessed lives treated as mere fodder, existence akin to drifting weeds, precarious and uncertain. She had seen the world's malice, where the populace struggled to survive, and conflict arose from within. Yet, Sakura had also experienced the tides of time, the struggle against despair. Over a century of conflict had ultimately led to a miraculous turnaround. The ancestors had built the new Dragon Kingdom upon a foundation of countless sacrifices. The suffering born from the flames of war would unreservedly descend upon every individual's shoulders. The most afflicted would be those at the bottom of the world as hierarchy. The despised and marginalized would unite, bringing forth a seismic shift within the ninja realm. What the ninja world lacked now was that spark, and Sakura aspired to be the torchbearer. The Stellar River Band had done remarkably well. Everything was a promising beginning. Reflecting on the recent events, she calmed her mind. The pen danced across the page, her words springing to life. Sakura's writing was elegant yet sharp, a product of her tranquil state of mind. The Night Watchman's script, however, lacked such finesse. Written from a critic's perspective, her emotional restraint had faltered while composing that music review. The words flowed with brilliance, each phrase a gem, addressing the grievances of the world. The Night Watchman would not be a silent pseudonym. Thus a week passed. The turmoil surrounding the Stellar River Band continued to escalate. Numerous individuals had written to the newspaper, inquiring about the next performance. The four members of the water pair looked at the fan letters that Yongtai had brought back. Each day, they practiced their songs with fervor, as if infused with adrenaline. Yongtai had fully embraced the role of a nurturing figure, even reminding them not to forget to eat. He also ventured out to seek venues for collaboration. After Sakura suggested some promotional items for the band, he suddenly understood. Posters, autographs, and group photos were all meticulously arranged. This fervor, spurred by the release of the lyrics to Bluebird, further resonated with the hearts of the ninja world. Those who had witnessed the performance remained few. Indeed, the ninja realm possessed its own entertainment and celebrity culture, alongside the existence of television and cinemas. Fuka Koyuki was a prominent film star. Yet, there was little ink devoted to this, likely due to the stereotypical perception of the ninja profession. The technological aspect was also briefly sketched. Yongtai was soon tasked with managing music distribution, and began to busy himself. On the right tree side, they too were not idle. The latest batch of newspapers had just been printed. Dawn Daily, Issue 2, was ready for release, and the newsbirds were poised for flight. The Academy's children had taken a particular liking to the newsbirds with their relatable tales. Each one watched as they departed, soaring toward various corners of the ninja realm. This time, their operations were more proficient, as they recognized the routes quite well. The first issue had clearly stated that each newspaper cost 10 ryo. Some were perplexed as to why the birds did not drop the newspapers as before, but instead urged them with sticks. Infuriated, the newsbirds squawked loudly, their curses unmistakable even if unintelligible. Others, seeing them fly low, attempted to snatch the newspapers directly, only to be met with a sharp peck. Fortunately, some clever individuals exchanged money for the papers. Everyone followed suit, obtaining their copy of Dawn Daily. Upon receipt, the eagerly anticipated continuation unfolded before their eyes. At 24 years of age, I became a legend in the eyes of outsiders. Only I know that I am an abnormal person. Time has not diminished my desire for performance. In fact, it has intensified. Like a balloon on the verge of bursting, the slightest incident could pierce through. The son of a noble became a lord. The disciple of a shadow became a shadow. I have long proclaimed that no one understands better than I do. Thus, I am the one who has successfully ascended. Like-minded individuals comprehend one another more profoundly, and I find I have much to discuss with my own mentor. Before each other, we need not conceal our true selves. On the day the handover ceremony concluded, he summoned me to his office. He occupied the chair of the village's shadow, refusing to offer me a seat. Great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. I, too, had once overcome numerous challenges to ascend to the position of shadow. I immediately comprehended that he had once resorted to cunning to attain his status. I responded with a smile and a nod, yet inwardly I scoffed, thinking, "What do you mean also? That is you. I have earned my place through merit." Eventually, he could no longer maintain his posture, and finally relinquished his seat. Managing a village is no trifling matter. The responsibilities are weighty and the road ahead is long. If you wish to intervene, why not say so directly? The roots of the village are rotten. Can it be anything but challenging? I remain indifferent. After all, you will perish before I do. This way, I need not constantly worry about an untimely demise. Chapter 32. The Game of Bonds, of which I have yet to grow weary. The power of the shadow gradually transitioned to me, and my interactions with other clans increased. Being the shadow had become excessively effortless for me. Perhaps it is because I am merely a so-called puppet. In the grand affairs of the village, I am but a signature on paper. The various clans regard me merely as a formality. They are even reluctant to take me on as a disciple. However, my former temporary teammates have shown me considerable warmth. How naive they are. They remain oblivious to the discord between their clans and myself. Yet they still attempt to draw near. Well then, what goes around comes around. Previously, I had to curry favor with him. Now the roles have reversed. One word, delightful. I accompany him in this game of bonds, occasionally lost in thought. Is it possible for me to truly become an ordinary ninja? Uttering grandiloquent phrases, reciting embellished speeches, and then dedicating myself to the village until death. Yet reality informs me otherwise. The tides of the era and the eyes of society propel me forward. I have countless times persuaded myself to ignore idle gossip. The result is that at an age of ignorance, I donned a mask. If I were an ambitious youth, I would have long since succumbed to melancholy. This is precisely what that group wishes to see, selfish and convoluted. Selfish in their unwillingness to relinquish power and maintain their lofty positions. Convoluted in demanding that I harbor profound love for the village. But I am not that person. I have even falsified my age. Ungrateful, yet I harbor grudges. My little notebook is filled with many names, awaiting the day of their demise to attend their funerals. To the outside world, I still maintain an appearance of unfulfilled aspirations. In reality, I find great amusement watching those old geezers prance about. Yet gradually, I began to feel weary. I know that the current attitudes of others towards me hinge upon my mask, regardless of whether they are favorable or unfavorable. I must not allow them to provoke any emotional turmoil within me. This simple life has made my existence feel reminiscent of my early teenage years. I crave excitement and novelty. I have come to realize that I am not one to remain idle. Enjoying life is, after all, what I have always pursued. Yet I am perpetually ensnared in fear. Humans are invariably contradictory. Fortunately, I still possess the resolve to endure. Once the mask is worn for too long, it becomes impossible to remove. Perhaps this will continue until my demise, for I am exceptionally skilled at waiting. At Dawn Academy, Youngtai exhaled deeply as he set down the newspaper. He gazed out the window, where Right Tree was engrossed in reading the same paper. Although it was published by the research department, he insisted on waiting for the news bird to depart before examining the content. Internally, he scoffed, his face betraying a hint of exasperation. Realizing his emotions were surfacing, he widened his eyes slightly. Who would wish to live behind a mask if they had a choice? Fanfare, indeed, is a remarkable thing. Though Sakura said it was fine to address her by her name, Youngtai knew that everyone at Dawn Academy preferred to call her Fanfare. He would forever remember the phrase. For those who gaze at the starry sky, the lighthouse will guide you toward dawn. In Sound Ninja Village, within a dim, damp training room of the underground base, the atmosphere was stifling. Uchiha Sasuke, having just completed his training, accepted the newspaper thrown by Orochimaru, the Dawn Daily. Initially suspecting it to be a weapon, Sasuke frowned, disinterested, and prepared to discard it. Since aligning himself with Orochimaru, he had never faltered, singularly focused on growing stronger. He had forsaken everything from his past solely for vengeance, to kill that man. His motion to throw away the paper was halted by Orochimaru. "It's quite an intriguing piece," he remarked, smiling knowingly, before turning to leave. A flicker of confusion crossed Sasuke's eyes, yet he restrained himself. He seemed impervious to pain, disregarding the wounds still bleeding on his body as he sat on the ground and unfolded the newspaper. Once again, war was on the horizon. Ninjas dispatched for missions outside the village had perished. Clan scions, bloodline limits. By the time the news reached me, the bodies of the mission personnel were likely already laid out on some dissection table. The Ninja World War was poised to erupt. The fleeting peace was about to vanish. As I walked along the village streets, the emptiness of the once bustling paths suited me far better than before. As the shadow of the village, I must guard the rear. The old man was not so fortunate. Having lived a feeble life, he insisted on heading to the front lines. He spoke of shining and radiating warmth. Yet what was the outcome? Unwilling to concede to age, he was beaten to a pulp by the younger generation. The enemy could not even be bothered to retrieve his corpse. The old man was merely a common ninja. Yet sometimes, I believed he had been assimilated. As aloof as his clan, lost in his own delusions. Ultimately, he was sealed away and returned. The village was short-staffed. The funeral was rather simple. The old man's name appeared frequently in my notebook. I had always thought I would be the one to end him. Yet unexpectedly, he hastened his own demise. The sky was overcast, and light rain began to fall at the funeral. The defeat on the battlefield displeased the Daimyo, who vowed to cut funding. Silently, I inscribed the names of his entire family. The raindrops fell just right to strike my eyes. The trees around me suddenly towered higher. Upon returning to the office building, the Elder Council cast a glance my way, before discussing the current situation. No sooner had I taken my seat than I heard a sharp-faced elder exclaim, "Surrender! Sign the peace treaty." An old codger beside him added, "The daimyo has spoken. Our village is surrounded on all sides. Peace is the goal we must pursue." This was directed at me. It seemed they had already come to a consensus, merely awaiting my command. No longer smiling, the words I had kept bottled up burst forth. "So if we cannot win, we must shrink back into our doghouse?" My tone, usually mild and innocuous, turned icy, causing the elders in the conference room to freeze in unison. "What did you say?" Hands covering their faces, the invisible mask seemed to fall away in an instant. A low laugh slipped through my fingers, and before long, I could no longer contain my uncontrollable laughter. I pounded the table repeatedly, tears nearly spilling forth. I swept aside the hair that had fallen over my forehead. Straightening my hunched back, I sat in my chair, towering a full head above those old men and women. From this vantage point, I could clearly see the turmoil in their eyes. Did that mission personnel die in vain? The elder frowned, cursing me for my lack of decorum. I rested my head on my hand, quietly observing his performance, until he parted his lips, rendered speechless. In this time of war, the old man has perished, and the majority of the clan's ninjas have ventured out. Now the village is under my dominion. Elders? Such shadowy figures are hardly worthy to challenge me. Were it not for the old man's presence, drawing enmity, I would have taken lives long ago. The elders exchanged glances, yet it was the old fox who exhibited greater cunning. "I am aware that the operative had a close relationship with you, but as the leader, one should consider matters from the village's perspective. Indeed, he was once my comrade. There is no need for reminders. I recall that arrogant fool well. I had yet to thoroughly assess his loyalty. I had been contemplating unmasking him, eager to witness the incredulity etched upon his face. You tell me he is dead? The game of bonds is quite juvenile, yet I have not grown weary of it. Dogs are unlike humans. They are the most loyal of creatures. I have only just managed to find one." Chapter 33. Ambition is something that resides in everyone, does it not? Sasuke found himself inadvertently drawn into the narrative. He discovered that the deceased operative in Ninja Hounds was, in fact, a companion of the protagonist. His heart skipped a beat, and Naruto's figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. During the battle at the Valley of the End, he had forsaken everything for Konoha. Upon hearing that Sakura had committed suicide, Sasuke's immediate reaction was disbelief. As a member of Team 7, he knew better than that naive Naruto how Sakura's character truly was. No matter how well she concealed it, that inherent unwillingness mirrored his own too closely. Back in school, he had sensed her retention of strength. During missions, it was rare to witness her in action. His attempts to probe her capabilities were often met with her laughter, leading him to cease his inquiries over time. What kind of strong individual would be so timid? On the day of the Chunin exams, Gaara lost control and unleashed the tailed beast. Amidst the chaos, he did not see fear in Sakura's eyes. It seemed nothing could stir her heart. Gaara, whom he could not defeat despite exerting all his strength, was ultimately bested by Naruto. From that moment, self-doubt began to gnaw at him. Naruto's growth was staggering, and he could not bear the thought of being overshadowed. Even Sakura exhibited a stronger mental fortitude than he did. Just as he was engulfed in confusion and emotional turmoil, Itachi Uchiha appeared in Konoha. Kakashi was swiftly defeated in a single encounter. Sasuke found himself powerless before Itachi. Still as weak as he had been in the past, unable to effect any change. At this rate of growth he would never achieve revenge. Anger eclipsed reason. And he clashed with Naruto on the rooftop. The shattered water tank made Sasuke realize that even his previously singular advantage over Naruto had evaporated. On the day he left the village, Sakura awaited him midway. She asked nothing, simply gazing at him in silence. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming weariness emanating from her, catching him off guard. It seemed the first time he felt such a potent emotional surge from her. But why? She was merely an ordinary person, lacking extraordinary power or bloodline limit. Her path as a ninja appeared to have a clear endpoint. His identity and the hatred he bore destined them to walk divergent paths. Thus that night, Sakura offered no words of persuasion, merely wishing him safe travels. Without reason, Sasuke instinctively understood that Sakura's farewell stemmed from her comprehension of him. Yet he could not accept it. His family had perished, and kin had turned against one another. How could she possibly fathom such pain? Consequently, he uttered those words. Sakura, how could you, with both parents intact, understand my suffering? Clearing the tumult from his mind, Sasuke tended to his wounds with simplicity. Everything related to Konoha had become irrelevant to him. Orochimaru's actions were utterly unnecessary. Such newspapers bore no significance in his quest for strength. Bonds only served to hinder his ascent. Dawn Academy. Sakura carefully stored the latest issue of the newspaper. The bookshelf brimmed with works by the Star and the Night Watchman. Suddenly the system became acerbic. Host, with this meager collection, you can barely fill the gaps on your shelf. How can I boast to the neighbors if you continue like this? Ignore it. Sakura had long since grown accustomed to the system's occasional whims. In truth, when writing about bonds, she too thought of Naruto and Sasuke. On that day on the hospital rooftop, as Sasuke and Naruto dueled, unleashing their most potent techniques, she could not help but intervene. Unlike in the original narrative, there was no need for Kakashi-sensei to save the day. Sakura grasped both their wrists, averting a disastrous outcome. When their techniques collided with the water tank, Sasuke received a reprimand from the arriving Kakashi. She held no particular thoughts regarding Sasuke's departure from Konoha. She merely mourned her own powerlessness. Suffering would not cease. It would merely persist in another form. The roots of suffering could not be resolved, and no one had the standing to cast blame. Recalling this scene after a long time, Sakura felt none of her previous helplessness. One could say her strength had considerably surpassed that of the original narrative. However, such disparities meant little to the protagonist. Naruto and Sasuke were chosen ones, born with lineage and legacy. Sakura was different, yet she refused to accept fate. If you wish for me to be a mere accessory, I would rather overturn the table. No one could dictate the course of Sakura's life. The preordained lines of destiny had been severed. She intended to measure every inch of the ninja world with her thoughts and aspirations. If the path of a ninja proved unfeasible, she would forge another. Even with feeble strength, she aspired to be the most resplendent presence. Strength was merely a passport to her realm. The powerful of the world would serve her. She would stand atop the pinnacle. As her thoughts wandered, Sakura couldn't help but chuckle at her far-reaching aspirations. But dreams, what if they came to fruition? Ambition is something that resides in everyone, does it not? Unwilling to embrace mediocrity, Sakura silently digested her own ambition. On the day of their graduation from the Ninja Academy, Naruto's self-introduction was refreshingly candid. Especially as he adjusted his forehead protector with a youthful visage. He proclaimed his desire for everyone's acknowledgement, aiming to become Hokage. Sasuke was even more unabashed, declaring his intent for revenge and the restoration of the Uchiha glory. Such significant moments, destined to be cherished for eternity, stirred something within Sakura. Perhaps life was meant to see such brilliant highlights. She did not fall into the same infatuation as in the original narrative. Instead, she articulated her genuine thoughts. I am Sakura Haruno. I possess few likes and scant interests. As for my dreams, I wish to shine, to become the most dazzling existence. Perhaps her words deviated from her usual facade, for Kakashi raised his eyebrows in surprise. And what do you dislike? Sakura smiled silently. There were far too many things she detested. She loathed being demanded of, loathed being constrained. She detested the decay of the great tree's roots. the suffering inflicted under clear skies. Ultimately, she simply replied, "I detest my own ineptitude." Chapter 34, The Navy's 6 Styles. The second issue of the Dawn Daily began to turn a profit, relieving everyone. Though they had consistently received support from fellow comrades in terms of resources, they could not afford to become complacent. Only after this will the Academy truly commence its operations. The Newsbird returned with the revenue generated from the newspapers. Although the price of each paper is modest, the increase in sales amounts to a significant sum. The feedback for the Ninja Hound has also been quite positive, with the system interface's attribute points continuously updating. Once the third issue of the newspaper concludes, we will be able to tally the gains from this venture. Observing the eager Newsbird before him, the waiting students hurriedly approached, presenting the prepared food. "Teacher, we shall take charge from here." Upon seeing the food, the Newsbird's eyes sparkled with delight, obediently following the students away. These students had received tasks, and were participating as volunteers in the activities. Following the publication of the first issue of the Dawn Daily, Sakura implemented a point system at the Academy. Points can be earned through academic achievements and practical activities. Academic performance is assessed in a multifaceted manner, tailored to each child's needs. Children can pursue their interests, and as long as they achieve results, they can earn points. The Academy occasionally posts tasks on the notice board, and completing them allows students to earn points. The 2 recent newspaper printings, along with the previous distribution of flyers for the band, have all contributed to their points. Within the Dawn Academy, students can also engage in trade using their points. The enthusiasm of the children has been fully ignited, which is precisely the outcome Sakura desired. Yutri, Yuta, and Hanako, among others, not only manage the students, but also handle various matters within and outside the Academy. Naturally, their points are indispensable. In terms of both responsibility and contribution, they are the highest point earners in the Academy. Sakura will release a portion of the materials from the system store, which can be exchanged for points. When the time comes, utilizing these resources will further enhance their capabilities. The Sea Kings from the pirate world are highly beneficial to the children's physical health, offering immense nutritional value. Over this time, they have remained healthy, with most of their previous ailments nearly resolved. Yutri and Yuta have also recognized the value of the Sea Kings. Once the physical enhancements of the Academy's populace reach their limits, Sakura seldom engages in trading. Her communication with Haruka has remained constant, as she often shares amusing anecdotes about the captain. The captain, as described by Haruka, possesses a remarkable charisma. The pirate crew is gradually improving, yet Sakura harbors some confusion. Initially, Haruka was merely driven by necessity to join the pirate crew for survival. Her writings reveal her self-identification as a maritime adventurer. One cannot deceive through words alone. From Haruka's recent writings, it is evident that she has entirely shed her initial aversion to piracy. Despite facing adversities, with the Hidden Leaf Village and various forces lurking ominously, the influence of Dawn Academy is steadily expanding, and methodical progress is likely to attract numerous talents. However, Haruka seems to be stagnating. The most apparent sign is that she has not published any articles in the system's library recently. Having lived through multiple lifetimes, Sakura understands that the stability of a person's core stems from within. Now, Haruka speaks incessantly of the captain, which leaves Sakura feeling disconcerted. The camaraderie on the sea is simple and pure, and the exhilarating sense of freedom is captivating. Yet both Sakura and Haruka are acutely aware that her captain is not an unworldly, simplistic character. On the contrary, Haruka's captain is a person of thought and ambition. Such an individual, regardless of their identity, undoubtedly maintains a steadfast commitment to their goals. Those who only realize they have chosen the wrong path at the end would rather seek death than compromise. The will of the conquerors in the pirate world does not arise from thin air. Moreover, that captain holds fundamentally different views from her own. When Haruka's ideology clashes with his, the most likely outcome is an unpleasant parting. In light of the assistance provided during this time, Sakura still decided to send a private message. "Will you remain on the ship indefinitely?" The flurry of messages that had been pouring in suddenly ceased. Upon reading the message, Haruka instantly grasped Sakura's intent. She lacked the experiences of reincarnation that Sakura had. Before entering the pirate world, she was merely a university student. Though she possessed a certain cleverness, her heart was quite innocent. Here she has witnessed the pirates' cruelty, the slaughter of civilians, and the disdainful disregard for human life by the aristocracy, who traffic in human slavery. Most distressingly, she has experienced the Navy's willful blindness. She felt anger yet was powerless. Meeting her current captain has been a stroke of fortune. When the system unlocked, she poured all her emotions into writing the Peace Maritime Adventurer. Neither pirates nor navy resonated with her. She has seen true soldiers, valiant individuals who are not mercenaries and would never wield weapons against the populace. Yet, after spending a considerable amount of time aboard the ship, the pain of the past seems to gradually fade. The camaraderie shared among companions and the thrill of adventure fill her life, making her feel less alone and almost forget the harsh realities of this world. Yet, the stillness of quiet moments becomes her greatest fear, something she desperately avoids. Listening to the raucous sounds of her crewmates clamoring for a feast on the deck, she pursed her lips. If I cannot persuade the captain, I will leave. Sakura, upon receiving Haruka's message, had no time to ponder before the next one followed swiftly. Would you like to learn the 6 styles of the Navy? In an instant, a smile graced Sakura's lips. Indeed, it was the familiar Haruka. Chapter 35. The Rewards of Points Redemption. The 6 styles of the Navy, as foundational skills for enhancing naval prowess, consist of 6 techniques: iron body, shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger pistol. Each individual may select which technique to refine based on their personal circumstances. Setting aside other considerations, mastering iron body could provide some resilience, ensuring one stays alive. With the robust physique cultivated from the earlier Sea Kings, it would be ideal for the individuals of Dawn Academy to practice this martial art. After such a long wait, something promising has finally emerged. However, the conditions Haruka subsequently proposed left Sakura surprised, raising her eyebrows. You wish to trade the chakra training method? Chakra, derived from the fruit of the divine tree. Can it be cultivated in the pirate world? System, can you confirm that chakra can indeed be utilized in the pirate world? The system provided a definitive affirmation. Host, chakra originates from natural energy, and it can indeed be extracted in the pirate world. After the system's explanation, Sakura understood that Kaguya Otsutsuki obtained her power through the divine tree, and after the Sage of 6 Paths established the ninja religion, this energy was shared with others, prompting the birth of chakra. Moreover, in the pirate world, Wano country possesses a lineage of ninjas. Sakura was well aware that Haruka had not consumed a devil fruit. Chakra merely serves as the foundation for ninjutsu. To cultivate it, one requires the support of ninjutsu. Furthermore, the pirate world lacks bloodline limits, which may significantly diminish the power of ninjutsu. Yet, considering the children of the academy, she too is striving to secure more options for them. Thus, ninjutsu indeed presents a favorable choice for Haruka to enhance her own strength. System. Since chakra can be utilized in the world of pirates, can the haki and devil fruits from the pirate realm also be applicable in the ninja world? System. Yes, host. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Sakura wasted no time and promptly replied to Haru. The Marine 6 styles alone were insufficient. She required the training methods for the 3 forms of haki. Chakra is the foundation upon which the ninja world stands, and the Marine 6 styles are, at their essence, merely a form of physical technique. Sakura would not engage in a losing venture. Out of respect for their past connection, she was willing to accept a debt. After some negotiation, she successfully acquired the training methods for the Marine 6 styles. Haru also obtained a set of textbooks from the Ninja Academy, which included the hand seals for the basic transformation technique. Although it is the most elementary form of ninjutsu, it is undoubtedly the most essential and practical. Mastering it would allow one to effectively disguise themselves in the pirate world, providing a certain degree of safety, especially when this ability remains concealed from others. Utilizing it wisely can yield unexpected results. After conducting a transaction through the system's marketplace, Sakura also successfully acquired the training methods for the Marine 6 styles and the 3 forms of haki. Her attribute points diminished by 1,500 instantly. While Haru's collection of attribute points was modest, it was not burdensome, unlike Sakura, who had to support the entire academy. Most importantly, she had yet to unlock the word spirit skill, so she still had a significant surplus of attribute points and immediately transferred the same amount to Sakura. It was then that Sakura realized Haru had not unlocked the word spirit. Her choice indicated that she did not require it for the time being. The earlier reminder had already crossed the line, so she refrained from further comments. Back and forth, the account still reflected a deduction of 500 points, equivalent to merely the system's marketplace transaction fee. Yet even so, it pained Sakura considerably. After supporting a large family, she had become increasingly frugal. Although the system marketplace imposed no stringent restrictions on traded goods, it maintained basic assessment standards. The 1,500 attribute points represented the base price for this transaction item. Nonetheless, anything traded through the system marketplace came with a guarantee of credibility, ensuring that counterfeit items would not be an issue. After discussing the transaction details, Sakura concluded her conversation with Haru. With many days ahead, As long as Haru required ninjutsu, transactions would be inevitable. And she too needed the devil fruits from the pirate world. Perhaps Haru might even develop more intriguing ninjutsu, especially those beneficial for production. The more, the better. Sakura could accept them all. Now was the time to enhance productivity and, in turn, elevate the quality of life for the people. Ordinary individuals might not see the far-reaching implications, but as long as someone ensured they had enough to eat, they would be willing to serve that person faithfully. Sakura aimed to make them realize that having enough to eat was not a privilege, but a fundamental necessity. When a person cannot even secure food and clothing, their first reflection should not be on what they did wrong, but rather whether their rights have been violated. Upon realizing something was amiss, they should take up arms to defend their basic human rights. Exiting the room, Sakura found Yuki in the research department. Recently, Yoda had been preoccupied with the Starry River Band's album release, and the research department was more adept at addressing matters related to ninjutsu. The 2 training methods she had just acquired were intended for the points reward system, though she would not reveal them all at once. Mastering the Marine 6 styles was no easy feat. Many ordinary Marines could not persevere, not to mention Haki, a skill that required immense willpower to awaken. Sakura would not allow the children to reap rewards without effort, nor would she be overly harsh. After locating Yuki, Sakura first entrusted him with the training method for the Marine 6 styles. After glancing at the paper Sakura handed him, Yuki's expression grew increasingly serious. He meticulously examined it for a long time, becoming more astonished with each passing moment. The techniques and scrolls of the Senju clan were numerous. Yet the physical technique Sakura provided still took him by surprise. He could perceive the potential of this technique, on par with any physical technique he had encountered. Sakura did not rush him. She patiently awaited his completion of the review. What do you think? I plan to offer this technique as a reward for points. How many points do you deem appropriate? Upon hearing that Sakura intended to use this as a points reward, Yuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at her. He soon realized she was earnest, eagerly anticipating his advice. Are you really planning to teach this Marine 6 styles to the students? In Konoha, such a technique could be inscribed in the sealing book. Only those who have completed significant missions would be eligible to learn it. Even for the Starry River Band. It wouldn't be so easily given away, would it? I'm not teaching it. We will all learn together and share experiences to progress and grow more rapidly. But how does that differ from giving it away for free? Indeed, in Yuki's eyes, exchanging for points was almost indistinguishable from an outright gift. To him, points were merely cold numbers, devoid of any practical significance. After all, the effort required to earn points paled in comparison to the value of the Marine 6 styles. He understood too well how much families in ninja villages cherished their techniques, which prompted his inquiry. Not to mention the ordinary civilians in the ninja world. Even for common ninjas, graduating from the ninja academy and becoming a genin was already a remarkable feat. Moreover, certain ninjutsu could only be preserved through master-disciple transmission. Without a background, the vast majority of civilian ninjas would spend their lives clinging to C-rank ninjutsu and the transformation technique, never able to rise above their station, let alone B-rank ninjutsu. Those individuals would never relinquish their interests, even if their ninjutsu scrolls decayed. Yet Sakura calmly shook her head. Chapter 36. No break, no establishment. Let us do it. An object holds differing values in the eyes of different individuals. Yuki perceived the Marine 6 styles as highly valuable, while the children could easily acquire points. However, in Sakura's perspective, the children's points were no different from the 500 attribute points she mourned. Similarly, Yuki Yoda and Hanako's contributions were equally acknowledged by her. The points they possessed were also valuable and meaningful. The Academy's points were not obtained without effort. For the students, they had already been striving hard. Have you ever considered that it is the ninja world that has elevated the threshold of effort? When one realizes that no matter how hard they try, they cannot see hope, will anyone still believe in the significance of effort? The notion that the harder one works, the luckier one gets, is not unfounded. Every small accumulation will bear fruit in due time. But how long can one wait in life? How many can endure the prolonged solitude within that wait? Those who suffer failure in obscurity and struggle desperately. Are they not trying hard enough? No. What they lack is merely an opportunity for fair competition. Despite Yuki's serious demeanor, Sakura remained resolute in her beliefs. Speaking of master-disciple transmission, Sakura was indeed the children's teacher. Since the establishment of Dawn Academy, the children had confided their dreams and envisioned their futures before her. Whether as an academic mentor or a life guide, Sakura had long embraced this role. Including Yuki himself, he was merely unaware of his own blind spot. Did he not realize that while he meticulously articulated the pros and cons, maintaining a stoic expression and speaking incessantly? In truth, the family's collection of ninjutsu had long been utilized for refinement, generously imparting personal insights into the art. The knowledge shared was indeed rare and coveted in the outside world. Sakura, too, resolved to study the Navy 6 styles, determined to equip herself with every possible means of empowerment. To withhold knowledge is tantamount to confining oneself within the walls of ignorance. As the saying goes, in a trio, there is always a teacher among us. At the Dawn Academy, anyone can assume the role of a mentor. While discussing these matters with Yushu, Sakura found herself reflecting on her own thoughts. Perhaps she had been overly simplistic in her understanding. The clash of ideas is often the most profound, transcending mere words. She decided to wait until the evening when everyone gathered to deliberate on the matter collectively. This was not merely a question of mastering a physical technique. Securing the opportunity to practice was merely the precursor. One's subsequent efforts would ultimately determine personal limits. Even with the methods of cultivation in hand, it did not guarantee that every individual would emerge as a formidable force. Mastery of the Navy 6 styles did not imply universal success. Each person possesses unique strengths, and a singular failure does not denote a definitive end. Sakura comprehended that sense of helplessness, yet she recognized that the most vital element is the courage to confront failure. Regardless of whether one's abilities have improved, any form of training is worthy of encouragement. She was merely willing to serve as a whetstone for the children, providing them with countless opportunities. True effort is not solely defined by visible suffering. Sakura aimed to extend this opportunity to everyone at the Dawn Academy. From the moment she began teaching music theory, she consciously offered the children choices. Countless times, during her use of emotional perception, she felt their unwavering trust. Sakura had to acknowledge her own patience with the children. As she hummed melodies, drawing them back from the brink of numbness, she too found healing in the process. They had yet to be tainted by the darkness of the ninja world, still holding a fervent passion for life. Sakura thought of all her comrades in Team 7. Including Kakashi-sensei, none of them were untouched by inner turmoil. Such pain may require a lifetime to heal, but what mattered most was possessing a resilient heart. However, a strong spirit is never forged overnight. Humans are inherently social beings, and their behaviors and beliefs are shaped by those around them. Conversely, an individual's thoughts and actions can profoundly influence others. Those with inner strength do not wander into dead ends, wallowing in self-pity. They can even question whether the fault lies with the entire world. It is precisely such luminous individuals that the Dawn Academy needs. Once illuminated by Naruto, she gradually grew stronger, feeling her heart swell with fulfillment. Now, she learned to use her own light to illuminate the children of the Dawn Academy. These children, influenced by her, would eventually pass the torch, illuminating the entire ninja world. As night fell, Yushu, Yuta, and Hanako convened, while Sakura, engrossed in her writing, lost track of time. Upon her arrival, she discovered the three of them gazing at her expectantly. Before she could speak, they expressed their agreement to adopt the Navy 6 styles as a reward for points. Subsequently, the discussion turned to the appropriate number of points required for redemption. Sakura was taken aback. Even Yushu, who had been so resolute earlier, joined in the debate. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she could sense the flickers of joy and warmth in their hearts. Just moments ago, while Sakura was absent, the trio had gathered first. As a skilled information gatherer, Yuta would not wait for Sakura's arrival to seek understanding. He had immediately drawn insights from Yushu. Upon learning of Sakura's decision, their initial reactions mirrored Yushu's. Within the academy, the highest points were held by the three of them. As beneficiaries, they genuinely wished to dissuade Sakura from her course of action. Yet, upon hearing Sakura's firm resolve and her words, their convictions wavered. Particularly for Yuta, who compared to Yushu from Konoha, had fewer avenues to acquire ninjutsu, and whose environment was far more unforgiving. The skills he had painstakingly obtained were now to be displayed so brazenly at the Dawn Academy, which was indeed hard to accept. Yet if asked whether they desired such knowledge, without exception, they would all respond affirmatively. Even Hanako, who knew little of ninjutsu, considered her own children as futures. Unbeknownst to Yuta, Yushu had already begun to lose the steadfastness he had earlier. Since Sakura had left, saying they would discuss it together that evening, her earlier words continued to reverberate in his mind. Yushu had made his own efforts, once hopeful for the village's progress. Had not the elders of his clan devoted decades to their aspirations? Yet what had they achieved? He had been fortunate to seize an opportunity, extricating himself from stagnation. Was everyone mistaken? Hanako observed the two, lost in thought, and found herself feeling the most at ease. What were they worrying about? This was the Dawn Academy, not their former ninja villages. She had faith in Sakura. Just mentioning her name ignited a brighter spark in Hanako's eyes, a testament to her unwavering trust. The other two exchanged glances, witnessing relief in each other's expressions. Indeed, this was the Dawn Academy. Though they had left their ninja villages behind, they still adhered to the traditional ways of a ninja. No pain, no gain. Let us do it. Thus, Sakura witnessed the unfolding scene. Chapter 37. Danzo's Machinations. The ensuing discussions progressed smoothly. The redemption of the Navy 6 styles required 1,000 points, which Yushu, Yuta, and Hanako collectively possessed. The highest points among other students barely reached a few hundred. By the time they were eligible to redeem, Yushu and the others would have gradually settled into their training routines. After discussing the requisite points for redemption, they turned their attention to the standardization of point distribution. The three debated passionately, striving to perfect the Academy's point system. Sakura understood their intentions well. They merely sought to mitigate her losses. Yet, everything she had earned was also derived from their collective efforts, and she could not selfishly claim it all. Mutual consideration and support embody the true essence of camaraderie. Do they not? Beneath her sleeves, her hands itched with anticipation, inspired by those around her, allowing Sakura to craft even more enchanting prose. The narrative of ninja hounds was far from complete, and discussions in the outside world grew increasingly fervent. Opinions diverged on the protagonist's ultimate fate, with a multitude of perspectives emerging. However, the impact of the Dawn Daily extended beyond mere articles. With the release of its second issue, other sections began to ferment in content. Even during the first issue, Princess Yuarishi Rin of the Land of Fire had taken note of the foundational education section. This segment featured commonly used words, presented in an accessible manner, accompanied by illustrations to enhance memory retention, ideal for beginners. Upon receiving the second issue, she found that this content remained intact, further solidifying her suspicions regarding the ambitions of Hokage. The emergence of the Dawn Daily sparked speculation about its connection to Hokage. Few believed it was merely an ordinary newspaper, especially given its collaboration with Hokage, who was sought by all 5 great ninja villages. Additionally, there were the elusive newsbirds, vanishing into the sky without a trace. Setting aside her contemplation of Hokage, Yuan Shilin summoned Kyoko, earnestly teaching her the contents of the newspaper. When the inaugural issue was published, Yuan Shilin inquired if Kyoko wished to learn to read. Noticing the disbelief in her eyes, she keenly sensed that the ninja world might soon undergo unforeseen transformations. With the experience of the past firmly in mind, Kyoko eagerly immersed herself in the text before her. Who could have imagined she would witness such a day? Reading and writing were privileges reserved for the nobility. To become cultured was a dream she scarcely dared to entertain. If her previous association with the princess had been motivated by gratitude, now she felt as though she were reborn, genuinely desiring to improve the princess. Even if it meant opposing the Daimyo, it was not only the third princess who recognized the value of the newspaper. The clever minds within the ninja world were never in short supply. Opportunity lay in wait. Those in need would grasp it tightly, and Sakura awaited their arrival. In the section devoted to significant events in the ninja world, Sakura methodically introduced the history of the ninja realm. The second issue of the newspaper delved into the peace forged between the Senju and Uchiha clans, leading to the establishment of ninja villages. Aside from Konoha, the other 4 great ninja villages expressed considerable dissatisfaction, feeling as if the paper had relegated them to mere subordinates of Konoha. To dredge up events from years past only served to highlight their weakness. Ever since the Daimyo ordered the lifting of restrictions on the ninja world times, they had dared not act too brazenly. Yet the branches of the newspaper within the villages operated autonomously. The relationship between the ninja villages and the Daimyo was one of mutual checks and balances. The Daimyo's reach was not so extensive. However, it was unexpected that Hashizuki was not serialized in the ninja world times, and it remained unclear where she had procured so many summoning beasts. On that day, a deluge of newspapers rained down from the sky, capturing the attention of all. By the time they processed what had transpired, it was too late to intervene. When the second issue was released, those eager for further news were already on the lookout for the flying newsbirds. Even with the ban in the ninja villages, a few steps away one could still purchase a copy. The remarkably low price meant even commoners could afford to buy one without hesitation. When faced with commoners, ninjas could not help but feel a sense of superiority. Yet they would not admit it, instead claiming to feel pity for these people. When their own treatment fell short of that of ordinary citizens, discontent was inevitably stirred. Ultimately, the village did not explicitly prohibit the distribution of the newspaper. However, those in the know understood the village's lack of support. Before long, rumors circulated that certain ninjas had been denied promotion to jonin for purchasing the newspaper. Such whispers spread unobtrusively to the ears of the villagers. In every village, those who bought the newspaper were careful not to flaunt it. If one were to claim that all of this occurred without the influence of a certain individual, Kakashi would not believe it. Having just returned home from a perilous mission, he confirmed that he was not being watched before retrieving the newspaper from his chest and scrutinizing it closely. In the root base of Konoha, Danzo saw Uchiha Madara's name mentioned in the significant events section and scoffed. Uchiha? Ha. He had always harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan. From seizing Shirsue's eyes to enticing Itachi into annihilating his clan, everything Danzo did was aimed at eradicating potential threats to the village. As he had anticipated, Uchiha Sasuke proved to be an untrainable burden. Konoha raised him to adulthood, yet he did not hesitate to betray the village. Truly a malevolent clan. If it were not for Hiruzen's leniency all those years ago, he would never have allowed Uchiha Sasuke to remain a liability. And that Tsunade, to think she would disregard him, truly commendable. A mere disciple of Hiruzen dared to occupy the Hokage position. What a lack of understanding. The matter of Hashizuki had conveniently presented him with a handle to grasp. The rumors circulating within the village were his handiwork. The discontent of the populace would naturally not be directed at him. All criticism would fall upon the visible figure of the fifth Hokage. When public grievances became insurmountable, he would step in to take control. A mere author possessed such influence? Initially Danzo had brushed it off. Jiraiya had wandered outside for so many years, yet had not achieved anything of note. However, upon discovering that an unexpected number of people had begun to rally behind Hashizuki, he was taken aback. After dedicating so many years to Konoha, he had never received such treatment. To think he would end up being overshadowed by a presumptuous youth. This rumor truly served two purposes. It stifled Hashizuki's influence while diminishing support for Tsunade. He was eager to see how Tsunade would contend with him. Chapter 38. The Sassy Male Editor-in-Chief. Tsunade found herself overwhelmed with a mountain of documents on her desk. It is no exaggeration to say that each time Hashizuki published an article, she was inundated with a plethora of tasks to manage. There was no time for drinking or gambling. Her desk was destined to be cluttered with papers. She had not overlooked Danzo's subtle machinations. If he dared to assume the mantle of Hokage, she was more than equipped with cunning strategies. However, with Konoha in turmoil, the moment for open confrontation had not yet arrived. In a fit of frustration, she slammed her palm on the desk. The mess left behind by the old man was far too extensive, while Jiraiya had abandoned a heap of issues to frolic outside. Next time they met, she would ensure he was left bedridden. At that moment, Jiraiya, wandering in the outside world, suddenly sneezed. Achoo. He rubbed his nose, feeling inexplicably puzzled. Who is cursing me? In Tsuchi village, Inoki was equally enraged upon reading the newspaper. What did it mean that a fleeting glance at Uchiha Madara in his youth had caused him to lose his way? As he read on, his anger only intensified. Grandfather, are you feeling shy? Kuratsuchi quipped, holding the newspaper and staring curiously at the blushing old man before her. I am not blushing. Sakura remarked, well, a catchy title needs a bit of embellishment to attract attention, doesn't it? As for the content, I am nothing if not honest. Regardless of external commentary, the Dawn Academy thrived with vitality. 2 days after the release of the second issue of the Dawn Daily, the Ninja World Times also reprinted the continuation of Ninja Hound. If the previous issue had merely offered a fleeting glimpse of the continuation, this time, it was evident that they had secured reprint rights for Hashizuki's article. Yet, despite the scrutiny from other factions, not a trace of Hashizuki could be found. This delighted the newspaper's owner, who relished the sight of those who despised him yet were unable to eliminate him. After teetering on the brink of bankruptcy several times, he was now thriving once again. How infuriating indeed. Witnessing such a boss, the male editor-in-chief couldn't help but smile in shared glory, while the female editor-in-chief felt a twinge of foreboding. She sensed that whenever the boss wore such an expression, trouble was sure to follow. Last time, the boss was overly arrogant, resulting in the assassination of a key figure behind the newspaper. A woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. She scanned her surroundings, feeling increasingly unsafe. The male chief editor, observing her demeanor, recalled the boss's betrayal during the last concert. Why is it that subordinates can be so biased? Unable to suppress his sarcasm, he quipped. Are you a thief? Looking around like that? I have just secured a manuscript from the night watchman after the renowned star. With that, he wore a proud expression, as if eager for everyone to recognize his significance. Rolling her eyes at his foolishness, The female chief editor retorted. Focus on reviewing your manuscripts instead of babbling. The male chief editor's hair bristled in frustration. The boss hurriedly interjected to ease the tension. "Ah, come now, we are all vital pillars of this newspaper. I wouldn't have come this far without you." The boss's capitalistic rhetoric was delivered with remarkable finesse. The female chief editor smiled and nodded in agreement, while the male chief editor nearly shed tears, believing the boss's words and embracing him as a brother. He remained oblivious to the boss's evasive gaze. Witnessing this scene, the female chief editor couldn't help but facepalm, reminding herself that it was futile to argue with such a fool. Once they departed the office, only the two of them remained on the journey. Night had fallen, and a faint irritation brewed within the female chief editor. Why couldn't they finish earlier? Those in power never comprehend the value of others' time. Unlike the boss, she didn't have hired ninjas for protection at this late hour. Glancing at the red-eyed figure beside her, she felt a twinge of discomfort. If she hadn't distracted herself earlier, her rival would likely have been criticized by the boss. How could one feel tipsy without consuming alcohol? Have you handled the repercussions from the night watchman? The female chief editor adamantly refused to acknowledge that she felt sympathy for the male chief editor. Her previous actions were merely an act of pity to extricate him from his predicament. The male chief editor took a moment to process. Completely unaware of the boss's detachment, he was still immersed in excitement. The previous issue's review of The Night Watchman had garnered substantial reader feedback. Coupled with its innovative format, the Ninja World Times decided to dedicate a section for various reviews and insights. Once the call for submissions was announced, the influx of manuscripts exceeded all prior numbers. However, the quality varied significantly, and the entire newspaper staff was busy. This upcoming issue would indeed feature a new column. By the way, what is the story behind the review written by the author known as Sleepless Night? Upon hearing his pen name, a jolt of anxiety struck the male chief editor. What's wrong? Nothing really. It's evident that the content is heartfelt and rather impressive. As an emergency selection, the quality was already commendable. The female chief editor merely wondered why this promising talent chose to remain modest. Hearing his pen name praised, the male chief editor's face flushed, his lips curling into a smile. Fortunately, the cover of Night concealed his embarrassment. Let us hurry back. We need to review manuscripts at the office early tomorrow. I'm not going back. You go ahead. The male chief editor's eyes widened in confusion, as he had previously worked alongside his rival. Didn't you say you'd leave right away? Why are you suddenly so diligent? Have you been spurred into action, hoping to stay behind and discover the next potential author? This is the headquarters of the newspaper, where they receive the most submissions. Although they usually worked at branch offices, there was also an office here for them. The tension escalated and he made a swift decision. I won't go back either. Ultimately, the two of them returned to the office together. The male chief editor settled into his chair, eager to review manuscripts, thinking that he would take the best ones back to showcase his performance. He felt a subtle sense of pride, confident that regardless of any other potential authors, the rival's favored Sleepless Night would certainly not be poached. Fueled by excitement, he immersed himself in his work. Time passed gradually, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, the male chief editor sensed something was amiss. He looked up abruptly, only to find his rival lounging, leisurely gazing at the stars instead of reviewing manuscripts. What are you doing? Chapter 39. The Milky Way burns bright. You are the ideal of the human realm. The female chief editor's chair was turned away from the desk, her head resting against the backrest, appearing languid. Can't you tell? You're asking a question you already know the answer to. The male chief editor's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally managed to stammer. Then why aren't you going back? The female chief editor turned her head, her hair disheveled. It's so dark. How can I return? A single woman as exceptional as I am would be in grave danger. Although she spoke in jest, the male chief editor suddenly understood. The ninja world was never a safe place. Without competitive pressure, continuing to observe became rather pointless, truly akin to sifting through golden excrement. He decided to pull his chair closer. The newspaper headquarters had a skylight, and from this angle, they could gaze upon the starry night sky. Rarely did they refrain from bickering, and they shared this tranquil moment together. Despite leaning against each other for quite some time, the female chief editor still felt no inclination to sleep. In any place other than her home, she could never find peace to close her eyes. Look at that star. Isn't it particularly bright? The male chief editor followed her pointed direction. Not really, it's just an ordinary star. How can you say that? Can't you see it shining? The female chief editor hadn't seen such a brilliant star in ages. It twinkled as if beckoning her. After a prolonged silence without a response, she glanced aside only to find the male chief editor fast asleep, sprawled out like a corpse. Had it not been for the faint sound of snoring, she would have doubted if he was still alive. Outside, the chirping of insects pierced the night's tranquility. The Star River Band's album, Bluebird, was set to release in a few days. As the primary promotional force, the newspaper was among the first to receive the goods. Anyone who had attended that musical feast would lament the band's limited number of songs, ensuring they would not struggle with sales. The album cover was as exquisite as the makeup worn by the members during their performances. The four of them grasped fluttering feathers, their gazes resolute. A bluebird soared high in the azure sky, with a bluish hue accentuating a subtle sadness. The light cascading from above was strikingly vivid, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the song Bluebird. The female chief editor set down the album and picked up the day's newspaper. In the newly established section, the author of the first music review was none other than Sleepless Night. It embodied the undying belief of dreamers in an era. I sleep soundly in the night, because I am unafraid of dawn. If anything can prove that I am alive, it is the unwavering flame within my heart. To ignite it, I would exhaust my entire life. Seeking light in despair, nurturing success from failure. I taste the hardships of the world, anticipating transformation after suffering. Blood and tears do not frighten me, exhaustion only exhilarates me. With every step I take, I habitually assign meaning. This is my habit, and the source of my emotions. How does one expect a still pond to ripple? When the cerulean feather descends, I have discovered it. In that ephemeral moment when the azure bird hovers, a faint flicker of candlelight ignites within my heart. An overwhelming wave of emotion threatens to spill forth, enveloping me in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. It becomes evident that certain significances require no attribution. Just as some individuals, the mere encounter itself is a stroke of fortune. The resonance of souls illuminates each other's hearts. Without the need for words, an intangible energy flows between us. With each beat of the drum, the tranquil lake stirs. The heat radiating from the stage amplifies the candle's glow. The unwavering brightness under the spotlight dispels solitude from the path ahead. The starry river burns with fervor. You are the ideal of the earthly realm. This is a music review penned from a different perspective than that of the night watchman. The opening line deeply resonates with her. No matter how many times, the relentless perseverance stirs her heart. This conviction is what the female editor yearns for yet lacks. The turmoil within her soul leaves her indecisive. At Dawn Academy, Sakura gazes at the flickering stars in the night sky, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She has also read the Ninja World Times, with particular focus on the music review section. The boss is quite astute. Her primary concern now lies with the band's promotion. The newly established column aligns perfectly with her needs. She notices the music review titled The Starry River Burns. You are the ideal of the earth, a phrase seemingly tailor-made for the band, brimming with potential for virality. The members are overjoyed, each blushing with excitement. The Starry Band's album is on the verge of release. As midnight approaches, the children are too exhilarated to sleep after seeing the finished product. Wow, you are all so cool. Truly worthy of being called the ideal of the earthly realm. The mere sound of Mizuki's singing sends shivers down my spine. Aya, you are fantastic, especially your bass. It's stunning. Great job, UCI, your drumming is remarkable. Morimoto, may we not forget our humble beginnings. The members, blushing from the playful teasing, dissolve into laughter and merriment. Today's agenda involves preparing small gifts for fans who will purchase the album the day after tomorrow. Each member of the band has designed their own unique signature, infused with personal flair. Initially intending to complete everything tomorrow, the eager children could hardly wait. Playfully, they began to get things underway. By the time classes start tomorrow, they will surely be exhausted. The joy of youth arises unexpectedly in fleeting moments. The trivial cost only serves to punctuate today's happiness with a perfect conclusion. In the future, when reminiscing about these days, one might exclaim, "You have no idea how excited I was that day. I was dead tired in class the next." Just the thought of this scene dissuades Sakura from intervening. Yuta and the others decide to join in packaging the small gifts. These are heartfelt tokens from the children. Many are handmade items, such as bookmarks supported by leaves and vibrant, engaging illustrations, all conveniently packaged. Wait, whose butterfly specimen is this? Mizuki and the others are preparing exquisite cards, inscribing their wishes for the future. They are truly racking their brains over this. Hearing such words, it takes a moment for the mind to catch up. What specimen? Where is the specimen? The children crane their necks to catch a glimpse of the gift in Sakura's hands. Before them lay a lifelike butterfly, quietly resting within a frame. Its vibrant colors and delicate form make one suspect it could take flight at any moment. Just as everyone looks around in wonder, Yusei timidly raises his hand. Ms. Sakura. This is my gift. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, Yusei blushes anew. What if the recipient does not like it? Yet. This is the only thing I know how to make. Should I just keep it? Mustering the courage, he delivers a lengthy speech, yet receives no response. A hint of despondency clouds Yusei's gaze. This specimen is his most treasured possession. You are so full of surprises. I had no idea you could do this. It's so beautiful. Who crafted it? Wow, it resembles a real butterfly. Sakura exclaims in admiration. Yusei, you possess immense talent. The reason she hesitated earlier, failing to respond immediately, was that the scene felt oddly familiar. Yusei, who always brings surprises, is truly remarkable. Sakura feels fortunate that he has come to Dawn Academy, becoming not only her student, but also a companion to everyone. Our Yusei is indeed a treasure waiting to be unearthed. Witnessing the reactions of his teacher and classmates, tears swiftly dampen the boy's eyes. Chapter 40, Yusei's Inner Monologue. This is Yusei's most cherished specimen. Since childhood, he has delighted in capturing the beauty of everything. Upon discovering this passion, his parents scolded him harshly and destroyed all his collections. As his mother smashed the frame holding his specimens, a fierce argument erupted with his father. Look at what you've turned our son into. He's just like you, a lunatic. I wouldn't be surprised if he grew into some sort of monster. The term monster left a profound psychological scar on Yusei. He dared not touch such things again, fearing his family's displeasure. From that moment on, he became increasingly withdrawn. Yet, his parents showed no signs of reflection, instead growing ever more indifferent. Eventually, they even deemed him a failure, shifting blame onto each other. Ms. Sakura mentioned that the gifts are to foster a more genuine connection with fans. They need not be extravagant, merely a token of heartfelt sentiment. After much contemplation, he realized that his skill in crafting specimens was his most viable talent. Yusei's hobbies are few. He prefers solitude over playing with others. Participating in music lessons was merely a requirement from his teacher. He understands he must be a compliant child, who does not upset adults, learning what they wish him to learn, doing what they desire him to do. Yet he still harbored a flicker of hope and crafted several specimens. Remarkably, despite years of disuse, his craftsmanship remained impeccable. His movements were astonishingly skilled, as if he had known how to capture beauty since the day he was born. After creating several pieces, he reluctantly paused his work, delicately cherishing and tending to his creations. Each time he beheld these exquisite specimens, he fantasized about freezing himself in the most captivating moment. Beneath his bashful exterior lies a fervent heart. After much deliberation, he selected the most beautiful butterfly specimen to include in the gift. However, the ensuing panic gripped his heart when Miss Sakura singled it out. Life now is truly beautiful. So splendid that it feels as though he has discovered his life specimen. He initially feared that the teacher would chastise him. While not as tumultuous as his parents, she might cast a look of disdain. His classmates might label him a monster and isolate him. Even the members of the Starry Band. He never anticipated that the instruments he casually encountered would be so captivating, accompanied by the pulsating drumbeats that elevate the atmosphere on stage. Yushin can feel his heart racing fervently. It dawns on him that he, too, can indulge and express his fervor unabashedly before the watchful eyes of the crowd. He yearns to stand on stage once more, to radiate with abandon. Yet, in the very moment he raises his hand, a flicker of regret surfaces. Has he made a misstep by gambling on this slim chance? Would it not have sufficed to continue playing the role of the good child in everyone's eyes? However, as the accolades and encouraging gazes from the audience wash over him, Yushin finds himself misty-eyed. He must concede that he craves recognition and praise. Enjoying solitude does not equate to a desire for enforced isolation. Occasionally, he yearns for companionship. Perhaps he is being too greedy, unable to resist the urge to confirm whether he has indeed found a kindred spirit. Fortunately, his gamble pays off. It feels as if all that has transpired in the past was merely a prelude to this moment of anticipation. Teacher Sakura's words further reassure him. She declares him to be exceptionally gifted, referring to him as a hidden gem in need of continual exploration. The weight of this compliment surpasses all others combined. In truth, she herself is the treasure in the eyes of everyone. His classmates, eager to spend more time with teacher Sakura, would willingly undertake a week's worth of tasks in her service. What an extraordinary testament to her value. Yushin's head spins, as if fireworks are bursting within his mind. Although the band has yet to rehearse, the rhythm already resonates. Thump thump. He stands there, grinning widely, observing his foolish demeanor. His classmates roll their eyes in unison. This Yushin, how delightfully mischievous he is. Who would have thought he could successfully capture teacher Sakura's attention? Chapter 41. Every story must reach a conclusion. After a night of relentless activity, the children awaken the next day bearing dark circles beneath their eyes. Before one can blink, the day of the album release arrives. Yongtai has already established connections with various channels for distribution. Recently, he has been tirelessly negotiating partnerships to secure placements for the album in their stores. Although the album producers possess some distribution channels, Yongtai asserts, "Now is the moment for me, as the spokesperson of the Foreign Affairs Department, to showcase my talents. As long as I step in, there's no merchant I cannot persuade. This time, we shall ensure that Bluebird reaches every corner of the ninja world." When dealing with larger establishments that boast branches in various locales, bargaining can be quite the endeavor. Yet, Yongtai remains unfazed, greeting every attitude with a smile. Armed with the album and promotional materials, he engages them in conversation. "Look at the sales figures of the newspapers. Are you not intrigued by the album? If not, that's no issue. I'll provide posters and advertisements. Most importantly, I can offer you a share of the profits. If the album doesn't sell, just return it to me. So, do you have space on your shelves?" With a series of deft maneuvers, any discerning individual can see the profit potential, leading to fruitful collaborations. Over this period, Yongtai has visibly slimmed down. But the outcome is promising. Band posters prominently adorn store entrances, and similar scenes can be spotted across the street. Passers-by cannot help but steal glances. Upon learning that this is the recently popular Xinghe band, many recall their name. With the newspapers flying off the shelves, the curiosity surrounding their music intensifies. Larger shops even employ professional sound systems to play the music and draw in customers. The effect is undeniable. Just look at the throngs of people blocking the entrance. This is Bluebird, the anthem of the ninja world. Who can resist the vivid imagery it conjures in their minds? The music, touching the soul, yields immediate feedback. Stores are bustling with activity. "Hello, I'd like a copy of the Bluebird album. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Go to the back of the line. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who just arrived. Don't try to steal my spot. Step aside. I've been to several shops already. I must have this. I'm a chunin. Do you dare speak to me like that?" Such scenes unfold in various shops. Yongtai's efforts do not go in vain. After a round of sales, the partnering merchants request restocking. The release of the new album is a resounding success. In the 5 great ninja villages, compared to the articles of the stars, the band's album sales have exceeded expectations. Groups of friends embark together, eager to purchase an album and listen. This transcends mere music. It is a testament to their bonds. Those who have listened to the album become fervent fans, exclaiming, "What divine music is this?" Overnight, familiar lyrics echo through the streets and alleys. The children's gifts are yet to find their new homes. Recent events have unfolded in rapid succession. 2 newspapers have been released, coinciding with the album launch. As time passes, a week is swiftly approaching its end. The content for the 3rd issue of Dawn Daily must be prioritized. Taking a deep breath, Sakura begins to focus on writing the sequel to Ninja Hounds. Every story must reach a conclusion. Disregarding opposition, I ventured onto the battlefield. The power struggles among the village's higher-ups profoundly affect the morale of the frontline ninjas. In truth, I overestimated my capabilities. The old man's death has had a significant impact on the battlefield. The village is weakened, relentlessly pursued by other ninja villages like starving wolves. Isolated and unsupported, all the higher-ups urge me to concede. Yet even if the final outcome is defeat, I am determined to make them feel pain. Abandoning the main force, I infiltrate the enemy camp alone. I target those of high status, determined to eliminate them. I am aware that many do not wish for their demise, and countless individuals will seek vengeance upon me. I care not. I dash about the battlefield, creating chaos while providing opportunities for my comrades. The complaints from the village ninjas grow increasingly vocal, yet I remain indifferent. Everyone is intimidated by my ruthlessness. It is clear that surrender would lead to a harmonious resolution. Yet I charge onto the battlefield, provoking all like a madman. Is there truly nothing in this world that I hold dear? What do you hope to gain from this? Returning to the base, I am met with a brutal punch. My actions have further tarnished the village's reputation. Everyone glares at me with fury, as if I were a criminal, nailing me to the pillar of shame. From this day forth, you are no longer a shadow. Following this declaration, I am cast into the dungeon. My body bears the scars of battle, yet my heart is unexpectedly tranquil. I understand that the village spares my life as leverage, having accumulated a great deal of enmity. Now by surrendering just me they can save far greater interests. The one who strikes me is a former comrade from the Chunin exams. He now looks down upon me, his expression mirroring that of my father's disappointment from years ago. This realization fills me with an unexpected sense of relief. I suddenly comprehend that perhaps I made the right choice this time. Years later, when I reflect upon that moment, I cannot help but feel a wave of nausea. Though I do not wish to admit it, on the day my father sought to kill the dog, I wore a mask of indifference. At the outset, I found myself melancholic over its departure. However, later, when my father summoned the neighbors, I genuinely breathed a sigh of relief. If the neighbor had been a kind soul, we might have indulged in a bittersweet meal, celebrating the fact that we had survived another day. Alas, to him, my flesh appeared to be of superior value. Fate conspired to grant me a glimpse of that dog fiercely protecting me. Once emotions entwine with perception, objectivity becomes a distant prospect. Yet, after that valiant creature perished in its attempt to save me, my father feigned ignorance, adhering to the original plan to consume it. The entire ordeal was orchestrated by him. I was too frightened to watch or utter a sound. In retrospect, any words spoken during that time feel revolting. Through tears, I ingested that unforgettable meal. Deep down, I resolved that my father was the true villain in this narrative. If I had refused to eat, he would have been disappointed, uttering, "A mere dog cannot outweigh the value of a human life." Yet, reality would not allow me to evade the truth, compelling me to confront my own hypocrisy. Just as I had finally managed to convince myself that I was merely a victim of circumstance, my father passed away. In his final moments, he gazed at me, disappointment etched in his eyes. "Everyone does this. What makes you so special?" My mind went blank, and I instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone else had done so. Yet I had not. When my father departed this world, a contented smile graced his face. That was my first encounter with human flesh, specifically that of my own father. I did not weep, nor could I muster any expression. I survived, further solidifying the mask of hypocrisy I wore. It became painfully clear that there was no distinction between man and dog. I had consumed a dog, I had consumed my father. Now, I was destined to be consumed by others. Chapter 42, The Cursed Clan Uchiha. Today marks the release of the third issue of the Dawn Daily. Many readers began gazing skyward at dawn, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the news birds. Within the village of ninjas, those at the mission points found themselves perplexed, muttering to themselves, why were there so many missions being claimed today? Tasks that had lingered unclaimed for days were suddenly snatched away. Each ninja appeared anxious, fearing they might miss out. Upon hearing this, the ninjas felt a tightening in their chests and discreetly changed the subject. Have your teams gone to purchase the latest popular album? Of course. Who hasn't heard of Bluebird? What are you talking about? You're so out of the loop, brother. With banter flowing back and forth, they strolled toward the village entrance. Unspoken, they each dispersed, collectively anticipating the day's newspaper. It was quite the endeavor for them to glimpse the articles penned by the starry sky. As the readers fervently awaited, the newsbirds finally arrived. Everyone skillfully exchanged money for newspapers, one hand offering payment while the other received the news. This same scene unfolded across the ninja world. The newsbirds soaring above and the people below engrossed in their papers created a picturesque spectacle. The Starry Skies publication once again graced the desks of the major powers in a timely manner. The populace asserted that they were not merely perusing the articles, but were instead on high alert for the manipulations of the devious Starry Sky. Habitually, they sought out the continuation of Ninja Hounds, with the subheading boldly proclaiming, "I witnessed the shores of happiness with the remnants of my existence." Those who noticed this detail experienced a flicker of excitement, eagerly anticipating the protagonist's triumphant exploits. Yet, upon finishing this issue of the newspaper, an overwhelming silence enveloped everyone. Where was the promised inspirational narrative? An unnameable emotion permeated the air, akin to a colossal mountain, suffocating all in its wake. Sakura, too, gazed at the freshly printed newspaper, rendered speechless. Ever since acquiring the skill of emotional perception, she found herself more easily ensnared by her feelings. The words flowed from her pen as if imbued with their own consciousness, guiding her toward the eventual conclusion. In hindsight, every detail seemed impeccably fitting. An unseen force held her back from continuing to write, as if a voice whispered in her ear, "Enough." Some individuals remained alive, yet they had already perished. This phrase had appeared early in the article. Whether the protagonist was destined for liberation or suffering remained a matter of personal judgment. From the very beginning, the protagonist was I. After digesting her emotions for a time, the readers shifted their attention to the other sections of the newspaper. In the major events column of the ninja world, Sakura still intended to write about the development of the ninja realm. The last installment had revealed a significant scoop. And this time, she was equally determined not to be outdone. The history of the ninja world was laden with untold stories. In fact, in order to prevent certain individuals from plunging the world into chaos, now was not the time to unveil all truths. In the shadows, a dark presence lingered, deleting content left and right until little remained. The previous issue fortuitously addressed the departure of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama due to ideological differences, making it a fitting topic for this issue, truly a significant event in the ninja world. Thus, the title that dominated this section read, The Cursed Clan, Uchiha. Senju Hashirama granted them peace, while Uchiha Madara sought to drag them back into war. The moment Uchiha Madara resolved to leave Konoha, he was abandoned by his kin. Having experienced the fragility of peace, none of his clan wished to leave the village. Uchiha Madara, acutely aware of his distrust and betrayal, understood the dire fate that awaited the Uchiha clan. The spotlight of the major events column had shifted. The one most elated by this turn of events was Inoki. Upon witnessing the details of the Uchiha clan's demise, his joy was immeasurable. The Akatsuki organization had since the last meeting been instructed by Pain to keep a close watch on the movements of Starry Sky. The release of the Dawn Daily took everyone by surprise. Those creatures known as newsbirds proved to be rather clever. Deidara had pursued one for ages yet ultimately lost track of it, though he failed to locate the individual. The incident instilled a habit among the Akatsuki members of reading newspapers. They too were curious about the continuation of ninja hounds. Pain bore a grave expression, attempting to discern the true nature of Starry Sky through the articles. As he perused the contents of the newspaper, Kisame caught a fleeting glance of Itachi's expression from the corner of his eye. The other members also covertly observed Uchiha Itachi's demeanor. His serious countenance obscured his inner thoughts. Only he could truly fathom the tumult within his heart. The articles suggested that Starry Sky possessed an uncanny understanding of the Uchiha clan, even knowing the conflicts that arose when Madara departed Konoha. What shocked Uchiha Itachi the most was the subsequent content. Starry Sky objectively chronicled the myriad events surrounding the Uchiha clan. Each detail conveyed the dire circumstances they faced. This narrative continued until the Uchiha clan's annihilation, mentioning Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. While these revelations were intricate, they had yet to delve into greater secrets. It was not surprising that Starry Sky was aware of such matters. Yet, the entire newspaper conspicuously omitted mention of one individual, the very perpetrator himself. Chapter 43. How could one not understand? It is inscribed in black and white. Just because it was not reported in the Dawn Daily does not imply that the ninja world is oblivious. The massacre of the Uchiha clan stirred quite the uproar back in the day. The rumor that circulated was that 13-year-old Itachi Uchiha annihilated the entire Uchiha clan before fleeing. The revelation left many in utter disbelief. Had Konoha gone mad, digging its own grave? What was their intention? The Uchiha clan, renowned for their formidable Sharingan, had always captured the attention of the ninja world. During Konoha's previous Chunin exams, many nobles had come specifically to witness the talents of the Uchiha orphans. Itachi Uchiha was a prodigy whose life was an aspiration for countless ninjas. At the tender age of 4, Itachi was taken to the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War by his father. He entered the Ninja Academy at 6, graduated at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8, became a Chunin at 10, and joined the Anbu at 11. His information was the subject of intense scrutiny among all ninja villages, with high-ranking officials wishing to eliminate him at once. It was said that he singularly orchestrated the clan's destruction. In the eyes of non-high-ranking ninjas, Itachi Uchiha was a cold-blooded, extraordinarily dangerous S-rank rogue ninja. Meanwhile, for the majority of ordinary civilians, this was the first time they encountered his name through public discourse. Since Sakura had reduced the price of newspapers, many common folk began to purchase them. Those who were not affluent would often pool their resources for a single copy, or even read discarded ones. The reclusive Itachi Uchiha, with the release of this edition of Dawn Daily, gained immense notoriety in the ninja world. People began to fervently discuss the reasons behind the Uchiha massacre, each presenting their own theories. Surely, the two remaining brothers of the Uchiha clan would not come knocking on doors over mere words. Even those who were initially unaware of the Uchiha's significance began to chatter excitedly, analyzing the situation with apparent justification. When asked how they knew, they would assert that the newspaper had reported it. After all, the founders of Konoha included the Senju and Uchiha clans, so it seemed improbable that anyone within the village could contrive a falsehood against the Uchiha. Yet, the newspaper had not claimed that a mere child was the culprit. Observing this exchange, a passing ninja rolled his eyes in disdain. What do you know, you bunch of civilians? You are utterly clueless. He is an S-rank rogue ninja, a patricide and matricide, an affront to justice, and a public enemy to the entire ninja world. Noticing the ninja, the gathered civilians suddenly felt constrained, hesitating to refute his words. Those who had been about to speak found themselves at a loss for words, their faces flushed. Normally, they would bow in apology, pleading for the ninja not to take offense. However, with the atmosphere so tense, no one dared to break the silence, leading to a standstill. The ninja, for his part, did not dwell on their remarks. He considered them inconsequential and doubted they would dare to fabricate rumors about the village again. Once the ninja had departed, his figure disappearing over the horizon, a voice broke the silence. Well, how could one not understand? I've recently learned many new characters. The newspaper was not read in vain. It would be a waste of money. This prompted immediate agreement from others. Exactly. So what? I checked the dictionary repeatedly. The paper did not state that the boy was the murderer. Ninjas are impressive, but the Uchiha were annihilated, so what's the fuss about? As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, a seemingly honest man nervously glanced towards the direction the ninja had gone. Hey, keep your voices down. Are you foolish? Let's discuss this somewhere else. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they instinctively learned to be more discreet. While working in the fields, they continued their animated discussions. This was not enough. Once they returned home to relax, their chatter would become even more effusive. The opinions and arguments presented during the day lost significance, as they now became their own. Sitting on the tatami, they began to converse with their wives and children. You have no idea how formidable the Uchiha clan of Konoha in the Land of Fire was back in the day. Fear often stems from the unknown. Little did they realize, their attitudes towards ninjas were subtly shifting. At this moment, a fuming Kiba Inuzuka had yet to calm down. The very individual who had just confronted the civilians was him. The Uchiha clan had been wiped out in a single night. And Sasuke had taken an extended leave from class. His family urged him to refrain from meddling in affairs and focus on his studies. However, upon Sasuke's return, he seemed like a different person, obsessively pursuing revenge. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha had become a rogue ninja in the village. Kiba was furious that these people were making baseless speculations based solely on a newspaper. Nothing associated with the stars was ever good news. That wretched Dawn Daily was utterly inaccurate. Behind him, Hinata and Shino shook their heads in resignation. Kiba's temper was as fiery as ever. This time, Team 8 had been on a mission, enduring the ire of their employer. To be fair, Kiba's sensitivity regarding this matter was not without cause. Ever since the publication of Ninja Dogs, he had been on edge. Initially, he assumed the protagonist was a canine, only to discover that the father intended to kill the dog. The Inuzuka clan was bound by contracts with their canine summoning beasts, and their battles required partnership with these ninja dogs. For Kiba, Akamaru was the most special and significant companion in his life. He could never allow himself to entertain thoughts of harming Akamaru, nor could he tolerate others insulting his partner. Since ninja dogs gained popularity, Akamaru had inexplicably received a plethora of treats. On more than one occasion, Kiba had witnessed children attempting to sneak off with Akamaru. It infuriated him. His clan members experienced similar situations. His sister Hana's gray dog had also been lured. Fortunately, every clan member's ninja dog had grown up alongside them, fostering deep bonds that thwarted the schemes of others. In fact, things were manageable within the village. However, upon leaving the village, passers-by would occasionally cast glances at Kiba and Akamaru. He was particularly powerless to react, especially when faced with unreasonable noble employers. The thought of that noble child during this mission made him grit his teeth in frustration. The individual's identity was shrouded in secrecy, yet he insisted on having Team 8 undertake the task, specifically demanding the presence of someone from the Inuzuka clan. It was obvious that he was targeting Akamaru, that detestable noble, and that wretched Dawn Daily. Chapter 44 Team 8's B-Rank Mission. Just moments ago, their teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, had met with their employer. The entire estate felt empty, clearly a temporary residence. The employer was secretive, unwilling to divulge his identity or provide detailed information about the mission. It was baffling how such a task had even been assigned to the village. They had excitedly accepted a B-rank mission from the village, only to be met with this? Upon entering the courtyard, a large black dog lunged towards them. After managing to fend it off, they noticed its owner clapping and laughing behind. Ha ha ha, get up, heavenly hound, and continue the fray. Upon hearing the command, the black dog sprang to its feet, eager to charge again. It was a clever creature, yet untrained and not a spirit beast. Frustration simmering within, they repelled it once more. The employer cast a disheartened glance at the injured, howling dog and slowly articulated his intentions. The Inuzuka clan's nindogs are truly remarkable. Sell me your dog, and name your price. The members of Team 8, brimming with confusion, were taken aback. Yeah, nearly at a loss for words due to his anger, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Opposite him, the disguised Round City Rest displayed visible impatience. Since watching nindogs, he had developed a passion for training his beloved pet. However, his ministers had remarked that such an ordinary dog could never compare to the nindogs of Konoha. This thought stirred his interest. How audacious of that ungrateful Hashizuki to pen such a dismissive conclusion. Enraged, Round City Rest sought amusement from the situation. "What is the matter with you ninjas? I am your employer, you all serve me." He spoke with a patronizing tone, believing that merely conversing with these ordinary ninjas was a courtesy granted due to the presence of his dog. Otherwise, only a Hokage would hold the privilege to engage with him. You felt his anger boiling over. How could this little brat dismiss him so casually? Growing up alongside Akamaru, he possessed the instincts and temperament of a beast, known for his notoriously fiery disposition. He had encountered troublesome employers before, yet this one's tone was particularly infuriating. "Today, I let go of me." At that critical moment, their mentor, Kurenai Yuhi, intervened, preventing Ya's outburst. The students were unaware, but she had a vague understanding of the noble's identity. When the mission office had assigned them this task, she sensed something was amiss. Indeed, it was not a favorable assignment. "My lord, if this is the nature of the mission, I am afraid we cannot comply." The minister speaking for Round City Rest wore a smug expression, satisfied by his lord's approval. Kurenai's face hardened, her patience for such aristocratic airs wearing thin. However, lacking clarity on the opponent's identity, she could not dismiss them outright. With a strained smile, she suppressed her urge to incapacitate him with genjutsu, and explained the significance of nindogs to the Inuzuka clan. Thus, a carefully nurtured nindog like Akamaru cannot possibly be treated as a mere commodity. Do you comprehend? Kurenai, her smile stiffening, thought that one more objection would compel her to resort to genjutsu. A rational individual would retreat in the face of such logic. Yet the one before her was none other than Round City Rest, the favored second son of the feudal lord. He knew nothing of concession, and his retainers were no less formidable. As one of his subordinates prepared to fully exert their sycophantic role, they caught a glimpse of a black speck landing on Round City Rest's hand. Instinctively, they looked over, only to erupt in a series of shrill screams. "Oh my lord! A bug, a bug!" The sound was piercing, and the closest Round City Rest was taken aback. How outrageous! What kind of decorum is this? Round City Rest felt utterly humiliated. Someone of his stature could not afford such disgrace from inept subordinates. How foolish they were. Had he not reacted swiftly, his identity might have been compromised. To be shamed in front of Konoha ninjas was utterly intolerable. His subordinate finally managed to articulate a coherent thought. "My lord, there's a bug on your hand." Only then did Round City Rest, belatedly aware, lower his gaze to see the particularly conspicuous black insect. Under the sunlight, it was grotesque, with dark, beady eyes perched atop its head, evoking an unsettling sensation. "Are you all right, my lord?" his retainers inquired, but at that moment, Round City Rest could no longer hear their voices. His complexion drained of color, lips trembling, he felt paralyzed with fear. "Help!" His voice barely escaped, dissipating into the air. His subordinates had not grasped the urgency. Meanwhile, Team 8 overheard but remained silent. Ya, no longer needing anyone to restrain him, covered his mouth, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Round City Rest, oblivious to those around him, felt his limbs betray him, teetering on the brink of fainting. His subordinate, finally regaining composure, anxiously patted Round City Rest's hand. However, their gestures revealed a hesitance, unsure whether to assist their master or to shoo away the bug. Each attempt missed the insect, which remained steadfastly in place. The sensation on his hand grew increasingly unbearable, prompting Round City Rest to whisper to the observing Team 8, "Please dispose of it." Kurenai, caught in a dilemma, gently explained, "I'm afraid that does not fall within the scope of our mission." As the bug began to stir, Round City Rest clenched his eyes and gritted his teeth. "This is my mission. Dispose of it immediately." Hinata, earnest and serious, chimed in, "But Red Sensei, isn't this a B-rank mission?" Upon realizing her blushing demeanor, she shyly fidgeted with her fingers at her clothing hem. Ya's reaction was even more exaggerated, desperate to ensure everyone knew his outrage was intentional. "What? This cannot be a mere insect. It appears potentially venomous. We must ensure the safety of our employer." Hearing these words, Round City Rest grew increasingly agitated. "Hurry. This is a B-rank mission. You must protect me." With clarity in his demand, Team 8 finally sprang into action. In less than a second, the insect was dispatched. Cold sweat drenched Round City Rest's back. He was overwhelmed with regret, cursing his decision to bring along such foolish individuals. His subordinates seemed as useless as that dog. They were far inferior to the maid named Anzu, who at least displayed some cleverness in her actions. Meanwhile, within the feudal lord's estate, Anzu sneezed forcefully. Is everything all right? She wondered aloud. I'm fine, your highness, I'm in excellent health. What's the next character to read? The insufferable second prince had finally departed, allowing her time to watch the continuation of Neendogs with the princess. She still felt unsettled from the previous viewing. However, a strong woman fears not adversity. Anzu was no longer the weakling she once was. Having spent ample time in the same space with the second prince, she had learned to self-soothe and adapt. Now, she only hoped the second prince would return later, so as not to hinder her quest for knowledge. Exchanging determined glances with Princess Round City Rin, Anzu recognized the resolve in each other's eyes. As long as learning doesn't kill us, we shall learn to our heart's content. Chapter 45. This is difficult to evaluate. After a moment, Round City Rest composed himself and stood up nonchalantly. You felt cursed, relieved that the issue had been resolved, merely viewing it as a scenic outing. The mission is complete. We must take our leave. Stop right there. If you do not hand over that dog today, I shall make you regret it. Having dealt with the bug, Round City Rest turned hostile. This group of ninjas had dared to mock him earlier, seizing the opportunity to threaten him. However, Team 8 wore expressions of anticipation, as if they had foreseen this turn of events. Confused, Round City Rest wondered why these individuals were not bowing in submission. Suddenly, the black insect that had just been driven away darted back towards him. Round City's Shio was taken aback, but no matter how he tried to evade it, the insect seemed to have an uncanny ability to pursue him relentlessly. Class 8. Heedless of the chaos, departed. You leaf ninjas, I shall make you regret this. Only Hinata remained somewhat unsettled. Is the insect harmless? Shino, donning sunglasses with his collar turned up, reassured her, it's fine, it will return on its own. At the Ninja World Times branch, the article by Hashizuki was set to be republished in 2 days. Inside the editorial office, the male chief editor was inundated with work, leaving little room for the female editor to slack off. Unlike the Dawn Daily, their publication was required to release a new edition daily. However, the republishing agreement with Ninja Hound stipulated that it would not be released until 2 days later. The content of the article was not particularly demanding, but the newly launched column presented a challenge. Ever since the introduction of the Night Watchman, letters from readers had been pouring in, especially concerning the conclusion of Ninja Hound, which everyone in the office had scrutinized. After an initial silence, the readers' fervor surged, leading some to fixate on the Ninja World Times. Yet now, the male chief editor sighed deeply as he perused the letters in his hands. The contents were glaringly about the recent discussions surrounding the Uchiha clan massacre. This was a complex matter to evaluate. Once published, the letter would likely thrust the newspaper into a maelstrom of controversy, yet he found himself unable to set it aside. Rereading it repeatedly, even feeling a compulsion to put pen to paper. Frustrated, he set down the manuscript. The signature at the end read Night Watchman. The following day at the Ninja World Times branch, the staff anxiously observed the newsstand before them. Having read the day's content, they felt a profound anxiety regarding their safety. The male chief editor stood by the window, inhaling deeply before turning around and gesturing grandly. Open for business. The doors swung wide, and newspapers were sold in an orderly fashion. The staff made every effort to present warm and friendly expressions to the customers. Anyone entering could not help but be astonished by the articles inside the paper. In the land of fire, in the village of Leaf, Ino rushed into the office clutching a copy of the Ninja World Times. Lady Tsunade, something's amiss. You must see today's paper. At the mention of the newspaper, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. After finally finding time to drink the night before, she was still groggy from sleep. Hadn't Hashizuki's article already been published? What a racket. Just a trivial matter concerning Hashizuki. Do be quiet. Ino was nearly in tears. Lady Tsunade, it's not about Hashizuki. You really need to see this. Everyone outside is talking about it. Realizing something was awry, Tsunade rose and snatched the newspaper. Upon reading the headline, her eyes widened in shock. Her expression grew increasingly grave as she clenched the paper and scrutinized the subsequent content. Why does the foremost ninja village compel a 13-year-old child to take the life of their own parents? I cherish my wildflowers, yet I loathe the ground adorned with them. I once endeavored to cast a filter over the ninjas I depicted, yet the bloody reality constantly serves as a poignant reminder of the world's sorrow. Uchiha Itachi. Now there was a quintessential ninja. One's character is shaped and nurtured through the subtle influences of their surroundings. Even in this merciless world of ninjas, it's quite unusual to find oneself on the battlefield at the tender age of 4. Genin, Chunin, Jonin. When do they all learn the art of killing? After all, for a ninja, taking a life seems ingrained in their very essence. How can one complete a mission without shedding blood? It is akin to a doctor meticulously practicing before treating a patient. Usually, a considerate teacher prepares suitable materials for novice students. A white blade enters, a red blade exits. Faced with pools of blood and severed limbs, they are reminded. This is the life of a ninja. You must always be prepared to kill or be killed. The aura of death permeates every pore. The novices nod in agreement, naively stepping into the world of ninjas. Their initial nausea and discomfort quickly dissipate, only to be replaced by a spirit of competition amongst themselves. And thus, they embark on a path of relentless slaughter. One must wonder, for those who ascend to high positions, do they recall how many lives they've taken? Before killing, do they discern between good and evil? Prior to accepting a mission, do they consider the identity of their employer? Observing those ninjas clamoring for peace, I cannot help but chuckle. Do they realize how today's ninjas sustain themselves? Allow me to enlighten you, to inform those dreamers. Peace will never arrive. The bloody scenes seem blurred, conveniently overlooked. The village radiates tranquility, with every face beaming with joy and contentment. Do you not realize that the money in your hands is stained with blood? Will the faces of the deceased not haunt you in the midnight hours? Am I the only one who lies awake at night, questioning the meaning of life? Perhaps so. Because I am merely an ordinary individual, swept away in the purge of bandits. A transient victim, easily perished by the wave of jutsu. A refugee, kicked to death by those who found me displeasing. Ninjas are but a collection of beings clad in human skin. Those rare exceptions that occasionally surface. Are they not merely anomalies? Is it not because they have recognized the dissonance that they yearn for peace? Yet this is the legacy left by their predecessors. Do they truly comprehend how to break the cycle that has persisted for millennia? Amidst the relentless violence of ninjas, war endures. Ironically, the sole purpose of war is to facilitate the exchange of interests among the 5 great nations. Fallen ninjas and affected civilians. Every conflict ultimately settles into a semblance of calm, merely to gather strength for the next war. And now, you seek to resolve everything with the very slaughter that ninjas are most familiar with. What will you wield to achieve peace? Unbeknownst to you, you have already been conditioned. They watch you wield your blade, ensnared in the vortex of the ninja world, unable to extricate yourself. The first ninja village incessantly clamoring for peace can compel a person to death merely through sheer will. It is truly remarkable. In this light, it is hardly surprising to witness a 13-year-old child forced to slay their own parents. On the day he became a ninja, did he understand that the kunai was meant for his closest kin? Were those who sacrificed for the village well cared for by their families? Following the Uchiha massacre, was the estate bequeathed to the Uchiha orphan? Chapter 46. The perspective of the Hyuga clan leader. Every tear, infused with love, converges into the vivid crimson of the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's slaughter of his entire clan. This is the grandest jest I have ever heard. Did all of Konoha perish? Or is everyone confined to their beds, unable to stir? If Uchiha Itachi is so formidable, why not have him assume the mantle of Hokage? With such a powerful Hokage, surely the next ninja world war would not occur before his demise. Is it not enough to force a child into such a predicament? Indeed, it is not enough. Until they have extracted the last drop of blood, they shall not be satisfied. The shinobi world, which even children find intolerable, has long since rotted from within. On the night of the clan massacre, how many pairs of eyes urged him onward? Those individuals watched him take the lives of comrades he had trained alongside. He killed his own father and then his mother. In the end, he was met with the hatred and disdain of his beloved younger brother. Every time I recall these events, sleep eludes me. Shouldn't the village exist to serve its people? What significance does a village hold if it cannot even protect its kin? Is it truly so astonishing that Uchiha Sasuke has defected? Since the day Uchiha Itachi was branded a rogue ninja, Sasuke had already been marked as a traitor. Or perhaps it began even earlier, with Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, signaling the Uchiha clan's impending doom. Those onlookers could only display their expected expressions, mocking the notion that this white-eyed wolf could ever be tamed. I have loathed him for a long time. From the very start, it was clear he was never one of us. The oppressive weight of the feudal society is akin to a heavy shackle, constraining the necks of the populace, making it difficult for them to breathe. The ignorant masses, ensnared by feudal ideologies, wander like blind men in the dark, unaware of the dangers that lie ahead. Their willingness to endure oppression, trapped within the confines of their thoughts, is a lamentable plight. Yet, beneath oppression and constraint, sparks of rebellion are destined to ignite. One day, the oppressed will awaken, like a volcano erupting, breaking free from their heavy shackles in search of freedom and illumination. As the night watchman, upon reading the entire newspaper, Tsunade's face darkened. Are people outside already discussing this matter? Indeed, Lady Tsunade. Previously, the conversations were hushed, but after today's newspaper release, even the common folk are engaged. Shizen bore an anxious expression. This night watchman was blatantly disregarding Konoha. To publish such content is a brazen provocation, more odious than the myriad stars above. The Shinobi World Times, truly, just as one wave recedes, another rises. The newspaper in her hand crumpled into shreds. At that moment, Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to kill. She was not present in the village during the Uchiha massacre, yet she was well aware of Konoha's stance towards the Uchiha clan. After Minato's death, the higher-ups had grown increasingly radical. It was evident that the Uchiha massacre must have some hidden truths. She lacked knowledge of the intricate details from the past, but Danzo certainly did, and at this moment, he was likely eager to seize any leverage against her. Tsunade was tempted to inquire whether that old man had truly lost his senses. Shizun, notify the Jonin representatives and the ninja clans to convene. Furthermore, this newspaper is to be banned from circulation within Konoha. Yes. Wait. Tsunade recalled the rumors circulating in the village. Danzo's tactics were utterly repugnant. She knew that discontent had already begun to brew among the villagers. Prevention is better than cure. Prohibition would only reveal the village's insecurities. There is no need to ban the newspaper. We must remain vigilant regarding the village's public sentiment. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizen hurriedly departed to attend to her instructions. Tsunade gazed out the window, realizing that even the bustling Konoha had its share of shadows untouched by sunlight. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha was already sufficiently prosperous. The foremost priority now is to stabilize the hearts of the people. She understood how terrifying inner torment could be. Many ninjas in the village suffered from severe psychological ailments. The blood on her hands was not so easily washed away. Her greatest fear was that someone would succumb to despair and abandon their ninja career altogether. Suddenly, she thought of that young girl from Team 7. I will no longer be a ninja. With her short pink hair, she exuded an unparalleled gentleness complemented by a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Tsunade recalled having considered taking her as a disciple. Yet Haruno Sakura's resolve was unwavering. Upon this reflection, she felt a twinge of disorientation. That incredulous feeling lingered still. But after reading this newspaper, she was reminded of the years she spent fleeing Konoha. Her brother and lover had passed away in succession, and the pain had never dulled with time. What is the purpose of a ninja's existence? Is killing truly the only means of survival for a ninja? Or rather, who imposed such a definition upon them? Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, what has transpired? Awakened from her reverie, Tsunade realized she had been lost in thought for quite some time. The assembly was complete, and they could commence the meeting. Very well. I shall attend now. Other factions have also taken note of the Shinobi World Times. In Kyomogakure, Reikage slammed his palm on the table, laughing heartily. Haha. Konoha has finally met its day of reckoning. The host of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, donned sunglasses, jotting down ideas in a small notebook. Oh foolish Konoha. Digging its own grave, what a sight. After their playful banter regarding Konoha, Reikage's gaze turned contemplative. What is your perspective on this night watchman? Upon hearing this, Killer Bee became serious, abandoning his playful demeanor. Words without action hold no weight, yet they can incite fervor among the masses. Such a person would be manageable if isolated, but if backed by an organization, it becomes an entirely different scenario. Hearing Killer Bee's insight, Reikage pondered over the newspaper. Other ninja villages quietly took note of the name Night Watchman. At the Konoha Jonin meeting, Tsunade, in her capacity as Hokage, encouraged the present Jonin. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her words carried significant weight. A portion of the ninjas were swayed, eagerly proclaiming their loyalty to Konoha. The will of fire must not be desecrated. This night watchman, merely a performer seeking attention, is akin to a rat scurrying in the sewers. Who does not yearn for the life in Konoha? The Uchiha clan had treacherous intentions. Their fate is nothing more than a consequence of their own actions. A hush fell over the room. Although the Uchiha's rebellion had shown faint signs, it had not yet been overtly expressed. Are we to assert that Uchiha Itachi exterminated his clan to prevent insurrection and protect Konoha? The individual who had spoken earlier wore a look of astonishment, becoming acutely aware that the atmosphere had shifted unfavorably. Those nearby exchanged glances. Looking around, He then realized that throughout the meeting, the clan ninjas had remained silent. Upon this realization, his face turned pale, regretting his impulsive words and the trouble he had stirred. Tsunade maintained her composure, locking eyes with Hyuga Hizashi, who had not spoken until now. What is the Hyuga clan's stance on this night watchman? Chapter 47. The Wanted Night Watchman. The gazes of the assembled jonin converged upon Hyuga Hizashi. Since the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the Hyuga clan had become increasingly prominent in Konoha. Naturally, they were the first to be questioned. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan believes that this night watchman is intentionally targeting Konoha, seeking to sow discord between the village and the ninja clans. Upon hearing Hizashi's statement, Tsunade's expression softened slightly. With the Hyuga clan's declaration, this matter could be resolved swiftly. Yet in the next moment, Hizashi's tone shifted. If the details surrounding the Uchiha massacre could be made public, the rumors would surely crumble, and the village's reputation could be restored. The instant these words were uttered, Tsunade's expression darkened further than before. The surrounding clan leaders exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, they began to voice their agreement. Indeed, how could the village possibly force Uchiha Itachi to commit such acts? Uchiha Sasuke is living well, while this night watchman is merely spouting nonsense. In essence, the discourse revolves around the necessity of disclosing the particulars surrounding the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The one who broached this topic, Hyuga Hizashi, is a figure shrouded in both merit and obscurity. Since the calamity befell the Uchiha clan, his greatest apprehension has not stemmed from external sources, but rather from within. The elders of his clan, blinded by their ignorance of the prevailing circumstances, sought to emulate the Uchiha's conduct, yet they remain oblivious to the true nature of their demise and the formidable power that resides within Konoha. If the clan harbors such sentiments, how can he himself be exempt from harboring grievances against Konoha? The death of Hizashi remains a thorn in his heart, a constant reminder of the village's treachery. Indeed, even the esteemed leaders present, who dared to voice their opinions, are gripped by a profound fear of the village, acutely aware that the blade may one day turn upon them. This moment presents a rare opportunity to delve deeper into the truth. Tsunade, visibly exasperated, scoffed at the absurdity of the situation. Is this truly how you perceive matters? Do you expect Konoha to provide an explanation to the outside world based solely on scant remarks in the newspaper? Moreover, Uchiha Itachi, who executed his kin and fled the village, is it your proposal that we summon him back to recount his tale obediently? Hizashi bowed his head slightly, his expression laden with regret. I apologize, Lady Tsunade. The incident unfolded so unexpectedly, and now, as it is being revisited, the hearts of the clan are fraught with anxiety. I find myself compelled to act under duress. With a loud clatter, one elder interjected, in my view, we should simply issue a bounty on the night watchman without delving into unnecessary details, as suggested by the Hyuga clan leader. At that moment, the door swung open, and Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. Before he could even settle into his seat, his gaze was fixed upon the Hyuga clan. He has always harbored a disdain for these prominent families. It is all for the sake of the village. He fully endorsed Hizashi's sacrifice, believing that sacrificing one for the sake of peace is a most prudent exchange. Hizashi's presence only intensified his contempt, as he was well aware that the village's turmoil had deep-rooted connections, and he anticipated that no satisfactory explanation would be forthcoming today. Ultimately, it was the Nara clan that spoke up, diffusing the tension in the room. Tsunade, too, had learned of the clan's extermination in due course and undoubtedly harbored questions akin to those of the others present. With this stepping stone, Tsunade's ire subsided somewhat. The village would indeed provide an account to all, but the pressing concern now was how to address the night watchman. Turning her attention to the tardy Danzo, she inquired, Elder Danzo, you possess the clearest understanding of the events from that time. Given that the newspaper is disseminating this information throughout the ninja world, what impact do you foresee on the trust the employers place in Konoha? I shall dispatch individuals to seek information regarding this night watchman. Once located, I will ensure he comprehends what should and should not be disclosed. As he spoke, his cold gaze swept over the assembly. Tsunade replied, I will have the Umbu investigate this matter, so there is no need for the elder to trouble himself. The Hokage may not excel in handling such affairs. It would be better left to me, he retorted. I am the Hokage. If the elder has the leisure, he might as well address the rumors circulating about Konoha, while also attending to his health. Not long after the meeting concluded, the night watchman became a target for a bounty in Konoha. As long as his identity could be verified, a reward would be granted regardless of whether he was alive or dead. Simultaneously, Konoha proclaimed that the newspaper's content was entirely fabricated. Uchiha Itachi was classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, his power deemed unforgivable. In an instant, the Night Watchman's notoriety surged, eclipsing even the brilliance of the stars. At the Dawn Academy, Sakura found herself lost in contemplation as she perused the incisive critique of the Night Watchman. Before the Uchiha clan's downfall, she had witnessed that gentle man escorting Sasuke to school. His identity as a ninja seemed to strip him of the most fundamental emotional discernment inherent to humanity. He professed his love for Sasuke, yet he had never truly regarded Sasuke as an independent entity. Each Uchiha victim's demise struck her with profound sorrow. As for Sasuke, being Itachi's brother rendered him merely a pawn in his grand design. She sought to unveil the hypocritical facade under the guise of the Night Watchman, attempting to pierce through the meticulously orchestrated tragedy that the man had crafted. The Uchihas were a clan of love, and Itachi aimed to sacrifice his life for Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve. Yet Sakura understood that Sasuke would shatter. In the moment when the conviction of vengeance crumbled, he would be engulfed by guilt and uncertainty. The zenith of love, accompanied by unbearable anguish, births a power that is undeniably alluring. However, for Sasuke, the truth held greater significance than power. This was her farewell gift to him. The road ahead was long, and she wished not for him to perish in the shadows of the past. For the Night Watchman, this was merely the inception of his journey. At the offices of the Ninja World Times, the male editor reclined in his chair, a visage of despondency. His once beloved vocation had ceased to inspire him, leaving him yearning to become a mere fish out of water. Why had his favored author led him to such a predicament? The previous night, he had hurriedly reviewed the Night Watchman's manuscript for approval, indifferent to the potential ire of the ninja villages, as this was not an unprecedented occurrence. Today, however, news arrived that all articles from the Night Watchman would be published alongside those of the Star Writer, due to soaring sales. That day, he encountered no fewer than 10 ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands, his anxiety palpable. Yet it was the letter in his hands that truly drove him to despair. Not long ago, he had boasted to competitors about the prowess of his authors. Now he was left with a profound sense of regret. For an editor, nothing is more frustrating than when one's authors clash. Who do you support? As the Ninja World Times prepared to conclude its serialization of ninja dogs, he pondered why the Night Watchman could not simply remain quiet after his affairs. The letter he held was a scathing review from the Night Watchman directed at the Star Writer. Star is a mere braggart, a madman unrestrained by societal norms, a beast long dwelling in the shadows. Oh no, am I truly about to lose 2 cherished authors on the same day? After wallowing in his despair for a moment, he resumed his search through today's submissions. He was determined to ensure that Star would largely overlook the Night Watchman's critique. After all, there was still love within the ninja world. Sifting through various submissions, he eventually found other more conventional reviews. He planned to slip a note to the newsbird along with the payment for the newspaper upon the next release of the Dawn Daily. This was not his first attempt at such a maneuver. Though he received no response, he remained undeterred. The enthusiasm of the readers must reach Star. Chapter 48. The rumors spread, the Night Watchman cannot abide Star. Unbeknownst to many, the inhabitants of the ninja world had grown accustomed to reading newspapers. It seemed that from the day Star burst onto the scene, the information transmitted through the papers had gained newfound weight. As a new day dawned, many individuals habitually purchased a copy of the Ninja World Times. The newly introduced section received widespread acclaim, with many drawn to it, finding solace in a critic's words that resonated with their own unvoiced sentiments. Today marked the day for the reprint of Ninja Dogs. The first individual to acquire the newspaper had already perused the sequel, promptly flipping to the newly opened column. Sure enough, today's commentary focused on ninja dogs. We cannot refrain from action merely because of the potential for extinction, just as we must eat despite knowing that humans are destined to die. Star is a mere braggart, a madman unrestrained by societal norms, a beast long dwelling in the shadows. Goodness! Having read only a few lines, he suddenly lifted his head. Was someone challenging Star in the newspaper? What? Upon hearing his voice, the surrounding crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Those who had yet to obtain a newspaper snatched the one from his hands. Upon glimpsing the initial lines, they erupted into loud exclamations. Indeed, the article denigrated Fengxing as a petty individual. Among the throng, an irate voice shouted, "Who dares to insult Fengxing? I shall have his head." Not only was he labeled a petty person, but he also called Fengxing a madman. Ah, what harm has Fengxing ever inflicted? Why treat her so unjustly? I demand a complaint. Who authorized the publication of such content? Surely, the Ninja World Times must have accepted bribes. The editor-in-chief has profited unscrupulously. Pass the word. Fengxing has been engaged in a verbal spat in the newspaper. Just who is responsible? The individual whose newspaper was snatched struggled to reclaim it, empathizing with the sentiments expressed. He understood this feeling and, dismissing the earlier offense, hurriedly glanced at the signature line. Others who had secured a copy had already preemptively revealed the critic's name. The Night Watchman. The newsroom fell silent for a heartbeat, only to erupt into an even louder clamor. That Night Watchman, who exposed the shadows of the ninja villages. Is he the same one who has recently gained notoriety and is being hunted? The Night Watchman has released new content so swiftly. I came specifically to purchase this issue. Does the latest one feature him as well? As the conversation threatened to veer off course, Fengxing's fans could no longer contain themselves. So what if he is being hunted? Fengxing has long been a target as well. How disrespectful of the Night Watchman to malign a senior. The Night Watchman, unafraid of authority, dares to confront the village directly. What a Fengxing! He critiques anyone. The discussion escalated in fervor. What's wrong with you? Just a moment ago, you were clamoring to unmask the critic. I had no idea it was the Night Watchman. I trust him more than Fengxing now. If you adore Fengxing so much, why not purchase the Dawn Daily? What's wrong with buying the Ninja World Times? I intend to buy any newspaper featuring my favorite author. Ha! How utterly ridiculous. There are only 2 newspapers. Thank goodness few outlets have obtained reprint rights. Otherwise, they'd be bankrupt. Yee! I shall take you on. Fueled by passion. A group commenced a heated exchange outside the newspaper office, fervently defending their stances. I stand with Fengxing. I stand with the Night Watchman. The language used was foul, and resorting to physical confrontation seemed inevitable. As the crowd swelled, the dispute not only failed to subside but intensified. Occasionally, a more level-headed individual attempted to mediate, only to find themselves caught in the fray. Your behavior as fans is disgraceful. How can you still support Fengxing? What's wrong with me defending the Night Watchman? Ultimately, only those naturally reticent, unable to articulate their thoughts, left with flushed faces. Supporting neither side, they returned home, having bottled up their frustrations. Yet they were among the first to peruse the newspaper. The distinction between humans and beasts lies in the understanding of hope. Yet Fengxing is the one I have seen closest to despair. Despite the overwhelming praise from all, I can only discern the timidity hidden within the lines. The trembling protagonist endured the harsh winter, only to perish before dawn, much like the ashes of the departed, deeply buried beneath the dust of a bygone era. What constitutes a ninja? What defines a ninja dog? Each heart holds its own interpretation. Through the dissection of this world's darkness, the complexities of human nature are unveiled. If readers find resonance, it is merely because this world is rife with misfortune. In this light, Fengxing is hardly remarkable. All she does is collect and organize. If the purpose of this article is simply to evoke sorrow and lead the younger generation into despair, then I am fully justified in mocking Fengxing for leading the youth astray. The tale of the ninja dog concludes. Yet the saga of the ninja world remains unresolved. We must take this as a lesson, sounding the alarm. If we linger solely in sorrow, how can we advance? Those who await will be buried. Only by gazing towards the future can we break ground anew, growing resilient like seedlings in the crevices or shining like sparks in the darkness. Cherish the freedom of the present, strive forward, and fulfill the hopes buried within the ashes. By day's end, everyone knew the Night Watchman disdained Fengxing. In Konoha village, Tsunade no longer turned a blind eye and intervened in the village's discourse. Previous rumors began to dissipate, and the topics in the newspaper were no longer veiled. Even the children in the ninja school began to form factions. Udon flustered, neglected to wipe his nose. How can you favor the Night Watchman, Konohamaru? The village has issued a hunt for him. Konohamaru, hands on hips, stood atop a chair with an air of entitlement. Fengxing was also wanted. I'm a fan of the Galaxy Band. The Night Watchman enjoys Bluebird too, so of course I support him. Udon retorted, one writes articles, the other writes critiques. How can they possibly compare? Critiques that are insightful, brilliant, and absolutely enthralling. The Night Watchman is undeniably cool, challenging anyone who dares oppose him. Udon found himself at a loss for a counterargument, but in his heart, he believed Fengxing was also quite cool. On this matter he held firm. Mo Huang. What's your take? The neutral Mo Huang shrank slightly, grasping the newspaper. I take no side. I'm reading another review. What? There's another review? Are there 2 critiques? How I wish I could deliver a punch to both of you for not even thoroughly reading the newspaper and starting a quarrel over rumors. Konohamaru and Udon exchanged glances, turning their heads in opposite directions, both letting out a huff. Ignoring the 2, Mo Huang meticulously read the freshly purchased newspaper. Konohamaru and Udon exchanged bewildered glances at her. The small figure was fixated on the newspaper, clearly engrossed in the content. Chapter 49. This is the distinction. Compared to the Night Watchman-esque critique, the other review in the newspaper encapsulates the sentiments of the majority. It evokes memories of those children who entered the ninja academy with dreams in their hearts. They view the cinematic world as the pinnacle of aspiration, unaware that the path to such dreams is fraught with thorns. The closer they draw to the so-called shadows, the more they perceive the harshness of reality. Must one be strong enough to ascend to the pinnacle? I emerged from the darkest days of the village, trembling to survive. That man raised his arm, calling for everyone to follow him into the future, proclaiming that they were the hopes of the village. Yet, those hopes perished one by one in the nest. Someone once told me he would join that man to help realize the ideals bestowed upon him. I believed in him. I thought they could succeed. Yet in the end, I found only the forehead protector adorned with the image of the beloved goose of his sister. I dare not act, nor can I do anything. Is that man truly a hero? I concealed myself, watching them shine only to extinguish. Eventually, even the brightest light was snuffed out. How splendid, for no one was saved. It always rains here, and I often ponder the day I will rot in some forsaken corner. But now, I refuse to hide. They too are rotting. What difference is there between us? The silent majority closed their newspapers. Some strode forth with determination, while others tossed and turned in contemplation. Their thoughts inevitably fluctuated in response to the day's newspaper. In response to the reviews beyond those of the Night Watchman, Sakura felt a profound sense of astonishment. This was swiftly followed by joy, as she sincerely hoped for an increase in such individuals. Late at night, she picked up her pen to respond to this segment. Gradually, words began to emerge on the manuscript. The following day, at the Dawn Academy, Sakura found herself both amused and exasperated by the letter brought back by the newsbird. Last night, she had summoned the leader of the newsbird, requesting it to make a special trip to deliver her letter to the editor-in-chief of the newspaper under the guise of a starry identity. She had no intention of letting the Night Watchman monopolize this spectacle. However, the response was not from the Night Watchman, but rather another commentary. A solitary performance was undoubtedly too dull. Although she could not contribute significantly, she aimed to ensure that readers were aware. In the unseen corners, there are always those who will acknowledge your emotions and respond. The words of the Night Watchman were her personal introspection. The further she advanced, the more she felt her insignificance. She needed constant reminders to realign her heart. Communication is not merely a one-way transmission. It also requires feedback from the readers. An increasing number of people had begun to form their own opinions about Inuzuka, which was a promising sign. When a person truly learns to think, they cease to be a passive recipient. Early in the morning, crowds gathered at the entrances of various Ninja World newspapers. Many had read yesterday's paper, and some had even engaged in heated arguments, turning them into acquaintances of sorts. What are you doing here again? Stay out of it. Don't you dare snatch my newspaper this time. The speaker was the very first person to purchase a newspaper yesterday. Who's trying to steal yours? You're making a fuss over nothing, replied Kakuju Hato, his tone somewhat shaky as he glanced at the throngs of people arriving. He was well aware that yesterday's newspapers had sold out quickly. In this day and age, without a bit of capability, one could easily be overlooked, even in obtaining a newspaper. He had little else but money, but alas, his movements were not as swift as those of the ninja. His eyes darted around, searching for a less crowded direction when unexpectedly, he spotted that aggressive girl from yesterday. He couldn't help but rub the spot where he had been struck. It still hurt. Oil Valley Rena peered into the newspaper office, stretching her neck. She wouldn't by it without a response from the star. Her earnings were hard-earned from missions, most of which she had to allocate to support her younger siblings at the orphanage. Hearing someone nearby lamenting about trifles made her heart ache for her wallet. Turning to look, she realized the speaker was the very person she hadn't fought with yesterday. Well then, it's a case of enemies meeting. The two locked eyes, and Hato discreetly shut his mouth. He could win an argument, but he certainly couldn't win a fight. As the crowd surged, they rushed into the newspaper office upon its opening. From inside a voice rang out. The Night Watchman has not published any content. Upon hearing this, many halted their steps. This was not the Dawn Daily, and the price was steep. Rena felt a mix of relief and melancholy as she walked out. Just then, a louder voice echoed from within. Ah, don't snatch my newspaper. Don't grab it. The final word was nearly a shriek. Had Star responded to the Night Watchman? Star. Those who had turned back quickly re-entered the crowd, albeit a step too late. Give me a newspaper. I'll take 10. The mention of 10 copies sent some into a frenzy. When someone shouted they would take them all, the situation escalated uncontrollably. Whether they had money or not became irrelevant. It was a race to seize what they could. The staff found themselves squeezed with no space to stand. Stop grabbing. They're running out. Let us take it slow. Rina anxiously pushed her way inside. She was just an unremarkable genin. After years of stagnation, she barely managed to scrape by. Now, the figures in the newspaper office flitted by, and she could hardly discern any of their silhouettes. As the newspapers appeared to dwindle, she couldn't afford to worry about her finances. If need be, she would take on a few more missions, working tirelessly. Her anxiety peaked until she caught sight of a familiar figure stealthily bending down to squeeze out. She discreetly followed. Tsuchikage, relieved that he was not short on funds, continued forward despite hearing that the night watchman had not published any content. Unfolding the newspaper, he noticed the column contained little. Yet the mere mention of Star at the end was enough to draw people in like moths to a flame. True warriors dare to confront the grimness of life and face the sanguine reality. Hope, this elusive entity, cannot easily perish. It is akin to a wildfire. Even when extinguished, it will inevitably reignite at some moment. People are perpetually in search of external forces, yearning for heroes to rescue them. Yet they forget that they themselves can become heroes. The very fact that you no longer wish to hide is commendable courage. Not everyone can confront their fears. To acknowledge one's own fragility is imperative, and within this fragility one must seek strength. Who among humanity can claim to be entirely untainted? We are but ordinary beings rolling in the dust, unavoidably soiled by some mud. No one can emerge from the mire unscathed. You must understand that whether you choose to hide or not is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in whether you are willing to open your eyes and behold the truths of this world. Whether you are ready to take up the pen and unveil the darkness and injustice. When the brightest light is extinguished, do you believe everyone is doomed? The light and darkness of this world are not determined by a single lamp. In my view, the very act of taking up the pen and writing these words signifies that you have begun to shine. You ask what the distinction between you and them is. This is the distinction. Star. Upon reaching the conclusion, Tsuchikage felt a jolt of realization. Star writes wonderfully, though the content is rather sparse. Hearing this, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. It was indeed insufficient. Wait, where did that voice come from? His body stiffened as he slowly lifted his gaze, only to find a pair of eyes fixated intently on the newspaper in his hands. Ah! Hato yelped in fright, his heart racing. Coward. Rina murmured as she jumped down from the tree. She was the one who had insisted on standing by the night watchman. Yet here she was, captivated by Star's eloquence. Noticing the meaning behind her gaze, Hato quickly defended himself. I am wholeheartedly supporting the night watchman. Then who was nodding just now? His mouth opened in a futile attempt to retort, but he couldn't find the words, so he shifted the topic instead. What are you following me for? Do you intend to? The thought of being silenced sent a shiver down his spine. What a violent and vicious woman. Just because she couldn't argue with me. She wants to come and hit me. It's terrifying. Rina, caught off guard by the question, felt a twinge of guilt as she edged closer to his newspaper. Yet, witnessing Hato's demeanor ignited a spark of indignation within her. What do you mean by that? I'm a good person. Bad people don't write words on their faces. After a heated exchange, Rina found herself outmatched by Hato, especially with his self-righteous attitude, which only fueled her ire further. The wound on the other party was clearly a result of her own instability, yet she insisted on making him aware of the nature of the injury she had inflicted. At the Dawn Academy, the system's voice interrupted Sakura's musings. Host, the attribute points have been updated. Shall we commence the settlement? Upon hearing this, Sakura's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since the release of Ninja Dogs, her attribute points had been in constant flux. After the Starry River Band's performance, the Night Watchman emerged, further augmenting her attribute points. Let's begin the settlement. Beep. Main quest progress at 20. The host, under the pseudonym of Stargazer, has published articles that have resonated with a greater audience. Reward. A specially crafted mailbox. Host, as of now the triggered attribute points have been preliminarily calculated, totaling 12,978, with 10,320 remaining. 2 contracts for the judge's pen cost 200 attribute points each. Acquiring a newsbird from the pirate world costs 1,000 attribute points. Trading for the Navy's 6 styles and the 3-color hockey required 1,500 attribute points. Purchasing supplies from the pirate world consumed 500 attribute points. Trading for basic chakra and the body flicker technique increased her by 1,000 attribute points. All in all, her attribute points had finally breached the 10,000 mark. After all these transactions, she realized that most of the points spent were one-time costs, with only the use of linguistic powers requiring ongoing expenditure. The system was indeed sympathetic to the dwindling attribute points. Each linguistic power represented a rule, and the host must remember that exceeding one's capacity could lead to backlash. Sakura nodded in acknowledgement. Every invocation of a rule necessitated the expenditure of attribute points, though the cost was significantly lower than when the rules were initially established. Currently, she had 2 ongoing linguistic powers: guidance of the starry sky, and concealment of movement. The former was employed each time she published a statement or article. She could sense many lost souls awaiting a response, though they still fell short of the requirements set by the rules. As for concealment of movement, it was indispensable whenever she ventured outside, consuming attribute points with each outing. Sakura occasionally enhanced the linguistic powers of those at Dawn Academy, particularly the newsbirds venturing into perilous territories in Yangtai, who frequently traversed the outside world. Their safety was paramount, far surpassing the concern for attribute points. She needed to accumulate 30,000 attribute points before chaos erupted in the ninja world to unlock intermediate linguistic powers. Opening her personal interface, she reviewed her character attributes. Host, Haruno Sakura. Gender, female. Writer level, LV2 novice. Physique, 40. Attribute points, 10,328. Title, none. Skills, basic ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, elementary linguistic power. Rewards, emotional perception, judge's pen. Specially crafted mailbox. Comprehensive evaluation. The host is a cunning double dealer. The system's acerbic evaluation was disregarded by Sakura. In the brief span of settling her points, they had increased by 8. Her focus remained on the fluctuation in her physique. During this time, Sakura had been practicing the Navy's 6 styles, depleting her energy daily. Following significant consumption of resources, she purchased a new batch of Sea Kings and discovered, to her surprise, that her physique had improved after consumption. Through repeated experimentation, she realized that consuming Sea Kings after exhausting her physical energy could indeed enhance her physique points on the attribute panel. Although the physique of those at Dawn Academy had generally improved, mastering the Navy's 6 styles still necessitated the intake of Sea Kings to replenish nutrition. This, however, meant that she would need to engage in ongoing resource transactions. Deciding to make Sea Kings a redeemable item for points, limited to each individual, she felt a surge of joy at the sight of the current rewards. How does one utilize the special mailbox? System. Place the responses and letters from readers into the mailbox. Spending 100 attribute points will ensure the letters are delivered to the recipient, provided the attributes contributed by the recipient exceed 20. After hearing the system's explanation, Sakura's gaze shifted to the pile of letters on her desk. Since the second issue of Dawn Daily began circulation, she had occasionally received such letters. Initially, she had been unaware, but the children assigned to tasks discovered them while feeding and handed them over to her. This was also a means of communication with readers, and Sakura was contemplating further training for the newsbirds. The contents of the letters were varied, mostly reflecting the thoughts and feelings of the readers. The 2 letters in her hand were brought back by the newsbird leader, providing a perfect opportunity to experiment with her new reward. Having read Ninja Dogs, her foremost sentiment was not one of lamentation for its tragic fate, but rather elation at encountering fellow travelers. An overwhelming joy enveloped her heart, followed by an uncontrollable laughter. Look at the civilian ninja, merely a civilian at heart. Even as a leader, adorned with a glamorous identity, he achieved nothing. Perhaps he was never meant to accomplish anything? No one will care now, for he has become a casualty of war, akin to the rookie genin. Whether one consumes dogs or humans, it is ultimately the same, is it not? Perhaps the moment we, as ninjas, casually accept tasks, we too become the hounds of others, devoid of background and strength. In the city of Xinglua Luna, closing the letter, Sakura inscribed her response on the paper provided by the system. Chapter 51. A civilian blew up the grass ninja village. The so-called fate of man-devouring dog, and vice versa, is merely a grim reflection of the harsh realities of society. People often claim one must integrate into this world to meet the expectations of others. The protagonist was initially no different, striving to become what the world deemed normal. Yet he discovered this was not his true desire, finding no joy within. Upon awakening, he began to resist, seeking to break free from these invisible shackles. Even in the face of death, he harbored no regrets, for he had lived by his own choices. While he could not alter the tragic outcome, he found his true self in the process. This is a treasure far more valuable than a hollow victory. For him, to continue masquerading as a normal person is to truly become a hound. One must believe that the heart, indeed, is the most authentic guide. Whether or not one becomes a hound, the ultimate decision always rests with ourselves. Stargazer. Setting down her pen, a thought crossed Sakura's mind. The specially crafted mailbox appeared on her desk. Its exterior resembled an ordinary mailbox, yet its material was indiscernible. She placed the reader's letter alongside her freshly penned response into the mailbox. Host. Shall we expend 100 attribute points to initiate the message transfer? Yes. The attribute points were deducted, and upon reopening the mailbox it was empty. Remarkably efficient. Sakura then opened another letter. The contents of this letter made her fingers tremble. In contrast to the previous letters she could read aloud, this one rendered her unusually silent. After careful consideration, she picked up her pen once more. Good day. As I write this response, the sunlight streams through my window, warming my skin. I hope to convey this warmth to you through my reply. After expending attribute points to send it, Sakura sat silently in her chair. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Host. This is not your fault. The world is gradually changing. Indeed, I find myself powerless and devoid of the authority to intervene, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of regret. In an obscure village of Shinobi, a man who had been sitting in silence for an extended period gradually rose to his feet. The interior of the dwelling bore no signs of life, rendering it nearly impossible to discern that anyone resided there. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, each droplet striking the ground and creating ripples that obscured the distant path. The man grasped the machete hanging on the wall and opened the door. Just before departing, he instinctively cast a glance at the photograph on the table, only to unexpectedly discover a letter. The black envelope bore the imprint of several twinkling stars. Raindrops landed upon his calloused hands as twilight deepened, seemingly urging him to hasten his affairs. After a moment's hesitation, he closed the door behind him. Approaching the table, the only corner in the room untouched by dust, he lingered deliberately, waiting for something to transpire. When nothing did, he finally opened the envelope. Upon reading the first two lines, he crumpled the letter in his hands. The thick, hardened calluses dulled his sense of the paper's warmth. Nevertheless, he managed a slight smile, as if envisioning the sunlight streaming into the room. He perused the substantial letter for what felt like an eternity before ultimately rising to leave just before dusk settled in. A day later, the village of Kusagakure was bombed, leaving many jonin gravely injured. This incident quickly became a topic of fervent discussion within the shinobi world. Initially, they attempted to conceal the event, wishing to keep it from outsiders. Yet, the magnitude of such a calamity, especially considering it was perpetrated by a mere civilian, was too shocking to remain hidden. As the news spread, disbelief swept through the community. The leader of Kusagakure, increasingly troubled by the implications, entrusted the investigation to Konohagakure. The relationship between Kusagakure and Konohagakure had always been amicable, and this mission aimed to uncover the full extent of the incident. Asuma relayed the details of the mission to the members of Team 10. Choji munched on chips, nodding along as he listened. Shikamaru yawned, while Ino appeared somewhat disinterested. Noticing their demeanor, Asuma cleared his throat twice, prompting them to adopt a more serious attitude. The crux of the matter was that this bombing incident seemed to be linked to the enigmatic figure known as Hokage. The students, taken aback, exchanged glances. Shikamaru straightened in his seat, his expression growing more earnest. Since their promotion to Chunin, Team 10 had rarely embarked on missions together, and from the outset, he sensed that this was no ordinary assignment. Choji continued to stuff chips into his mouth, confused. Wasn't he Hokage the person from the newspaper? Ino's interest piqued. Her mind began to whirl. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that Hokage belonged to some nefarious organization? Azumali a cigarette. A look of concern crossing his face. This mission was intricate, involving other villages, and we must not interfere excessively. Investigating Hokage's connections was our primary objective. Not only Konohagakure but other shinobi villages had also received the news, and were sending reinforcements to Kusagakure. Therefore, we would encounter personnel from other villages during this mission. Shikamaru was fully alert now. It seems they all came for Hokage. He realized this would be a troublesome task. Ino's eyes widened. How is it possible? The last time so many villages gathered was during the Chunin exams. Is Hokage truly that influential? She glanced at her teacher, only to find his expression more grave than during any previous mission. After replacing his cigarette, Asuma finally addressed Ino's inquiry. Shikamaru is correct. Lady Tsunade has issued a directive to investigate Hokage's motives, even in collaboration with other villages. I attended the last meeting of the village's jonin. And while we dealt with Uchiha last time, who knows what the next challenge may be? Hokage's influence has reached a level that cannot be overlooked by any village. Asuma recalled the earlier conversation, and the clandestine mission assigned by Tsunade. Asuma, the Uchiha situation has been suppressed, The village's priority is stability. I do not wish to delve into what the teacher has done, but the village cannot withstand upheaval. Hokage is a significant threat to the shinobi world. Should we encounter him, there must be no hesitation. The distance between Konohagakure and Kusagakure was not considerable. Yet by the time Team 10 arrived, they were met with the headbands of other villages. Witnessing this, the members of Team 10 felt an intensified apprehension towards Hokage. The leader of Kusagakure appeared to be a seemingly earnest middle-aged man. After exchanging pleasantries, Asuma was the first to inquire. I have heard he is merely an ordinary civilian. Why would he harbor such deep-seated hatred towards the village? Upon hearing this, the leader's expression remained unchanged. A civilian must surely be acting under the influence of others. Otherwise, how could he dare to provoke the village? The thoughts of such individuals remain inscrutable. In this formal setting, Choji set aside his chips. After Asuma's subtle cue, he too inquired about the specifics. What has become of the individual responsible for the bombing? I heard he utilized a large quantity of explosive tags. Chapter 52. Collaborating with the Sand Village team. When the topic of the perpetrator arose, a flicker of hatred crossed the leader's eyes. Naturally, he was executed on the spot. Though our village is small, we shall not tolerate those who disrupt our harmony. After Asuma and his team departed, the leader's smile gradually faded. Upon the return of the ninja who had seen Team 10 off, his demeanor shifted entirely. Leader, the Konohagakure ninjas are excessively arrogant. How dare those mere children question you in such a manner? The once amiable middle-aged man now bore a scowl. So this is the first shinobi village. Those kids are not ordinary civilian ninjas. No wonder. I never anticipated such an assembly of ninjas from various villages, providing them with free food and shelter. His words dripped with discontent towards the great ninja villages, clearly indicating a history of grievances. At this point, the leader's face darkened further. Where have those individuals gone? They have all been sent to the relay station. Several ninjas from various villages have already gone to investigate the site of the incident, while others are searching the home of that perpetrator. Damn it. This incident has utterly humiliated me before the great nations. Once the news leaked, I do not understand why these shinobi villages flocked here. What has become of that perpetrator? At the mention of this, a malevolent glint appeared in his eyes as he whispered, as you instructed, he is still breathing. I will not allow him to die easily. Be cautious not to let those people discover him. I want him to suffer in despair. At the relay station, Shikamaru, Choji and Ino exchanged glances. Suddenly, Asuma's figure appeared in the room. Teacher, you're back. What's the situation? As we anticipated, the culprit is still alive. However, I am uncertain why Kusagakure chose to conceal this matter. Asuma had overheard the conversation between the leader of Kusagakure and his subordinates, discovering numerous spies lurking in the shadows. Much like himself, Shikamaru sighed. This incident likely harbors deeper implications. Otherwise, there would be no reason to obstruct our investigation. Ino chimed in. Shikamaru, stay focused. Where should we go next? Ino was correct. You should first visit the injured jonin. I will look into where the culprit is being held. After the teacher and students strategized and discussed their plans, they parted ways at the relay station's entrance. Upon arriving at the rudimentary hospital in Kusagakure, they encountered several familiar figures. Oh, aren't you the kids from Konohagakure? Upon catching sight of Temari, Shikamaru couldn't help but mutter to himself, what a troublesome woman she is. Gaara walked between Kankuro and Temari, nodding in acknowledgement to the Leaf Village members. Kankuro glanced behind them, noting, so it is you few from the Leaf, is it? You are here for that individual, aren't you? Referring to the starry-eyed one, he deliberately used the term that person. The influx of people was overwhelming. In just a short span of time, he had encountered numerous ninjas from various factions. The current relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure was relatively stable. Despite the collapse of Konoha's plan during the Chunin exams, Tsunagakure had also been deceived by Orochimaru. Following Uchiha Sasuke's defection, they had provided support, ensuring that no conflicts would arise in the near future. In this light, they seemed to be the most suitable partners for collaboration. Shikamaru glanced at his teammate beside him, and realized that he was the most fitting to respond. With a resigned sigh he asked, have you seen those injured? They were wounded by explosive tags, and several nearby ninjas perished on the spot. These few must have survived only by luck, shielded by those in front of them. Upon hearing this, Ino's expression was one of shock. Aren't they jonin? One person might evade, but how could so many fall victim simultaneously? Temari waved her hand dismissively. They are merely self-proclaimed jonin, at most comparable to Konoha's special jonin. Otherwise, how could the leader of the grass village be so incompetent? After exchanging glances, the group came to a sudden realization. It appeared that everyone had eavesdropped on the information from the grass village's leader. Abruptly Gaara, who had remained silent, inquired, "Where is your team leader?" Although Gaara's demeanor had become much more composed and his tone quite normal, the members of Team 10 felt an uneasy tension. "Asuma-sensei is occupied with other matters, but where is your team leader?" Aware that his response was rather dismissive, Shikamaru chose to conceal Asuma's whereabouts. Uncertain of Tsuchigage's stance on the starry-eyed one, a bead of cold sweat trickled down as Gaara's gaze seemed to pierce through Shikamaru. Kankuro stepped forward, positioning himself between Gaara and Shikamaru, and answered the query. "Our team leader is none other than Gaara." Upon hearing this, Team 10 was taken aback yet found it somewhat expected. As the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Gaara's strength surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. Realizing this, Shikamaru felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Little did he know, Kankuro and Temari were equally perplexed. Since the tumult of the Chunin exams had passed, Gaara seemed like a transformed individual. During their last support to Konoha, he had acted quite normally. Yet this demeanor only persisted until he laid eyes upon the starry-eyed one's writings. No matter how irritable Gaara had previously been, they could always discern his emotions. Yet, recently he had changed, becoming more reserved. It appeared as though nothing could stir his feelings, save for the earnestness he displayed while reading the news. This sudden shift left them uncertain whether it was for better or worse. Gaara had requested this trip to the grass village of his own volition. Temari patted Shikamaru on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. Gaara's inquiry about your team leader's whereabouts is merely an effort to ascertain the truth quickly. Our objectives align this time." It dawned on Gaara that he might have inadvertently placed pressure on them. However, regarding Temari's claim of shared objectives, he hesitated momentarily. Contemplating the village's stance on the starry-eyed one, he refrained from rebutting and merely mentioned their current mission. "Please inform your team leader that we are open to exchanging information." Seeing Gaara's unexpected politeness, Choji and the others felt somewhat out of their depth. The two teams then parted ways. Team 10 glanced at the injured, noting the severity of their wounds, which indeed bore the marks of explosive tags. After learning the details of the incident from them, they returned to the inn. As evening approached, Asuma also returned to their quarters. "I have gathered leads on the location of the perpetrator. We merely need to invest time in ruling out possibilities to confirm it." Shikamaru first relayed the encounter with the Tsuchikage team to him, and recounted the intelligence they had gathered earlier. Upon hearing about Gaara's willingness to exchange information, Asuma readily agreed. The Hokage had instructed prior to his departure that collaboration with Tsuchikage was permissible. Yet, the number of casualties weighed heavily on Asuma's mind. Judging by the injuries described, a considerable quantity of explosive tags had indeed been employed. Others had also taken note of this. Indeed, according to the leader's account, the assailant was merely an ordinary civilian. How could they possess so many explosive tags? Chapter 53. The Home of the Mob. Asuma. The truth lies with that civilian. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. After a brief exchange of glances, Asuma proceeded to open the door while Shikamaru and the others stood on guard. Upon seeing the figures of the Tsuchikage team outside, Team 10 finally relaxed. "Sorry to intrude. I came to inquire how your discussions are progressing?" After confirming that no spies from other villages were lurking nearby, Asuma secured the doors and windows. "Greetings, I am Asuma Sarutobi, the Jonin leader of this Konoha team. I hope for a pleasant collaboration." With their thoughts aligned, the group wasted no time and commenced exchanging information. Gaara promptly presented the intelligence they had obtained. "We have tracked down the civilian's residence, located in a nearby small village." Asuma also shared that the assailant was still alive. Finally, when the discussion turned to the explosive tags, a contemplative silence enveloped the room. The primary reason for the multitude of factions being drawn to this incident is that individual, the starry-eyed one. Given the sheer volume of explosive tags, it is hard not to suspect they were supplied by that person. "Shikamaru, how did news related to the starry-eyed one circulate?" Kankuro glanced at Gaara before responding to Shikamaru. "Upon our arrival, we promptly investigated this matter, and heard that a letter addressed to the starry-eyed one was discovered in his home." Just a letter?" Kankuro, "Indeed. While I have not seen it myself, it is said that the style and material of the envelope are quite distinctive." Choji scratched his head. "But how can one ascertain it is the starry-eyed one's letter? Why would he write to an ordinary civilian?" It is said that someone had been tracking the starry-eyed one's whereabouts prior, and had encountered the envelope used for submissions to ninja dogs, which was identical and difficult to replicate. However, when questioned about how a civilian could establish contact with the starry-eyed one, the Tsuchikage members were also at a loss. Observing the puzzled expressions of his students, Asuma offered some reassurance. This is precisely the information we must uncover next. We need to act swiftly to clarify the entire sequence of events. The following day, Asuma, Kankuro, and Temari set out to investigate the location where the assailant was detained, while Gaara, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino proceeded to the assailant's home based on the intelligence gathered. The humble abode stood in stark contrast to the desolation of its surroundings. The villagers, aware of their presence, regarded them with trepidation, hesitant to cast even a glance in their direction. The rain from the previous days had erased any traces on the road. Upon opening the door, the group was met with a cloud of dust that made their throats ache. Coughing, they remarked, "Why does it feel like no one has lived here for ages? Is this truly the home of the assailant?" Indeed, this is the assailant's home. Gaara remained unfazed as he strode directly to the table inside, which was markedly cleaner than the rest of the room. His gaze fell upon a family photograph, depicting a warm scene of 3 individuals. The man in the photograph appears to be quite young, gazing tenderly at his wife and the child nestled in her arms, his eyes radiating an extraordinary warmth. The members of Team 10 approached, and upon seeing the pristine table, they confirmed that this dwelling had once been inhabited. Shikamaru noted, "A fine layer of dust has settled on the picture frame, evidently accumulated only in the past few days." Ino surveyed the surroundings, failing to uncover any additional signs of life. Is this man truly the perpetrator? And what has become of the woman and child in the photograph? "I shall go out and inquire with the villagers." Shikamaru nodded in agreement, and Ino pulled Choji along as they ventured out to seek the villagers they had encountered earlier. After a thorough search of the house, Shikamaru discovered evidence of a struggle in a corner. Following the traces, he cleared a section of the floor. Once the dust was removed, the bloodstains revealed their permanence, indicating they had remained untouched for quite some time. Gaara, in another area, also detected signs of a struggle. They rifled through wardrobes and other likely hiding places for information, yet found none of the envelopes the villagers had mentioned. However, it was evident that all the clothing belonging to women and children had vanished. After exhausting their search, the two returned to find Ino and Choji, only to learn that their attempts at communication with the villagers had been less than fruitful. Choji shook his head in resignation. "As soon as they realize I am a ninja, they scatter like frightened prey, as if I were some monstrous calamity." Shikamaru and Gaara exchanged knowing glances. They were not naive. Combining the evidence from the room, they formed a tentative hypothesis regarding the events that had transpired. Where could that individual be? Ino pointed in a direction. There were few houses occupied in the village. They proceeded to search several more. At the entrance of the last house, they discovered numerous footprints. Upon opening the door, they were met with a chorus of pleas for mercy. "Ninja-sama, we were mistaken. It was that Kansei who bombed the village. We had no part in it. It was that wretched little man who attacked the ninja and caused harm to our community." Inside, a multitude of individuals crowded a single room. In the center stood an elderly man, tears streaming down his face, trembling in fear, his body adorned with numerous bruises. After a prolonged effort to calm him, they learned he was a ninja from Konoha, which finally allowed him to regain some composure, though he still dared not lift his gaze. Gaara noticed the various injuries upon him. Some were fresh, while others appeared old, prompting him to inquire, "How did you sustain those injuries?" The elder, leaning on his cane, glanced at Gaara and quaked with fear, his voice quivering as he replied, I fell." Witnessing such terror, Gaara furrowed his brow and stepped forward to offer reassurance. Yet the elder's reaction intensified, leaving Gaara with no choice but to fall silent. Standing at the back, Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances, and it was Ino who eventually asked softly, "Elder, the Kansei you mentioned earlier is the same one who bombed the grass ninja village, correct?" The elder nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. Our village is innocent. They are all outsiders. How could we dare to stand against a ninja?" The revelation left Team 10 astonished. "Elder, you claim they are outsiders?" "Indeed, I am the village chief, and it was I who permitted their settlement here. They caused such turmoil shortly after arriving. Did they not bring disaster upon us? I should have expelled them at once for my moment of compassion." High above, in the sky above Dawn Academy, Sakura, Yusuke, and Yuta rode upon the back of a newsbird, hastening toward their destination. Upon returning to the academy, Yuta appeared perplexed, curiously stroking the newsbird beneath him. Yusuke had just emerged from the laboratory, equally bewildered. "Sakura, what is our purpose here?" Haruno Sakura gazed somberly toward the direction of the grass ninja village. "We are here to bring our comrades home." Chapter 54. A self-inflicted plight. From the village chief, Shikamaru and the others learned of the individual named Kansei. According to the chief, since arriving in the village, his family had instigated trouble and sowed discord, inciting animosity between them and the Grass Ninja Village. When no one fell under his influence, Kansei took it upon himself to bomb the village, dragging them into disgrace. Shikamaru pondered. What could drive Kansei to such madness? Who would wish to oppose a ninja, especially a mere civilian with no power? The chief's expression turned fervent, his hatred for the man evident. He is a trapmaker. Unlike us honest folk. The villagers echoed their disdain for Kansei, their faces contorted with rage. Indeed, he is a violent brute. He incited us to oppose the ninja. Was he not leading us to our demise? Now he has created such chaos. He ought to be expelled from the village. I recognized him as a bad element long ago. As the villagers bitterly condemned the perpetrator, struggling to articulate their most venomous curses, Gaara felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. The tender figure gazing at his wife and child in the photograph had transformed in the mouths of the villagers into a villain of unspeakable crimes, creating an unsettling dissonance within him. Was that affection merely a facade? The image of Yashimaru flickered in his mind, and memories of the past surged forth, eliciting an involuntary aura of menace. The villagers' accusations against Kansei faltered as they caught sight of Gaara, their fear palpable, rendering them motionless. Team Ten's faces paled. They understood well the terror of an uncontrolled Jinchuriki. Fortunately, Gaara quickly recognized the discord within himself, retracting his malevolence and returning to a state of normalcy. However, thereafter, no matter how much Shikamaru pressed, the villagers remained reticent. Ultimately, it was Gaara who posed the question. Were your injuries inflicted by that Kansei? This time, the chief refrained from offering the flimsy excuse of a fall. His tone became hesitant and stammering. A nearby villager eagerly stepped forth to display his wounds. It was that scoundrel, the heartless wretch. He shows no gratitude for the village's hospitality. Others, as if roused from a stupor, nodded in agreement, each revealing their own injuries. Though Shikamaru and the others maintained outward composure, suspicion brewed within them. According to the villagers, Kansei's family had only recently arrived. Yet how could the numerous old scars have been inflicted so recently? After gathering sufficient information, as they prepared to depart, the chief and the others exhaled in relief. These visiting ninjas were indeed formidable. They relaxed their vigilance and waved farewell to the departing team. Thus, when the boy with the spiky ponytail inquired about the whereabouts of Kansei's wife and child, someone instinctively replied, "Did she not die long ago?" The motion of the door halted, and smiles froze on the villagers' faces. The one who realized his slip of the tongue cast a fearful glance at the elderly man leaning on his cane in the center. As the terrifying implications dawned upon him, his body trembled more violently than when Gaara had released his murderous intent. The chief slowly exhaled, meeting the eyes of Shikamaru and the others. The situation is as such. Many have inquired about Kansei lately, and the village has suffered greatly because of it. What I just spoke was no mere fabrication. Kansei has burdened us all. The chief took a drag from his pipe, his tone now resolute. We had warned Kansei against his futile endeavors. The outcome is merely his own self-inflicted plight. Upon leaving the village, Shikamaru and the others returned to the station. Their findings aligned closely with their suspicions. Kansei's family was indeed comprised of outsiders. The village, however, was not as tranquil as he had envisioned. The ninjas of Grass Ninja Village took pleasure in tormenting the weak, leaving the nearby villagers thoroughly plundered. The wounds upon those villagers' bodies were inflicted by the ninjas themselves. Aware that an investigation would ensue, Grass Ninja Village had even instructed its ninjas to speak amicably after the incident. And Kosuke was merely one of the many victims of their cruelty. His family had fled from a village plagued by bandits, seeking a new life in this place. Who could have anticipated that they would be met with merciless blades? Kosuke was a hunter. Upon his arrival in the village, he eagerly taught the villagers how to set traps, and generously gifted them his meticulously crafted furs to ward off the cold. With many vacant houses in the village chief had even allocated an unoccupied dwelling to him. His small home was well kept, and life was steadily improving. Alas, this bliss was short-lived. While he was out hunting, the ninjas from Grass Ninja Village descended upon the village. The villagers remained behind closed doors, enduring the ninjas' abuse in silence, patiently waiting for the ninjas to vent their frustrations before they could resume their lives. When Kosuke's wife witnessed the village chief being bullied, she bravely intervened, only to draw the ninjas' ire and become their target of torment. With so few women in the village, Kosuke's wife stood out for her beauty, radiating vitality that surpassed all the other women. Upon his return, Kosuke found his front door ajar, chaos reigning within his home. The ninjas wreaked havoc, and his child lay lifeless on the ground. His wife's corpse lay on the bed, her nails torn back, a testament to her fierce struggle. The village chief and others knelt outside, afraid to speak, terrified of disturbing the ninjas' amusement. When they saw Kosuke return, they gestured for him to kneel as they had. In submission, witnessing the scene before him, Kosuke's eyes widened, and he emitted a primal growl. His body convulsed, his expression twisted in agony. The ninjas laughed derisively, mocking him. Look at this pitiful creature. His wife and child are gone. He deserves it. Yet, they were oblivious to the hunting knife that had somehow found its way into Kosuke's hands. Seizing the moment when the ninjas were distracted, he lunged, brandishing the knife at them. Blood splattered, but it was Kosuke who was wounded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he was but a commoner. How could he possibly resist the ninjas? The village chief and others watched as Kosuke's head was ground beneath a foot, remarking that he was still too young and inexperienced. His face smeared with blood met the unblinking gaze of his deceased wife. He had survived not due to the ninjas' mercy, but because they had long since grown accustomed to such brutality. A mere commoner, he was of no consequence to them. Watching others suffer was their form of entertainment. Once all were dead, what sport would remain? In the dead of night, Kosuke rose from the ground, closing his wife's eyes and dressing her with care. He lifted his child and placed them between him and his wife, lying down as they once had. In the moonlight, the hatred in his eyes was chilling. The following day, Kosuke knocked on the doors of every household, urging the villagers to join him in seeking justice. Yet, he was met with hostility from neighbors who had once been cordial. Why stir trouble? Aren't you living well? The ninjas have shown you enough mercy. Chapter 55. The Law of the Jungle. The villagers shunned him, their fearful and disdainful gazes piercing him like icy arrows. But the village chief was different. He received Kosuke in his dimly lit abode, his figure appearing somewhat blurred in the flickering candlelight. Yet he offered Kosuke a glimmer of hope. With a heavy thud, Kosuke knelt before him, the dull sound of his knees striking the ground echoing in the silence. His forehead pressed firmly to the earth. His voice choked with tears and endless pleas. Village chief, I implore you, rally the villagers to support my quest for vengeance. Those ninjas are demons. They cannot go unpunished. His body trembled slightly, fingers clenching the dirt beneath him. Death cannot be undone. The ninjas are inherently different from us. You must learn to look forward. The village chief replied, sitting in his chair, brow furrowed, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Kosuke abruptly lifted his head, his eyes clouded and tempestuous, reflecting a storm of anger, pain, and unwillingness. But my wife intervened to protect you from their wrath. His voice was hoarse, each word forced through gritted teeth. Kosuke was acutely aware of the true cause of his wife's demise. He could never forget the nightmarish scene, the ninjas trampling his face, their coarse soles scraping against his skin, that acrid scent invading his nostrils. They had taunted him with the details of his wife's final moments, her struggles, her desperate cries echoing in his ears. They recounted how they had toyed with her, their cruel methods piercing his heart like 1,000 needles. What chilled him further was the realization that some in the village had even blamed his wife for her fate. Their callous words struck his already shattered heart like knives. Why, village chief? Why do you adopt such an attitude? Kosuke's gaze burned into the village chief. You can grovel before those who harm us, yet implore me to let go of my hatred. Can the scars on our bodies truly erase the memories of what has transpired? Kosuke, this is our way of life. They will tire of their games and cease their activities. They have only come once since you arrived, the village chief explained gently, as he had the first time they met. Yet this gentleness in Kosuke's eyes was glaringly harsh. If not for the blood staining his clothes, he might have thought the previous day was merely a horrific dream. The dried, dark red stains seemed to be the final cries of his wife and child. However, the pain that cut to the bone, the exhaustion that weighed down his body, relentlessly reminded him that everything had indeed occurred. He spent the entire night unable to sleep, the horrific images of his wife and child replaying in his mind, each scene igniting the flames of vengeance within him. Just once my wife and child are gone. How many more times must I endure this? His voice trembled, his eyes shining with resolute fury. Without waiting for the village chief's response, Kosuke rose, filled with a torrent of hatred and grief, and resolutely left the dim room. He understood that from this moment forward, his life would be solely devoted to vengeance, to seeking justice for his wife and child. At this moment, all he could think of was returning to the cold bodies of his wife and child. Though there would be no further response from them, it was the only place that could offer him solace in his sorrow. His wife had once cherished beauty. Even the slightest wrinkle on her face would prompt her to complain incessantly. Watching as her body began to decay, he knew this final journey had reached its end. Ultimately, he set his wife and child's remains ablaze with his own hands. I'm sorry, I cannot accompany you any longer. You go ahead, and I shall follow soon. Sakura slowly laid down the letter filled with misspellings. Merely listening to these words, Ryushu and Yoda unconsciously clenched their fists. Sending a letter to the newsbird was nothing more than Kosuke's desperate attempt at a dead end. His wife was the daughter of a minor noble, who, discontented with the arranged marriage dictated by her family, resolutely fled from home. In the twists and turns of fate, she met and became acquainted with Kosuke, eventually giving birth to an incredibly adorable child. Although those days were filled with hardship, they were also the happiest moments of their lives. The author Hashisuke was the one whom his wife cherished most in life. She often expressed her heartfelt longing after reading to Kosuke and their baby, exclaiming with dreams in her eyes how wonderful it would be to meet Hashisuke in person and have a good conversation. She yearned to encounter the author who endeavored to teach ordinary people to read through the medium of newspapers, eager to discover the kind of person capable of penning such moving prose. In the letter, Kosuke wrote, she always felt a sense of shame about her ability to read, as it was merely to please those so-called dignitaries on behalf of her father. Yet since meeting Mr. Hashisuke, she felt immensely grateful for her ability to comprehend those words and understand your thoughts and sentiments. I wish to convey her gratitude to you. Meanwhile, upon the return of Asuma and his companions, who had been searching for Kosuke's detention site, they were met with a scene of collective silence. Learning about Kosuke's motives, Asuma furrowed his brows. The ninjas of Grass Village were indeed too reckless. However, the ninja world operates under the law of the jungle. Have we uncovered the connection between Kosuke and Hashisuke? Asuma's gaze swept across the faces of his students, seeking answers in their expressions. Yet, the only response he received was silence. Shikamaru scratched his hair, his brow furrowed as if pondering a complex dilemma. Ino bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of compassion and conflict. Choji paused his action of stuffing chips into his mouth, adopting a solemn expression. Observing the silence among his students, Asuma let out a helpless sigh. He understood that these children, having grown up in Konoha and under the village's protection, were incredibly fortunate. They had not experienced the most brutal darkness of the ninja world, nor had they witnessed lives mercilessly crushed under the law of the jungle. Little did they know, tragedies like Kosuke's were rampant in the ninja realm, unfolding in different corners every single day. As ninjas of Konoha, they bore their own missions and responsibilities. But faced with the countless injustices within the vast ninja world, they felt so small, powerless to intervene. In the balance of village interests, what did the tragic fate of a commoner truly matter? Chapter 56, confirming Kosuke's location. To maintain friendly relations with Grass Village, Konoha could never afford to antagonize them over a single commoner. This is the harsh reality and the cold rules of the ninja world. Furthermore, uncovering the truth in this operation was merely a secondary concern. For Konoha and Tsuchikage, Hashisuke's whereabouts were the primary objective. The enigmatic Hashisuke loomed like a cloud over the ninja realm, instilling unease among all factions. Both Konoha and Tsuchikage feared that her actions might disrupt the existing equilibrium. Thus they focused all their attention on locating Hashisuke. To them, Kosuke's plight was merely a minor episode in the pursuit of Hashisuke, and most had already anticipated the circumstances surrounding it. Asuma was acutely aware of the intricate relationships involved. He looked at the young ninjas, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He recognized their sense of justice, yet they did not understand that in the world of ninjas, justice often yields to greater interests. We must not be distracted by such matters. There are more pressing tasks at hand, Asuma stated solemnly, his gaze intense as he regarded the group. Indeed, we must find Hashisuke. This is the consensus of both Tsuchikage and Konoha. We cannot afford to lose sight of the bigger picture, Kankuro remarked with a slight frown. Tamari echoed her agreement with a huff. The affairs of Grass Village do not concern us. Hashisuke is the key, as she is the one disrupting the entire ninja realm situation. Upon hearing this, Gaara's expression grew complex. Choji, standing up with a serious demeanor, remarked, do you not think that Kosuke's fate might be connected to Hashisuke? If we simply disregard this, how are we any different from those reckless ninjas? Asuma's brow tightened as he looked at Choji. You are still too young, Choji. We are ninjas, and we must prioritize the village's interests. Hashisuke's existence has already threatened Konoha, and even the stability of the entire ninja world. We cannot allow emotions to cloud our judgment. Shikamaru scratched his head, slowly speaking. Asuma-sensei, I understand your perspective, but Choji does have a point. Ino's eyes reflected a trace of worry and doubt. Could it be that Kosuke was exploited by Hashisuke? He was merely an ordinary man consumed by grief after losing his family, yet he managed to acquire explosive tags so easily, that raises too many suspicions. Perhaps Hashisuke provided them to him, and her intentions are certainly not benevolent. Gaara slightly lifted his head, the sand around him gently swirling. We need more information. We cannot hastily decide Hashisuke's fate. Kankuro observed Gaara, who seemed unsettled at the mention of Hashisuke, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Gaara, I understand your concerns. But we cannot defy Tsuchigage's orders. We need to consider this from the village's standpoint. Temari also turned to him. This is indeed a dilemma. But perhaps we should first trust the village's judgment. In an instant, the group was engulfed in a heated debate, the air thick with tension and division. Asuma looked at everyone, knowing that this mission would likely not proceed as smoothly as imagined, and all of it revolved around the mysterious Hashisuke. What kind of person was she, truly deserving of such an extensive pursuit? At that moment, a gust of wind blew from afar, seemingly adding an unsettling atmosphere to the debate, as if urging them to make a decision swiftly. Yet this choice weighed heavily on each individual's heart. Asuma discreetly shifted the topic. He, along with Kankuro and Temari, had covertly investigated the commoner's detention site today. As expected, he was hidden in a secret dungeon within Grass Village. The nature of his relationship with Hashisuke would surely be revealed by tomorrow. Kankuro scoffed, "Humph. I hope we yield some results tomorrow and do not end up wasting our trip. This Kosuke might just be the key to unraveling the mystery of Hashisuke." Temari frowned slightly. However, we must exercise caution. Since Grass Village has concealed him so well, the dungeon will undoubtedly be surrounded by numerous traps and guards. Regardless of their weaknesses, they are still a ninja village. We cannot afford to be careless in tomorrow's operation. Temari is right. We must not alert the snake in the grass. If Grass Village becomes aware of our intentions, not only could Kosuke be in danger, but we would also lose the trail to find Hashisuke. Ino expressed her concerns. We need to devise a solid plan to infiltrate the dungeon undetected. Moreover, even if we find Kosuke, whether he will cooperate with us remains a significant issue. Shikamaru scratched his head again. This is indeed a conundrum. Judging by the current situation, Kosuke seems to trust Hashisuke. If he believes we mean to harm her, he will surely be reluctant to divulge the nature of their relationship. Everyone understood that if Kosuke refused to cooperate, the situation would become exceedingly challenging. Asuma furrowed his brow, taking a deep drag of smoke before speaking slowly. If he remains uncooperative, we might attempt to leverage his emotions regarding his family, making him aware that we too harbor a deep-seated hatred for those who have harmed his loved ones. Simultaneously, we could insinuate that Tsuchikage may be implicated in these heinous acts, thereby undermining his trust in her. We should also mention the plight of his wife and child, conveying our intent to prevent further tragedies of this nature. He loves his family dearly, and he should comprehend our motives. Upon hearing Ino's words, Chuji nodded in agreement. If he continues to resist, we can forcibly extract him from the prison of Kusa Shinobi, seeking a safer location to engage him further. We cannot leave him here to be exploited or harmed by Kusa Shinobi. Kankuro fiddled with his puppet strings. If all else fails, we may need to resort to special measures. For instance, employing puppet techniques to manipulate the environment around him, creating pressure without causing harm, thereby compelling him to cooperate. Temari shot Kankuro a reproachful glance, declaring, "This approach is far too perilous. It may only exacerbate his resistance. We must strive to adopt a gentler strategy. After all, he is the victim." Asuma remarked, "Should gentle methods prove ineffective, we could attempt to inform him of Hashikage's potential threat to the entire shinobi world, including those innocents akin to his family. He may be inclined to relinquish his defense of her for the greater good." Everyone understood that this was a race against time and Kanji's psychological defenses. They had to breach his reluctance and extract vital information about Hashikage before Kusa Shinobi became aware of their intentions. Tomorrow would also see the release of the 4th issue of the Dawn Daily. Chapter 57, Full Firepower. Team 10 and the Tsuchikage squad gathered together to deliberate on the action plan for the following day. They meticulously analyzed the potential layout of the dungeon, the patrol routes of the guards, and any possible traps, sketching a diagram on paper to mark key locations. Asuma pointed to the sketch, stating, "Here and here appear to be the weakest points in the guards' defenses. We can breach through this way." Temari suggested, "Let us divide into 2 groups. One to distract the guards, while the other seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the dungeon." Gaara added, "The distraction must appear natural. We cannot arouse their suspicions. Should they detect any anomalies, the entire plan will collapse." After a vigorous discussion, they finally solidified their action plan. Each member was acutely aware of the risks that tomorrow's endeavor entailed. At this moment, despite their trepidation, they shared a unified goal of locating Kanji. As dawn approached, they reconvened. The night was as dark as ink, the eerie calls of distant owls echoing like a death knell for their covert operation. The group moved swiftly through the shadows, led by the most seasoned operative, Asuma, as they proceeded to the previously determined location to execute their plan. Shikamaru felt beads of sweat form on his brow, his mind racing as he scrutinized the surroundings and every detail of their strategy. Ino bit her lip in preparation to unleash her mind-reading technique, while Tsuji clenched his fists, muscles taut, brimming with energy. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari brought up the rear. At last, they arrived at the dungeon's entrance, an unremarkable iron door that seemed long abandoned, overgrown with weeds. Asuma raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. He lowered his voice, laced with tension. We must act swiftly. Should we trigger an alarm, we will be encircled. The others noticed several concealed alarm devices, and a few hidden guarding shinobi around the iron door. Temari nodded slightly, her fan slicing through the air as a sharp wind blade shot towards the hidden sentry, like a bolt of black lightning. This wind blade carried formidable chakra, ripping through the air with a piercing whistle. Before the enemies could react, Gaara's sand surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the sentry completely, silencing them. Kankuro advanced swiftly, his fingers deftly maneuvering, as puppet strings glimmered ominously in the darkness, expertly disabling the alarm system. Subsequently, Asuma and Shikamaru charged towards the iron door together, exerting all their strength to slowly push the heavy door ajar. Upon entering the dungeon, a potent stench of decay assaulted their senses, nearly suffocating them. The dark corridor echoed with the agonized moans and desperate cries emanating from the cells, reverberating in their ears. Without hesitation, they pressed forward along the passageway. Finally, in the depths of the dungeon, they located Kanji, gazing upon the nearly unrecognizable, tortured figure before them. It was difficult for the group to reconcile this form with the gentle husband depicted in photographs. Asuma quickly knelt beside Kanji, gently touching him in an attempt to rouse him. Kanji, we are here to rescue you, hold on. Kanji's eyelids fluttered painfully, and he struggled to open his eyes. Upon seeing the group of ninjas, a flicker of hatred flashed in his gaze, quickly followed by an overwhelming rage. Who are you? Do not think you can stop me. I must wait for Hokage. His voice was weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, each word painfully extracted, laced with fear of the unknown, and a fervent expectancy for Hokage. Ino's eyes brimmed with compassion as she leaned closer to Kanji. Kanji, we are not your enemies. We are also searching for Hokage, and we wish to help you. However, Kanji merely shook his head slightly, his expression filled with skepticism and resistance, his lips trembling. No. You won't understand. I must see Hokage. His gaze returned to the dungeon entrance, his anticipation intensifying. It was a desperate yearning from a man teetering on the brink of death, clinging to the last vestige of hope. Even at the final moment of his life, he would not easily divulge information about Hokage. He remained at the precipice of death, awaiting her arrival, the only means by which he could transcend his unending torment. At this moment, the group could acutely feel time slipping away, and danger was surging toward them like a relentless tide from all directions. They needed to swiftly devise a method to extract clues about Hokage from Kanji. Otherwise, not only would their mission fail, but they would also find themselves in peril. Just as they encircled Kanji, attempting to elicit information from him, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the dungeon. Asuma's eyes sharpened. This is bad. There are others. The group instantly became alert, assuming defensive stances. A diverse assembly of individuals clad in various ninja attire emerged from the shadows. They hailed from different villages, their eyes glinting with greed and urgency. Leaf and Sand ninjas, do not think you can monopolize the information about Hokage, shouted a ninja from the Cloud Village, his shuriken gleaming ominously in the dim light. Kankuro scoffed. Humph, you think you can compete with us? With that, he maneuvered his puppet forward, its blade suddenly springing forth, aimed directly at the Cloud Ninja. A battle was imminent. Temari swung her large fan, unleashing powerful wind blades that forced several approaching rock ninjas to retreat. Gaara remained rooted in place, sand swirling around him like a tempest. Any enemy that ventured too close was mercilessly ensnared by the sand, the sounds of breaking bones piercing the air. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, deftly evading the enemy's assaults while exclaiming, "This is not a viable strategy. We must swiftly conclude this confrontation and extract information regarding Hoshizuki from Kosuka." In a fierce display of camaraderie, Ino and Choji fought back-to-back against their foes. Ino, concentrating intently, employed her mind-body switch technique, aiming to disrupt the enemy's movements. Meanwhile, Choji activated his multi-size technique, his massive form resembling a mountain as he swung his robust arms, swatting adversaries away like mere flies. Asuma plunged into the throng of enemies, his chakra-infused blade dancing through the air, each swing accompanied by a spray of crimson. Yet, the enemy forces swelled, The ninjas from various villages seemingly resolute in their quest to obtain intelligence on Hashizuki at any cost. Lying on the ground, Kosuke's gaze, filled with anticipation for Hashizuki, was tinged with a hint of regret. He could sense his life slowly ebbing away. At that moment, a mist ninja seized the opportunity amid the chaos, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Capturing Kosuke would unveil Hashizuki's secrets. Witnessing this, Asuma felt a surge of urgency. He struggled to break free from his immediate foes and raced towards Kosuke's direction. Not on my watch. Yet it was too late. The mist ninja's hand was already reaching for Kosuke. Danger loomed, yet Kosuke remained eerily still, seemingly oblivious to the peril. Suddenly, a thunderous blast reverberated from outside, causing the entire cell to tremble. Dust cascaded down, obscuring everyone's vision. The occupants of the cell struggled to regain their balance, instinctively searching for shelter. Fear and confusion lingered in their eyes, still reeling from the unexpected tremor. What is happening? Who is responsible? However, this was merely the beginning. The terrifying cacophony persisted. A series of explosive roars erupted, each louder and more chilling than the last. Yoda and Yuki, positioned on a distant hill, relentlessly fired projectiles, the sounds echoing from their artillery. Though they had previously tested it at the academy, Yuki could hardly contain his excitement. This was their first full-scale assault. The cannon was entrusted to him by Sakura, who mentioned it was sent by comrades from afar to support the academy's endeavors. Concerned about insufficient firepower, he had brought it concealed within a sealing scroll, undeterred by the mere presence of the grass ninja village. It was Yoda's first encounter with such power, and he was utterly astonished by the cannonball's might. Yet, observing Yuki's exuberance akin to a fool, he quickly regained his composure, recalling Sakura's instructions. Enough playing around. The ninjas from the village are approaching. We must conclude this and retreat. Alright, just a few more. The shells streaked across the night sky like meteors, surging towards the dungeon with overwhelming force. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the projectiles struck the dungeon, creating a massive breach. Shattered stones scattered like raindrops, dust filled the air, and the acrid scent of gunpowder swiftly enveloped the surroundings. In that moment, all eyes turned skyward in terror. Dark spheres plummeted from above, heralding the arrival of death. Witnessing the devastation, the crowd scrambled desperately to escape the dungeon. The Leaf Village members hesitated, debating whether to rescue the barely conscious Kosuke. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Hashizuki is out there. That noise was caused by Hashizuki. We must seize him. The Cloud Ninja also sought to apprehend him, but were restrained by their comrades. The place is collapsing. Hashizuki is outside. He's just a civilian. His death won't hinder intelligence extraction. The dungeon teetered on the brink of collapse, bombarded by powerful projectiles from an unknown source. Amidst the frantic escape, everyone rushed toward the gaping hole. Outside, in the open space before the Grass Ninja Village Hospital, Kosuke, supported by Sakura, bled profusely, forming a dark crimson pool upon the ground. Just as the dungeon was about to collapse, Sakura's figure appeared in his blurred vision. Kosuke's once dim eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He had endured endless torment, repeatedly believing he would perish in despair, and now, at long last, he had waited for this moment. Like a solitary candle flickering in the darkness, it had finally found its answer. The Leaf Village and Sand Village teams emerged just before the dungeon's collapse. Suddenly, Hanabi's astonished voice pierced through the cacophony of explosions and smoke. Gaara is missing. However, as the news of Gaara's disappearance sent the crowd into disarray, brilliant, almost otherworldly red beams of light erupted in the distance, tearing through the dark night and staining everything in a blood-red hue. Across the ninja world, countless individuals awoke with a start, gazing out at the crimson pillars ascending into the night sky. At that moment, a detached yet authoritative voice resonated in the ears of every inhabitant of the Grass Ninja Village. The voice seemed to transcend time and space, carrying an undeniable sense of judgment. In the name of the word spirit, wherever my gaze falls, those who bully the weak, oppress others, and trample upon dignity, those who force women, violate chastity and freedom, those who exploit the powerless, treating lives as mere fodder, and those who disregard ethics and morality, plunging the innocent into despair, shall endure the torment of flames. The judgment fire from the abyss shall consume the sins within your souls, reducing your bodies of transgression to ashes in the flames, compelling you to repent in endless agony to atone for your sins. In that instant, mysterious runes encircled the wicked, their forms illuminated by an eerie glow. The mist ninja who had reached for Kosuke gazed at the suddenly materializing runes, fear etched upon his face. What is this? Who is behind this? Show yourself. These runes, reminiscent of ancient contracts, bore the weight of cataclysmic power. Soon after, orange-red flames erupted from beneath their feet. The flames danced with a life of their own, swirling around their bodies. As the flames coursed through them, their garments disintegrated, and their skin began to shimmer with an uncanny red glow, as if magma flowed within. Their faces contorted in agony, their bodies involuntarily trembled, every nerve ignited by the flame's intensity. The flames grew ever more ferocious, forming towering pillars of fire that lifted the sinners high above, where they struggled yet remained ensnared. Within that brilliance, it seemed countless vengeful souls roared, leaving the onlookers in awe, unable to move, forced to witness the unfolding of righteous judgment. The words reverberated in the air, each syllable imbued with its own resonance, as if an invisible power coalesced in the atmosphere. Every individual with malevolent intent felt the chilling grip of death. It was a terror that surged from the depths of their souls, tugging at every nerve of those present. The ninjas, grievously wounded by explosive tags and lying on hospital beds, ultimately could not evade judgment. Those who had once been invincible, who had harmed and tormented him, now wailed and begged for mercy amidst the fierce flames, their former arrogance extinguished, leaving only unending dread. Gazing upon the infernal scene before him, Kosuke's eyes reflected the roaring flames. His face, already soaked with tears, seemed to narrate the suffering, torment, and boundless resentment he had endured. Yet, beneath the tear-streaked visage, Kosuke's lips curled into a faint smile. He expended his last vestiges of strength to gaze upon the girl beside him, determined to etch her countenance into his memory. Chapter 58, Dawn Breaks. Life had long ceased to hold any hesitation for Kosuke. He cared not for his own existence. The stars had informed him in a letter that he would witness the malevolent beings who had harmed his family face their rightful judgment. It was a resolute promise, akin to the brightest lighthouse in the darkest night, guiding Kosuke through the abyss of pain and hatred. He had deliberately preserved that special envelope as instructed by the stars in the letter. Now he truly beheld the scene, dreamlike yet undeniably real. A commanding voice reverberated through the air, each syllable laden with immense power, echoing incessantly in his ears. The voice seemed to emanate from ancient, mysterious deities, solemn and reverent. An edict not to be defied. It appeared to narrate the eternal laws of the ninja world, as if from the dawn of its inception. It was destined that the principle of karma would prevail. Kosuke watched as the words, reminiscent of divine decrees, flowed from her lips, leaving him momentarily spellbound. No one had anticipated that the renowned star would be such a youthful maiden. Those ninjas whispered in his ears, claiming that the star hailed from an evil organization within the ninja realm, intent on inciting war and disturbing the balance of their world. Yet as they spoke, they never considered how this pertained to him. Besides vengeance, there was nothing in this world he held dear. Kosuke yearned for a ninja world war, wishing for those so-called ninjas and their self-righteous villagers to be reduced to ashes amidst the flames of conflict. Had these people ever cared for his life or the lives of his wife and child? Whether the star was a benevolent soul or a schemer mattered not. For him, the source of light was irrelevant, whether it bore goodwill or malice. Despite all his mental preparations, upon seeing the star, Kosuke recognized how mistaken they all were. All his anxieties evaporated, rendering every moment of waiting worthwhile. The figure before him was neither a cunning schemer nor an impetuous youth, ignorant of the world. She resembled a traveler who had roamed the earthly realm for ages, having witnessed both the beauty of blooming flowers and the desolation of crumbling walls. Thus comprehending the complexities and cruelties of existence. He could distinctly feel the fervent flame, almost consuming everything, burning deep within her gaze. The hands that supported him were resolute and strong. Kosuke envisioned a reunion with his wife. In that moment, he could convey to her that his prolonged stay in this painful world was solely to ensure she beheld the star. Perhaps this way, she would forgive him for reuniting with her and their child so late, allowing him to embrace them guiltlessly in another realm. For the star, the hidden grass village was merely a stepping stone on her ascent to greatness. Ultimately, whether this would lead the ninja world towards enlightenment or plunge it into an abyss of darkness remained uncertain. Yet he sincerely wished for her to achieve her desires. The crimson beam of light gradually dissipated in the air, and the light in Kosuke's eyes began to fade. He could hold out no longer. Those eyes, once filled with longing for family and a thirst for justice, now slowly closed in serene acceptance. Sakura quietly accompanied Kosuke as he traversed the final leg of his life. The air was thick with the scent of charred remnants, yet the dawn's breeze dispersed the heavy gloom. Right Tree and Yoda approached, standing beside Sakura. Dawn had arrived. By the time the ninjas from the hidden grass village reached the site of the cannon fire, Right Tree and Yoda had vanished. The ninjas present snapped back to reality, alarmed quick, to the hospital. But it was too late. They had been captivated by the cannon's might, and entranced by the power of the spoken words. Upon returning to the hospital, all they could see were scattered remnants. The leader of the hidden grass village stared at the devastated hospital, mouth agape, fingers trembling. Where are they? He had hidden away as soon as he heard the roaring sound. Having become a village leader through caution and cunning, he had indeed evaded disaster. Other villages were seeking news of the star, but the leader was acutely aware that the matter of the envelope had been deliberately leaked for the sake of bargaining. Although the uproar had grown somewhat excessive, he could still leverage this opportunity to demand compensation from the great nations. However, from the moment that voice resounded, events spiraled beyond his control. But what was happening before his eyes? My hidden grass village, my dungeon. Who did this? Who? A group of great nation ninjas regarded his impotent fury with darkened expressions. After the cannon fire ceased, the ninjas swiftly returned to the dungeon. Finding no trace of Kosuke's body, they had been outmaneuvered. A fierce wind swept through, coating the leader of the hidden grass village with a layer of heavy ashes. Ugh. What is this? The mist ninjas, having lost their comrades, scoffed. Of course, it is the ashes of your village's elite ninja. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression shifted from green to pale. What did you say? The cloud-hidden village's members had also lost their sanity. At this point, the opportunity had slipped away as the star had escaped. Coupled with this incident confirming the star's threat, they would return to face even greater wrath. The hidden grass village's obfuscation and concealment of mission details had caused the cloud-hidden village to suffer significant losses, and I will report this truthfully to the Reikage. Faced with the aftermath of the hidden grass village's devastation, ninjas from various villages departed, leaving the village leader stunned in place. Team 10 from Konoha and the Suna team returned once more to the vicinity of the dungeon. Where had Gaara gone? The Suna team bore solemn expressions. The situation with the star had reached a conclusion, and now it was imperative to locate him swiftly. Gaara's emotional instability, releasing tailed beasts, rendered him unreachable to anyone. The Konoha ninjas were aware of Gaara's significance to Suna, and began searching all around. Yet, the shadow cast by the star lingered in everyone's hearts. The echoes of judgment deeply rooted within the minds of several students. Each face bore the weight of solemnity and melancholy. At this moment, Asuma was the one with the most complex emotions. As the oldest present, he had witnessed the cruelty of the ninja world, having undertaken countless missions that even he could scarcely remember. Among them were instances of compromising one's principles, causing harm to innocents to achieve goals. Truthfully, he was uncertain. He had even subconsciously overlooked this issue. To this day, cold sweat continued to beat on Asuma's back as he endeavored to mask his discomfort. The ninjas of the Mist Village were consumed by flames, and the scene was utterly shocking. Asuma sensed that the gaze merely swept past him, not aimed at him. Otherwise, most of the ninjas present would likely not have escaped unscathed. Chapter 59. Kosuke's Farewell Letter. If Sakura were aware of his thoughts, she would simply say that due to insufficient attribute points, she could only prioritize avenging Kosuke. At that moment, Sakura, Right Tree, and Yoda stood before Kosuke's battered home. The house, frequently visited by many, retained the appearance it had on the day Kosuke left. Sakura approached the table and picked up the photograph. Yongta cautiously tapped the floor, and in the dark corner, the boxes containing the ashes of Kosuke's wife and child came into view. All items had been sealed within a scroll. Yuki, Yongta, you two take the scroll back to the academy first. I have a few matters to attend to. Without hesitation, Yuki and Yongta summoned the newsbird and departed. The power of the words was not lost on them. Rather, they had become numb to it. Instead of worrying about Sakura, it was more prudent to return and diligently practice the 6 forms of the Navy to enhance their strength. Once Yuki and Yongta had left, Sakura ventured in another direction. Her steps were light and swift, gradually receding, her figure melding into the dense forest. As the distance grew, her speed slackened, finally halting in a clearing deep within the woods. Come out, I've been following you for long enough. Sakura's voice shattered the silence, resonating through the open space among the trees. Suddenly, a faint rustling disrupted the stillness. Fine sand began to coalesce in the air, and within Sakura's calm gaze, Gaara's figure materialized before her. He stood silently, his iconic dark circles under deep cold eyes. The once tranquil atmosphere of the forest clearing was instantly charged with tension. Star. Sakura did not respond. She understood that his statement was a confirmation. When the dungeon collapsed, Gaara did not retreat with the others, but instead attempted to shield Kosuke with a defensive sand. However, at the critical moment, Sakura managed to save him. Thanks to her hidden presence ability, Gaara had not detected her presence. Yet, Sakura was taken aback to find that he had not sought out the source of the cannon fire, or pursued the location of the judgment fire, but had instead taken position near Kosuke's home. Approaching that area, Sakura had sensed his presence through emotional perception. The reason she did not conceal her whereabouts immediately and proceeded as planned was due to a recent system notification. Ding! The attribute points provided by Gaara have reached 50. Every individual whose attribute points reached 50 would have their information recorded by the system, which was also a condition for unlocking the rule, guided by Starlight. Today marked the release of the 4th issue of the Dawn Daily, and just after midnight, Sakura activated this word spirit. Upon receiving the reply, Kosuke's attribute points had indeed reached 50. Thus, when he first laid eyes on Sakura, he recognized her as a genuine star. The same held true for Gaara at that moment. Outside, chaos had erupted due to the events in the Grass Ninja Village. Ninjas not on missions hurried back to the village, and various factions were already aware of what had transpired. The booming of cannon fire was unmistakable, and the crimson beams of light were clearly visible. Finally, there were the newspapers distributed by the Newsbird. Following the conclusion of Ninja Hounds in the previous issue, readers began to eagerly anticipate the 4th issue of the Dawn Daily. To everyone's surprise, this time the article was a letter, or rather, content conveyed in the format of a letter. In the author section, alongside the name of the star, was the prominent name of Kosuke. The title of the article was Kosuke's Farewell Letter. The reception was positive. Many assumed it would be similar to Maritime Adventurer, without anything particularly special. They read on with both anticipation and patience. To Mr. Star. How is the weather on your side? It is persistently rainy here. Please forgive my rudeness. I would like to first express my gratitude on behalf of my wife. Upon reading this, the audience remained oblivious to the deeper implications. In the editorial office of the Ninja World Times, the female chief editor opened the window. It had been raining consistently in the ninja world, and while heading to headquarters, she had overheard the complaints of the branch's chief editor about the prolonged absence of clear skies. Looking outside, she noticed that the sky, which had been overcast the night before, was now pierced by the first rays of dawn, struggling to break through the clouds. With a light feeling of joy, she returned to her seat, continuing to read the content below. She appreciated it with a sense of ceremony, more so than the chief editor. Most readers in the ninja world would skim the text at first, and then read it multiple times for deeper understanding. Especially for the common folk who had just learned to read. This served as motivation for their education. The basic literacy section of the Dawn Daily would provide annotations for new words, assisting them in overcoming difficulties, which was incredibly considerate. However, today they shattered their previous notions. Wife, why do I feel like I can't read? Does this mean what I think it does? This word is pronounced like this, right? Why do I feel like I'm mistaken? As they posed these questions, tears welled in their eyes. They wished fervently that ignorance had led to a misunderstanding of Kosuke's plight. Yet, silence was met with silence. Ultimately, all that remained was silence. My wife and child. Their ashes have been interred in the cold earth. This lifetime has been a nightmare, terrifyingly brief. How I long, how I yearn to accompany them. To sleep eternally in darkness alongside them. But those people, those demons, they roam freely, like malevolent spirits in this world. How can I simply close my eyes? How can I? My heart is laden with regret, piercing me like thorns. I cannot rest with my wife and child. And the mere thought of this makes me feel as though the sky is collapsing. I am terrified that in the next life we will be too far apart. So far that we can never be a family again. This fear is like an abyss, poised to consume me whole. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Who can I confide in about this? No one can fathom my pain, my despair. This letter shall serve as my final cry in this world, my helpless murmurs. Now, I have resolved. I will seek those bastards. I will take them down with me, even knowing that my feeble strength is like a candle flickering in the wind, incapable of changing anything. But I do not care. I will never allow those beasts who harmed my family to continue living in peace. I will not. I refuse to accept this. I cannot bear to imagine whether my family fears in another world. I curse those people. Even if my soul is eternally shackled. Even if I must endure the torment of never dying a good death for countless lifetimes. Even if I can never see my wife again, or embrace my child. I accept it. Please forgive me for pouring this out to you. Perhaps this is a burden to you, but I have no other recourse. You hold an immeasurable significance to my wife and my family. I shamelessly plead, hoping you will remember her, even if only occasionally, in some fleeting moment, to mention her. For her, for us, this would be a form of eternal solace. In closing, I apologize and thank you. Kosuke. Chapter 60, Gaara's Choice. At the end of the article, there was a photograph of Kosuke's handwritten letter. The handwriting on the letter was uneven, revealing the effort exerted by the writer. Many corrections marred the text, and some ink had bled. Yet, despite his earnest attempts, the letter was riddled with errors. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the emotional weight it carried. Following this was a brief statement from the star, consisting of only a short annotation. I've always endeavored to embellish the narrative of the ninja. Yet, as some might say, this time, all I could do was gather and organize. The stars. The shadows of each village set down their newspapers, a silence tinged with absurdity enveloping them. What was she, the star, attempting to achieve? A civilian's death, even if it were a tragic consequence brought forth by a ninja from the grass village. What significance did it hold? Such occurrences are far too commonplace in the ninja world. Ask everyone in the village. Who has not emerged from the ravages of war? Who has not lost one or two family members? They always found the audience for the star's writings rather peculiar. What interest could ordinary ninjas have in such content? And what could those mundane civilians possibly do? Gaara, standing before Sakura, posed a similar inquiry. Why have you come to the grass village? When Gaara received the order to eliminate the star, his heart quaked momentarily. However, he quickly suppressed that panic, adopting a resolute demeanor as he accepted the mission. Fully aware that this decision would incite considerable dissatisfaction among the higher-ups of Sunagakure. As he anticipated, no sooner had he spoken than voices of dissent arose, all aimed at reminding him of his identity. Nevertheless, Gaara remained indifferent, his thoughts solely occupied by the star. Presently, every village seemed to be in a frenzy, relentlessly pursuing her whereabouts. A misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. He could not fathom why the star would be oblivious to the risks of this operation. Yet, she had come, unreservedly, merely for a civilian? The individual named Kosuke. Upon first sight, Gaara discerned he was merely clinging to life. To Gaara, everything appeared utterly incomprehensible. He sought a semblance of rational explanation amidst this seemingly mad endeavor, but found himself ensnared in deeper confusion. Sakura had meticulously disguised herself, not yet intent on revealing her true identity, before the ninja village. This operation was executed with utmost caution, remaining concealed. Had it not been for the sudden prompt from the system, she would not have appeared before Gaara at all. Yet when it came to future allies, Sakura was always forthright. It's you? He was taken aback as Sakura removed her hood, exposing her visage. Under the sunlight, the girl's cherry blossom hair shone conspicuously, yet an inner voice told him that the person before him was indeed the star. Sakura offered no further elaboration, directly answering his inquiry. Regarding your question, I have already addressed it to the ninja world. Do refer to today's Dawn Daily. Gaara paused for a moment, then realized today marked the release of the 4th issue of the newspaper. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? This could plunge the entire ninja world into chaos. Sakura slightly lifted her chin. Chaos. The ninja world has long since been in disarray. We merely wish to make the ninja world understand that every life deserves respect. Whether one possesses formidable jutsu or appears feeble, each individual harbors emotions, dreams, and things worth protecting. Gaara could not fathom why Haruno Sakura held such convictions. Nor did he understand her past experiences. In truth, he had never been concerned about the potential chaos in the ninja world. Nor did he harbor any sympathy for those civilians. In the dungeon, he had only contemplated his own escape before considering aiding others. He merely recalled the words spoken by those from Konoha, contemplating what Naruto Uzumaki might have asked in such a situation. From the beginning to the end, it was solely for the star. And now she had appeared. I am but a vessel of destruction. Do you believe someone like me is worthy of discussing guardianship? As the source of fear in Sunagakure, everyone desired for this monster to perish. Naruto and he were kindred spirits. The latter's existence revealed another possibility to him. However, he had also encountered her articles. At this juncture, Gaara cast a profound glance at Sakura. She gazed back at him quietly, her eyes filled with understanding and acceptance. She comprehended the unspoken words lingering in Gaara's heart, and recognized all that he had endured. Gaara, you are mistaken. You are not merely a vessel of destruction. You are a person of flesh and blood, with a soul. Just a single statement allowed Gaara to lower all his defenses. Having experienced discrimination and misunderstanding, he could better empathize with the feelings of disregarded lives. He possessed ample qualifications to be a guardian, even more so than many others. No matter how stubborn he might be, he could not deny that he was more attuned to the sentiments of the lower classes. In the dungeon, among so many present, only Gaara was willing to extend a helping hand to Kosuke. This was no coincidence, for he, like Kosuke, had been regarded as an outcast in this cruel ninja world, and Sakura needed these so-called outcasts. Yet, why was she so persistently devoted to protecting others? Gaara gazed at her in confusion. unable to comprehend why the star would utter such words. In truth, regarding guardianship, Sakura believed she had no authority to speak, yet she understood one thing. How can one love the world without first loving oneself? I have always hoped that everyone could be a little more selfish. Thus far, everything I have done has merely been to fulfill my own ambitions. Not concealing her thoughts, Sakura observed Gaara's astonishment. Guardianship is an instinct, a response to that which we cherish. When you have something you wish to protect, without needing to articulate it, you will instinctively act in what you believe to be right. Before that, focus on loving yourself. Gaara's mind was consumed by Sakura's recent words. Before encountering the star, he had many questions to pose. Yet now, all uncertainties had found resolution, as if every question had been overturned and rewritten. Now, it is time for you to make a choice. Sakura's voice was soft, yet it resonated heavily in the air between them. Gaara found himself at a loss for words regarding his current feelings. After the battle in Konoha, he had been roused from his stupor by Naruto, collapsing to the ground. Yet now he was fully alert, unimpeded, yet utterly unable to turn away. Chapter 61. The Star, Grass Ninja Village, I have detonated it. Those who read the farewell letter forced themselves to muster the energy to peruse the newspaper. Among them were civilians, ninjas, and nobles. They began to vociferate their disdain in the streets, but after a torrent of outbursts, they found only heightened agitation within. Conversely, those who had endured similar hardships and survived remained speechless, their faces flushed with anger. For they were not Kosuke, but rather the village chief. Everyone questioned what a weakling could accomplish. They had long grown accustomed to oppression and exploitation. After reading Kosuke's letter, most civilians could not comprehend it, even feeling a sense of shame. Was this not a journey toward death? Yet in Sakura's eyes, Kosuke's actions were merely the embodiment of his shinobi way. It was not solely ninjas who could imbue their actions with deeper meaning. For them, dedicating oneself to the village, even to the point of sacrifice, had become an instinct ingrained in their very being. However, these individuals seemed to have forgotten that the very essence of the village's establishment was to protect. Guardianship, a pure emotion and action, is not contingent upon the strength of one's power or the height of one's status. Indeed, at the core of our being, every individual is fundamentally the same. Yet the ordinary folk and the ninjas seem to inhabit two utterly disparate realms, divided by an imperceptible chasm. This disparity renders the guardianship of the common people seemingly trivial. Nevertheless, the worth and significance of protection should be equally cherished and esteemed by all. Prior to Kosuke's demise, the village hidden in the grass had incessantly propagated the notion that it was the Star of Fortune that had provided the explosive tags, inflicting grave injuries upon their esteemed jonin. Now Sakura has delivered a retort. The headlines in the Ninja World News column pierce through the sensibilities of every reader. Star of Fortune. Village hidden in the grass, I detonated it. When the powerful rage, they draw their blades against the stronger. When the weak rage, they draw their blades against the weaker. Any attempt to elevate oneself above others is shrouded in a profound sense of inferiority. The village hidden in the grass exemplifies this truth. In the vast tapestry of the ninja world, the actions of the village hidden in the grass evoke my utmost disdain. Other ninja villages may disregard ordinary people as mere nonentities. Yet the village hidden in the grass, despite its own ordinariness, tramples upon the corpses of its kin to ascend. The beleaguered leader of the village hidden in the grass, already worn down by the harrowing crisis, now sits in a dimly lit chamber, striving to quell the tumultuous beating of his heart. However, upon casting his gaze upon the newspaper in his grasp, his countenance swiftly transforms to one of ashen fury. An uncontrollable ire surges from the depths of his being, racing toward his mind, nearly rendering him faint with rage. Damn that Star of Fortune, he seethes, his voice laced with resentment and fury. This insufferable wretch dares to humiliate our village hidden in the grass. She must be weary of living. We shall ensure she pays dearly for this affront. His hands, strained to the point of bursting veins, clench the newspaper with ferocity, nearly crumpling it into a ball. Each word feels like a dagger, piercing through his heart, shattering his fragile pride and hollow dignity. Around him, his subordinates succumb to the same fury, their veins bulging with indignation. One among them, consumed by rage, begins to curse vehemently. Who does she think she is? How dare she insult our village hidden in the grass? We are a distinguished presence in the ninja world. We cannot allow her to trample upon our dignity with such impunity. The Star of Fortune must be weary of living. She will pay a grievous price for her arrogance. Indeed, let us raise the bounty on Star of Fortune. Another subordinate promptly exclaims. This utterance ignites the flames of fervor within the group, and they respond in unison. It is as if they envision scenes of Star of Fortune being pursued by various factions, lured by the temptation of the substantial bounty, a vision they fervently yearn to behold. Only in this manner can they somewhat appease the anger stemming from their deeply wounded pride. They wish to render Star of Fortune the quarry of the entire ninja world, compelling her to regret her actions amidst endless terror and flight. Blinded by wrath, the people of the village hidden in the grass completely overlook their own transgressions in this conflict, fixated solely on how to avenge themselves upon Star of Fortune. They remain oblivious to how absurdly they resemble those struck at their most vulnerable points. Regardless, Sakura would never jest with the Dawn Daily. While the article's content could be dismissed, the Ninja World News section serves as a testament to credibility. She guarantees that each entry, along with its title, is authentic. To this end, she has even subtly revealed her connection with the Dawn Daily. Indeed, the Ninja World News section is also her creation. Although this has become an unspoken truth, she still wishes to affirm her integrity. She, Star of Fortune, is a person of action and accountability. Throughout the annals of ninja world history, her tale is inextricably linked with that of Konoha. In contrast to the impotent fury of the village hidden in the grass, Tsunade finds herself exhaling a sigh of relief upon reading this. Asuma's Team 10 has returned empty-handed, further deepening Konoha's wariness toward Star of Fortune. She knows that Jiraiya has been traversing the ninja world, investigating that mysterious organization. Tsunade harbors suspicions that Star of Fortune is a member of that very organization. At that moment, Ino has already perused the subsequent content, her expression shifting to a complex blend of emotions, her lips pressed together tightly, a flicker of concern glimmering in her eyes. She cautiously raises her gaze, stealing a glance at Tsunade, who is not far away. The text continues to recount a harrowing history without mercy. On the day the land of the whirlpools was obliterated, the heavens were stained with the grim hues of smoke. The earth trembled and wailed under the ravages of war. Countless members of the Uzumaki clan lost their homes that day, forced to flee and scatter. On their desperate journey, some fell beneath the blades of enemies, while others succumbed to hunger and disease. The once prosperous land of the whirlpools was reduced to a desolate wasteland. These words conjure vivid imagery before Ino's eyes, weighing heavily upon her heart. The newspaper succinctly introduces the land of the whirlpools, elucidating its connections to Konoha. Within the pages eagerly perused by countless eyes, the story unfolds further. When it touches upon the plight of the displaced Uzumaki clan, an unexpected name emerges, the village hidden in the grass. Readers, initially enveloped in sympathy and curiosity for the tragic fate of the Uzumaki, are left perplexed. They cannot fathom how this seemingly unrelated tragedy of the land of the whirlpools could possibly implicate the village hidden in the grass. However, when the brutal truth slices through the facade like a keen scalpel, revealing itself to all, a profound shock envelopes everyone. The homeless Uzumaki, after enduring relentless upheaval, were, in fact, exploited by the village hidden in the grass as a mobile blood bank and medical tools. Chapter 62. The trial shall soon pass. Setting down the newspaper, all are once again confronted with the harsh realities of the ninja world. From nations to villages, from ninjas to civilians, no one is spared from suffering. Yet the heinous actions of the village hidden in the grass are utterly reprehensible. In this moment they grasp the opening statement. The weak, in their fury, draw blades against the weaker. Ordinary villages oppress ordinary civilians, and ordinary people turn against their own kind. This cycle of normalcy, when it befalls anyone, proves unbearable. The most terrifying aspect is that everyone has long since grown accustomed to it. In the dark and damp base of the Sound Village, Kin sits quietly in a corner, tightly clutching the Day-S edition of the Dawn Daily. Tears cascade down her pale cheeks, unyielding in their flow. Having concluded a day of training, her body bears numerous wounds. At this moment, her gaze seems vacant, her fingers instinctively tracing the grotesque scars upon her skin. Her inherently resilient constitution allows her wounds to heal more swiftly than others. Yet if given the choice, she would prefer to be an ordinary person. The scars that remain are marked by uneven bite marks, incessantly reminding her of the nightmarish days spent in the village hidden in the grass. In her hazy recollections, her mother possessed long, fiery red hair akin to her own. Countless sleepless nights found her cradled gently in her mother's embrace, lulled into slumber by tales of wonder. However, everything changed when the village hidden in the grass discovered her mother's unique abilities. That was her first encounter with the cruelty and avarice inherent in humanity. Her mother knelt, pleading for mercy, attempting to invoke the compassion of the grass ninjas. Those individuals remained indifferent, their eyes consumed solely by avarice. In a moment of despair, the mother extended her trembling hands to shield Xianglin's eyes. The world seemed to freeze. Her mother's quivering and the derisive laughter of the grass ninjas brutally shattered Xianglin's innocence. The pair of mother and daughter resembled lambs led to slaughter, mercilessly cast into a blood-soaked abattoir. The grass ninjas, oblivious to her small, trembling frame that quaked with fear and her eyes hollowed by despair, greedily fixated on the benefits they could extract from her. They regarded them as mere instruments to be exploited at will, trampling upon her dignity as a human being, callously draining the innate abilities of the swirling clan from their very essence. Young Xianglin could not suppress her shivering. Tears welled in her eyes. Her mother's voice remained gentle, albeit tinged with a hint of numbness. "It's all right, my child. We will endure. Mother, I am so frightened." Her mother forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. "Xianglin, just bear with it, it will pass." She endured, until her mother was drained of her blood. Until she herself became the next blood bag that could bring profit. As the blood was siphoned away, the pain that pierced her bones and the terror of death engulfed her like a surging tide. She felt her vitality seeping away, grain by grain. Like sand slipping through an hourglass, irretrievable. Meanwhile, those grass ninjas treated her blood as a cheap resource to squander at their whim. Not a trace of guilt graced their faces, only a nauseating satisfaction. Hatred surged within her, and the deliberately forgotten images resurfaced vividly. The mere thought of those faces made Xianglin feel nauseous. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the training room, yanking her from her tumultuous emotions. With tears still glistening on her face, she instantaneously adopted a demeanor of fragility and innocence. "Who is it?" A slender figure stood expressionless at the entrance of the training room. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Owing to his life-saving intervention during the Chunin exams in Konoha, Xianglin had always kept a close watch on Sasuke. Their last encounter had occurred after the third issue of the Dawn Daily was published. Unbeknownst to her, the newspaper had become the hot topic of discussion within the base. As Orochimaru frequently perused it, the personnel would return from missions with several copies. Gradually, both the Shinobi World Times and the Dawn Daily became ubiquitous in the base. The members trained diligently, eager to serve Lord Orochimaru. Among them, Uchiha Sasuke stood out as the most fervent, inciting envy from others who were aware of the high expectations placed upon him. While others discussed the information in the newspapers, he remained aloof. Until that fateful day, when news of the Uchiha clan's massacre appeared in the columns. Sasuke had, as usual, secluded himself in a corner, engrossed in his training, indifferent to his surroundings. Yet, upon hearing those shocking words read aloud, Xianglin witnessed his body stiffen. He then dashed forward like a madman, snatching the newspaper from someone else's hands. Almost instantaneously, his dark eyes transformed into the Sharingan, and his chakra radiated with tangible intensity. The anger, hatred, and anguish housed within him rendered those around him incapable of meeting his gaze. His knuckles turned white from the force with which he gripped the paper, nearly crumpling it. Every vein stood out on his forehead and neck, a testament to his fury. The occupants of the training room observed his lips quivering, muttering of shattered vengeance. That man. Had it not been for Lord Orochimaru's timely arrival, Sasuke's surging chakra and uncontrolled power would have obliterated the base. Following that incident, Sasuke did not reappear in the training room. Xianglin knew he had sustained grave injuries. Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke recognized the one who had treated his wounds. Extending his hand toward Xianglin. "The newspaper, please." "Ah. Oh, of course." Xianglin clutched the newspaper with both hands and stood to present it to him, her gaze inadvertently falling upon his wounds. "Are you all right? The bandages are seeping blood." Upon receiving the newspaper, Sasuke did not spare her a second glance. Aware that it was the release day of the fourth issue of the Dawn Daily, he forced himself to exit the laboratory. With each movement, searing pain radiated from his wounds, yet he paid it no mind. His thoughts were consumed by Orochimaru's words. "Sasuke, you are still far from Itachi. If you find him, can you change anything? Only by obtaining power can you understand everything. Only I can lend you that power." The voice echoed in his ears, akin to a cold blade repeatedly slicing through his heart. On the day the Night Watchmen published their assessment of the Uchiha, that article detonated like a bomb, shattering the already fragile relationship between Sasuke and Orochimaru, leading to their intense confrontation once more. The desire for vengeance rendered him unable to overlook the contents of the newspaper. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to leave this place and uncover the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. In Orochimaru's eyes, Sasuke was an invaluable vessel. How could he easily allow him to slip from his grasp? They fought, and with Sasuke's current strength, it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. It was after this confrontation that Xianglin was summoned by Kabuto to tend to Sasuke's injuries. Chapter 63. The Akatsuki Organization's Manipulation of Public Opinion. Upon Xianglin's arrival, the air was thick with tension and the metallic scent of blood. Lord Orochimaru stood nearby, his expression dark, eyes flickering with complex emotions, anger intertwined with admiration. Sasuke lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, his eyes filled with agony and defiance. Previously, Orochimaru had shown Sasuke an article by Fengxing, which he had dismissed. During his recovery, he had gathered all available information regarding Fengxing. Who exactly was this Fengxing, and how could he possess such profound knowledge of the Uchiha? For an entire week, Sasuke had relentlessly replayed the details of that fateful night of the massacre in his mind. This was a tremendous torment for his psyche. Yet he had indeed uncovered some clues when correlating the newspaper's contents. While the paper did not provide detailed descriptions, it contained nuances that even he was unaware of. He needed to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the fall of his clansmen that night, the cause of death for each corpse. Fengxing Uchiha Itachi Konoha. He trusted no one. Whatever the truth may be, he would seek it with his own eyes. Orochimaru was correct. Before anything else, enhancing his strength was paramount. Upon receiving the latest newspaper, he paused upon noticing the striking headline in the Shinobi World Affairs section, which read, "Daring to provoke the Grass Ninja Village." Sasuke suspected that Fengxing's capabilities surpassed his estimations, which explained the depth of his insights. The history of the destruction of the Whirlpool country stirred a sense of melancholy within him. The powerful sealing techniques and chakra of the Uzumaki clan were not unlike the Uchiha of the past. Upon reading the descriptions of the Uzumaki clan, their formidable chakra and vitality, Sasuke's emotions became tumultuous. His gaze inadvertently landed on a figure with red hair nearby, and he paused, recalling the previous days spent healing. "What is your name?" At his inquiry, the individual hiding in the corner looked up in surprise. It was Xianglin. Returning to the infirmary, Kabuto had been waiting for him. "Sasuke, your injuries have stabilized, but you will require some time for recovery. The cursed seal power left by Lord Orochimaru upon you necessitates further scrutiny. Its integration with your body is proving to be more intricate than I had anticipated." Sasuke responded with an air of indifference. "I am unconcerned with such matters. My sole desire is to swiftly regain my strength and fulfill my obligations." Observing the newspaper in his hand, Kabuto's gaze flickered. "There exists a means to expedite your recovery. Simply summon Karen." "Ah, yes, Karen is the one who assisted you in your healing last time." Sasuke frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. "Summon her? Do not presume I am unaware of your ulterior motives." Kabuto chuckled awkwardly. "Sasuke, my intentions are solely for your well-being. You are well aware of Karen's abilities. She can facilitate your rapid recovery, enabling you to pursue your goals." Sasuke clenched his fists. "Do not use my ambitions as a pretext. Do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts." Kabuto shook his head, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. "That is not my intent. The longer you allow your injuries to linger, the more delayed your resurgence of power will be. Furthermore, Karen has not expressed any unwillingness to assist you. Why then must you shut her out?" Sasuke's gaze turned frigid. "Enough. My vengeance shall be achieved by my own means." Satisfied with his own malevolent amusement, Kabuto resignedly replied, "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary." In the Akatsuki organization, Pain sat aloft, listening to the members report on the aftermath of the Vortex clan's transgressions being disseminated throughout the ninja world following the events in the Grass Village. "This is an exceptional opportunity. Indeed, Hoshigaki aligns with our objectives." Pain's cold voice shattered the silence. Conan nodded slightly beside him. "We can stoke this fire within the ninja world, inciting them to turn upon one another." Haiden erupted into boisterous laughter, brandishing his scythe. "Ha! Those foolish beings will undoubtedly be swayed by their emotions. Let us sit back and enjoy the spectacle. This is far more entertaining than intervening ourselves." Kakuzu cast an expressionless glance at Haiden. "We must ensure we profit from this chaos rather than merely foster disorder. Do not jeopardize our plans with your simplistic mind." In response, Haiden's face contorted in defiance. Kakuzu, do not underestimate me. I know precisely how to act. When those ninja are blinded by rage, that will be our moment to strike." Kisame disregarded their banter, his mind troubled by the organization's strategy. "Will the major ninja villages not see through our plans, particularly Konoha? They are not easily deceived." At the mention of Konoha, all eyes turned to Itachi Uchiha. Aware of his sensitive identity, Itachi did not shy away, continuing from Kisame's remarks. "Konoha indeed represents a variable. However, the entire ninja world is currently influenced by the turmoil in the Grass Village. If we navigate this carefully, we can ensnare them deeper in their suspicions and wrath." "Itachi speaks wisely," Pain interjected. "We must exploit this opportunity to exacerbate the conflicts among various factions. Even if our schemes are ultimately unraveled, They will place the blame squarely on Hoshigaki, thereby shielding our organization. Conan looked to Pain. What precise actions shall we undertake? We cannot simply incite chaos blindly. Rising to his feet, Pain spoke slowly. We shall divide into several small teams. You will spread tales of the Grass Village's brutality in various taverns, embellishing the tragedies of the Vortex clan, turning them into carriers of public opinion. Itachi. You will employ genjutsu to implant images of the Grass Village's atrocities into the dreams of influential ninjas, ensuring they awaken utterly convinced and eager to disseminate that information, igniting further anger and dissatisfaction. Itachi nodded in understanding. Pain continued, Haiden Kakuzu, you shall venture near the smaller country ninja villages, seeking opportunities to enlist their support in denouncing the Grass Village. If necessary, create some incidents that convince them of a threat from the Grass Village. Haiden grinned widely. Now this is getting interesting. Following Pain's direct involvement, each group swiftly commenced their operations. Kisame, within a tavern, observed the inebriated ninjas, using a low voice to recount. Did you know? Those fiends from the Grass Village are nothing short of demons, while the Vortex clan was so virtuous, yet they. His words piqued the interest of those around, drawing them closer, faces painted with indignation. Itachi infiltrated the residences of those ninjas under the veil of night, casting genjutsu. He watched as the ninjas displayed expressions of agony and fury in their dreams, a complex expression flickering in his eyes before he slipped away quietly. Haiden and Kakuzu approached a small country ninja village, Haiden eager to take action. Kakuzu restrained him. Do not act rashly, let us observe for now. Just then, they spotted several ninjas from the Grass Village passing by, prompting Haiden to exclaim, an opportunity has arisen. Chapter 64. The Grim Reaper's Scythe Falls. Kakuzu shook his head in resignation as the two trailed behind. Haiden's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he lowered his voice. I shall eliminate them. Then disguise it as the work of the small country. What say you? Kakuzu shot Haiden a glare. Have you not read Hoshigaki's writings? The fury of the ninja world is currently directed at the Grass Village. Adding fuel to the fire by annihilating their ninjas is less effective than obliterating the small country. As they spoke, the group of ninjas halted before a secluded cave, cautiously surveying their surroundings before entering. Haiden and Kakuzu stealthily infiltrated, eavesdropping on their conversation. Voices from the Grass Village ninjas reached them. This Hoshigaki has caused too much trouble. Other ninja villages are watching us. Is it wise to proceed with this now? What do we fear? They are merely a handful of civilians. As long as we follow the leader's orders to eliminate all evidence, they have no proof against us. Haiden rubbed his hands together in excitement, preparing to charge in, but Kakuzu seized him. Wait, let us gather more intelligence. At that moment, a cacophony of cries erupted from the cave. Please spare us. We truly had no part in this. A terrified civilian begged, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling with fear. Indeed, my lord. Our entire village has been grateful to the leader. It was that kanji who stirred up this trouble. We are not of his ilk. However, the Grass Village ninjas regarded the pleading civilians with irritation. Enough. You worthless wretches dare to make noise before me? You have never held value in your lives. It is long past time you were all exterminated. The Grass Village ninja's face twisted with impatience, his eyes gleaming with cruel malice. Before the words could fade, the kunai in his hand flashed coldly, slicing through the neck of the very individual who had just begged for mercy. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the man's wide eyes reflected despair as he crumpled to the ground. The remaining villagers, kneeling in terror, trembled uncontrollably. Observing the civilians, Kakuzu appeared contemplative. Just then, an alarm blared within the cave. The Grass Village ninjas had set up a rudimentary alert barrier and realized they were being overheard. Deceit. Our cover is blown. Haiden remarked nonchalantly, striding boldly into the cave. He swung his scythe, aiming directly at the nearest ninja. The targeted ninja hastily drew his weapon to defend himself, but was pushed back by Haiden's overwhelming strength. Kakuzu swiftly engaged the others, ensnaring them with his tendrils. The ninja of the Grass Village, accustomed to wielding power with impunity, found their arrogant demeanor utterly extinguished in this moment of life and death. Before the likes of Kakuzu and Haiden, they resembled nothing more than the trembling civilians cowering on the ground. Their eyes were filled with terror, their legs quaked, and all they yearned for was to flee from this horrifying locale. Haiden mercilessly tore apart those Grass Village ninjas who dared to escape, the ground becoming a canvas splattered with blood, the air thick with the acrid scent of carnage. Kakuzu surveyed the sea of corpses, his brow furrowed in concern. We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to leave any evidence of this operation. Haiden, however, chuckled nonchalantly. Ah, what a thrill! Yet, dealing with these nuisances is quite bothersome. He wiped the blood from his hands, his eyes glinting with a fervent excitement, as if he was savoring the bloody tableau before him. With the demise of the Grass Village ninjas, the village chief and the remaining villagers, who had been kneeling in despair, clung to a glimmer of hope. Bowing fervently and pleading for salvation, the chief, tears streaming down his face, was a mixture of terror and hope. "These fiends thank you noble ninjas for rescuing us," he cried, his voice hoarse from overwhelming emotion. "We are innocent." The villagers echoed, their pitiful cries reverberating through the blood-soaked ground. Kakuzu abruptly interjected. "Did you just mention Kankei?" The chief, taken aback, had not anticipated this name would arise. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, followed quickly by a torrent of curses. "Indeed it is that Kankei, seduced by the stars, who turned against the ninjas. We are merely honest folk. How could we dare to commit such acts? We are merely caught in his web." His words dripped with resentment towards Kankei, desperately attempting to dissociate himself from the chaos. "I know where he resides. I can find him." A blood-soaked scythe was thrust before the chief, cutting him off. Haiden smeared the blood on the chief's face, the warm liquid trickling down his cheek, causing his body to tremble violently. "You say they are demons. What does that make us?" Haiden grinned widely, though his eyes held no mirth. As he observed the chief drenched in sweat from fear, Haiden laughed until he nearly doubled over, as though he had stumbled upon the most amusing spectacle in the ninja world. The chief's pupils dilated, the disarray of corpses around him and the gruesome scene before him igniting every nerve in his body. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the once mighty ninjas being ruthlessly slaughtered before his eyes. Now he was left to ponder the fate that awaited him and his villagers, fear drowning him like a tidal wave. The last time a blade had been held to his throat, Kankei's wife had stepped forth to confront the ninja. In that singular moment, he lost both his wife and child. How many more instances would suffice? Kankei's anguished words echoed in his ears. He turned to see the villagers with heads bowed, their gazes averted, none daring to meet his eyes. Was it his turn now? The chief's lips quivered, a chill spreading from his heart to the rest of his body. Confronted with the terror of death, he found himself inexplicably lucid. Once, he had naively believed that he and the villagers were merely surviving under the oppressive shadow of the ninjas. He thought that his subservience had earned them mercy, that if they were sufficiently obedient and humble, they could scrape by in this cruel world. Yet, the reality struck him like a resounding slap, brutally awakening him from his delusion. His survival thus far was not due to the ninjas' benevolence. They harbored no compassion, no sympathy, only an endless mockery and cruelty. The scythe of death had long been poised above them, and it was only now that it descended. Each encounter with a ninja, each moment of trepidation, felt as if death itself was toying with them, watching them struggle in fear and wait in despair. At last, the scythe fell, claiming the ninjas of the Grass Village, and revealing the true nature of the chief's fate. They had never escaped death's grasp. They had merely indulged in a protracted and illusory dream on the precipice of mortality. Chapter 65, The Declaration of Konoha. As Haiden regarded the dazed chief, his interest in further tormenting him waned. What a dull fellow," he muttered. The scythe sliced through the air, and the chief barely had time to emit a scream before his head tumbled to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with confusion and dread at the abruptness of his demise. The surrounding villagers erupted into terrified screams upon witnessing this grisly spectacle. "You impulsive fool. You've caused us more trouble," Haiden remarked nonchalantly. "Regardless, these people were destined to die. What's the difference if it happens sooner or later?" He shrugged indifferently, extending his tongue to taste the air, catching Kakuzu's displeased gaze, as if he had discovered something amusing. "Could it be that you have been swayed by the stars to spare these people?" Kakuzu instinctively opened his mouth to retort, but Haiden swiftly changed the subject. "Let us not forget, we are the executioners in the newspapers. What else can we do but kill? In this chaotic ninja world, we are the harbingers of death, the very source of fear." To him, the lives of these villagers were but cogs in a grand design, mere pawns to be manipulated at will, sacrificial offerings to the malevolent deity. Their existence hinged solely on their utility to the Akatsuki's ambitions. At this moment, these villagers had lost all value for survival. They were simply obstacles to be eradicated, akin to insignificant weeds. Haiden's eyes shimmered with a cold indifference, a numbing disregard for life that had been forged through endless slaughter. "No need for you to lecture me, old man," Kakuzu retorted, fully aware they were of the same ilk. He cast his gaze upon the bloody scene around him. The villagers' bodies sprawled haphazardly, their eyes still reflecting the terror that silently condemned the identity of a ninja. Yet Kakuzu's heart remained untouched, for he believed this was the fate of ninjas, a necessary path to achieve their goals. He suddenly realized how accurately the stars had delineated the role of ninjas. a precision that sent a chill down his spine. In the damp and shadowy cave, the immobile Nagato pondered the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan as depicted in the newspaper. He held no intention of reconnecting with his kin, having relied solely on Yahiko and Konan since their fateful encounter. However, could the Rinnegan also stem from the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? The newspaper was silent on this matter. Did the stars remain unaware of this secret? Or was there more to uncover? Nagato orchestrated Pain's movements across the great ninja villages, utilizing his formidable strength to evade guardians, leaving suggestive marks at strategic locations to deepen the suspicions among the villages. Black Zetsu traversed the underbelly, consistently disseminating false information at various intelligence hubs. Tensions among the ninja villages escalated, and the situation grew increasingly chaotic. The Akatsuki closely monitored the reactions from all sides. The balance within the ninja world was on the brink of collapse, and they would seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil. The daimyo of the Land of Fire received a report from a neighboring small nation, detailing the discovery of numerous civilian corpses at the border, alleging that the Grass Village intended to strike against them. How absurd! The notion that the Grass Village would engage in such a reckless act was ludicrous. Urashi, overhearing his father's words, immediately thought of the nation of the whirlpool mentioned in the newspaper. He was bewildered by the convoluted circumstances surrounding the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. While he could dismiss the words of the Hidden Leaf Village, how could the Hidden Grass Village dare to act so brazenly? The feudal lord of the Fire Nation shared this sentiment. Yet, the letter revealed that witnesses had observed the ninjas of the Hidden Grass Village perpetrating a massacre against the villagers of another nation, and panic had begun to spread. Regardless of the situation, this was undeniably a disgraceful affair. Ultimately, the feudal lord sent a missive to the Hidden Leaf, urging them to hold the Hidden Grass Village accountable. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the major ninja villages could no longer remain idle. The influence of the fourth issue of the Dawn Daily in the ninja world was steadily on the rise, and the repercussions of the Hidden Grass Village's misdeeds began to echo throughout every ninja village. Most notably, C-rank and D-rank missions saw a dramatic decline overnight. As commoners traversed the streets, their gazes towards ninjas were tinged with fear and a hint of resentment. Everyone dared to feel anger, but refrained from voicing it. Their eyes seemed to communicate volumes, yet remained shrouded in silence. The Hidden Leaf Village shared a profound historical bond with the Uzumaki clan. The first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, belonged to the Uzumaki clan, and had inherited part of their sealing techniques and other legacies. In that moment, all eyes in the ninja world turned to the Hidden Leaf, awaiting its actions. Within the Hokage's office, it was clear that overt intervention in the affairs of the Hidden Grass Village could incite unrest and resistance among other smaller ninja nations. Nonetheless, the young ninjas within the village began to advocate for actions against the Hidden Grass Village, seeking justice for the Uzumaki clan. The current turbulence in the ninja world evidently indicated that shadowy figures were instigating discord. Tsunade found herself overwhelmed. She could not comprehend why these issues were arising during her tenure as Hokage. Was this tumultuous star specifically aimed at her? Observing Tsunade's growing agitation, those present at the desk fell into a tense silence. It was at that moment that the letter from the feudal lord of the Fire Nation arrived. Upon reading the message, Tsunade exhaled slowly. Shortly thereafter, the ninja world witnessed the Hidden Leaf stance towards the Hidden Grass Village. The fifth Hokage publicly demanded accountability from the Hidden Grass Village for their assault on the civilians of the Fire Nation. She condemned the atrocities of the Hidden Grass Village as a jarring affront to the order of the ninja world. A transgression that could lead to the collapse of trust between nations, inciting further uncontrollable conflicts and jeopardizing the stability of the ninja realm. Once the news broke, the previously suppressed murmurs of discontent among the civilians and ninjas erupted into excitement. The Hidden Leaf was not to be likened to the next Kanjia. Upon seeing the declaration from the Hidden Leaf, Orochimaru in the Sound Village curled his lips into a cold smirk, his narrow eyes glinting with cunning and amusement. It was no surprise that the Hidden Leaf, being adept at navigating public opinion, had anticipated the aftermath of this incident. Those involved would certainly not become the next Kanjia. They would merely become the next victims of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru had always been sensitive to intelligence within the ninja world, and he had begun to pay attention to the Starry Night phenomenon early on. However, it was only after the discussions surrounding the meaning of life in ninja hounds that he began to confront the ideologies of Starry Night. He felt himself particularly qualified to speak on the matter of ninja hounds. Moreover, he believed he had executed it better than the protagonist. The fate of being devoured by others had long been shattered by him. Unconsciously drawn into the narrative, he recognized that Starry Night was adept at inciting the hearts of the people. During training, he had shown ninja hounds to Uchiha Sasuke, At that time, having already abandoned his bonds, he found himself stirred but unwilling to admit it. Therefore, when Uchiha Sasuke approached him regarding the extermination of his clan, Orochimaru was not surprised. In fact, he felt Sasuke had arrived somewhat late. However, ultimately, ideology could not withstand the allure of power. He was curious to see how far Starry Night could go, and how this unfolding drama would conclude. Chapter 66. The Source of Chaos. Following the initial statement from the Hidden Leaf, the previously voiceless small nations quickly banded together. News spread rapidly between the various nations, with ninjas racing to share the information. Through diplomatic correspondence and various channels, they expressed their long-suppressed indignation. The entire ninja world reverberated with condemnation of the Hidden Grass Village. Faced with external criticism, the leader of the Hidden Grass Village, fearing the might of the Hidden Leaf and other great powers, refrained from retaliating. After a period of stalemate, the Hidden Grass Village underwent a fierce power struggle, resulting in the emergence of a new leader. Eager to respond to the ninja world, the new leader recognized that the Hidden Grass Village was now at the epicenter of public scrutiny, and needed to take measures to rectify the situation. After carefully analyzing the Hidden Leaf statement, he discovered that their description of the Uzumaki clan's circumstances was vague and superficial, merely glossing over the matter. He believed this statement was aimed at those whose judgment was clouded by anger. Standing atop the platform of the Hidden Grass Village, he addressed representatives from various villages and nations with conviction. The prior actions were merely the reckless behavior of a few rogue ninjas. The Hidden Grass Village has always adhered to the principles of peace and justice, and the actions of those ninjas were in severe violation of the village's regulations. We have conducted an in-depth investigation of these violators, and have imposed severe punishments. A glimmer of sincerity shone in his eyes as he attempted to convince the outside world of the Hidden Grass Village's innocence. Then, he deftly shifted the blame to external factors. However, the Hidden Grass Village is also a victim. That civilian named Kanjia was in collusion with Starry Night, maintaining close ties. How could such a person be an ordinary civilian? They attempted to incite unrest within the Hidden Grass Village, and even injured our ninjas, seeking to make us the pariahs of the ninja world. Do not be deceived. Starry Night is a wanted criminal in the ninja world. Having even bombed the Hidden Grass Village, such a person is utterly terrifying. The new leader's statements swiftly circulated throughout the ninja world, and those unaware of the truth began to feel a tinge of sympathy for the Hidden Grass Village. Meanwhile, the major ninja villages that understood the deeper implications remained skeptical and scrutinizing of his words. In some remote villages and smaller ninja clans, villagers and ninjas gathered to discuss the new leader's remarks. It appeared the Hidden Grass Village had its own grievances, having been exploited by such nefarious individuals. A young ninja furrowed his brow as he spoke. The leaders of the smaller ninja villages also engaged in private discussions, hoping this uproar would subside quickly and not affect their own villages. After all, living under the shadow of the great ninja villages, they had grown accustomed to avoiding trouble, and the explanation provided by the Hidden Grass Village conveniently afforded them a reason not to investigate further. In some neutral ninja clans, a portion of individuals were influenced by these statements. They advised the younger generation within their families. The affairs of this world are not as simple as they seem. Perhaps the Hidden Grass Village really has been framed, as I have always said, that Starry Night is not a good person. These families began to lessen their criticisms of the Hidden Grass Village, and in the realm of public opinion within the ninja world, their shifting attitudes garnered some sympathy for the Hidden Grass Village. However, the situation was starkly different among the major ninja villages and well-informed organizations. The Umbu of the Hidden Leaf swiftly gathered intelligence on Kanjia, discovering that for the past 20 years, he had merely been an ordinary hunter. His wife's identity, as reported in the newspapers, indeed aligned with the claims of being a noble's illegitimate daughter. The advisors of Tsuchikage were also closely monitoring the situation. They saw through the Hidden Grass Village's ruse at a glance. Their disdainful scoffs expressed their fury at the Hidden Grass Village's attempts to obfuscate the truth. Other great ninja villages shared similar sentiments, having witnessed too many comparable tactics in their long-standing games within the ninja world. However, for them, the guilt of the Grass Shinobi village is not of paramount importance. In contrast to the clandestine dealings of the Grass Shinobi village, it is the influence of the rising star that poses a significant threat to their interests. This moment presents an opportunity. They are determined to thoroughly disavow the rising star. Within the intricate landscape of the ninja world, some villages have chosen to support the Grass Shinobi village out of a profound fear of the rising star. These villages exist in a precarious balance, their authority reliant on the prevailing order and ideological framework. The rhetoric and philosophies of the rising star have cast ripples of unease across their hearts, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. They dread the possibility of the rising star's ideals taking root within their own villages, potentially undermining the loyalty of their ninjas. For these villages, blaming the rising star's rhetoric for their new leader's responsibilities provides an excellent pretext. They begin to actively disseminate the grass shinobi village's narrative throughout the ninja world, emphasizing that the rising star is the root of all chaos. In various diplomatic venues, they unequivocally express their support for the grass shinobi village. These villages that back the grass shinobi village clandestinely unite, leveraging their intelligence networks to gather information on the rising star. Naturally, much of this information is filtered and distorted, aimed solely at rendering the rising star universally reviled in the ninja world. They guide the thoughts of the ninjas within their villages, depicting the rising star as a villain of unspeakable malevolence, instilling an instinctive aversion to her philosophies. Additionally, they intensify scrutiny of suspicious individuals in border regions, claiming it is to prevent the rising star's infiltration. In truth, this also serves as a deterrent to their own ninjas, discouraging them from engaging with anything related to the rising star. On the battleground of public opinion within the ninja world, these villages spare no effort in advocating for the grass shinobi village, attempting to redirect all conflicts towards the rising star, thus preserving their own dominion and the stability of the ninja realm. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that their actions may obscure the genuine truth, further exacerbating the turmoil within the ninja world. At this juncture, the ninja realm has already divided into various factions due to the rhetoric of the grass shinobi village, and the situation grows increasingly tense. In this silent conflict, the reactions of the common people are complex and tangled. The rising star, initially a voice for the common folk, has unveiled the obscure darkness of the ninja world, revealing the brutal reality of the ninjas, and igniting a flicker of hope within the long-oppressed populace. However, as the grass shinobi village turns its ire towards the rising star, the situation begins to shift delicately. The ordinary citizens, who toil daily for survival, find themselves insignificant in the world of ninjas, akin to ants. They are acutely aware of the formidable and fearsome nature of the ninjas. Should a rift arise between ninjas and civilians, it would spell disaster. They fear their lives being irrevocably disrupted, terrified of losing their meager peace. Thus, despite the rising star having once valiantly spoken on their behalf, under the compulsion of fear, the majority of civilians opt to side with the ninjas. Chapter 67. Isolated and helpless. Within the humble dwellings and bustling markets, the remaining few civilians converse, their eyes brimming with anxiety. We cannot support the rising star. If the ninjas become angered, our lives will be in peril, an elderly woman trembles, declaring. A young civilian clenches his fists, his eyes sparkling with a struggle. The rising star is in the right. We have long been oppressed by those in power. Someone speaks for us, yet we must oppose her. What kind of sense does that make? The elderly woman hastily covers his mouth, glancing around in terror. Lower your voice, child. I know the rising star is good, but what can we do? If the ninjas become furious, we won't survive. A middle-aged civilian furrows his brow, his face etched with resignation. I do not wish for this either. My father was killed without cause by ninjas. I yearn for change more than anyone. Yet in this situation, we are but ants. Resistance will only lead to our swifter demise. The young civilian breaks free from the elderly woman's grasp, agitated. Must we endure this forever? Do we not even have the right to speak? Tears well in the elderly woman's eyes. Child, we lack the strength. I have witnessed too much death and suffering in my lifetime. I do not wish for our impulsiveness to cost more lives. In a corner of the village, two young civilians whisper conspiratorially. I truly want to support the rising star. So do I, but look, no one dares. If we stand out, what will happen to our families? And those ninjas are too powerful, we cannot resist. Yet seeing the rising star attacked like this pains me. I feel like a traitor. I feel the same. But we have no other choice. We must first safeguard our own lives and those of our families. Those who have suffered under the ninjas' oppression exchange silent glances in their yards. We cannot let the rising star bear this alone. She fights for us. But if we speak out, the ninjas will surely not spare us, and our families will suffer. Is there truly no way? Must we watch helplessly? What can we do? We have no ninjutsu, no weapons. Standing up would be like moths to a flame. Those around them nod silently, their eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. A young mother clutches her child tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. I only wish to protect my child. Yet at this rate, he too will suffer under the ninja's oppression. But what can we do? We lack the ability to protect ourselves. Her husband clenches his fists but weakly releases them. We toil our entire lives, yet cannot cultivate the strength to resist. Those ninjas can destroy our homes with a mere jutsu. In a secluded forest, a few civilians gather, speaking in hushed tones. One, brow furrowed, remarks, "Perhaps we could attempt to secretly spread the rising star's ideals, but that is perilous. If we are discovered, our families will be doomed." Another shakes his head. "It is too difficult. Ninjas have eyes everywhere, and we have no secrets. Moreover, even if we did spread the word, how many would dare respond? Everyone is afraid." The anguish of those once oppressed by the ninjas is indescribable. An elder recalls the scene of ninjas seizing food, his voice trembling. "Is what we can do merely to endure in silence? But how can we change anything? We lack the strength to confront those ninjas. Even the slightest resistance could cost us everything." A young man grits his teeth. "We could attempt to unite. Strength lies in numbers. But without weapons or training, how can we fight the ninjas?" The elder chuckles sadly. "Unifying is easier said than done. Everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, and hearts are divided." Similar dialogues unfold across the ninja world. The civilians resemble a flock of sheep lost in darkness, yearning for change yet constrained by their own frailty, unable to find a way to extricate themselves from their plight, struggling amidst fear and helplessness. While the young civilians harbor a flicker of recognition for the rising star's ideals, they are also influenced by the elders, prompting them to refrain from further support. Those who have suffered at the hands of the ninjas, despite their gratitude towards the rising star, remain silent in the face of overwhelming external pressure. They watch as the rising star is assailed, filled with helplessness, yet dare not speak out on her behalf, silently hoping for change from the ninjas and the nobles. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that such compromise, this feeble expectation, would only exacerbate the oppression. Each moment of silence, each instance of retreat, was perceived by others as tacit approval, a signal that allowed the oppressors to continue their reckless ways. The desires of the oppressors resembled an abyss, never to be satiated by compromise, only swelling further amidst the forbearance of the common folk. This paradoxical psychology permeated the populace, rendering the stars all the more isolated in this battle of public opinion. Simultaneously, the attitude of the commoners complicated the situation within the ninja realm, blurring the lines of justice and truth beneath the shadow of fear. At Dawn Academy, Sakura was oblivious to the cacophony of insults from the outside world, bearing alone the pain inflicted by the word spirits. After parting ways with Gaara that day, she hastened back to Dawn Academy. Despite her best efforts to restrain it, she could not evade the backlash of the word spirits. Each shock felt like a multitude of needles piercing her nerves, bringing her to the brink of collapse. The voice of the system resonated in her mind once more, tinged with annoyance and urgency. "Host, I warned you against overexertion. Look at the substantial loss of attribute points. It's as if you've returned to square one overnight." Sakura, with a voice that was frail yet imbued with strength, softly retorted, "What's the rush? The true liberation is only just beginning." She understood well that those attribute points were the fruits of her arduous journey, yet their purpose lay in igniting the spark of transformation at this very moment. The loss of attribute points was merely temporary. The effort expended to gather them was intended for such a time as this. Sakura was determined to ensure that the voices of the marginalized reached the ears of the world. She wanted them to know they were not alone, that their suffering was seen, understood, and that there were those willing to speak on their behalf. No matter what, she would not succumb before the dawn arrived. Chapter 68. Abandoned by the Stars. A week passed, and the ninja realm was rife with protests against the stars. On the day of the 5th edition of the Dawn Daily, people instinctively awaited the arrival of the news bird. However, as morning slipped away, there was none. Noon came and went, still no sign. By the time the sun set, they remained waiting in vain. As they wished, the ninja villages triumphed in this sweeping tide of public discourse. In light of such results, the great nations rejoiced. From the outset, the ninja villages harbored animosity towards the stars. In their eyes, the principles articulated in the stars' writings were a blatant affront to the existing order. The hierarchical system wherein ninjas ruled over the commoners was the bedrock of stability in the ninja realm, and any attempt by the stars to disrupt this balance was utterly intolerable. Now victorious, they were more convinced than ever of their righteousness and prepared to further entrench their dominion, tightening control over the commoners and small ninja villages. The aristocrats sneered, their faces awash with disdain. They had always regarded the common folk as mere playthings and instruments for profit. The stars' advocacy for the commoners had already infringed upon their interests. Following their victory in the war of public opinion, they indulged in extravagance, hosting lavish banquets in their opulent estates, as if to flaunt their triumph and assert their inviolability. They secretly reveled in their triumph. How could such a reckless entity as the stars have emerged? It was merely bluster. Once they faced serious opposition, The stars would crumble under the pressure. Members of the Akatsuki also convened in their shadowy hideouts to discuss the star's failure. Pain remained expressionless, his rinnegan seemingly piercing through all. The star's defeat was predestined. The suffering and chaos of this world were not something she could easily dispel. His voice resonated with gravitas among the Akatsuki members. Conan's eyes flickered with a complex emotion, yet she had to concede. She had failed to comprehend the essence of the ninja realm. The transformation we sought could not be achieved through her naive methods. Haydn then erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha! I always said that girl was a joke. She thought she could change the ninja realm. Now she knows just how impotent she truly is. The other members displayed expressions of scorn or indifference, disappointment in the stars. They had once believed she would be the key to breaking the stalemate. Look at those commoners at the forefront. They were vociferously cursing the stars, their faces contorted in a manner that seemed to etch their disdain into their very features, as if fearing that the ninjas might not witness their so-called unwavering loyalty. Yet now, those same commoners were left dumbfounded. Had the stars retreated? Their tone brimmed with anger and confusion, as if the stars' withdrawal was the greatest betrayal. How could this be? Was she not always vocal about standing with the weak? It was all a deception. Their outcries were laced with the bitterness of betrayal. Why wouldn't the stars step forward? Were they afraid? Their questioning was rife with disappointment towards the stars. Oh stars, why could you not hold on just a little longer? You had touched us, yet you failed to continue guiding us. These voices, like a machine gun, incessantly rebutted, scouring for any evidence to utterly discredit the stars, intent on tarnishing her name beyond redemption. Yet deep down they knew the truth. Regardless of how much slander the stars faced from the outside, the reality remained that they were the beneficiaries of her emergence. The grass ninja village, representing the ninja community, was the true blade hanging over their heads, their greatest threat. Yet faced with the formidable ninjas, they chose to hurl invectives at the stars. For everyone knew well that it was easier to pick on the soft fruit. This was their intrinsic cunning and cowardice. Even after this, they harbored hopes for the stars' resurgence. In the depths of their hearts, they yearned for the stars to retort. They longed for her to rise in defiance, allowing their weight in the eyes of the ninjas to increase. They wished for the adults who had always viewed them as mere insects, never deigning to acknowledge their existence, to finally recognize them. They anticipated that beam of light to shine even brighter, bright enough to pierce through all gloom, like the blazing sun driving away the darkness. They fantasized about being able to accept their plight, standing alongside the entire ninja realm, illuminated by that light, as if they had become part of the radiance themselves. Yet, they had never considered that the stars were merely human. She possessed emotions just like anyone else. She could feel fear, trepidation, and in countless solitary moments, lament her own insignificance. She was not an omnipotent deity, unable to bear their unreasonable expectations indefinitely. Upon realizing this, an unprecedented panic enveloped the hearts of all who had been stirred by the stars' writings. The stars had vanished, a heavy blow striking at their very core. They had never imagined such a scenario. It was entirely beyond their expectations. Witnessing the stars' silence in the face of the barrage of accusations, a disquiet began to unfurl within everyone. The stars possessed so many possibilities. She could have responded to the critiques in the newspapers, sought justice for the wronged cookie, or even gone so far as to obliterate the entire grass ninja village for him. Yet now, all they had done was utter a few words of reproach. And was that enough to silence the stars? Who would speak out against the injustices in the ninja realm henceforth? The commoners felt as though they had suddenly lost the guiding light in the darkness, their hearts filled with confusion. They could not help but question. Had they been abandoned by the stars? Once, the sharp and scathing words of the stars targeted the ninjas, their phrases akin to razor blades that sliced through the facade of the ninjas' hypocrisy. Yet now, the oppressed wield their blades against the even weaker, and these thunderous words have boomeranged, striking the commoners themselves with brutal force. It is only now that they awaken from their slumber, realizing that the stars did not merely aim at the high and mighty ninjas, but at them as well. While reading Kosuke's farewell letter, each individual involuntarily places themselves in Kosuke's shoes, immersing in the sorrow and indignation born of oppression. No one perceives themselves as the detestable village chief, or as the dark accomplice. However, the cold, hard truth stands before them, as they come to the shocking realization that they are, in fact, more loathsome than the village chief. The chief sought to extinguish merely a flickering light of hope, yet they extinguished the brightest, most resplendent flame within the ninja realm. Chapter 69, Endless Silence. Dawn Academy. The system is engulfed in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend Sakura Haruno's actions. Host. Do you not fear that all prior efforts may be in vain? leading to a complete failure? The system's emotionless electronic voice echoes in Sakura's mind, truly bewildered by the complexities of human nature. Sakura sits quietly at her desk, the ink on the paper still wet, seemingly retaining the fervor and thoughts she poured into her writing. To gain their approval, am I to kneel before that crowd, drenched in blood? I cannot do that. In the public imagination, a savior is always endowed with earth-shattering power and an unwavering conviction as steadfast as rock. They shine like brilliant stars, illuminating the darkest moments, turning the tide, and rescuing the masses. This is precisely why they earn the adoration and gratitude of the people, revered and exalted upon a pedestal. Yet, Sakura does not aspire to be such a figure. She does not yearn for the honor of being tearfully thanked and worshipped by the masses. For she is simply an ordinary person who longs to be bathed in light. Everything she does is not for the sake of becoming a celebrated hero, nor for basking in the highest of halos, but stems from an unwavering pursuit of justice deep within her heart. It is a pure emotion that compels her to grasp her pen, akin to a warrior taking up arms, to voice the plight of the oppressed. Host, what do you intend to do next? The system presses on, attempting to extract a clear answer from Sakura to unravel the mystery within its circuits. It is not about what I will do, but what they plan to do. Tell me, can those who have once basked in light endure to fall into the depths of darkness once more? Sakura slightly raises her gaze, looking out the window, her eyes seemingly traversing endless space, focusing on those who struggle amidst suffering. To curse the ninjas? They lack the courage. To curse the nobles? Best not, for that is undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Thus, the commoners are left to continue their arduous survival beneath the immense shadows cast by ninjas and nobles, silently enduring countless injustices. Confronting these injustices once more feels akin to reopening healed wounds, bleeding profusely yet remaining unspoken. Yet those lofty adults aim to suppress the nascent rebellious spirit of the commoners, as one would crush weeds, ensuring they never rise again. They exacerbated the burdens of taxation upon the commoners, the heavy levies pressing down upon them like a mountain, rendering them breathless. As for the ninjas, they need not expend much effort. They merely continue to treat the commoners as if they were invisible. That callous demeanor causes the words of the stars to resurface repeatedly in the minds of the commoners. These ninjas truly do not regard ordinary people as human. The ruthlessness and arrogance lead to an ever-growing accumulation of grievance and fury within the hearts of the commoners. Deep regret surges like a tumultuous tide, flooding their minds. Countless individuals hastily send letters to the Ninja World Times, the deluge of correspondence overwhelming the editors. They urge the newspaper fervently, hoping that the stars might offer even the slightest response. Even a stern reprimand would be preferable to this endless silence, for at least it would signify that the stars still regard them, and that hope remains. However, another week passes, and the stars have yet to publish any articles. They are forced to admit that certain events, once set in motion, become irrevocable. Like the hope that they extinguished with their own hands, it can never be reignited. 1 month after the stars ceased publication, in a certain village within the ninja realm, the cacophony of battle reverberates like the death knell of an apocalypse, tolling above the village. Shadows of ninjas weave through the smoke and light, massive fireballs hurtling from the heavens, crashing into one corner of the village. Several houses are obliterated in an instant by the force of the explosion, debris and timber raining down like droplets. Villagers watch in horror and despair as their homes collapse into the inferno, their eyes wide with terror. Those unable to escape from their homes find themselves mercilessly trapped beneath the rubble, their cries drowned out by the clamor of battle. A mother trembles, her heart struck as if by a heavy hammer. Our home is gone. Everything is lost. Her child wails in her arms, the cries a lamentation against this cruel world. While she can only clutch her child tightly, her heart filled with helplessness. Yet, the ninjas persist in their combat, enraptured by the fervor of battle, fixated solely on their opponents and the outcome of the fight, indifferent to the thoughts and fates of the village's inhabitants. Wind-release ninjutsu howls as it sweeps through. The biting gale, like countless sharp blades, tears the thatched roofs from homes, sending them soaring like fragile paper in the air. Surviving villagers gaze upon the ninjas still frantically unleashing their jutsu, an endless tide of hatred surging within them. Why? Why must you fight in our village? We are but innocent civilians. Yet no one responds. The ninjas simply select a suitable spot to engage in battle, and the commoners happen to be in the way. When the battle finally concludes, and the smoke has not yet dissipated entirely, the ninjas' minds do not cease their machinations. They begin to harbor suspicions, questioning whether these civilians might have inadvertently gleaned mission information during the fray. Thus, they contemplate whether to silence these civilians to ensure the absolute secrecy of their mission. The flames rapidly spread, engulfing the entire village in a sea of fire. In this hellish scene, those who once vehemently criticized the stars now find their hearts filled with regret, overwhelmed like a tidal wave. Memories of the past flood their minds, recalling the days when the ninjas displayed friendly faces, thanks to the stars articles. Back then, the sun seemed warmer, and life held a measure of tranquility. Yet, they were blinded by the lies woven by the ninjas and their own cowardice, joining in the chorus of vilification against the stars. The flames cast a glow upon the face of a fleeing youth, tears tracing clear paths down his cheeks. The stars were right. But now I have nothing left. His voice quivers, each word seemingly forced from his throat. Speaking thus, he abruptly swung his fist, striking the ground with unrestrained fury, as if to expel the remorse festering within him through this violent outlet. Before long, blood streamed from his hands. Yet the physical pain paled in comparison to the tormenting anguish in his heart, akin to a knife twisting with regret. In this village, ravaged and fragmented by the relentless onslaught of ninja techniques, the despair of the common folk enveloped them like an interminable night, while their regrets blazed like an all-consuming fire. These two emotions intertwined, mercilessly searing the souls of each individual, forcing them to endure unspeakable agony in this abyss of suffering. Chapter 70. Awaiting the demise of the newspaper. After the devastation wrought by the Starry Night on the Grass Ninja Village, the Ninja World Times found itself thrust into the very eye of the storm. Letters piled up within the newspaper office, a mountain of correspondence. Those supportive of Starry Night dared not voice their opinions, while those condemning him were reluctant to express their sentiments. As the paper's sales dwindled, the owner felt utterly helpless, as if all vigor had been drained from his being. He had once thought that, after enduring countless hardships, the newspaper had finally weathered the darkest and most arduous times. Who could have foreseen that fate would play such cruel tricks, bringing everything back to square one? Previously, due to Starry Night, the ninja village had already harbored considerable discontent towards us. Henceforth, we shall proceed methodically, enduring through this final stretch of adversity. It is likely that before long, the newspaper will be completely consumed, disintegrating into chaos. Contemplating these thoughts, the owner's voice betrayed a profound weariness and reluctance, yet he felt utterly powerless. The chief editor stood nearby, his gaze devoid of light. He trudged heavily towards the exit. Upon stepping outside, he encountered his longtime rival approaching him. In the past, their meetings were always rife with conflict, yet now the chief editor could scarcely muster any emotion. "Luo Ning, you've arrived," the owner remarked, resignedly awaiting the newspaper's demise. Upon hearing her name called by the chief editor, the female editor raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Our intentions differ," she replied, her voice ringing clear as she raised the letter in her hand. The chief editor's eyes widened in astonishment, involuntarily drawn to the envelope she held. A disbelieving notion surging within him. Could it be a letter from Starry Night? His voice trembled slightly with disbelief. "Certainly not," she replied, lowering her gaze, her tone tinged with sorrow. To endlessly await salvation from others is akin to waiting for a lifeline amidst a raging flood. Ultimately, it leads to the same demise as the newspaper. Before the chief editor could fully grasp her words, she turned away, striding towards the owner's office, leaving him rooted in place, dazed. The assistant urged him to follow, but he felt as if he were nailed to the ground, reluctant to depart. The echo of her words reverberated in his mind, leaving him filled with confusion and shock. After a considerable time, the female editor emerged from the office, her eyes ablaze with determination. The following day, a piece of news exploded across the ninja world like thunder on a clear day. The Ninja World Times had resumed its new column. This announcement spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the ninja realm. Upon hearing this, crowds flocked to the newspaper office. In an instant, the front of the office was teeming with people, alive with excitement. They came with various expectations, yearning to once more experience the incisive prose of Starry Night or the piercing critiques of the Night Watchman. Yet, upon receiving the newspaper, they were left in stunned silence. The contributors were not the names they had anticipated, but rather unfamiliar and unheard of ones. The entire newspaper was devoid of its usual segments, filled instead with photographs of handwritten letters. The scribbles varied. Some were crooked, resembling the efforts of a child grasping a pen for the first time, while others were meticulously crafted, as though the authors had poured their very souls into every stroke. "We are but humble farmers. Those ninjas are truly vile, seizing our land without reason, handing it over to the nobles. Then they force us to till the land for the nobility. If we fail, they beat and berate us. Our children are starving, their faces pale and drawn. My wife has fallen ill from worry, bedridden and unable to rise. This life is unbearable. When will it end? We farmers, united in our misery, are not formidable, merely wielding our farming tools. When those ninjas come to collect our harvest, we can no longer be cowards. We shall no longer endure. This land belongs to us. And the grain is ours to grow. We farmers are not to be trifled with. We have the courage to resist, and we must fight for our livelihoods. A farmer whose land was forcibly taken. This sea was once our lifeline. Yet the nobles hire ninjas to restrict our time and range at sea, imposing exorbitant taxes. What they do is inhumane. They tear apart my fishing nets, which are my very lifeblood. Without them, how can I fish? And my boat, my means of sustenance, has also been confiscated. Are they not driving me to my doom? I cannot simply let them destroy me. I must find a way. Together, we shall resist this unreasonable oppression. We can no longer allow the nobles and ninjas to trample upon us. An old fisherman. My hands are scarred from forging weapons. Each mark a cruel testament etched by time. I have witnessed the very weapons I crafted, not used to safeguard peace, but to become instruments of bloody slaughter. Those ninjas wield my creations, rampaging through the homes of innocent civilians. The images haunt me, intertwining guilt and rage within my chest. I vow that my weapons shall no longer be sold to any ninja who raises a blade against the innocent. Even if it makes my life harder and subjects me to countless threats, I shall never regret it. I will take action to build a small line of defense for those suffering in the turmoil of war. Though this line may appear fragile, it represents my steadfast commitment to justice and the protection of my conscience. A young blacksmith. Because I clashed with the nobles, my family was brutally slain. In a single night, I became an orphan bereft of parents. As I wandered the streets, I gazed at the opulence of others, almost crushed by my hatred. Many orphans share my plight. Together, we shall shatter the expensive carriages and palanquins, making them pay for their deeds and avenging our deceased loved ones. An orphan who lost his parents. These words of the common folk varied in their simplicity and fervor, conveying their harrowing lives under the oppression of the ninja village, their fears of war, and their longing for peace. Even without external assistance, they possessed the capacity to take crucial steps forward. Perhaps their resistance seemed trivial, even laughable. Yet at the very least, they had begun to grasp the importance of defending their rights. Sakura observed all of this from the shadows, a slight smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. She knew that the spark she had ignited had taken root in the hearts of the common people. Now, it is they themselves who have ignited this flame to burn even brighter. Chapter 71. I fear the dark. Initially, the populace was somewhat taken aback, even dismissive. They had anticipated the stars to illuminate their obscured path, only to be met with the unremarkable utterances of common folk. However, as they delved deeper into the reading, many began to feel a profound resonance. The emotions encapsulated within those words were so authentic, reflecting experiences that every ordinary individual had either endured or was currently facing. In the corners of various villages, the commoners began to congregate, engaging in discussions about the newspaper's content. They were no longer isolated beings. These words had forged connections among them, uniting them in shared grievances. The sales of the Ninja World Times, after a brief fluctuation, began to rise against the tide. Employees who had previously harbored no hope for the newspaper's fate found their eyes rekindled with optimism. Yet the great ninja villages would not idly watch the situation unfold. They began to exert pressure on the newspaper, threatening the owner to cease this incitement of public sentiment. The female editor stood resolute, facing the ninjas from various villages, her gaze sharp as a blade, showing no signs of compromise. The ninjas who approached her were all haughty, bearing the weight of the pressures imposed by their respective villages. Their arrogance twisted into a loathsome demeanor. Their attitudes were exceedingly contemptuous, as if to assert their superiority. Amidst this stifling confrontation, the editor's thoughts drifted to the past. The recent conversation with her boss lingered vividly in her mind. Luching, do you truly wish to proceed with this? The intricacies and ruthlessness of those ninja clans are formidable. They will not spare you. The boss's eyes were filled with worry and resignation. I can no longer evade this. The newspaper is on the brink of collapse. And this is my final chance. Let me give it a try. The editor's tone was unwavering, her eyes filled with determination. It had been far too long since anyone had uttered the name Luching. Long enough that she nearly believed those bygone days could be forever buried. Within the newspaper, no one knew that the editor had once been a wandering ninja. She had come to work there purely by chance, having saved her current boss. The world of ninjas and nobility was all too familiar to Luching. When she encountered a manuscript sent by an orphan, it was as if she saw her younger self. In her childhood, she had played outside until late at night, and her father, anxiously searching for her, had inadvertently collided with a nobleman out for leisure. Nobles, accustomed to wielding power and privilege, would never tolerate such an affront. After that day, she lost her father. From then on, night was no longer a warm refuge, but a dark moment shrouded in fear and sorrow. Subsequently, she endeavored to become a ninja, gaining the ability to protect herself and her family. In a twist of fate during a mission, she encountered the very nobleman responsible for her father's death. At that time, he had become her employer, demanding that Luching assassinate another commoner who had offended him. What a strikingly similar scene. Years had passed, yet the cruelty and arrogance of the nobility remained unchanged. The death of her father had become an indelible pain and regret in her heart, and Luching could no longer suppress her inner fury. She drew her blade, intent on slaying the nobleman, only to be thwarted by fellow ninjas. In that instant, she became the target of relentless pursuit, with adversaries closing in like a surging tide. Through countless harrowing nights, her tenacity and exquisite ninja skills enabled her to escape death time and again. When she finally emerged from the onslaught, battered and weary, returning home, she was met with a nightmare. Someone had leaked her information, and the nobleman's henchmen were interrogating her mother about her whereabouts. Their cruelty was beyond measure, and her mother ultimately perished under their torment. From that moment, her heart brimmed with endless hatred for the injustices of this world, for the scoundrels among the nobility and ninjas alike. The stars spoke the truth. A ninja's life was forever entwined with bloodshed. Not only was their own life at stake, but those around them were perpetually cloaked in the shadow of death, with even the slightest misstep leading to ruin. She poured every ounce of her strength into striving for survival in this merciless world, attempting to create a semblance of peace for her family. Yet fate proved cruel. Her efforts culminated only in her mother's demise. Ninjas should not exist in such a manner, nor should commoners. The powerless commoners could only be bullied, while the powerful ninjas were unable to safeguard their families. The world ought not to be this way. Luching, summoning her fatigue, sent away the arrogant ninjas who exhibited atrocious attitudes, completely disregarding her presence. Their departure did little to lighten the atmosphere. Instead, it intensified the surrounding tension. Before leaving, the male editor paused, turning his gaze toward Luching, as if seeing this former adversary for the first time. Is it truly worth it? His eyes bore a complex mixture of confusion, concern, and an indescribable admiration. Of course, all of this is my personal resolve, and has no bearing on the newspaper. You need not involve yourselves. You should leave, along with the boss. Luching's voice was steady and resolute. She was acutely aware of the danger she was about to face. The wrath of the 5 great ninja villages was far more terrifying than the ninjas previously employed by the nobles. Yet, in that moment of determination, her confusion vanished without a trace. For 2 consecutive days, the Ninja World Times persistently published similar content, those words striking like sharp swords at the dark heart of the ninja world. Amidst executing their brutal and bloody tasks, even the ninjas would covertly peruse these newspapers. As they read those words, a peculiar emotion would stir within their hearts. In the dead of night, the newspaper office was so quiet that only Luching's breathing could be heard. Everyone else had departed, leaving her alone. Piles of manuscripts awaited her attention. And under the dim light, Luching finally let down her guard, revealing her vulnerable side. The prolonged pressure had left her physically and mentally exhausted, yet she understood that she could not relent. Just then, familiar footsteps echoed outside the door. Luching raised her head alertly, and in the next moment, the male editor appeared in the doorway. He awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to lighten the mood. Don't mind me. I'm just afraid of the dark. Yes. Afraid of the dark. Chapter 72. The male editor's narrow escape from death. Luching did not expose the male editor's transparent deception. She smiled gently. Thank you, Chuanzhao. After a moment of reflection, she retrieved his name from the depths of her memory. Chuanzhao had been present since her early days at the newspaper. However, on the day of introductions, Luching had still been enveloped in the demeanor of a ninja, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Subsequently, due to her boss's gratitude for saving his life, she received preferential treatment, which led to friction with the male editor, turning them into rivals. Luching contemplated that if she survived this ordeal, perhaps her relationship with Chuanzhao could also be mended. She looked up, only to find him petrified. What's wrong with you? The male protagonist forced a smile, introducing himself as Chuanjia. Upon hearing this, Luaning awkwardly rubbed her nose, pretending that nothing had occurred. This pile of letters is for you. We must hasten our pace. In the depths of night, the newspaper office was ablaze with light. The manuscripts received were from commoners across the ninja world, each filled with a fervent resolve to rise against the injustices they had endured. As Chuanjia immersed himself in the content of the manuscripts, his face contorted with anger. Why had these ninjas set fire to the homes of villagers during their battles? They were mere ordinary citizens. How could they possibly divulge any mission intelligence? Beside him, Luaning seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. What of the commoners? In the eyes of those ninjas, even comrades who had fought side by side were deemed less significant than the completion of their missions. Impossible, Chuanjia exclaimed, incredulous, instinctively wanting to retort. However, just then, he caught a fleeting glimpse of sadness wash over Luaning's face, and the words he had been about to speak were abruptly swallowed, leading him to awkwardly change the subject. I'll go to the restroom and return to continue reading. With that, he rose and exited the office. Once outside, Chuanjia finally exhaled, regaining his composure. Yet he suddenly felt a disquieting sensation. When had he become so cautious? He pondered this perplexity, but after much contemplation, he could not arrive at an explanation. Thus, he shook his head in resignation, opting to clear his mind of chaotic thoughts, and began to speak to himself. The newspaper office is on the brink of collapse. I must quickly organize the manuscripts. With newfound determination, he prepared to return to work. However, just as he turned around, an icy chill suddenly enveloped his neck, causing him to halt in his tracks, paralyzed with fear. Chuanjia held his breath, acutely aware that a kunai was poised less than a millimeter from his skin. Should it advance just a fraction further, he would meet his demise. Merely contemplating this sent a wave of dread coursing through him, and his back was soon slick with cold sweat. Meanwhile, within the office, female editor Luaning, having exhaled a sigh of relief after Chuanjia's departure, found herself reflecting. Chuanjia. No, that's not right. He meant well. I hadn't anticipated the awkwardness of miscalling his name. However, as time stretched on without his return, she began to sense that something was amiss. The silence outside was too profound, devoid of any other sounds. With a sudden shift, she employed the body flicker technique to emerge outside, only to discover Chuanjia approaching from a distance, looking perplexed. Why are you out here? Have you finished reviewing the manuscripts? Luaning exhaled slowly. No. We can't let you be the only one slacking off. Where did you go? Chuanjia walked beside her, his demeanor and tone unchanged. I was just looking around to see if I could find something to eat. Oh, is that so? Then let us hurry back. Just as Luaning finished speaking, she abruptly raised her hand and launched a swift attack towards the individual claiming to be Chuanjia. The assailant, caught off guard by her sudden aggression, felt the kunai in her hand glimmer ominously in the night as it plunged into his body. Although it did not claim his life, it rendered his movements sluggish. Damn it! How did you discover me? The assailant shouted. A mix of astonishment and fury etched across his face. Luaning had no time to explain that Chuanjia was completely unaware of her ninjutsu abilities. Her mind was consumed with worry. These ninjas, damn them! Without a moment's hesitation, she dispatched the ninja before her with utmost speed, then began searching the office for Chuanjia's whereabouts. Eventually, she stumbled upon a lifeless body in the corner of the restroom, a large pool of blood beneath it, sharp and jarring like a knife against her nerves. Luaning stood frozen at the restroom entrance, gazing at the horrifying bloodstain and Chuanjia's cold corpse, her mind blank. Visions of her parents flashed before her, and as she spiraled into despair and self-reproach, a faint rustle behind her jolted her back to reality. Instantly alert, she spun around, gripping her kunai tightly and preparing for battle. Yet, when she laid eyes on the newcomer, her eyes widened in shock, nearly causing her weapon to slip from her grasp. There stood Chuanjia, weakly leaning against the wall, his shirt stained with blood. Yet his eyes shone with the relief of having survived. Chuanjia, you're alive? Luaning murmured in disbelief, her voice trembling with emotion. Chuanjia managed a faint smile, taking a moment before replying. I thought I was done for. On my way to the restroom, I was suddenly surrounded by a group of ninjas. They didn't utter a word before they attacked. He paused, recalling the perilous scene. I was no match for them. They overwhelmed me in a matter of moments, and I was struck multiple times before I lost consciousness. Luaning's heart raced with anxiety as she grasped Chuanjia's hand, relieved to find that the wound on his neck was not deep. How did you survive? Chuanjia offered a wry smile before continuing. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a dim corner, my wounds still bleeding. At first, I was puzzled. But later I realized that one of the ninjas had deliberately spared me. Spared you on purpose? Luaning's eyes widened in disbelief. Chuanjia nodded, yes. I vaguely overheard their conversation. It seemed that one ninja had argued with the others, stating that there was no need to massacre the innocent, before engaging them in combat. Luaning furrowed her brow, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. But what was their purpose in coming to the newspaper office? The two exchanged glances and suddenly, the answer struck them. The letters. Those manuscripts. Chapter 73. The Warning from the Ninja Village. Luaning and Chuanjia hurried back to the office. Upon entering, they were met with utter chaos. The once orderly pile of letters lay in tatters, irreparably damaged. Not this again, it's infuriating. Chuanjia thought back to the destruction of the follow-up to Ninja Hound, and his anger surged anew. Luaning clenched her fists in frustration, her gaze falling upon Chuanjia's injuries, filling her with guilt. For her, the mere fact that Chuanjia was alive was a fortunate outcome amidst the misfortune. This is merely a warning from the ninja village. If we persist in our endeavors, the destruction will extend beyond these manuscripts. It's my fault. I drew them here, and you got hurt because of me. Upon hearing this, Chuanjia, who had been fuming, suddenly appeared flustered. He waved his hands dismissively. You can't blame yourself. It was my decision to stay that caused you this trouble. Now, all the content we were supposed to publish tomorrow is gone. The letters from the commoners, filled with their hopes and grievances against injustice, had been entrusted to the newspaper with the expectation that their voices would be heard. Yet now those letters lay in disarray, their efforts seemingly in vain. Luaning's gaze fixed on the pile of damaged letters on the floor. A wave of strong resentment surged within her. Were these hopes destined to be crushed just like the letters? Are they truly incapable of effecting any change? Must it end here? Just as the two found themselves somewhat despondent from this sudden blow, a white figure suddenly darted past the window like a bolt of lightning. Knock knock. Knock. A series of crisp taps sounded against the window, jarringly intrusive in the stillness of the office. Both individuals were taken aback, quickly turning towards the sound, their gazes locking onto a pair of keen, black and white eyes. Upon recognizing this familiar figure, Kawaji's eyes sparkled with excitement, his words tumbling forth in a stammer, "Is that the newsbird?" He scrutinized the leader of the newsbirds before him, feeling a twinge of doubt, uncertain if this was indeed the same one he had encountered previously. Although there was a sense of familiarity, this newsbird was noticeably rounder than the one he had seen before. This was the newsbird that the inhabitants of the ninja world had eagerly awaited for a month. Luaning reacted swiftly, darting to the window and hastily opening it. The newsbird leader perched on the windowsill, tilting its head and regarding Kawaji and Luaning with an air of superiority, as if observing foolish humans. With a proud demeanor, it presented a letter before taking flight, its departure marked by an elegant flourish. Left behind, Kawaji and Luaning stood in a daze, clutching the specially crafted envelope delivered by the newsbird, exchanging glances that reflected both confusion and anticipation. With a heart full of curiosity, Kawaji cautiously opened the envelope, only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing the signature. The following day, inside the Hokage building of Konohagakure, Danzo confronted Tsunade with evident displeasure. If we had simply taken out that newspaper office, would we now be stuck here watching? Tsunade's expression was grave and serious as she attentively listened to her subordinates reporting the latest news, her head remaining unlifted as she coldly replied, "It has gained considerable notoriety. There is no need for such extreme measures." Other ninja villages were also reluctant to take on the role of the villain. As long as they prevented it from publishing sensitive content, its closure was merely a matter of time. Mentioning the other ninja villages, Tanichi Kamura nodded in agreement with Tsunade's approach. The Hokage was correct. If Konohagakure were to act against the newspaper, the other villages would certainly seize the opportunity to criticize, inciting widespread resentment. Upon hearing the term resentment, Mito Menka's expression darkened. Were it not for the newspaper's obstinacy, this series of troubles would never have arisen. In my view, Danzo is right. The outside world must understand the consequences of provoking the ninja villages, but the actions must be executed with finesse. Tanichi Kamura found herself swayed by this sentiment, considering that with Konohagakure's established reputation, no one would likely suspect foul play if it came to that. Tsunade, witnessing the elderly men bicker before her, felt a rising irritation. Enough. Kakashi has sent word that all the civilian letters have been destroyed. The Ninja World Times has no content left to publish. Not just in Konohagakure, but other major ninja villages had also dispatched personnel to monitor their respective newspaper offices. The actions of the newspaper in recent days had left them exceedingly dissatisfied. The warning issued yesterday was indeed the final ultimatum. At this moment, outside the Ninja World Times branch, a multitude of people had gathered early in the morning, even before the doors had opened. The recent days of newspaper distribution had seen a considerable influx. However, the crowd was no longer as frenzied as before. Individuals lined up in an orderly fashion, some even yielding to one another. Their expressions were filled with hesitation and uncertainty, as if acquiring a newspaper would suffice, but not having one would be inconsequential. Numerous ninjas disguised as civilians mingled within the crowd, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension outside the newspaper office. When the expected opening time arrived, the newspaper office remained tightly shut. Observing this, the ninja representatives began urging the civilians to disperse, yet everyone simply stared at the closed door, feeling as if their feet had never borne such weight. They waited for an extended period, yet there was still no sign of the office opening. The faces of the waiting civilians gradually filled with despair, the sensation of being forsaken by the stars resurfacing. Their sole hope had once again been ruthlessly shattered, a thick shroud of gloom enveloping their hearts. Just as the crowd was about to give up, disheartened and ready to leave, the door of the newspaper office finally creaked open a crack. Though it was merely a narrow opening, it successfully halted the retreat of the crowd. Across the ninja world, the long-closed doors of the Ninja World Times branch began to slowly swing open as noon approached. Inside, the space was desolate, devoid of any human presence, save for a mountain of newspapers. Those who ventured closer found their gaze drawn to a striking headline on the papers, instinctively reading it aloud. "Silence, oh silence! If we do not erupt in silence, we shall perish within it." The voice resonated at the quiet entrance of the newspaper office, carrying a unique power that seemed to momentarily still the air around them. Chapter 74. Do not chastise the stars, blame me. A gust of wind howled through, sending the mountain of newspapers swirling into the air, dancing like white butterflies caught in a frenzy. The civilians stood transfixed, their gazes sharpening as they beheld the papers scattered on the ground. An open letter to the civilians of the ninja world. Silence, oh silence! If we do not erupt in silence, we shall perish within it. In the face of oppression and injustice, mere silence is akin to sinking into an endless quagmire. Deeper and deeper. Yet silence is not without significance. It may very well be the build-up before an eruption. Having only read the beginning, the newspapers were quickly snatched up in a frenzy. Hands darted to collect the papers before rushing home. Those who had merely skimmed the surface of the content were abruptly jolted back to reality by the commotion around them. Confusion etched across their faces. Only when their eyes met those of the ninjas, adorned with headbands, did a wave of apprehension wash over them. They discreetly tucked the newspapers away and hurriedly departed. Kakashi, concealed within the trees, quietly observed the scene unfolding before him. Ninjas and civilians? He murmured softly, before carefully stowing the newspaper he held. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace. In Sunagakure, Shimokawa Ryuhei remained like a statue, silently stationed among the crowd, reluctant to depart. Ever since the release of the Renegade Ninja Diary, he had been particularly attentive to the stars. To his teammates, he was an unmistakable anomaly. When faced with bandits, Ryuhei always struggled to take action, often becoming dizzy at the sight of blood. Even he occasionally felt out of place in his surroundings. It was the writings of the stars that prompted him to confront his own identity. No one decreed that ninjas must be accompanied by bloodshed. If forced to stain his hands with blood, he would rather abandon his identity as a ninja and live as an ordinary civilian. This notion grew stronger in his mind as time passed, especially after the stars became targets of the ninja villages. The impulse to take action surged within him like a volcano ready to erupt, churning beneath the surface. Each day, without fail, he purchased a copy of the newspaper, silently supporting the civilians and advocating for the stars. He fervently sent letters to the newspaper in support of Starry, yet those letters sank into the abyss, receiving no response whatsoever. Today, however, the doors of the newspaper stood ominously shut, elevating his already anxious heart to a new level of agitation. In a corner unnoticed by the crowd, Gaara calmly manipulated the sand, quietly pushing open the tightly closed door of the newspaper office. Just last night, the moonlight had poured over the rooftop like a gentle stream. He sat there in silence, lost in thought, reminiscing about the day he first encountered Starry in the village of grass. In her eyes he was a being of unique value, worthy of love, and capable of safeguarding others. This perception was a stark contrast to Gaara's own self-image. He had always been viewed as a monster capable only of slaughter, yet Starry had glimpsed the other side of him. Whether it was her hope that he would love himself or her words about his rightful place as a protector, her sentiments struck a profound chord within him. "Gaara, I wish for you to remain in the hidden sand village, to hide in the shadows and pursue our shared goals alongside those who share your ideals." Those words echoed in his mind, a reminder of Starry's desire for him to stay in Sunagakure, a decision with which Gaara found himself in complete agreement. He was acutely aware of the blood that stained his hands. His past cruelties were the sins that haunted his heart, and perhaps remaining in Sunagakure was his path to atonement. Suddenly, that familiar voice resonated in his mind without warning, a voice imbued with undeniable authority, akin to the commandments that reverberated within him countless times. Faced with this sudden invocation, Gaara accepted it almost instinctively, leading to his actions today. His swift and decisive response surprised even himself, as if deep within his soul, he had been waiting for this moment, yearning for Starry's call. Regardless of what awaited him ahead, he was prepared. Ryohei, ever vigilant and attuned to his surroundings, noticed the slightly ajar door and, like a cheetah spotting its prey, dashed inside. His gaze immediately fixed upon the mountain of newspapers within, but upon glancing at the signature he was met with disappointment. It was not Starry. He let out a frustrated sigh, but as he turned, an unsettling realization washed over him. His gaze was magnetically drawn back to the spot he had just scrutinized. "The Night Watchman!" he shouted, his voice exploding in the air. The crowd, as if struck by a paralysis spell, froze momentarily, and then surged forward like a tidal wave. Voices erupted inquiring, "Is it the Night Watchman's commentary? What has he stated in the paper? Is he cursing Starry? At this point, does he still wish to criticize her? I won't allow it." One individual, face flushed with rage, erupted amidst the throng. "I am here for Starry. Why should the Night Watchman seek to bask in her glory?" Others expressed their unease, their voices trembling amidst the cacophony. "Is he cursing us? I can accept being criticized, as long as Starry appears. Indeed, do not curse Starry. Curse me instead." The atmosphere descended into chaos, emotions roiling like tumultuous waves. The once quiet street erupted with the fervor of Ryohei's outcry. Gaara stood silently before the newspaper office, where a throng had gathered, clamoring for the latest edition. The scene rife with noise and disorder. Suddenly, a frenzied individual, blinded by desperation, collided directly with Gaara. Yet before contact could be made, a surge of sand swiftly rose, propelling him away, causing the man to crash to the ground in disarray. "Hey, watch where you're going!" he began to shout, but upon recognizing Gaara before him, the latter half of his sentence was abruptly stifled, his complexion draining of color. Gaara, his expression impassive, bent down to retrieve the newspaper that had fallen, then casually extended it towards the fallen man, stating in a tone devoid of emotion, "Your newspaper." His gaze remained as indifferent as water, as if nothing had transpired. However, the man meeting Gaara's eyes felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, utterly at a loss, a chill creeping up from his feet to his heart. Chapter 75. The Consensus of Shadows. The once boisterous crowd now turned their attention to Gaara, their eyes brimming with fear and disdain. The street, previously alive with chatter, fell into a profound silence, as though time itself had frozen in that instant. The man on the ground dared not utter another word. Trembling, he snatched the newspaper and hurriedly fled from this terrifying place. Witnessing this, the others scattered like startled birds, clutching their newspapers as they fled. Just before departing, Ryohei, inexplicably compelled by some mysterious force, glanced back at Gaara. In his memory, Gaara was a figure of terror, yet at that moment, he sensed an intangible difference in the man before him, though he could not articulate what had changed. Gaara observed the crowd's reaction with an unperturbed heart, for he had grown accustomed to such responses. Having achieved his goal of dispersing the throng, he discreetly concealed his inner emotions, shifting his gaze towards the approaching ninjas in the distance, patiently awaiting their arrival. Similar scenes played out outside newspaper offices across the Shinobi world, whether on the fog-covered streets of the Hidden Mist Village, or atop the lofty peaks of the Hidden Cloud Village, or even in the myriad of other ninja villages. Those who procured the papers hurried away as if pursued by some unseen force, leaving behind a disheveled scene and an atmosphere thick with tension. In various villages, the leaders regarded the newspapers with grave expressions, the incisive prose and audacious viewpoints piercing through the very foundations of ninja village governance. "Perhaps we have remained silent for too long. I find myself compelled to speak out." Starry chronicled the lengthy and dark history of the ninja villages in the paper, yet she never explicitly stated, "The history of the shinobi world is a chronicle of the oppressed commoners. We have long dwelled in the shadows of the ninja villages, shackled by so-called rules and order. Our labor has been exploited, our voices ignored, and our rights trampled upon. In every conflict between the ninja villages, it is the commoners who bear the brunt. Our homes destroyed, our families torn apart. Yet what have we gained? Aside from pain and sorrow, nothing else. The elite ninjas, driven by their ambitions, glory, and self-interest, relentlessly roll over us in their pursuit of war. Blood stains the earth. And we have lost so much in these conflicts. Our loved ones, our homes, our peace. We, like ants, are swept away by the torrent of war, mercilessly crushed beneath its weight. The ninjas wage war, whether for their so-called glory or to expand the influence of their villages. But has anyone truly considered the plight of the commoners? We are merely tools for their ambitions, the sacrificial lambs of war. If war is the inevitable path to equality, then I shall not shrink back. Have the commoners not suffered enough through the ravages of war? Time and again we have been engulfed in smoke and bloodshed, haunted by nightmares that cling to our hearts. Yet, I ask you, in which of these wars has anyone fought for our rights? None. Not a single one. What we seek is not hatred and war, but merely equality. For far too long, we have been awed by the disparity of power, allowing us to gradually overlook our own worth. It seems that the might of those ninjas has rendered us utterly insignificant. This group of ninjas professes to act for the sake of the ninja world. Yet, in reality, what have their actions brought to it? A ravaged homeland, displaced citizens, and countless shattered families. Their so-called contributions are but built upon the suffering of all. We toil diligently, producing sustenance, manufacturing essential goods, and sustaining the daily operations of the ninja world. Without us, what could those ninjas achieve? We have constructed homes and cultivated fields. Are these not the true contributions of value to the ninja world? The ninjas have long taken the sacrifices of commoners for granted, yet we must no longer belittle ourselves. We must fight for our worth, making it known to those ninjas that the ninja world is not their plaything. We can no longer remain passive, waiting like lambs for the butcher's knife to fall. We possess the right to choose our own lives, a right that shines as brightly as the sun, one that cannot be stripped away by anyone. We shall no longer cultivate grain for ninjas whose hands are stained with blood, nor shall we support their acts of slaughter with our hard-earned labor. We must compel them to lay down their weapons and create value with their own hands, rather than relying on cruel violence and plunder. As long as they persist in their obstinate path of wickedness, wielding bloodied weapons, we shall ensure they experience the pangs of hunger. We must make those haughty ninjas understand that we commoners are not mere tools to be wielded at will, nor are we to be trampled like grass. We are dignified. Our dignity stands tall like a majestic mountain, inviolable. We are thinkers. Our thoughts shine like brilliant stars, illuminating the sky of the ninja world. We are powerful. Our strength, when united, surges like a tumultuous sea, capable of breaking through all obstacles. Here, I extend a thunderous call to all commoners. To wait for others to save us is akin to placing our hopes upon an ephemeral mirage. In this world, there exists no one who can live solely upon the reliance of others, nor can anyone bear the inevitable pains and trials of life on our behalf. Only we can become the most steadfast shield and the sharpest sword. For our rights, for our future, for a fair and just ninja world, we must take action. At the moment she set down the newspaper, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a resolute light. She was acutely aware of the immense energy contained within those seemingly ordinary words. Once they took root and blossomed in the hearts of the commoners and ninjas, they would undoubtedly stir up tumultuous waves, bringing unprecedented upheaval to the ninja villages. Her furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips reflected her unwavering determination. This force that could destabilize the very foundations of the ninja village must not be allowed to persist. In Sunagakure, the face of Chiyo was shrouded in shadow, her expression grave. Meanwhile, the tightly clenched newspaper in her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Rage simmered within her like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The Mizukichi stared at the paper, his icy gaze chilling enough to freeze the air around him. The Reikichi's eyes widened in fury, anger rolling within him like thunder, as if on the brink of manifesting as a tangible assault. The Tsuchikage's brow was deeply furrowed, his solemn demeanor akin to a sculpted stone, heavy and profound. These leaders of the ninja villages had, in unison, reached a consensus on this matter. The entire newspaper agency must be uprooted and utterly annihilated, leaving no trace of its existence. Chapter 76. Confrontation before the ruins. The commoners and ninjas who obtained the newspaper turned it over repeatedly, their minds unable to find peace. The words of the night watchman struck a chord within the commoners, awakening them from their stupor, allowing them to see the reality clearly. In the dead of night, when the news of the newspaper's collapse struck like a thunderclap, everyone was engulfed in their own tumultuous emotions, unable to find sleep. The ninja world times was no more. This news spread through the village like wildfire. Commoners poured out of their homes, burning with anxiety as they rushed toward the newspaper's location. Yet, what lay before them was only a scene of desolation. The remnants of what was once a beacon of information and hope now reduced to wasteland. Buildings crumbled under the onslaught of violence, splintered wood and rubble scattered everywhere, while papers fluttered through the night sky like snowflakes. Witnessing this tragic sight, the fury within each person erupted like a volcano. Even those who had previously hesitated could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fate of the rabbit and the fox. They all understood who had transformed the newspaper into such a state. The ninjas gazed upon the pitiful sight of the newspaper, their hearts filled with a tumult of emotions. Some wore blank expressions, yet their eyes betrayed a flicker of complex feelings. Among these ninjas were those who had emerged from the ranks of commoners. They looked upon the scene before them, their minds teeming with thoughts. On one hand, they deeply empathized with the enraged commoners. They too had struggled amidst the hardships of the commoners, aware of the long-standing injustices and oppression faced by them, understanding how crucial the newspaper was as a beacon of hope for the commoners. Now that it lay in ruins, the commoners' anger and despair surged like a tidal wave. And they felt it acutely. On the other hand, they felt a sense of relief in having escaped the commoner class. They had endured hardships to become ninjas, gaining strength and status, and no longer had to struggle for survival like other commoners at the bottom of society. They were grateful to no longer be among those who could be easily preyed upon, who had no means to fight back against such calamity. In their eyes, the commoners may have seemed somewhat impulsive, and they secretly rejoiced in still being a part of the power structure of the ninja village. The collapse of the newspaper seemingly did not affect their status. Rather, it clarified their value as the force maintaining the existing order of the ninja village. However, some ninjas felt a gnawing unease, having witnessed the anger and despair in the commoners' eyes. Knowing that this anger was akin to a smoldering wildfire, they found themselves wavering between loyalty to the upper echelons of the ninja village and sympathy for the commoners, for they too had once been among them. Yet, in the face of this complex situation, they felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, unsure of their next steps, and could only gaze at the ruins before them, silently swallowing their conflicting emotions. Upon receiving the news, the nobles curled their lips into a knowing smirk. The weight of the ninjas had suddenly increased, akin to weights tipping the scales. These nobles, long perched at the pinnacle of power and wealth, paced restlessly within their opulent abodes, the sound of counting beads echoing in their minds. They contemplated the necessity of spending more riches to hire ninjas, utilizing the fearsome power of ninjas to ruthlessly suppress the rebellious thoughts brewing among the commoners. To them, this was merely a game of maintaining order, and they were the dealers controlling the rules. Their previous indifference had been akin to watching the commoners and ninjas engage in a brutal spectacle, while they ensured that their elevated status and lavish lifestyle remained untouched. The words of the night watchman, following this upheaval, have not diminished in value but rather have increased. Akin to gold that has been tempered by fire, becoming ever more precious and indelibly etched in the hearts of the people. Rights and equality. These two terms resonate like a relentless drumbeat in the minds of the common folk, echoing with confusion and indignation. They ponder, filled with despair and rage. If they possessed all that was denied to them, would the newspaper not have crumbled into the heartbreaking ruin that lies before them? Would the night watchman not suffer the agony of being hunted? Surely, the stars would not have abandoned them? The long-suppressed grievances of the hidden village now surged forth like a volcano erupting. Those once used excuses for self-comfort seemed as fragile as gossamer in the face of this cruel reality, easily torn asunder. The humble wishes of the commoners had never been regarded by those in power, dismissed as mere dust, callously ignored. As events unfolded, the brutal reality struck down the hopes of the populace like a sharp blade, plunging them into despair. Yet, in stark contrast, this chilling reality acted like a thorn, incessantly pricking at their innermost feelings. Is this to be their future? Must they forever languish beneath such oppression? No, I refuse to accept this. A young commoner, his eyes ablaze with anger and defiance, surged into the ruins of the newspaper office, where only debris remained, using his frail yet resolute body to clear away the fallen beams, as if beneath the rubble lay their final hope. Witnessing this scene, those who had rushed out from their homes could not help but be moved, their previously suppressed emotions beginning to swell like a tide. As the weather turned colder, the hidden world entered winter, the biting chill slicing through the air like a sharp blade. People donned only thin garments, and those who toiled year-round bore the marks of frostbite on their hands, the swollen wounds a testament to their hardships. Nevertheless, an increasing number of individuals gathered, silently and voluntarily clearing the debris from the ground. There was no exchange of words, only the unwavering resolve reflected in their eyes, a silent protest against injustice. The response of different villages and nations to the throngs of commoners was starkly divergent. Villages like Konoha, valuing their reputation, were keenly aware of the power of public opinion, dispatching ninjas to covertly observe from the shadows. The pairs of eyes concealed in the darkness closely monitored every move of the common folk. Should any hint of chaos arise, they would strike with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly quelling it to maintain the facade of tranquility. In contrast, elsewhere tensions mounted, the atmosphere taut like a bowstring poised to snap at any moment. Groups of commoners, their eyes ignited with fury and despair, faced off against the ninjas in a standoff. Their gazes were filled with a resolve that disregarded life and death, as if they had cast aside all fear. Blood from the commoners seemed poised to splatter across the cold faces of the ninjas. Chapter 77. The Brilliant Spark Indelible. This bloody scene appeared destined to become a painful scar in the annals of the ninja world. Perhaps forever remembered or cruelly buried. The sky seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere, appropriately beginning to fall with gentle snow. The snowflakes drifted down, landing upon exposed skin, yet they did not melt immediately. Much like the fervent flame of anger within the hearts of the people, which though surrounded by cold, continued to burn tenaciously. The individuals outside trembled slightly in the chill, yet their inner fury simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption. At the Dawn Academy, Sakura gently opened the window, extending her slender hand to catch the falling snowflakes. As the snowflakes melted in her palm, the biting cold reminded her of the reply she had sent to Kosuke. In that letter, she had woven a kind-hearted lie. The ninja world was already cloaked in dreary rain, the cold pervasive. Yet, Sakura conveyed to Kosuke that sunshine warmed her, hoping that this illusory warmth would reach him, like a small light of hope illuminating his darkness. The night watchman's words were akin to this, serving as the much-needed warmth of the winter sun, bringing comfort and hope to the people during these frigid and arduous times. Sakura gazed up at the sky, where the deep night was adorned with twinkling stars. She softly uttered, "System, activate the word spirit, guidance of the starry sky." "Host, are you certain?" The system inquired in its routine manner, its invisible processes swiftly verifying the refresh of the system panel. Since noon, the attribute points had been steadily increasing like the rising tide, heralding the approach of something extraordinary. "Confirmed." As Sakura's words fell, the stars at the horizon suddenly blazed with brilliance, their radiant light piercing through the vast cosmos, showering every corner of the ninja world with hope. Simultaneously, in various locations across the ninja realm, those once lost and wandering in the crowd seemed to respond to a mysterious call. Halting their actions to gaze up at the starry sky, those drawn by the starlight heard a serene feminine voice resonating in their minds. "To those who gaze at the starry sky, the lighthouse will guide you toward dawn." The voice was distant yet compassionate, echoing deep within the souls of the listeners. At the moment they heard the word spirit, countless individuals stood frozen, shaken by the suddenness of the voice. But this was only the beginning. The voice continued, softening and growing resolute after delivering what felt like a divine proclamation. "The ninja world is shrouded in a long night, and our path of resistance is destined to be a grueling and protracted struggle. Life is a brilliant spark of resistance shining in the darkness, and must not be easily extinguished. Understand that valuing life is not an act of cowardice. On the contrary, it is to gather strength for our battle, and to march bravely toward a luminous future. Until we reunite, please take care of yourselves. You are not alone in this fight. Look around. Those like-minded comrades are our partners in this struggle. I am the twinkling stars, awaiting your arrival at the end of the lighthouse. I look forward to the day when we can together gaze at the starry sky and welcome the dawn." Having spoken these words, Sakura decisively terminated the system's communication function, halting the downward trend of the attribute points. The system, filled with concern, lamented in electronic tones within Sakura's mind. "Host, those individuals had just provided over 50 attribute points, and you so lavishly spent them. The cost is too great." The voice was laden with regret, akin to a miser watching his treasures vanish. Yet before Sakura could respond, the system interface suddenly refreshed, and the attribute points began to soar once more like a rocket. The system briefly faltered, then emitted a sharp cry of excitement. "Ah, they're increasing. They're increasing." The exuberance was a stark contrast to its earlier despair. This was its achievement, and the system could hardly contain its desire to retract its previous complaints, silently vowing never again to gossip about its host with other systems. "Host, do you have further instructions?" Indeed. Allow me to promptly convey the attribute point notifications." Ding. Gaara of the Sand provides 80 attribute points. Ding. Ryohei Shikawa provides 60 attribute points. Ding. Lu Ning offers 60 attribute points. Ding. Chuanjia contributes 60 attribute points. Ding. Yaguchi Rina grants 50 attribute points. Ding. Kakuji Kaido presents 50 attribute points. Host, you cannot fathom the momentary surge of attribute points contributed by those individuals. I scarcely had the opportunity to finish my announcement. The system notification echoed incessantly in Sakura's mind, akin to jubilant drums. Sakura, having long since acclimated to the system's modus operandi, offered a resigned smile. "Very well, I can perceive it." Those who heard Sakura's voice halted their actions, their faces adorned with astonishment. These individuals were acutely aware that their demise, aside from articulating their own resentment and defiance, would indeed leave naught but ripples in the fabric of existence. Yet, it seemed they had no alternative. Having erred once, must they continue to dwell in silence? But then the stars emerged, proclaiming, "They ought not to perish in this place, for their lives are radiant embers, indelible. They have not been forsaken by the stars." Each day following the incident in Grass Ninja Village, they languished in torment and regret, wishing they could deliver a resounding slap to their past selves. The appearance of the stars was akin to a drowning soul resurfacing for a breath of fresh air. When the stars declared their desire for them to live, these commoners would employ every means necessary to survive. Observing the Kunai so close at hand, and the ninjas regarding them as if they were specters, they instinctively recoiled. By what right could these ninjas, samurai, and hedonistic nobles so easily extinguish their lives? They began to glance around, and in the instant their gazes met, the joy within their hearts surged forth like a flood, impossible to contain. The stars were correct. They were not alone, but rather comrades united by her call. The lurking ninjas, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, became vigilant. Their sharp eyes scanned the crowd, yet no anomalies were evident, no suspicious signs to be found. Only the barely concealed excitement in the eyes of the commoners left them in perplexity. Chapter 78. The Disappearance of Smiles. In the sand-hidden village, Ryohei Shikawa appeared utterly bewildered. He simply could not comprehend the situation unfolding before him. What had befallen Gaara? Just moments ago, he had positioned himself in front of the civilians, confronting Gaara, who emanated an icy aura of murderous intent. Those ninjas, who had long harbored grievances against him, were now calling him a traitor, eagerly waiting to witness his impending doom at the hands of Gaara's formidable sand barrage. When the voice of the stars resonated in his ears, Ryohei was instantly thrust into a dilemma, his expression shifting between joy and sorrow. Ultimately, he closed his eyes tightly, as if resigned to his fate. Ryohei thought bitterly, "O great star, you have arrived too late. It seems I must await the next life to follow you and greet the dawn together." Yet, strangely, the anticipated pain did not come. Ryohei, astonished, tentatively opened one eye. What met his gaze was Gaara's indifferent expression, seemingly mocking him. This was not right. Something was amiss. He surveyed his surroundings and observed that the civilians were inexplicably clenching their fists, some even embracing one another. Look around, he thought. Those like-minded comrades are partners in battle. He recalled the words of the stars. Gazing at the still motionless Gaara and the other ninjas who dared not hasten him, an incredible notion blossomed in Ryohei's mind, and he stared in astonishment at the figure before him. The commoners had shed their deathly resolve. Yet before the armed ninjas, they appeared devoid of their previous fear. The ninjas, who had prepared for an intense confrontation, found themselves somewhat at a loss due to the civilians' retreat. The leading ninja furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to refrain from rash actions. The surrounding ninjas displayed indecision, watching as the civilians retreated toward the ruins of the newspaper office, uncertain whether to pursue. After a moment, the leading ninja seemed to receive some directive. He murmured a few words to his subordinates, and soon, the ninjas quietly withdrew. Their figures gradually faded into the night, as if they had never existed, leaving behind a profound silence. The civilians, no longer clamoring for mutual destruction with their oppressors, retreated to the site of the newspaper office, silently beginning to clear the debris before them. Yet this time, their thoughts were not of rebellion, but of aiding the Ninja World Times in reclaiming its final glory. Upon returning home, they expected to find sleep elusive, fearing that the appearance of the stars was but a fleeting dream. Unexpectedly, however, they enjoyed the most restful slumber they had experienced in days. Only Ryohei, with dark circles under his eyes, remained in doubt about life. Dawn Academy. Sakura observed as the previously flickering stars began to emit a faint yet steady glow, bringing tranquility to her heart. Although it was the dead of night, there were still children awake within the academy. Members of the Star River Band rehearsed tirelessly for their upcoming tour, perfecting new songs. The research room was ablaze with light, as some children formed impromptu study groups, burning the midnight oil to explore various ninja tools and tasks assigned by the academy. Those who had exchanged for the Navy 6 styles practiced relentlessly, racing against time. On the following day, those who had heard the voice of the stars awoke early, eager to confirm with their comrades that yesterday's sound was not a mere figment of their imagination. It was a new week, and the streets bustled with life. Vibrant and lively, seemingly unaffected by the previous day's brief conflict. People moved through the throngs, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and laughter intertwining harmoniously. Yet, when passing the site of the former Ninja World Times, everyone instinctively slowed their pace, pausing momentarily. Overnight, this place had undergone a radical transformation. The remnants of the ruins vanished without a trace, replaced by a plethora of brand new shops. They were arranged in a pleasing disorder, radiating a fresh ambience. Young ninjas returning from missions stood there, exchanging puzzled glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. They could not fathom how, after merely undertaking an out-of-village task, they returned to find the ninja world times had collapsed. The abruptness of this change left them bewildered. Meanwhile, the higher-ups observed this scene with concealed satisfaction. In their view, the young ninjas represented the future of the ninja village, their naive minds easily swayed by external information. It was better for them to remain oblivious for as long as possible, a measure to protect them from becoming prematurely ensnared in the intricate intrigues of power struggles. Groups of civilians gathered in twos and threes, regarding the passing ninjas with indifference rather than reverence, their expressions devoid of warmth. When Might Guy returned to Konoha with Niji, Lee and Tenten, they immediately sensed this peculiar atmosphere. The street vendors, once exuberant, had become noticeably subdued, their fervent calls to potential customers now tinged with uncertainty. As Might Guy and his companions approached one of the stalls, the vendor's smile vanished upon noticing the forehead protectors adorning their heads. However, as if realizing the inappropriateness of his reaction, he forced a smile before turning to greet other civilians with enthusiasm, as though they had purchased his entire stock. Confused, Might Guy and Lee scratched their heads, bewildered by the sudden change in demeanor. Niji, maintaining his usual stoic expression, seemed undisturbed by the situation. His gaze remained fixed towards the direction of the newspaper office, his pace unconsciously quickening. The third team had just completed a perilous mission, initially anticipating a smooth return that day, only to discover that the client had deliberately misreported the task's difficulty, resulting in a significant escalation of challenges. After an intense battle, each member had sustained some injuries. Upon returning to Konoha, Niji was eager to procure a newspaper, yet throughout their journey, he had not encountered a single newsstand. Although his exterior remained unchanged, a sense of urgency brewed within him. The third team had planned to celebrate at a barbecue restaurant shortly, and knowing Niji's penchant for reading the news, they accompanied him. Upon arriving at the newspaper's location, they were greeted only by a newly renovated shop. Lee blinked in confusion and exclaimed, "Where is the newspaper office?" Niji stood frozen, his typically calm demeanor betraying a flicker of panic in his eyes. The newspaper's location was prime, a route every returning villager would traverse, and Team 10 was leisurely making their way towards them. Shikamaru, yawning as he walked, had intended to greet Niji but quickly noticed the unusual state of the newspaper office, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In the end, both teams ventured to the barbecue restaurant, where they encountered Team 8, led by Hinata. Upon learning that they too had just returned from a mission, and that other teams from their class had yet to return, Shikamaru's gaze flickered with concern. At that moment, a clamorous cheer erupted from outside. "Look, it's the newsbirds. Truly, there are so many." The excited exclamations cascaded through the streets, filled with surprise and anticipation. Upon comprehending the source of the commotion, the individuals in the barbecue restaurant stood up without hesitation. Not just them. It seemed the entire village of Konoha had been roused by the sudden appearance of the newsbirds. Every person who heard the call, whether ninja, civilian, or street vendor, surged into the streets, gazing upwards at the sky. Like countless sunflowers instinctively turning towards the sun, all eyes were drawn to the soaring newsbirds above. Without making them wait long, the newsbirds circled a few times before descending slightly. Soon, they received the eagerly awaited newspapers. The newsbirds, having completed their task, swiftly retreated, as if fearing pursuit. This marked the first public proclamation from the Star after the Grass Ninja Village incident, and the article was brief, bearing the title "The Light of Hope." When the newspaper was presented to the higher-ups, their brows furrowed in suspicion. Why had the Star chosen to emerge at this moment? And what agenda did they have? However, in an unseen corner, some individuals were already moved to tears upon reading the first word. Life is the spark of struggle. Brilliant as the sun, it shines in the depths of darkness, never to be buried. It is the hope that leaps in the night, the indomitable force deep within the soul. The ninja world has been tightly bound by the long night. The path of resistance, akin to the treacherous shoe road, is perilous and lengthy. Yet the light of life, like an unparalleled sword, is irresistibly sharp. It severs the shackles of darkness, piercing through the net of despair. To cherish life is not a cowardly evasion. It is to build walls for strength in the storm of battle. Every life is a valiant sun, towards the light, unwavering like moths to a flame. I am the star, atop the lighthouse. The light of hope shines bright, awaiting your return. Before we reunite, please take care of yourselves. You are never alone, comrades shining like stars. We are the passionate warriors fighting side by side. With hopeful hearts, we shall gather together. looking up to the brilliant starry sky, like rivers returning to the sea, welcoming dawn, a symphony of victory and hope. As the first light breaks, it falls upon us. Those are the wings of freedom, the melody of rebirth. Star. Having finished reading the succinct poem in one breath, they slowly exhaled, finally calming the tumultuous emotions that had surged throughout the night. The star truly understood them. All uncertainties regarding the future were soothed. Last night's incantations felt more like a fleeting dream, devoid of tangibility. Yet the newspaper in their hands, black ink on white paper, was unmistakably a reflection of last night's words. Their hearts surged, longing to sing atop the Hokage rock. However, they restrained themselves, feigning confusion as if seeing it for the first time. Thus, each comrade fought to suppress the upward curve of their lips. Meanwhile, the higher-ups, after perusing the brief poem, appeared perplexed and, like usual, shifted their gaze to the section covering significant events in the ninja world. Indeed, this was where the Star's treachery lay. An eye-catching headline caught their attention. The inside story of the closure of the Ninja World Times. Why the ninja villages remain silent. These words struck like a bombshell, shattering the carefully crafted facade for the young ninjas. From the heartfelt message of the editor-in-chief of the Ninja World Times. In a time when the entire ninja world seemed silenced by an invisible hand, our newspaper resolutely stepped forward. Determined to be the voice of the common people, we aimed to articulate the long-suppressed sentiments. We understood that this path was fraught with thorns, yet the sense of justice propelled us forward, unafraid. However, merely a day later, the nightmare began. The newspaper staff was inexplicably dismissed, and the once vibrant and creative newsroom turned desolate. Familiar faces, filled with helplessness and indignation, were forced to depart, leaving behind an eerie silence. 2 days later, an even more terrifying incident occurred. The few remaining colleagues at the newspaper, while carrying out their daily duties, narrowly escaped a life-threatening ordeal. The lurking danger, like the scythe of death, hovered nearby, threatening to spill blood at any moment. This was merely a cruel warning from the upper echelons, the malice concealed behind it, akin to a venomous snake in the dark, ready to strike. That very night, all letters from civilians, laden with their hopes, anger, and grievances, were ruthlessly destroyed. The flames that consumed those letters incinerated not only written words, but also the last flicker of hope for the common folk, the foundation of our struggle. 3 days later, the once illustrious newspaper, which had significantly contributed to the dissemination of information in the ninja world, crumbled under the weight of dark forces. It resembles a fortress ravaged by war, reduced to mere remnants, which whisper tales of a brutal history and endless sorrow in the wind. Perhaps when this letter, steeped in blood and tears, is unveiled before the world, they will still attempt to stifle the truth, covering their mouths in a futile effort to halt its dissemination. If you truly believe yourselves to be blameless, why not present the facts boldly and openly to the public? Is it because your hearts are laden with guilt, fearful of having your hypocritical facades stripped away to reveal the vile truths hidden beneath? I, as the editor-in-chief of the Ninja World Times, shall no longer remain silent. I must raise my voice. This proclamation is a defiance against injustice, a declaration of war against the nefarious forces that seek to crush us. We have endeavored to convey information with impartiality and objectivity, striving to secure even the slightest voice for the common people within the ninja world. Yet our efforts have been ruthlessly trampled upon, our righteous actions met with brutal repression. But I shall not yield. I will awaken the blinded eyes with my words, allowing the world to discern the conspiracies and malevolence lurking beneath the surface. Each word I pen shall serve as an arrow aimed at the darkness. Each sentence shall resonate as a note in the funeral dirge for those wicked souls. I am the editor-in-chief. I raise my voice not just for myself, but in a clarion call for justice and truth. Chapter 80. The Long and Arduous Path. Danzo's face flushed crimson, his body trembled violently, and veins stood out upon his forehead. Gripping his staff tightly, the withered skin of his hand turned pale from the exertion as he struck the ground with it. The thud echoed through the air, and his voice, hoarse yet laced with suppressed fury, forced its way through clenched teeth. What a splendid dawn daily! What a brilliant star! Threatening the newspaper staff, employing despicable means to coerce compliance, dismantling the press to conceal the truth of its closure. Each step leaves behind traces of their guilt. After perusing the newspaper, Shikamaru, Niji, and the others now comprehended the fate that had befallen the Ninja World Times. The editor's heartfelt words resonated within the pages, and through those lines, the young ninjas could feel the fury against injustice and darkness. The ninja village threatened the editor, instilling fear, harmed the editor's colleagues, inflicting grievous wounds upon innocent lives, burned civilian letters, and destroyed the press. The young ninjas pondered, is this truly the village they have lived in all their lives? Seeds of doubt began to take root within their hearts. Shikamaru gazed toward the Hokage building, connecting the dots between the ongoing missions of ninjas and the events surrounding the newspaper. At the Dawn Academy, the newsbirds, having completed their task of delivering newspapers, were gradually returning to the academy in flocks, their agile forms carved through the sky like a well-drilled battalion returning to the fold. Inside the academy, the students assigned tasks were fully focused, meticulously counting the returning newsbirds. Each bird's arrival symbolized the completion of an information dissemination mission. Sakura, Yushu, and Yangtai sat together, systematically organizing their recent work progress. So, when the Dawn Daily resumes publication, we won't be going to the ninja village? Yushu asked, frowning with concern. Sakura nodded gravely. There's no need to go. The risks are too great for both the civilians reading the newspaper and the newsbirds. From now on, the ninja village will only grow more vigilant. They haven't outright banned the Dawn Daily yet, which caught us off guard. But once it resumes publication, the villagers will not allow it to circulate freely in their midst. Sakura continued, her gaze revealing a hint of helplessness. Yangtai set down his newspaper, a look of confusion on his face. Aren't we going to win over those ninjas? Sakura gently shook her head. Of course. We must strive to unite all who wish to change the ninja world, but we must proceed cautiously. The younger ninjas have yet to develop a clear understanding of their roles, nor have they encountered the darkness within the village. They may be drawn to certain words, but they will not easily forsake their village. Compared to ordinary civilians, ninjas enjoy a higher standard of living and face less oppression, making them less susceptible to external influences. Most will not resolve to change until they have experienced profound despair and reached a dead end. Those wielding power will require more time to alter their perceptions. What we need to do next is to propagate the ideals of the Dawn Academy and patiently await like-minded individuals to gather. The awakening of civilian consciousness is merely a small milestone within the broader goals of the Dawn Academy. The situation within the ninja world has yet to undergo genuine transformation. Concerning the challenges we currently face, no one is overly distressed, for we all firmly believe that the feedback from civilians is merely the beginning. They understand that to truly transform the ninja world, our current efforts are far from sufficient. A long and arduous journey lies ahead for us to explore. Yushu produced a thick stack of documents, his face alight with excitement, and handed it to Sakura. After several experiments, our research has been remarkably successful, he exclaimed with barely restrained enthusiasm. With the support of ninjutsu, even in the frigid winter, we can regulate light and temperature to facilitate the cultivation of crops. Moreover, the nutritional value of the produce we grow is comparable to that of normally cultivated crops. As he spoke, Yoshu's gaze drifted towards the children busily working in the experimental fields, his eyes brimming with pride. Though young, these children worked with remarkable skill, each one filled with enthusiasm. Researching the impact of ninjutsu on crop growth was the task assigned by the academy. The children fully utilized the farming experiences of their predecessors, spending considerable time assessing the factors affecting crop growth. To ascertain these, they frequently pestered the most experienced farmer in the academy, Hanako, with countless questions, their thirst for knowledge making it impossible for anyone to turn them away. In the past, farmers rarely engaged in deep contemplation regarding their work and knew little about the determinants of crop yield, often facing the plight of going hungry. Fortunately, through their experiments, the children quickly identified the key factors, making it easier to subsequently find suitable ninjutsu. For instance, to regulate temperature, a simple fireball technique suffices for basic experiments, allowing them to compare the effects on crops and record their growth conditions. Yushu also discovered that the role of ninjutsu in enhancing productivity was far simpler than he had previously imagined and required less from the ninjas. In the realm of agriculture, Yushu believed he had yet to grasp as much as these children. His role in this process was primarily to teach them enhanced techniques, provide experimental support, and answer questions they encountered during practice. Not every child in the academy could cultivate ninjutsu, nor did they possess a high chakra capacity, but even so, it was sufficient. Despite their limited understanding of ninjutsu, the children were able to achieve such remarkable results based solely on the farming knowledge passed down through the generations. This made Yushu exclaim in awe. Every individual possesses different talents. To reach this point through gradual practice of textbook knowledge is something I never anticipated. Upon hearing of the students' outstanding achievements in food research, the faces of everyone present radiated with uncontainable excitement, their enthusiasm even surpassing Yoshu's. The issue of food security, amidst the turmoil of the ninja world, is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Now that a viable solution to this pressing problem has been found, it signifies that all subsequent plans can progress more smoothly. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Yongtai deftly shifted the conversation towards the current situation of the Starry River Band. The band is set to embark on a new concert next week, and the rehearsals for their new songs have reached a commendable completion. Over the next few days, we will gradually put up posters to fervently promote the concert. After discussing the concert-related matters, Yongtai paused, his expression gradually turning grave and solemn. Chapter 81. Students become coveted assets. Recently, however, I have been in contact with several newspapers from the ninja world, hoping they would assist in promoting the band's concert. Yet, each of these publications has exhibited insatiable greed, presenting numerous excessive and stringent demands, which poses quite a dilemma. Yongtai furrowed his brow, his demeanor reflecting his discontent. In truth, there were more unspoken sentiments weighing on his mind. Some newspapers even outright refused to promote the band, citing the support the Starry River Band received from the notorious vigilante, the Night Watchman, as justification. Since the collapse of the Ninja World Times, these newspapers have been eyeing the resources it left behind, each vying for a piece of the pie. However, they lack the courage of the Ninja World Times to genuinely voice concerns for the public, instead seeking to exploit the chaos for their own gain. Fortunately, the Starry River Band has already established a certain level of renown through their prior endeavors, rendering newspaper promotion merely a supplementary enhancement, without fundamentally impacting the concert's execution. Nonetheless, the unjust attitude of the ninja world towards the Night Watchman and the Starry River Band has left the faculty and students of the academy seething with indignation. When the band was mentioned, Sakura maintained her usual cautious demeanor. The safety of the band members must be our foremost concern. It is acceptable for the scale of promotion and distribution to be modest. Should we attract those with nefarious intentions through extensive publicity, the repercussions could be dire. We must prepare adequately for the album's release, ensuring that everything remains within our control. Understood. Yongtai replied succinctly, as if he had anticipated Sakura's stance all along. Without a hint of hesitation. For him, another matter of paramount importance demanded immediate attention. Recently, I have been investigating numerous merchants, aiming to better facilitate the sale of the Academy's research outcomes. However, I discovered that the funds of these large merchants ultimately flow to the powers behind them. Collaborating with them would inevitably involve complying with various investigations, potentially causing unnecessary complications for the Academy. As the depth of our research expands, the products we develop will undoubtedly proliferate, so I propose that we seize this opportunity to establish our own storefront. Externally, we could masquerade as merchants backed by formidable forces, thus ensuring our autonomy, while safeguarding the Academy's interests. Yongtai articulated his thoughts with unwavering seriousness, each detail derived from a thorough understanding of the Academy's realities, painstakingly gathered through prolonged observation. He felt a surge of determination. He could not allow Yushu to outshine him in strategizing for the Academy's development. Ever since the arrangements for the band were finalized, he had devoted himself entirely to contemplating commercial avenues for the Academy's research achievements. Sakura, who had also been concerned about sales avenues for the Academy's findings, was pleasantly surprised that Yongtai had already conceived this crucial step before she could voice her thoughts. She felt a sense of pride in Yongtai's keen insight and initiative. The students of the Academy truly embody a remarkable creativity, brimming with countless ingenious ideas. Take the agricultural tools, for instance. After repeated refinements by the students, their efficiency has significantly improved, and such innovations have yet to be seen elsewhere in the ninja world. These accomplishments undoubtedly stand as a testament to the Academy's pride, and lay a more robust foundation for its future development. Yongtai, I truly appreciate your efforts. I had been contemplating this matter as well, intending to discuss it with everyone after the band's performance. I would appreciate it if you could take the time to draft a proposal, Sakura said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with acknowledgement for Yongtai. Encouraged, Yongtai seized the moment to propose. May I post a task on the mission board to recruit students interested in business to collaborate with me? Initially, upon witnessing Yongtai receive praise, Yushu felt a twinge of envy, as the preceding discussions had revolved around the student's achievements, while he had yet to share his progress on the scientific ninja tools project. Now, hearing Yongtai seek assistance from the students, he could no longer contain himself. My research on the scientific ninja tools is still underway, and I am currently facing some challenges that require assistance. Although the students are all quite occupied, they possess a wealth of creative ideas, and I hope to find suitable individuals among them to aid in advancing my project. As Yushu spoke, he fell deep into contemplation, mentally sifting through the various aspects of his project, striving to identify the right personnel to ensure its smooth progression. Many of the systems at Dawn Academy were established by Sakura, and previously, they had deemed the tasks and point system unnecessary. Now they find it incredibly worthwhile. The students at the academy have become as coveted as prized commodities, cherished by all. Their potential and talent represent the academy's most invaluable asset. Regardless of how hectic the academy's affairs may become, Sakura remains steadfast in delivering at least one lesson to the children. The content of this lesson is entirely foreign territory for both Yangtai and Yushu. The knowledge encompassed in the textbooks is something they have never encountered before, with detailed summaries of concepts like control experiments and simulation experiments. In the academy's open learning environment, students even have the freedom to pursue self-directed learning and engage in practical applications. As time has progressed, Yangtai and Yushu occasionally find themselves struggling to keep pace with the students' vibrant and innovative ideas. The speed of their growth is truly astonishing. However, they are well aware that the members of Dawn Academy are fueled by a shared determination. This drive has been nourished by the slander and defamation directed at the Starry River Band following the events in Grass Ninja Village, serving as a catalyst for its robust growth. No, perhaps it began even earlier, from the moment the Starry River Band was placed on the Ninja World's wanted list, or even from the day they became part of Dawn Academy. Everyone had prepared themselves, ready to spring into action. Seeing that both men required the students' assistance, Sakura felt a twinge of anxiety. Gazing into the eager eyes of both Yangtai and Yushu, she found it challenging to articulate her thoughts. Yet, after a moment of internal struggle, she finally said, "I'm sorry Yushu Yangtai, but perhaps you could utilize shadow clones for a while. I also need to post a task." Sakura's remark initially caught Yushu and Yangtai off guard, followed by a moment of astonished exchange of glances. They understood that unless it involved a clash of ideas, Sakura was not one to refuse lightly. The academy's tasks are voluntarily undertaken by the students, and since they are all within the academy, those with the energy can even manage multiple tasks simultaneously. Since Sakura has mentioned it, the task she intends to post must be of considerable significance. Sakura's subsequent words indeed confirmed their suspicions. "I plan to send students to teach." Chapter 82. Engaging with the community, spreading ideas. Sending students to teach whom? To the newly literate common folk. 2 days later, a new task appeared on the Academy's mission board. Engage with the community, spread ideas 500 points. Upon witnessing the astonishing point value of 500 for this task, Morimoto's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned in to scrutinize it for a prolonged moment. It is worth noting that typically, tasks such as feeding the newsbirds yield a mere 50 points. The initial tasks released by the Academy were rather simplistic and consequently offered minimal points. Although subsequent research-related tasks indeed feature higher point values, often starting in the hundreds, they necessitate collective effort from multiple individuals to accomplish. For instance, the task he recently undertook, titled The Impact of Ninjutsu on Livestock Farming with a reward of 600 points, was divided into various research avenues such as growth rates, reproductive capabilities, and the enhancement of livestock product quality, requiring several research teams to collaborate diligently and invest substantial effort. Upon completion, the points would need to be equitably distributed among team members, frequently resulting in disagreements among students over group collaborations. Those who had not endured the rigors of modern society had unwittingly grasped the adage that not all rewards are easily earned. Yet the newly announced task, engage with the masses, spread ideas, starkly deviated from the norm. This task was explicitly designated as a solo endeavor, and astonishingly, there were no limits on the number of times it could be accepted. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the Academy's history. The first to discover this task, Morimoto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly called out to Inoue Akira, who was diligently practicing in the training ground. "Akira, there's an opportunity." Inuaki, fully absorbed in his training regimen, was counting rhythmically, 1001, 1002, 1003, each number accompanied by the sound of his labored breathing. With each lift of the dumbbells, he channeled all his physical strength into his arms. Beads of sweat cascaded down his temples, splattering onto the ground and creating tiny droplets. The muscles in his arms bulged impressively, and there was no sign of him pausing. Such a training volume had evidently become second nature to him. As for Inoue Akira, he was indeed a unique presence within the Academy, participating in nearly every task. Contrary to expectations, the first student to exchange for the Marine Six Styles was neither a member of the renowned band nor a member of an emerging research team, but rather Inoue Akira himself. In the Dawn Academy, not every child possessed the innate talent for learning ninjutsu. Like Akira, he initially followed closely behind Yushu, his eyes brimming with fervent desire for ninjutsu, incessantly asking various questions about it, eagerly anticipating the day he could become an exceptional ninja. However, fate dealt him a cruel blow. He was unable to refine chakra. This harsh reality hit him like a bucket of cold water, delivering a heavy blow to his spirit, especially when he witnessed his peer, Mizuhashi, effortlessly showcasing astonishing ninjutsu with remarkable talent. His heart was filled with conflicting emotions. He felt a deep sense of shame whenever he recalled his previous boast that a musician's dreams were inferior to those of a ninja. Unlike other places in the ninja world, the Dawn Academy did not prioritize strength. Not being able to become a ninja meant little, and some children even hesitated to identify themselves as ninjas. Akira was acutely aware of this, yet he remained lost, uncertain of the path he should pursue. In search of clarity, he had even spoken with teacher Sakura. Whether it was the letters collected by the newsbirds or the inquiries of students, teacher Sakura seemed to comprehend everyone's thoughts and feelings, never condemning their darker reflections. Her words grounded him. You are already on the path of life. Just be prepared for the day a fork in the road appears. Most importantly, remember the way you came. Even if you veer off course, you can return. Do not rush. I believe you will find your way. Following that significant exchange, Inoue Akira began to focus intently on his studies, immersing himself in knowledge. It was not until the academy introduced the enticing reward of the Marine 6 styles, which teacher Sakura elaborated on its extraordinary value, that students realized the immense power that awaited those who successfully mastered it. Since then, students have been tirelessly completing various tasks, each striving to accumulate points to exchange for the Marine 6 styles. Among these diligent students, Akira was undoubtedly the most tenacious. Whether it was trivial tasks like feeding the newsbirds or complex ones assisting research teams in data collection, he threw himself into any task that could earn him points without hesitation. Thus, he gradually amassed points, akin to a tireless ant hoarding provisions for winter. Eventually, fortune favored the diligent, and he successfully accumulated 1,000 points, allowing him to exchange for the training method of the Marine 6 styles. From the day of his successful exchange, Akira became increasingly diligent and relentless, seemingly tireless. The Academy's instructors had mentioned that to maximize the effectiveness of the Marine 6 styles, training required the incorporation of marine-type meat, which meant he needed to continue earning points. His unwavering dedication and perseverance inspired those around him, creating a ripple effect throughout the Academy. Before long, an atmosphere of positive competition had enveloped the entire school. Even teacher Sakura occasionally felt swept up in this fervor. Yet everyone relished the camaraderie, their faces aglow with enthusiastic smiles and sparkling eyes filled with aspirations for growth and strength. Upon hearing his good friend Morimoto's call, Inoue Akira immediately set down the dumbbells and darted towards the task board like a flash of lightning. Witnessing his agile form and vibrant energy, it was evident that he had made considerable progress in his mastery of the Marine 6 styles. As Inoue Akira and Morimoto fervently examined the task details, other students gradually became aware of the newly released task. What? 500 points? One student exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. No limits on acceptance? Unbelievable. Another student blurted out. Disbelief etched across their face. Why isn't there a detailed description of the task? Did the teacher forget? The murmurs of surprise echoed behind them. Yet Inoue Akira wasted no time, promptly beginning to draft his task application. Regardless of any limitations on acceptance or the specifics of the task, he was determined to take it on. Chapter 83. The Ideal Nation. In a spacious and brightly lit classroom, all students were urgently summoned for a meeting. Teacher Sakura stood quietly at the center of the podium, exchanging nods with Yuta and Yushu. The two stepped forward with poise, distributing a stack of maps to each student with practiced ease. As students received the maps, their gazes fell upon the marked locations, gradually revealing looks of confusion on their faces. Without beating around the bush, teacher Sakura directly articulated the purpose of gathering everyone. Today, we have convened for an important new task, titled Engage with the Masses, Spread Ideas. At this juncture, she couldn't help but reminisce about the first side quest that had been issued on the day the system emerged. Depart from Konoha village and immerse yourself among the people. Now the children of the academy have matured to this stage, each one remarkably exceptional, continuously drawing nourishment from the vast ocean of knowledge, gradually evolving into individuals of responsibility and accountability. Most of the children in the classroom have already heard the news of the new mission. After all, in this rapidly communicating academy, even the slightest stir can swiftly capture everyone's attention. Only a few students, engrossed in their research, remain oblivious to this development. Their minds are still entirely absorbed in their academic pursuits. However, Sakura's next words left most of them momentarily stunned in their seats. This mission requires them to leave the academy, and upon selecting a location on the map, They must remain there for over 3 months. 3 months. The students collectively gasped in astonishment. Since the establishment of the academy, they have rarely ventured beyond this familiar haven, which serves as their sanctuary. Here, they need not fear harm, and can engage in any pursuits that pique their interest, enveloped in unprecedented moments of satisfaction. Though 3 months is not an extensive duration, it poses a considerable challenge for them. Yet Sakura did not pause, continuing to speak. Upon arriving here, I established Dawn Academy, marking our first step forward. Yet, amidst the vast ninja world, Dawn Academy is but an idealized realm. Within the Academy's library, the Republic rests on the shelves. Every student, in their thirst for knowledge, has perused this tome, and the idyllic nation it depicts has left an indelible impression upon their hearts. When they heard Sakura liken the Academy to this ideal realm, the students suddenly awakened to a reality they had previously overlooked. Unbeknownst to them, they had become overly immersed in their cocoon of comfort, while the world outside bled and wept over the words of the stars. Reflecting upon this, they felt a twinge of shame, yet were overwhelmingly fortunate. Sakura gazed at her students, her face radiating a sense of fulfillment, akin to witnessing the radiant blossoms of her own labor. She understood that while she could protect the children for a time, she could not shield them for a lifetime. One day, they must learn to soar like fledglings, bravely confronting the world beyond. Presently, during this rare period of tranquility in the ninja world, Sakura can still guide and support them, fortifying their path to growth. However, this does not imply that their journey will be devoid of obstacles. Sakura is acutely aware of this reality. Even in times of calm, the ninja world is rife with undercurrents, concealing countless unknown dangers. The ideal realm will inevitably shatter and disperse one day. We cannot rely solely on its illusory beauty. Only through our own diligent efforts can we hope to transform it into a tangible existence. This is the very essence of Dawn Academy's existence. We must not allow our ideals to remain confined to the imagination of the ninja world, but instead, through concrete actions, let them take root and flourish in reality. You may encounter resistance from various groups. They may not comprehend our ideals, and may even provoke conflict. Sakura's expression grew serious, and she wished for the students to grasp the arduous nature of this task. Yet remember, we are merely disseminators of ideals, not saints. We need not demand immediate acceptance from everyone, nor should we lose our composure in the face of opposition. Our purpose is to sow the seeds of hope, not to let them wither amidst the storms of conflict. Perhaps we cannot change everyone, but if even one individual begins to contemplate and embrace our efforts, then our endeavors hold value. Participation in this mission remains voluntary. Consider your circumstances carefully when deciding on the timing of your engagement, for there are other tasks within the academy that also require your attention. In one corner of the classroom, Inoue Akira sat upright, his expression focused and earnest, fearful of missing any crucial information. From the outset, he had resolved to undertake the mission, and upon hearing Sakura's words, he felt a renewed clarity within himself. He understood that this was his opportunity to practice the ideals close to his heart, as well as a moment to repay the academy and express gratitude to teacher Sakura. The other students turned their gazes to Sakura at the podium, filled with genuine respect and gratitude for her. In their hearts, Sakura had long transcended the role of a mere educator. She had become a spiritual guide. Everyone in the academy was acutely aware that they would not refuse any request from Sakura, the one who had saved their lives and thoughts, liberating them from the anguish of war, and bestowing upon them knowledge and conviction. Sakura, too, was aware of this, yet she still chose to break down the details of the mission for them. She did not wish for these young students to blindly accept the task because of her. She hoped each of them would make their own informed choices. In conclusion, I wish to convey that no matter what you encounter outside, Dawn Academy will always be your home. The classroom fell into a hush, with only Sakura's voice resonating, akin to a warm spring breeze that caressed the hearts of each student. As the meeting concluded, the students departed the classroom, their hearts heavy with complex emotions. Whispers of discussion soon filled the air. Members of the Starry River Band evidently felt ill-suited for such a task, their spirits dampened. Some fell into contemplation, weighing the choice between embarking on the 3-month mission or continuing their research, while others pondered when they would complete their current tasks. Their thoughts revolved not around whether to accept the mission, but rather when to do so. Inoue Akira, however, held no such reservations. He resolved that the sooner he departed, the better, and hoped to see if there were any other tasks available for simultaneous undertaking. Chapter 84. Cherish Each Other. The following day, the entire academy gathered to bid farewell to Inoue Akira and his fellow classmates. Alongside him, 3 other students, all without current obligations, resolutely made their decisions as well. You must enhance your abilities through practice, learning to leverage your surroundings, and the strength of the community. Seek vitality amidst adversity. You are not fighting alone. The Academy will provide essential protective gear and communication tools to offer support during critical moments. Inoue Akira and the others received the supplies extended by Sakura. Gazing at their teachers and peers with heartfelt reluctance, classmates formed small clusters, and despite past disagreements during collaborations, the air was now thick with affection. Even Morimoto, who envied his good friend for being able to undertake the mission, couldn't help but feel the pang of parting sorrow. Inoue, can't you wait until after our concert to leave? Water Pair nearby expressed his worries. Inoue Akira lacked ninjutsu skills, and he wondered what dangers might await him during the 3-month absence. Seeing his childhood friend, he suppressed his own sadness and playfully chided. You all still have a concert to hold. Why should you sing while I can't teach? The three felt their eyes moisten. And Inoue Akira raised his hand to his heart, wishing for the brilliance of the stars to endure. Morimoto and Water Pair mirrored his gesture, their eyes filled with beautiful wishes for one another. Looking around, other small groups also made the same gesture at this moment of farewell. This was a symbolic action mentioned by Sakura during her lessons, one that comrades would perform to pay the highest respect to the ideals within their hearts. Subsequently, the children of the Academy quietly devised this gesture. The departing children remained silent, embracing each and every individual in the Academy, from friends to teachers. The esteemed matriarch, Hanako, tenderly crafted protective talismans for her beloved students. Akira Inoue, uncertain of what to express, found himself at a loss. He had become the sole kin of his mother. Yet he too was destined to depart into the realm of uncertainty and peril. Sensing her son's apprehension, Hanako gently caressed his head, proclaiming her pride in him. The emotions that Akira had long suppressed surged forth, and he could no longer restrain himself, collapsing into his mother's embrace. Yuta, known for his infectious smile, encouraged every student with words of praise, affirming their exceptional potential. Yusuke, a man of few words, diligently provided them with essential ninjutsu scrolls, urging them to dedicate themselves to their studies. Sakura was the last to embrace the departing students. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, she offered a heartfelt sentiment. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. I wish you all to take care. In the end, all the students bowed their heads, with occasional sobs echoing through the air. Sakura, her smile unwavering, gazed longingly at their retreating figures. These students were about to confront the tumultuous waves of the ninja world. The word Jin symbolized the budding transformation of fledglings, shedding their tender down to unfurl their wings. Within a few days, posters for the Shinha band were ubiquitous throughout the ninja world. The venue for this much-anticipated performance was set in the capital of the Fire Country, and today marked the day of their concert. Numerous individuals with bounties on their heads roamed freely, as those who gained notoriety often proved elusive. The rogue ninjas from various villages had connections with significant figures within their clans, merely serving as fodder for discussions during the 5 Kage summit. Similarly, the Night Watchman, despite being wanted, did not significantly diminish the band's acclaim. Rather, the comments about the Night Watchman only served to elevate the band's profile further. Lying, the former chief editor of the Ninja World Times, had also arrived in the capital. That evening, after the newsbird had visited the newspaper office, she called out to it, handing over a letter she had meticulously prepared. To her surprise, the Starlight responded swiftly, expressing a desire to publish her article. Ever since the 5th issue of the Dawn Daily was released, she had found herself on the Ninja Village's blacklist, with a bounty nearly rivaling a third of Asuma's. Yet she bore no regrets. On the day the newspaper office was destroyed, she felt the calling of the Starlight guiding her. It was then that she understood why the stars in her eyes appeared particularly radiant, especially after she resolved to pursue her path, no longer flickering uncertainly. Kawasaki too felt the pull of destiny, a twist Lying had not anticipated. Watching the two men frolicking ahead, her emotions were conflicted. Had it not been for them, she would have long met with Starlight. Now the three of them were to attend the concert together. Indeed, she referred to them, her former adversary, Kawasaki, and the newspaper owner. The newspaper owner, Mickey Ken, was a fallen noble of sorts. Though Mickey possessed a certain charismatic allure, the harsh realities of the ninja world dictated a survival of the fittest. His once thriving newspaper crumbled under the weight of adversity. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing that as long as he was alive, hope endured. Time is cyclical, and those who had wronged him should not assume their actions would remain unchallenged. He would rise again to confront them. In times of tribulation, true sentiments reveal themselves. After years of acquaintance, he understood who genuinely cared for him. Mickey's family had been annihilated by enemies during his downfall, And he had been saved by lying, becoming the last remnant of his lineage. Now, he fled through the ninja world with the meager resources left, accompanied by his former subordinates. As he would put it, lying was already burdened with a companion. Adding him was inconsequential. Previously too ostentatious, he had made many foes, and now he could scarcely afford to hire ninjas, who could predict their loyalty. The bounty offered for tasks paled in comparison to his own. Mickey was also wanted, with a bounty surpassing lying's. After all, he was the newspaper owner. And rumors suggested he was the true mastermind behind the scenes. It was a grave injustice, and in desperation, he sought refuge with his former partner, Starlight. Where the essence of collaboration is to foster enduring friendships. He demanded little, perhaps to sit in an office and sip tea, or if necessary, assist with menial tasks. Excelling at crafting grandiose illusions and mockery, Kawasaki and his former boss meandered through the stalls, their hands laden with a variety of snacks and trinkets. Lying. Hurry up. Look at the throngs gathered for the band. I missed the central spot last time, and this time I must secure a prime seat. Kawasaki, brimming with excitement, felt a resurgence of purpose. The collapse of the newspaper weighed heavily on him. Yet he had discovered a new direction for his life. The assassination incident had left no shadow upon his heart. After departing from the newspaper, he had grown more buoyant. Once he had been the subordinate to his boss, now they were brothers. Mickey, that delicacy looks delectable. Let us purchase it. Kawasaki, how did you know I craved that? Let us go. Chapter 85. A grand celebration and underlying rivalries. As the twilight bathed the earth in a golden haze, the concert stage reached completion. During the previous concert, students had distributed flyers one by one. Yet today, the venue swelled with a sea of eager spectators, every seat occupied in the vast arena. Shadows of ninjas leaped across the surrounding buildings, having traveled from distant lands to witness the performance. Although the Shinha band had released only a single song, Bluebird, its impact was indelibly etched in the hearts of many. The poetic and powerful lyrics, coupled with the melodious and stirring melody, captivated all. Each individual found within it a resonance with their own soul, as if the song had been tailor-made for them. Brother Scorpion, have you heard? Deidara's vibrant voice rang out amid the crowd, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Word is that the band might release a new song. I wonder what genre it will be. Could it be one that ignites passion and exhilaration, like my explosive art, capable of shaking the very ground? As he spoke, Deidara animatedly gestured, seemingly hearing the thunderous music and cheers, his ardor palpable. Scorpion cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Deidara, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Imph. Your so-called explosions are but fleeting moments of brilliance. Once the spectacle fades, only emptiness remains. True art should endure, beautiful over time, much like my meticulously crafted puppets. Each joint and texture imbued with everlasting charm. This time they had a mission, both having donned disguises in preparation. However, this task was one that Scorpion had voluntarily chosen to undertake. He cherished a blue butterfly specimen, its rough craftsmanship only enhancing its breathtaking beauty, exuding a unique wild allure. It was a gift from a shopkeeper during their last visit to purchase the Bluebird album, claiming it had been handmade by a band member. Encountering something that resonated with his aesthetic sensibilities piqued his interest in the band member known as Yushing, for perhaps they would share common ground. Not only Akatsuki but various factions had dispatched operatives, their objective being to surveil the rumored night watchmen. Members of the Umbu from each ninja village, clad in discreet attire, skillfully concealed themselves within the throngs, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings incessantly. Amidst the throngs of wandering ninjas drawn by the promise of a substantial bounty, their eyes glimmered with avarice and ferocity as they scoured the crowd for dubious targets. Both Scorpion and Deidara had also taken note of these factions. The ninja villages would not dispatch these individuals merely for the sake of a concert. The Night Watchers were their true objective. The public letter addressed to the common folk of the ninja world brazenly provoked all the ninja villages, compelling the higher-ups to confront the threat it posed. The concert, having previously supported the band, was the most likely venue for the Night Watchers to emerge, and they could not afford to let this golden opportunity slip away. Beneath the lively and jubilant atmosphere lurked tumultuous undercurrents. Ninjas from different villages naturally formed distinct factions, each delineated with clarity. The youthful ninjas from Konoha gathered together, their spirits dampened following the recent incident at the newspaper office. Yet their village's actions were not entirely beyond comprehension. To them, the destruction of the newspaper was akin to a confidential mission. Attending the concert was merely a means to soothe their troubled hearts. The Land of Fire had long enjoyed prosperity, imbuing them with an air of nonchalance, as if they possessed an inherent sense of superiority. They had no intention of becoming entangled in the disputes of other villages. Yet this very prosperity drew the complex gazes of ninjas from elsewhere. Some filled with jealousy, others with envy, and a hint of defiance. Leading the sand village was Gaara, adorned in distinctive attire reflecting the elements of wind and sand. His demeanor stoic as he stood silently within his territory. The Cloud Village ninjas, robust in stature and clad in dark garb that accentuated their commanding presence, bore vigilant expressions, scanning their surroundings. Particularly when their gaze fell upon the Rock Village ninjas, an unmistakable hostility flickered in their eyes. An age-old grudge existed between the Cloud and Rock villages, having clashed multiple times over border resources, leaving their animosity unresolved. In this tense moment of encounter, the atmosphere grew palpably charged, with both factions unconsciously clenching their fists, as if a mere spark could ignite a full-blown conflict. The Rock Village ninjas, draped in earthy hues, bore unique rock patterns on their garments that showcased their mountainous origins. They were predominantly taciturn, standing resolutely in place with unwavering gazes fixed upon the stage. Unmoved by the Cloud ninjas' hostile glances, they returned the stare with equal defiance, hinting at the potential for imminent confrontation. Meanwhile, the Mist Village ninjas lurked in the shadows, quietly observing the subtle shifts in the atmosphere among the other villages. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas were animatedly discussing the potential songs the band might perform, their voices inadvertently rising. This drew the ire of the nearby Cloud Village ninjas, one of whom frowned and coldly remarked, "Humph, Konoha's lot, can't you keep it down?" The hot-headed Kiba retorted, "What business is it of yours? This isn't your land of lightning." A crowd began to gather, some attempting to mediate, while others fanned the flames of discord. Tension mounted as both sides tightened their fists, poised to erupt at any moment. Amidst the turmoil, the only Konoha Chunin, Shikamaru, sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. "We're all here to enjoy the concert. Let's not ruin our mood over such trivial matters. Let's all just calm down." A ninja from the Cloud Village nodded slightly, prompting both sides to relax their fists, although the animosity in their gazes remained unyielding. The Rock Village ninjas observed the quarrel with mild disapproval, one elder quietly advising a younger comrade, "Do not involve yourselves in their disputes. We are here merely to appreciate the music." The young ninjas nodded in agreement, maintaining their silence while scanning the surroundings. The cacophony of vendors calling out, laughter, and haggling intermingled, with the alluring aromas enveloping those present, coaxing them into a state of ease. The ever-thriving land of fire felt even more vibrant at this moment, as if transported to a realm of dreams. As the concert's commencement approached, the intertwining tension and excitement in the air intensified, heralding the simultaneous unfolding of a grand celebration and clandestine rivalries. Chapter 86. The value of comradeship continues to rise. As the performance drew near, Yoda and his companions remained at the academy, not due to a desire to disappoint eager fans, but for other pressing reasons. At present, everyone in the academy was engrossed in their own affairs. Each individual harbored an urgent desire to swiftly secure new missions, for no one wished to fall behind the likes of Akira Inoue. Each person understood that in this fiercely competitive environment, lagging behind meant forfeiting opportunities. Meanwhile, a rumor spread like wildfire that the newsbird could deliver letters. Many astute readers recognized this peculiar occurrence, prompting a flurry of letters to be sent to Sakura. Now, Sakura found herself inundated with correspondence from readers, each letter brimming with expectations and inquiries that required her thoughtful responses. Moreover, the impending release of the new newspaper loomed large, with a series of articles awaiting her creation. The weight of these responsibilities bore down upon her like a relentless tide, rendering her as busy as a whirling top. Although Sakura could not attend the concert in person, she remained vigilant regarding Yoda and his companion's safety. This time, she was well prepared, ready to safeguard the performance from behind the scenes. Previously, the feedback garnered from the common folk had been akin to a timely downpour, bestowing the system with a bounty of attribute points. Even though the subsequent use of the word spirit had depleted many points, a substantial surplus still remained, exceeding 20,000. Before the attribute points could refresh, Haruka reached out to Sakura. Haruka informed Sakura that she had irrevocably severed ties with the captain, as their ideological differences were irreconcilable. Sakura empathized deeply with this sentiment, sensing Haruka's resolute determination through her words. Unlike herself, who had gained clarity about the true nature of the ninja world through multiple rebirths, Haruka, though intelligent, was still an inexperienced university student. She required such a journey of growth and the passage of time to grasp the fundamental disparities between their two worlds. Sakura firmly believed that after this tumultuous episode, Haruka would ascend to greater heights in the future, Her powerful words destined to create ripples within the pirate world, influencing countless lives. When she and her former captain reunited at the pinnacle of their journeys, everything would reach its resolution. Both Sakura and Haruka were pragmatic individuals, and their conversation was not merely a moment of reflection. However, Sakura was taken aback when Haruka directly inquired if she desired the door fruit. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sakura hurriedly urged Haruka to proceed with the transaction. After all, the door fruit was invaluable. In dire circumstances, should they find themselves unable to defeat their adversaries, this fruit could facilitate their escape from peril, rendering its worth immeasurable. Yet, Sakura was acutely aware that acquiring the door fruit was no easy feat. Haruka's actions undoubtedly marked a significant achievement in the pirate world. Who else could achieve such a milestone so soon after departing from the crew? Truly, she was a remarkable sister, and the value of their comradeship continued to rise. Sakura eagerly anticipated the continuation of their trade. In the pirate world, after her transaction with Sakura, Haruka embarked on her own new journey. Though she faced certain challenges following her split from the captain, her heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. She aspires to inscribe a distinctive pirate world with her own words, aiming to influence a multitude, much like Sakura has done within the realm of ninjas. She is acutely aware that one day in the future, both she and Sakura will ascend to the pinnacle of their respective fields. At that moment, their tales will transform into legends. Upon acquiring the devil fruit, Sakura finally comprehends why Haruhana chose not to retain it for herself. It turns out that such vital components of the world cycle, although tradable within the system, yield only mere replicas. The genuine Momo fruit resides solely with Haruhana. The replicas of this fruit will not regenerate in some distant location upon death, as is the case in the pirate world. Moreover, the system's marketplace is rather unscrupulous. A fruit that should cost merely 3,000 attribute points incurs a staggering half as transaction fees, prompting Sakura to inwardly grumble. To make matters worse, upon obtaining it, Sakura discovers that the limitations of the Momo fruit are even more substantial than she had anticipated. Nevertheless, Sakura is no ordinary individual. She swiftly adjusts her mindset. After all, despite its numerous restrictions, the Momo fruit still possesses undeniable practicality. Before the group embarks on their journey to the concert, Sakura entrusts the fruit to Yoda. As the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Yoda is destined to confront countless dangers, both now and in the future. Sakura is fully aware of this, and she meticulously informs Yoda of the fruit's effects and drawbacks. After listening to Sakura's exposition, Yoda, with a complex expression, remarks, "Sakura, this fruit is incredibly precious." At that moment, both Yuki, the head of the research department, and Hanako, the head of the logistics department, are present. They have no objections to Sakura's decision to hand the fruit to Yoda. Sakura is indeed correct. Yoda, by consuming this fruit, will benefit us all. Hanako exclaims with a smile. In the academy, Hanako has always been non-confrontational, treating everyone present as her younger kin. Sakura confers with her on all matters, which makes Hanako feel deeply respected, devoid of any distracting thoughts. Yuki, on the other hand, once harbored differing notions, yet he trusts Sakura, believing there must be a reason for her choices. According to Sakura's description, this Momo fruit surpasses even the flying thunder god technique in utility. As for the fear of the sea, they are ninjas. Such trivial challenges will not daunt them. Utilizing chakra to tread upon water is no arduous feat for them. Moreover, Yoda has no need to worry about this at all. In fact, my bloodline carries the heritage of the Akatsuki clan. Yoda initially believed this secret would remain buried within him forever. His lineage is inherited from his mother, and he had always concealed his identity with great caution in the village, a past he was reluctant to discuss. However, each day at the academy, he feels warmth, and his smiles become increasingly sincere. Sakura once remarked, "If you wear a mask for too long, it will grow onto your face. Removing it will require severe effort." This statement profoundly resonated with Yoda, especially after watching Ninja Dogs, making him cherish his current life even more. Thus, he confides his identity to the others. In truth, he had long wished to do so but had not found the right moment. He understands that this secret may not hold as much weight as the devil fruit, yet he cannot conceive of anything else of value to exchange with them, except for this piece of information. The trio's reactions to Yoda's revelation vary. Hanako appears bewildered, having never heard of the Akatsuki clan. Yuki is somewhat surprised, yet he quickly realizes that this is an excellent opportunity to disclose his own identity, as he too has been searching for a suitable moment. As for Sakura, she merely smiles faintly and states, "Yoda, I haven't finished yet. This isn't a gift. It costs 3,000 points, not a single one less. You'll owe me, and you can repay me gradually." Chapter 87. It couldn't be more fitting. Yoda blinks. Initially expecting his confession to cause a stir, only to find that no one seems to care. Feeling slightly awkward under their gazes, he consumes the momo fruit. Observing Yoda's pallor after ingesting the fruit, Sakura, Yuki, and Hanako can't help but burst into laughter. After their amusement subsides, Yuki, no longer hesitating, boldly reveals his identity as a member of the Senju clan. However, he feels that compared to Yoda's ability to perform the water transformation technique, his surname seems rather insignificant. Sakura has already known of his bloodline, and notices the flicker of discontent in his eyes. The glory of the Senju clan. Who would not yearn for it? Yuki, I've already asked a comrade to look out for a suitable devil fruit for you. You'd best prepare your points in advance, as I believe you'll find it to your liking, Sakura says with a smile. And Hanako, you both are my mainstays. Her gaze is filled with trust and anticipation, aware that she cannot embark on the forthcoming journey without the support of these companions. After consuming the momo fruit, Yoda gradually acclimates to the changes it brings, experiencing some initial discomfort, but soon mastering some basic abilities. He attempts to open a spatial gate around him, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he gazes at the shimmering portal. This feeling is truly wondrous. It's as if I've opened the door to a completely new world, Yoda exclaims excitedly. Haha, you'd better practice diligently. In the future, our missions may very well depend on your extraordinary abilities, Sakura responds with a grin. At that moment, the cheers from the concert venue can be faintly heard, and they know that Yoda and the band members are about to face a grand performance. The momo fruit undoubtedly adds a layer of assurance to their endeavors. Yuki ponders thoughtfully nearby. I wonder what kind of devil fruit would suit me. I hope it is found soon, as I can hardly wait to enhance my strength. Sakura pats Yuki's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll inform you as soon as I have any news. For now, our task is to support Yoda and their performance while remaining vigilant for any lurking threats that could disrupt this grand event. Hanako gazes at Yoda with affection. Yoda, now that you possess this ability, you mustn't act rashly, prioritize your safety. Meanwhile, others within the academy are diligently striving toward their own objectives. The students busy preparing for new tasks may not be attending the concert, yet they are monitoring the situation through various means. They understand that every action taken by the academy is a collective endeavor, whether it be a performance or other missions, all of which pertain to the academy's development and reputation. Concurrently, Sakura, while focusing on the concert, is contemplating the future direction of the academy. Although the trading of devil fruits comes with numerous restrictions, it also provides them with a new avenue for enhancing their strength. She resolves to delve deeper into the system's rules to discover any other resources that might be leveraged. When Ryuyan arrives with two men immersed in excitement, she is instantly taken aback by the spectacle before her. Mikukin's eyes widen in astonishment, exclaiming, how can there be so many people? Wow! The Galaxy Band is becoming increasingly popular. Kawasuki cannot contain his excitement, having participated in the first band concert. He never anticipated such a grand spectacle. Contemplating the current trajectory of the band and the pivotal role played by the Sleepless Night, a sense of pride involuntarily adorned his visage, as his gaze subtly flicked towards Lu Ning, yearning for her acknowledgement. Though she remained silent, Lu Ning was equally overwhelmed, her mind replaying the band's journey in vivid snippets. However, after navigating through the throng for a while, Lu Ning astutely sensed an anomaly. The number of ninjas present was astonishingly high, not only the ones clad in traditional ninja garb, but even those who appeared as ordinary civilians exuded a certain sharpness, an aura far removed from that of common folk. Promptly, she whispered a caution to Chuanjia and Mikikin, urging them to remain close, for despite their disguises, the risk of being unmasked in such a tumultuous environment loomed large. Meanwhile, the band members, hidden behind the stage curtain, had completed their meticulous preparations and peered through the gaps at the throngs of eager fans, a palpable tension unfurling within them. Noticing their unease, Yongtai initiated a conversation, aiming to alleviate the atmosphere. This stage is significantly larger than the last one, and the venue was quite easy to secure, not to mention reasonably priced, he remarked nonchalantly. The members turned towards him, their faces painted with astonishment. Within the academy, instructors seldom broached the subject of expenses with students. Resources were replenished swiftly whenever there was a shortage. These students, having endured hardships, remained sensitive to financial matters. Morimoto, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Yongtai-sensei, why is that? It defies logic. Yushing, momentarily casting aside his anxiety, chimed in, Sensei, this is in the bustling heart of the city. How could the rent possibly be affordable? Waterpair and Aya regarded Yongtai with skepticism. As they had walked, They had noted the exorbitant prices at roadside stalls. The cost of living in this locale was undeniably high, making the venue's rent seem implausibly low. Please don't deceive us, Yangtai-sensei. We are fully prepared for this concert, and are determined to give our all. We aspire to produce even more exceptional albums in the future. The band members held immense hopes for this concert. The release of Bluebird had already garnered them some attention, yet they yearned for a more resplendent brilliance. Thus every detail weighed heavily on their minds. Yet, Yangtai was indeed truthful. He patiently elucidated, the stage is situated on the former site of the Ninja World Times newspaper, which has recently become available. Hosting a performance here could not be more fitting in every conceivable way. Upon hearing Yangtai's words, the members' expressions brightened instantaneously. They grasped the profound significance of his statement. The Ninja World Times had been a crucial witness to their growth. Its closure akin to the extinguishing of a brilliant star in the night sky, evoking a sense of loss. However, the performance soon to unfold on this historic site was akin to a new blossom emerging from the ashes. They understood that they bore a unique mission, carrying the aspirations of countless individuals, and they must not squander this hard-won opportunity. They were determined to illuminate this extraordinary moment with the power of their music. In the shadows of the crowd, ninjas tasked with a mission scanned their surroundings with keen eyes, leaving no corner or suspicious figure unchecked. In their minds, the Night Watchers could not possibly be mere ordinary individuals. Amidst the vibrant scene, ninjas were but a minority. The majority were those awakened from oppression, the civilians, who were equally essential guests at this concert. These individuals harbored a fervent passion, their enthusiasm akin to a blazing flame. Intense and fervent. For too long, they had struggled for survival beneath the dark oppression of the ninja world. And the words of the Night Watchers were like a beacon of hope in the darkness, offering them inspiration. In their hearts, the Night Watchers were heroic figures, and supporting the band they cherished felt akin to participating in a grand transformation. Thus, many fans of the Night Watchers deemed it imperative to attend this concert, yearning to release their emotions and immerse themselves in an atmosphere interwoven with freedom and hope. At this moment, the performance was entering the thrilling countdown phase. 3. The steady and powerful countdown resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of the audience, instantly heightening the tension in the air, every individual holding their breath. 2. This sound rang like a clarion call, heralding the prelude to battle, causing the audience's hearts to race, their eyes brimming with anticipation. 1. As this final count echoed, the exhilarating drumbeats erupted like thunder, the intense rhythm surging like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the entire venue and drawing everyone's gaze. The familiar strains of Bluebird commenced, the melody soaring like a bird taking flight, resonating through the expanse. The band members on stage were wholly engrossed, their eyes resolute and fervent, as if in that moment, the world consisted solely of them and their music. As the song began, the atmosphere brimming with passion and power surged forth like a deluge, swiftly permeating every soul in the audience. Take flight, resolve to never look back, the lyrics floated through the air, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The ambience of the concert starkly contrasted with merely listening to the album. The vibrant vitality present was akin to a volcanic eruption, soaring into the heavens unstoppable. Even the ever-vigilant ninjas, who were on high alert, found themselves irresistibly drawn to the overwhelming magnetism of the performance, their eyes captivated by the spectacle unfolding on stage. In the brief interlude, deafening cheers rose like a surging tide, nearly overwhelming the venue. After a moment of silence, the band unleashed a more intense rhythm akin to a tempest, propelling the atmosphere to new heights. As they sang of forsaking the long-familiar cage, Niji's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched beneath his sleeves, a flicker of complex emotion gleaming in his eyes. The companions beside him were engrossed in the spectacular performance, oblivious to his unease. Amidst the fervent song, Niji's thoughts drifted far away. Below, the sea of fans surged, their cheers and voices intertwining. The ninjas, amidst this vast crowd, strained to locate any suspicious figures, yet none emerged in their search. With the final line of Bluebird echoing, the fervent melody lingered in the air. The leading ninja from IWA Shinobi Village could no longer remain still. His expression grave, he murmured, "Lord Tsuchikage has instructed us to obtain intelligence on the Night Watchers at all costs." With that, he cast a steely gaze towards the stage where Waterpair and the others performed, his eyes betraying an unwavering determination to achieve his goal. The ninjas from other villages also fixated on the figures on stage, their eyes glimmering with complex emotions as they weighed their options. Soon, they reached a conclusion. It was merely a band, and they would proceed as initially planned. They attempted to convince themselves not to be beguiled by what seemed an ordinary band performance, resolutely believing that the clues to the Night Watchers lay hidden within. Unbeknownst to the performers on stage, including Shueli, they were entirely absorbed in the ambience of the performance. The sensation of playing before an audience was starkly different from private rehearsals. Enveloped by the fervor of the crowd, they felt as though they had been transported to a completely new realm. After concluding a song, they found themselves in an unexpectedly euphoric state, with excitement and confidence swelling within their hearts. Now they were determined to deliver their finest rendition of the next song. Shueli's fiery red hair, as flamboyant as ever, danced in the gentle breeze, the tips fluttering like flickering flames. Her gaze drifted towards the direction of Dawn Academy, imbued with deep emotion and anticipation. This song for you is dedicated to everyone. Shueli's crystalline voice resonated through the microphone, filling the entire venue. Almost immediately, a gentle melody flowed from her lips, akin to a babbling brook, meandering through the hearts of all present. At the moment the audience heard this melody, they acutely recognized that it was a song distinct in style from Bluebird. What lay before you is the path you have consistently chosen, leading to the answers you seek. Summon your confidence and press on. The soothing and warm lyrics, accompanied by a melodious tune, resembled the gentle sun of winter, casting warmth upon all. Far from the concert, Sakura, at the base in the Hidden Sound Village, and Sasuke, while training, along with Naruto, seemed to share a moment of connection, instinctively lifting their heads in unison. In the shadows of Chapter 89, Kakashi lurked, concealed from view. He should not have been there, yet he had surreptitiously come, keeping his presence hidden from the village. As the band played for you, memories of Team 7 flooded his mind. Sakura, suppressing the tumult within her heart, buried her regrets and continued to work diligently. This was, in fact, a significant reason for her reluctance to attend the concert. When it came time to perform this song, she hesitated for a long while. The arduous journey ahead loomed dauntingly long, and she was uncertain of how much farther she would have to go. Each time she heard this song, cherished memories surged forth like a tide, revealing her inner fragility. Yet, she harbored a glimmer of hope that one day, they would reunite beneath the dazzling lights of a concert, walking side by side once more. The audience below had already become enraptured by the lyrics of For You. In stark contrast to the exhilaration and fervor of the previous song, from the very moment this melody began to play, they instinctively softened their voices, as if fearful of shattering the dreamlike atmosphere. If Bluebird inspired them to muster the courage to break free, charging forth like fearless warriors against their confines, undeterred by repeated falls, then For You served as a gentle bandage upon their wounds, hands that lifted them during their descent, and the unbreakable bonds that inspired them. In this song, they felt the strength of companionship, the unwavering belief that no matter the time or place, their comrades were the most trustworthy of allies. Though each pursued different paths, they firmly believed that one day, they would all soar to the pinnacle of this sky. There, no one would be left behind. All would shine as radiant stars, their brilliance intermingling, with no one able to obscure another's light. In the front row, a young girl's eyes sparkled with tears, her lips trembling slightly. It appeared that in the song, she envisioned moments of mutual support and encouragement shared with her friends, playing out like a film before her eyes. A friend beside her gently grasped her hand, and they exchanged glances, finding profound solace and strength in each other's eyes without the need for words. Amidst the crowd, seasoned ninjas who had endured countless battles found their stern expressions softening in response to the tender melody. A middle-aged ninja tilted his head slightly upward, closing his eyes. The wrinkles on his face seemed to narrate the tribulations of his past. As the lyrics drifted into their hearts, the tension in his clenched fists gradually eased, as if the burdens he had long borne were lightened. Since the appearance of the stars and the night watchmen, doubts had plagued the ninjas, casting shadows over their beliefs and questioning their ninja way. At this moment, they all perceived hope and warmth emanating from the song. An elder smiled, gently swaying to the rhythm, his expression filled with dreams of a brighter future, while the youth leaned on one another, softly humming along to the melody. The fans of the Night Watchmen were profoundly moved by this song. Their eyes burned with fervent light, a testament to their unwavering commitment and resolve. They felt that this song not only celebrated friendship and bonds, but also rallied for the justice and freedom they fervently pursued. A masked fan raised high a flag adorned with the Night Watchman's emblem, waving it vigorously. Each movement exuded determination, as if proclaiming their resolve and courage to the world. Even as the Night Watchmen were being hunted, and even if they were not present at the venue, the torch that had once been held high for them ignited the fan's spirit to risk everything in waving that flag. When he grew weary and his movements slowed, a nearby stranger instantly took up the flag, mimicking his earlier actions. Without a word exchanged, the line that Shueli sang, "Even if you say nothing, I can understand you," resonated through the air. Throughout the concert venue, regardless of age, gender, or status, be they ninja, commoner, or noble seated high in the loft, everyone found their own emotional resonance within the song. In the capital, a continuous stream of people were drawn in by the music. As the song neared its conclusion, the audience forgot all their troubles and conflicts, fully immersed in the melody brimming with love and hope. Yet, there are always those unwilling to witness such scenes. A shuriken sliced through the crowd at an alarming speed, aimed directly at the vocalist. With a sharp crack, the shuriken was deflected by Shueili's microphone stand, veering off course and embedding itself deeply into the wooden stage. Shueili's singing faltered only slightly. She moved the broken stand aside and grasped the microphone firmly. Although the other band members were startled by this sudden turn of events, their feet remained rooted in place, steadfast. The audience, once lost in music, now turned pale in response to the unexpected scene. The timid had collapsed to the ground, trembling. Those with a bit more composure feigned calmness. Children wailed loudly, fear spreading across their innocent faces. The ninjas from the rock village, realizing their attack had missed, no longer concealed themselves, leaping from the crowd towards the stage where the band members stood. "Night Watchman, I know you are here watching. If you don't want them to die, show yourself," they shouted as they charged, weapons glinting ominously in their hands. The ninjas from the Cloud Village, witnessing the Rock Village's advance, were not to be outdone and joined the fray. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the Mist Village moved like phantoms through the chaotic throng, skillfully utilizing mist techniques to conceal their forms, attempting to encircle the band members for a surprise attack. They silently chuckled to themselves, thinking, "Let us see how long you can maintain your composure." With a sudden tightening in his chest, Yongtai raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm, then raised his voice to declare, "Do not stop. Our concert must go on." Morimoto tightened the strings of his instrument and nodded vigorously, while Yuxing took a deep breath, regaining the rhythm of the drums. Ling adjusted her posture slightly, standing taller and more resolute. They understood that this concert was not merely a performance. It was a means of conveying their beliefs through music. The ninja world had always been fraught with peril. If they retreated this time, what would prevent them from doing so again in the future? If they were so eager to obtain information about the Night Watchman, then let them come and take it. Sueren's voice grew increasingly resplendent, the melodious notes wafting through the air, crafting a perfect and soul-stirring conclusion to the song. The ninjas continued their advance. Yet Sueren's voice quavered not in the slightest, as though she had not just brushed past the specter of death. "Thank you everyone. The final song for today, lovers, is dedicated to you all." On stage, the 4 members of the band displayed no fear. Their eyes seemed to cry out that they would let the notes pierce through the smoke of battle, resonating until the very last moment. In the attic, Round City Rest was being cautiously protected by his guards. Akiko stood quietly behind him, her expression vigilant. Witnessing the sudden chaos below, she seized the opportunity to demonstrate her loyalty, exclaiming loudly, "Your Highness, I will protect you." Her voice rang clear and bright, standing out amidst the cacophony, earning a satisfied glance from Round City Rest. In stark contrast, the minister, who had previously spoken confidently, was now trembling in fear, crouching on the ground. The audience below was densely packed, with numerous nobles having deliberately occupied prime central seats. They had been reveling in this rare auditory feast, utterly unprepared for such a dramatic upheaval. "Somebody, please save me," the nobles cried out in panic, their voices laden with terror and helplessness. The guards, intent on clearing a swift escape route, ruthlessly shoved aside obstructive civilians, resulting in a chaotic scene where cries and curses intertwined. The ninjas advanced like phantoms from all directions toward the stage, deliberately revealing themselves to force the Night Watchman into the open. At that tense moment, the sound of instruments suddenly erupted, followed by Sueren's clear and melodious voice. "Now you are in tears, helplessly weeping like a child. Even if we have no future, I will surely protect you." The panicked audience, as if under a spell, was instantaneously captivated by the unexpected music, their gazes collectively fixated on the stage. Their eyes widened and mouths slightly agape. They stared in disbelief at the ninjas surging toward the stage like a tidal wave, their faces etched with shock and incredulity, as though witnessing the most absurd spectacle imaginable. "Are they really going to sing?" A faint voice murmured from the crowd, filled with confusion and astonishment, questioning this irrational act while marveling at the band's audacity. Those who had been huddled on the ground, clutching their heads, began to lift their gazes out of curiosity, cautiously peering with one eye. A singular thought surged within everyone's hearts. Could the Galaxy Band truly be mad? In this life-threatening environment, they continued to perform. If that wasn't madness, what was it? Why would they do such a thing? Yet, it was precisely this madness that acted as a peculiar breeze, quietly dispersing some of the fear that had clouded their hearts. Watching the ninjas draw ever closer to the stage, the temporarily safe onlookers couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for the band, their hearts heavy with worry. Meanwhile, the rock ninjas at the forefront were forced to halt their advance. They stood aghast before the sudden appearance of a sand barrier, a formidable wall separating them from the stage. Veins bulged on the forehead of the leading ninja, resembling angry serpents writhing beneath his skin. What do you intend to do? Sand hidden? He shouted in anger and discontent, his gaze menacing. Gaara was too engrossed in the music to respond. It was Ryohei, peering from behind Gaara, who loudly questioned. Shouldn't it be you asking what you intend to do? We are merely here to enjoy the concert. What is the Rock Village's true intention? His voice rang out clearly amidst the chaotic scene, imbued with an undeniable tone. Temari and Kankuro stood nearby, their expressions a mix of confusion and discomfort at his sudden involvement. Following their father's death, the village had been burdened with troubles. The Sand team had merely come to enjoy a concert after a mission when they encountered fellow Sand ninja Ryohei. Yet, they could not fathom why Gaara would consent to involve someone like him. What nonsense are you spouting? The Rock Village ninjas were extremely displeased with the Sand Village's stance, their words laced with hostility. However, before they could finish, they were taken aback to see the Cloud Village ninjas, who had approached from another side, similarly blocked by the Leaf ninjas. Niji activated his Byakugan, assuming a stance ready for gentle fist, exuding an imposing aura. Lee and Tenten quickly prepared their defensive postures, bracing themselves for a confrontation. The Hyuga clan? The Mist Village ninjas regarded Niji's unique Byakugan and the young Leaf ninjas with a shiver of apprehension. Teammate S. Kiba, Hinata and Shino, along with Team 10's Shikamaru, Choji and Ino, stood firmly in the path that the Mist Village ninjas would need to traverse to reach the stage. Leaf and Sand ninjas, are you attempting to shield the wanted criminal, the Night Watchman? Is this the stance of your respective villages? The Rock Village ninja sought to sway their resolve with words, invoking the village's positions, and a flicker of hesitation indeed crossed the crowd's eyes. Yet, Niji quickly retorted. We are merely acting as audience members and fans to prevent you from causing a disturbance. The Cloud Village ninjas erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, their derisive laughter echoing with scorn. A bunch of arrogant brats. How impertinent of you. Add me into the mix. A familiar voice called out from behind. The crowd turned to see the speaker, the faces of the Cloud Village Jonin instantly turning grave. Hearing that familiar voice, the Leaf ninjas turned in surprise. Kakashi-sensei, how did you end up here? Their eyes were filled with confusion and delight, and those who had been hesitant suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the village's stance was not what they had presumed. Kakashi stood there, calm and composed, not responding to their inquiries, but steadily and coolly drawing forth a bloodstained kunai. In truth, he had already discreetly dealt with several hidden enemies, which was why he had arrived slightly later. Well done, Leaf. I never expected you to send even you here. I am beginning to doubt the Leaf stance on the Night Watchman. The Rock and Cloud Village ninjas observed Kakashi's arrival, their words heavy with suspicion and accusation. Yet, regardless of their taunts, the gathered crowd showed no intention of retreating, and the standoff continued.